Upon opening my eyes, I find myself as the embryo of Shalu in Dr. Gero's laboratory. The activation of the most powerful martial arts evolution system has commenced. Larva initial stage, adult, complete form beyond, complete form capable of infinite evolution, initiating data analysis. Combat power enhancement is limitless. Evolving the super Earthling gene power surges by 300. Collecting fragments of the legendary Saiyan gene combat power skyrockets tenfold. Integrating genes from the alien Namekian branch, significant enhancement of mental attributes. Unlocking the basic Majin gene transformation into a Majin is now possible. Sublimating the frozen demon gene, the racial talent awakens in its entirety. I, Shalu, must dominate this world. Raising pigs and harvesting, collecting data, cold and formidable. As the Z fighters converge, I calmly state, I will seize all your data. Chapter 1, Newborn. Is there still no fluctuation in Shalu's data? An elderly man with a tall hat inquired, frowning. Indeed, Dr. Gero, its vital signs are stable, yet there are no signs of growth. Useless. Dr. Gero slammed his hand on the control panel. After 3 years of effort, it cannot even achieve the most basic awakening of consciousness. Within the cultivation chamber, Ling Yuan's consciousness abruptly awakened. He immediately analyzed his current predicament. Dr. Gero, Shalu, data, these pieces of information connected to reveal a startling conclusion. He had reincarnated as the ultimate antagonist from the android saga of Dragon Ball Shalu. After a brief moment of surprise, he gradually calmed, realizing that, given the current information, he was merely a lump of flesh submerged in a cultivation pod, soon to be disposed of, a failed experiment. Just as Ling Yuan contemplated his escape, Dr. Gero's impatient voice echoed again. Tomorrow, cease all research on it and cut off its nutrient supply. The countdown to death left him with less than 24 hours. Time was of the essence. He exerted himself to move, striving to alter his fate. In his previous life, a sudden illness had brought him down. After much effort, he was on the verge of possessing the body of a perfect warrior. Yet before he could even open his eyes to behold this world, he was to be eliminated as a failure. In the darkness, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind, detecting the host's intense desire for survival and immense ambition. Conditions met. The strongest martial arts evolution system is now activating. This system can interact with powerful beings, analyze data, and evolve infinitely. A miraculous turn of events. Ling Yuan's consciousness jolted, and then a blue system interface appeared, with the words core of life activated, shimmering with the light of hope. The system began its explanation, activating the dormant and vast life energy within the host, catalyzing the host body to surpass embryonic limitations and develop into a larva in a short time. He instantly understood what he must do. He possessed the potential to become the strongest being. He had a golden finger known as System. All he needed to do was survive and transform all the powerful beings of Dragon Ball into stepping stones on his path to invincibility. This was his desire, his sole ultimate goal. Outside, Dr. Gero's footsteps seemed to recede into the distance. Tomorrow morning, I no longer wish to see this thing. The doctor's cold voice issued a final ultimatum. His assistant promptly responded, Understood, doctor. I will dispose of this waste immediately. Their conversation ruthlessly judged the feeble Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan, no, from this moment forth, he is Shalu. His yet-to-be-formed gaze became resolutely steadfast on a conscious level. System, immediately activate the life core. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the system with his initial directive. Command confirmed. A sensation that defies description surged forth, flooding his exceedingly frail corporeal form with an overwhelming rush. Ugh! The unbearable agony surged. Each cell was forcibly torn apart and reconstituted. The underdeveloped mass began an enforced maturation. Bones grew wildly, exoskeletons contorted in frantic reshaping, muscle fibers twisted and linked. His body was madly transcending the limits of growth in a manner that defied the laws of life. Amidst this violent metamorphosis, the main control computer of the research facility suddenly illuminated. Doctor, wait! There are abnormal fluctuations in the data from cultivation chamber number 73. As he approached the doorway, Dr. Wu paused, his brow furrowing in concern as he turned back. On the control panel, the curve representing Shala's life signs was fluctuating wildly, and a red alarm began to flash. What is happening? A flicker of doubt crossed Dr. Guo's eyes. Damn! While enduring the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart, Shalu's heart raced with agitation. If discovered, his current precarious state would only lead to Dr. Gua injecting him with his tedious command of obedience. Becoming a compliant machine would be far more dreadful than outright destruction. System, hurry! He screamed with the last remnants of his strength from the depths of his consciousness. Perfect activation, life energy suppression commencing. Just as Dr. Gua and his assistant approached the control panel in astonishment, the suffocating red alarm on the screen flickered momentarily before quieting down. All data reverted to a prior state of life signs stable, no growth indicators, a chilling silence. The young assistant's eyes widened as he gazed at the now normal screen, confusion etched upon his face. Strange, just a moment ago. Dr. Gua stared at the screen for several moments before finally waving his hand in irritation. It was merely a malfunction. The old circuits tend to fail. His tone was laden with disappointment and resignation. Replace this batch of instruments tomorrow as well. Yes, doctor. The assistant dared not speak further and quickly bowed his head. Dr. Gua snorted coldly, dismissing this minor incident, and turned to leave the laboratory. Shortly after they exited the laboratory, in the corner of the room, the enormous cultivation chamber marked as Waste Number 73 emitted a faint crack sound. A barely visible fissure appeared on the exterior of the chamber. Chapter 2. The Moment of Hunt. Bang! The glass of the cultivation chamber shattered, and the nutrient solution spilled everywhere. The embryonic form of cell floated gently from the broken vessel, having transformed from a mere mass of flesh into a diminutive yet distinct entity. Its hands and tail had begun to take shape. Though still tender, it possessed the rudimentary ability to fend for itself. Cell sensed the surrounding environment, marveling at the peculiar sensation. Was this the essence of Ki? A few faint life forces lingered nearby, presumably belonging to Dr. Gero and his assistant. At this moment, Gero had not yet undergone his modifications. He was merely an ordinary old man. Above, a pipe led directly to the outside world, serving as his sole escape route. Without hesitation, Cell slipped into the drainage pipe. In the confining darkness, it crawled laboriously, each inch forward depleting its small physique's energy. The pipe was shrouded in blackness, with only a distant glimmer of light illuminating the way. At long last, the sky emerged before it. Cell fell from the pipe's opening, landing heavily on the ground. The weather was clear, and the sun bathed its form in a long-awaited warmth. Before it lay a dense forest. The laboratory from the original narrative was situated in a remote northern mountainous region, far removed from urban life, making it an ideal haven for its evolutionary concealment. Since Gero had deemed it a failure, he would not be overly concerned with its surge for the time being. Cell lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Its current physical condition and environmental analysis whirled rapidly in its mind. It could not afford to perish. With this thought in mind, Cell began its quest for sustenance. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, the assistant had just entered to replace equipment when he pushed open the door and beheld the shattered cultivation chamber. Nutrient solution pooled on the floor. The number 73 cultivation chamber was utterly destroyed. Stunned for a moment, he quickly notified Dr. Gero outside. Doctor, a grave situation has arisen. Dr. Gero rushed to the scene, and upon seeing the chaos before him, his expression darkened. He meticulously examined the site and discovered some torn tissue fragments at the bottom of the chamber. This is evidence of forced growth? Gero's pupils constricted suddenly. The instruments had not malfunctioned. At that moment, the embryo had indeed exhibited signs of life. Even more astonishing was the realization that it had heard the decision for its destruction and had chosen to escape. Ha ha! Dr. Gero suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the vast laboratory. The research had not been in vain. I have collected the cells of numerous masters and extraterrestrials, creating the ultimate artificial being. Truly extraordinary. He turned to his assistant and issued commands. Go dispatch units 13, 14, and 15. We must locate Cell. Remember, it must be alive. The assistant nodded eagerly. Yes, doctor. Dr. Gero approached another workstation, lifting the newly designed blueprints in his hands. The vital materials for Cell had yet to be utilized, and natural evolution had not reached its zenith. It appeared he needed to seek out 2 new biological entities for transplantation. His eyes sparkled with excitement and greed. Soon, the Trinity, the ultimate warrior, would be complete. The Red Ribbon Army would rise again. Son Goku, I shall soon bring about your demise. Deep within the forest, Cell encountered a wild rabbit, his first meal since his rebirth. With a spray of acid followed by a ravenous pounce, he indulged in his feast. The pangs of hunger were momentarily alleviated, and his body grew slightly stronger. Yet, this was far from sufficient. He craved more energy and stronger adversaries. Gazing skyward, familiar names danced in his mind. Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks. These formidable figures from the Dragon Ball realm seemed to hold a glimmer of anticipation for a real encounter. However, he was still far too weak and needed to amass greater strength. Detection of host eliminating a creature. Minor evolution points acquired. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Current evolution points, 1, 10,000. Points needed for the next evolutionary stage, 9,999. It appeared the path ahead was long and arduous. Cell continued his hunt within the forest, seizing a squirrel, a snake, and several birds. Each kill yielded 1 or 2 evolution points. 3 days later, Cell's physique had noticeably expanded, and his movements became increasingly agile. Current evolution points, 127, 10,000. Progress was painfully slow, and the transformation into a perfect being felt distant. At that moment, the sound of an engine reverberated from afar. A military truck was traversing the mountain road, laden with fully armed soldiers. A wicked smile crept across Cell's face. The biological energy of humans was far richer than that of animals. He stealthily trailed the vehicle. As night fell, the soldiers set up camp in a clearing to rest. Emerging from the shadows, Cell unleashed his corrosive liquid like a bolt of lightning. A monster! Open fire! Quick fire! The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Yet Cell's speed was unparalleled. He darted between the soldiers, each strike precise and lethal. Within 5 minutes, the battle concluded. Congratulations, host! You have consumed multiple humans, earning 500 evolution points. Current evolution points, 627, 10,000. Cell reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. The sensation was exquisite. He felt no discomfort in slaying humans. It seemed that being reborn as a monster had altered his mindset. Yet, he understood this was merely the beginning. True power awaited him in the shadows. Chapter 3. The Ultimate Battle. Android versus Saiyans style. The moment the system alert echoed in Sheru's mind, his body stiffened abruptly. What? Warning. 3 formidable energy signatures detected, approaching at high speed. Estimated time of arrival, 3 minutes. Sheru's heart raced. The palpable fear of impending death sent chills coursing through him. Dr. Gero had dispatched pursuers so swiftly. System, what is my current combat power? Do I stand a chance in direct confrontation? While hastily erasing traces of his presence, Gero urgently inquired within his mind. Host current combat power is approximately 1,000 points. Probability of survival against 3 pursuers, 0. Hearing this brutal statistic, Gero let out a self-deprecating smile. A premature birth remains too feeble. He swiftly assessed the situation. System, assist me in locating the nearest bustling district and suppress my biological signature to its lowest. I will signal when to restore it. As Gero issued commands, he began to crawl rapidly towards the city he recalled. Location identified, North District Commercial Street, West City, 170 kilometers from host position. Signature suppression activated. 170 kilometers. At his current pace, would require approximately half an hour. The 3 pursuers, however, clearly possessed superior flight speed. Gritting his teeth, Gero pushed himself into a full sprint. Indeed, mere minutes later, 3 dark figures appeared in the distant sky, rapidly closing in. Gero immediately halted, crouching behind a massive rock, completely concealing his presence. The 3 silhouettes soared overhead, landing not far from his original position. Leading them was a silver-haired man, bare-chested, adorned with a red satin military cap. Following him were a muscular brute and a lecherous, short-statured figure. It was 13, 14, and 15. The target had gone missing in this vicinity. Number 13 scanned the surroundings, prompting the others to search separately, recalling Dr. Gero's orders to capture him alive. Understood. Numbers 14 and 15 immediately dispersed. Gero commanded them to deviate from their search paths, then rose to continue his frantic dash towards the commercial district. However, this approach was unsustainable. They would inevitably catch up. Chaos must be created to divert their attention. An ingenious plan crossed Gero's mind. If he could lure the Z fighters over. Half an hour later, Gero finally reached the outskirts of the North District in West City. The bustling commercial street was alive with throngs of people, the towering skyscrapers more magnificent than modern architecture. The life signatures of ordinary humans flickered like fireflies, yet their numbers were vast. Seizing the moment, Gero suddenly burst forth from a manhole cover, weaving swiftly through the crowd. A monster! Run! The passers-by, upon sighting the green alien creature, immediately erupted in terrified screams, scattering in all directions. Gero deliberately chose to manifest in the most bustling area, ensuring sufficient commotion ensued before swiftly slipping into the ventilation ducts of a towering edifice. System, release the aura. Aura suppression lifted. Instantly, Gero's life energy radiated like a beacon across the skyline. As anticipated, within a minute, 3 androids appeared above the city. Found it. It's in that building. Number 13 pointed to the structure where Gero was concealed. Surround it. Do not let it escape. Without hesitation, the trio crashed through the building's outer walls, initiating a frenzied search. The building trembled violently as concrete and steel rained down upon the streets with a resounding crash. Office workers within the edifice fled in terror from every exit, plunging the entire block into chaos. Gero constantly shifted within the building, skillfully utilizing the intricate internal layout and systems to outmaneuver the 3 androids. Whenever they drew near, Gero would evade through the elevator shaft or stairwell to another floor. In their relentless pursuit, the trio was compelled to continue demolishing the structural integrity of the building. 20 minutes later, the once pristine office tower lay in tatters, precariously on the verge of collapse. The streets were filled with panicked crowds and injured civilians. This widespread destruction soon made headlines. On the island, in the Turtle House, Krillin and Yamcha were engaged in combat practice on the beach. Master Roshi reclined in a chair, watching a yoga instructor on television, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Suddenly, an urgent news alert interrupted the broadcast. Breaking news. A large-scale building collapse has occurred in the northern district of West City, with terrorists wreaking havoc in the urban area. Citizens are advised to steer clear of the vicinity. The television displayed a reporter trembling in the distance as the backdrop revealed collapsing skyscrapers and debris flying through the air. What? Krillin and Yamcha immediately halted their training and rushed to the television. On the screen, 3 figures moved swiftly through the air, relentlessly battering the structure. Who are those guys? Yamcha furrowed his brow. Whoever they are, they must be stopped from causing further destruction. Krillin clenched his fists. Master Roshi, we need to check this out. Master Roshi set down the remote, his expression turning serious. All right, but be careful. I'll contact Goku. Without delay, Krillin and Yamcha soared into the sky, heading toward West City. Meanwhile, Master Roshi picked up the phone and dialed Goku's number. At that moment, Gero was hiding in the underground parking garage of the building, listening to the roar above, nodding in satisfaction as his tail flicked involuntarily. Half of the plan had succeeded. Number 13 and his companions had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, creating a significant uproar. In due time, these 3 androids would serve as the perfect cover for his escape. Although in the original narrative, Wukong's family is conveniently shopping in the West City, the timeline has shifted due to his intervention. However, it matters not. As long as the commotion is sufficient, those who are meant to arrive will inevitably do so. Indeed, before long, the system alerted him to 2 distinct energies rapidly approaching, one somewhat stronger than the other. Holding his breath, Gero continued to wait. It was not yet the moment to reveal himself. He intended to observe the clash between the Z fighters and the androids, ensuring there was no imminent threat. The upheaval above persisted, and number 13 was growing increasingly impatient. Damn it, this little bug is too adept at evasion. Why don't we just blow the whole building to smithereens? Number 15 suggested. No, Dr. Gero requires him alive. Number 13 replied, shaking his head. Continue the search. He can't have gone far. Just then, 2 figures rapidly descended from a distance. Halt! Krillin and Yamcha landed outside the building, adopting combat stances. What in the world are you doing? Krillin shouted in fury. There are innocent civilians here. Number 13 ceased his actions and turned to face the 2, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It was none other than Goku's friends. Regrettably, we do not have the leisure to entertain you at the moment. What friends? Your actions pose a severe threat to the safety of the citizens. Yamcha clenched his fists, commanding, cease the destruction at once. Umph. As if 2 weaklings like you could order us around. Number 15 scoffed. Since you're here, let us dispose of you together. With that, the 3 androids simultaneously burst forth from the building, surrounding Krillin and Yamcha. In the underground parking lot, Gero sensed the fluctuations in energy above, aware that the decisive battle was about to commence. This was the opportunity he had been anticipating. The conflict between the Z fighters and the androids would provide him with the most advantageous chance for data analysis. Moreover, amidst the chaos, he would find it easier to seize an opportunity to escape. Most importantly, he needed to survive and become stronger than anyone else. Chapter 4. The Shocking Battle. The delighted Gero. We cannot engage here. Krillin's voice echoed from above, filled with concern. Solar flare. A blinding light erupted forth, compelling Gero to avert his gaze. Damnable riffraff. Number 13 roared in frustration, shielding his eyes. A notification chimed in Gero's mind. Solar flare successfully analyzed. Evolution points gained. 3,000. Current evolution points. 36, 27, 10,000. Gero was quite pleased. The divine technique was now in his possession. Though Krillin's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, his understanding and innovation in martial arts were nothing short of masterful. Krillin and Yamcha soared toward the open space, occasionally launching energy blasts to provoke the androids. Number 14 twisted his neck and flexed his wrists, gathering his energy to unleash a massive energy orb aimed at the two fighters. Krillin and Yamcha simultaneously assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, their hands clasped at their waists. Kame, Ame, Ah. Two beams of azure energy surged forth, merging in the air to form a more formidable beam that collided with the energy blast from Android 14. Kamehameha analysis complete. Earned 5,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 86, 27, 10,000. The prowess of the two was commendable, yet they still fell short against the androids. In the clash of energies, Android 14's attack was evidently dominant, as Krillin and Yamcha struggled to hold their ground, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Just as the energy blast was about to strike them, a figure suddenly materialized beside them. The figure raised a hand and effortlessly deflected the incoming energy blast, causing it to detonate in midair. Are you all right, Krillin, Yamcha? The voice was calm and gentle, yet the aura it exuded silenced the entire battlefield. Goku! The two exclaimed in delight, self-focused intently, finally beholding the legendary protagonist. With his spiky black hair, a strikingly handsome visage, and clad in an orange GI, Son Goku, the man who traverses the entire Dragon Ball universe, stood before him. The plan is coming together. It seems everyone is about to arrive, Cell thought with a sinister grin. Goku turned his gaze toward the three androids, his expression turning serious. Why are you destroying the city? The androids remained silent, but Android 13 sneered. Killing you is a primary objective. As soon as the words left his lips, all three vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. Four figures clashed in the sky at blinding speeds, each punch and kick resonating with thunderous sonic booms. Various martial arts and energy blasts flew chaotically, shattering the rocks and terrain below. Krillin and Yamcha found themselves unable to intervene, retreating to observe from a distance. Yamcha hurried to the city to aid the injured, while Krillin remained anxiously fixated on the aerial battle. After an intense confrontation, Goku was forcefully propelled away, crashing through two rock walls before coming to a halt. Rising from the debris and wiping the blood for the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "These three are incredibly powerful." Detecting a strong energy wave approaching. "Were you dawdling for, Kakarot?" A voice filled with arrogance echoed from the sky. To be struggling against these insignificant foes? The newcomer descended slowly, arms crossed. Emanating en impressivora. Ha! Vegeta has arrived, Cell observed, his eyes glimmering at the sight of the prideful prince. Witnessing the Saiyan prince in the flesh was exhilarating. The innate nobility and fervor for battle that made him captivating in the anime were even more striking in person. Vegeta surveyed the battlefield with disdain, scoffing, Kakarot. "You can only be defeated by me." He extended a finger, pointing at Android 15. "That short one is mine." The encounter between the diminutive warriors is indeed captivating. "What did you say, you scoundrel?" Vegeta seethed, enraged by the taunts of Android 15, charging furiously towards him. "Mr. Goku, Mr. Krillin." In the distance, a blue-haired youth soared swiftly, carrying a long sword upon his back. Upon halting, he gazed in astonishment at the three androids, his mouth agape. What is happening here? Trunks scrutinized the red satin insignia emblazoned on the chest of the androids, realizing they bore an uncanny resemblance to the two adversaries from his future. He hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Vegeta, they might be androids. Exercise caution." "What?" The trio was taken aback. Trunks elaborated, "It is possible that my repeated time travels have altered the course of history, arriving slightly earlier than anticipated. These three are not the malevolent duo from my future, yet we must remain vigilant." With a deep breath, Trunks clenched his fists. Howa! In an instant, a golden aura erupted from him, his hair standing upright and transforming into a brilliant gold, his eyes shifting to a vibrant green. Ding! Successfully analyzed Super Saiyan transformation. Earn 10,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 18,627, 10,000. Evolution conditions met. Cell observed the imposing golden warrior, his heart racing with exhilaration. The perfect amalgamation of strength and beauty. This was the essence of a Super Saiyan. Within that golden energy lay the power to obliterate worlds, distorting the very air around it with searing heat. This qualitative leap in energy had transcended the limits of conventional beings. Upon transforming, Trunks experienced a surge in speed, dashing towards Android 14, his sword carving a golden arc through the air. Android 14 hastily raised his hand to block, but was no match for the overwhelming force of the Super Saiyan. Soon, Android 14 succumbed, shattered by a wave of energy from Trunks, debris scattering across the ground. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku unleashed their own transformations, golden auras soaring towards the heavens. Allow me to demonstrate the pride of the Saiyans. Vegeta roared as he charged at Android 15. Goku confronted Android 13, the collision of fists and feet generating shockwaves that shattered the surrounding rocks. Cell remained hidden, relishing this live spectacle from a godlike vantage point. The simultaneous assault of 3 Super Saiyans was a visual impact beyond compare. He awaited the emergence of Super Android 13 and the Spirit Bomb, eager to analyze their ultimate moves before making his escape. Detected that Android 13 is undergoing energy fusion. Indeed, during the battle, Android 13 retreated abruptly, absorbing the remnants of Androids 14 and 15 into his form. His body began to swell and transform, hair shifting to a fiery orange, his form merging metal and blue. Super Android 13 was born. Now witness the true terror. The voice of Super 13 grew deep and mechanical, its presence now far more formidable than before. The expressions of Goku and his companions turned grave, for this adversary's strength had surpassed their expectations. In the shadows, Cell fervently analyzed the data on Super 13. A lethal bombardment. A terrifying crimson energy sphere coalesced and was unleashed. The battle erupted once more, but this time on a staggering scale. Super 13 single-handedly suppressed 3 Super Saiyans, the sheer dominance of its power evoking despair. Analysis of high-density energy sphere at 45 progress. At that moment, Goku suddenly raised his hands, beginning to gather his energy. Everyone, lend me your energy. It was here. Cell was invigorated. This was the ultimate technique he had awaited. Chapter 5. The first stage of metamorphosis. No, it's impossible. Super 13's voice quaked through the air as its form slowly descended. It beheld the green figure on the ground, smirking ominously. A mocking grin adorned its grotesque visage. Goku. Super 13 erupted into a maniacal laughter. Is there a more terrifying entity than I? You will surely meet your demise. No sooner had the words left its lips than its body disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the ether. A shiver ran through Cell. This fiend intended to drag him down even in death. He promptly vanished from sight, leaving behind a bewildered and exhausted group. Deep within the cavern, the system's alert brought relief to Cell. Detection indicates a safe distance from Goku and the others has been achieved. Congratulations, host, you have successfully analyzed the lethal bombardment and energy sphere. Current evolution points, 108, 627, 10,000. Evolution conditions met. Would you like to evolve into the first stage of the organism immediately? Evolve, Cell declared without hesitation. The light of the system enveloped his form. Filled with anticipation, he realized that his patience had finally borne fruit. He felt every transformation within his body. As he shed his skin, his limbs gradually extended and his tail thickened. Upon completion of the metamorphosis, Cell slowly stood upright. This was the classic first stage insectoid form. He sensed the murky air around him, yet it felt remarkably sweet. A surge of power coursed through him. This was the essence of energy. With eyes closed, he could distinctly perceive the life force of the surrounding insects and animals. Gradually, he began to levitate into the air. Oh, the journey from chaos to exhilaration, and finally to a calm normalcy. Cell had mastered the art of flight, but quickly composed himself. He must remain concealed. If Trunks detected him now, a devastating blow would surely follow. Patience was essential. The timeline for the android's activation was drawing near. A sinister smile crept across Cell's lips as he cloaked himself once more. The year is 767 in the Age of the Gods, in the small town of West City. A deafening explosion shatters buildings, leaving countless residents injured or dead. The same urgent news report echoes once more. In the shadows, Cell has concealed himself, analyzing the battle and garnering some evolution points. Impatiently, he awaits the arrival of the Z fighters. Does Goku not possess instant transmission? Surely he could simply locate an ordinary person to teleport here instead of trudging along. Before long, Yamcha makes a discovery. He spots two figures standing amidst the rubble and immediately recalls the trio from the bustling city. Humans? Androids? Yamcha holds his breath and hastily dials for help. In no time, the others swiftly converge on the scene. Upon seeing the two figures, Trunks' expression grows complex. They're not the two he recognizes. Android 20 smirks, surprised that they would still be able to transform. The group is taken aback. Although the trio dispatched earlier failed to locate their target, they unexpectedly gathered valuable data. The battlefield swiftly shifts to rocky terrain. Android 19 takes the lead. Facing off against Goku, the battle rages fiercely, but suddenly, Goku's heart condition flares up, causing him to collapse in agony. Mr. Goku, Trunks exclaims in alarm. Vegeta steps forward dismissively. Let me handle these scrap heaps. With a burst of golden energy, Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan and effortlessly dispatches Android 19. Next, Android 20 confronts Vegeta, and a fierce exchange ensues. What if you collected our data? Vegeta sneers. The potential of a Saiyan is limitless. Ultimately, Android 20 is defeated and flees towards a secret laboratory, with Cell stealthily following in the shadows, aware of the impending events. Outside a cave, two figures slowly emerge, one clad in a red scarf, a handsome youth with black hair, and the other a striking figure with blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding an air of cold elegance. Cell gazes at the pair, a smile creeping upon his lips. Truly, they're an unparalleled duo. Upon seeing the two, Trunks is struck speechless in terror. It's them, the demonic twins. Android 17 stretches languidly, remarking that it has been a while since he last exercised. Android 18 coldly surveys the group, questioning whether these are the so-called strong ones. The battle erupts once more. Cell, lurking in the shadows, analyzes the combat data of the two, earning another wave of evolution points. Satisfied with his collection, he departs the scene. After reaching the second stage of evolution, he will no longer fear them. Deep in an unseen forest, a large pit reveals a pair of malicious eyes. Chapter 6, The Mechanical Star, The Birth of the Perfect Form. Current evolution points, 156,890, 150,000. Conditions for second stage evolution met. Evolve. A blinding radiance illuminated the entire cavern. Just as a terrifying aura began to emanate, it was swiftly suppressed by Cell. The sound of shedding skin echoed as Cell's form underwent a dramatic transformation. His limbs elongated, his torso straightened, and a confident smile adorned his thick lips. This was the power of his second stage. Cell moved his newly transformed body and nodded in satisfaction. At this juncture, Vegeta and Trunks should be in the hyperbolic time chamber, while Goku remained recuperating at Master Roshi's. There was no one left capable of matching him. System: locate Korin Tower. Half an hour later, atop Korin Tower, the bag of Senza beans in Yajirobe's hand fell to the ground, scattering beans everywhere. The cat sage's whiskers trembled incessantly. Who are you? The cat sage managed to ask, struggling to maintain composure. Although Cell endeavored to suppress it, an aura of malevolence still seeped forth. There is no doubt that refusing the demands of this monster would result in his own demise. Just borrowing some Senza beans. I shall return them shortly. Cell bent down to pick up the bag of beans, weighed it in his hand, and turned to leave. Wait, what do you intend to do? The cat sage inquired anxiously. Cell glanced back, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm off to find more interesting opponents. No sooner had he spoken than he soared into the sky, quickly vanishing into the clouds. Due to his interference, Super Android 13 had appeared much earlier than anticipated. Therefore, that particular location should still be inactive at this stage. In the vastness of space, Cell flew at full speed. Ahead loomed a colossal mechanical entity, its metallic sheen glimmering beneath the starlight. Haha, I knew you were still here, he remarked, landing upon the frigid metallic ground. Soon, countless security robots emerged from various corners, their red electronic eyes locking onto the intruder. Cell casually unleashed a flurry of energy blades, instantly reducing the robots to mere fragments. Who goes there? A magnetic voice inquired. A figure, shimmering with metallic sheen, slowly materialized. It was Metal Cooler. Intruding without invitation seems quite impolite. Cell feigned an apology, though his expression betrayed no remorse. I merely wish to borrow your esteemed domain for a little upgrade. while also assisting Goku in eliminating you. What? You know that wild monkey? Cell's deliberately provocative words incensed Cooler. Without hesitation, Metal Cooler charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Cell's face. Cell met the attack with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, creating a resounding explosion in the air. They ascended from the ground into the sky. The sounds of metal clashing reverberating incessantly. Cell grew increasingly exhilarated, reveling in the thrill of battle. This marked his first full-force fight since his rebirth. Perhaps it was the Saiyan cells within him, but the sensation of exhilaration radiated throughout his entire being. Metal Cooler, increasingly astonished, questioned, what other formidable beings exist in this universe apart from Super Saiyans? Who exactly are you? In response, only Cell unleashed a ki blast. Boom! The metallic gula was shattered. Yet in the next instant, countless tendrils spread forth, preparing to regenerate. How ironic to witness such rebirth before me. Cell clasped his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. The azure energy wave utterly obliterated the remnants of the metallic gula. Successfully defeated metallic gula, earning 15,000 evolution points. This battle had gathered a substantial amount of data. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Did you think you had triumphed? Countless metallic gulas surged from the passage. Facing so many of me, do you believe you can return alive? Cell cracked his neck and revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Enough talk, let us begin. The chaotic melee commenced. Cell vanquished metallic gula time and again, only for stronger variants to emerge. Each defeat led to the next adversary growing more formidable. They too would evolve and adapt based on the opponent's data. As the conflict intensified, both sides engaged in a relentless struggle. Current evolution points, 582, 364, 500, 000. Conditions for the third phase of evolution have been met. Cell gasped for breath, his body battered and bruised. After countless battles and regenerations, he had consumed an entire bag of senza beans. He had no more tricks up his sleeve. The metallic gulas, witnessing their foe on the brink of annihilation, laughed mockingly. To have lasted so long before us, you are quite the character. Prepare to meet your end. Yet in the next moment, Cell slowly straightened, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Evolution, the very fabric of the entire Big Bang, trembled violently. Waves of energy surged overhead, and Cell radiated a blinding light. Green energy enveloped his form. As the brilliance subsided, Cell gradually opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, admiring his perfected physique. An indescribable sense of fulfillment coursed through him. This is the complete form. How magnificent! He released his aura, a gentle golden glow enveloping him. It seemed that the Saiyan cells within him transformed profoundly with this evolution. The metallic gulas widened their electronic eyes, staring in disbelief at the being before them. This energy is far more terrifying than that of a Super Saiyan. Cell respectfully spread his hands and bowed slightly. Thank you, metallic gulas. As a gesture of gratitude, you shall die without pain. Chapter 7. The second complete form. Bang, bang, bang. With merely a simple punch and kick, the metallic gulas before him crumbled as easily as paper. A single strike pierced through, and several energy blasts turned to dust. The power of the complete form was indeed extraordinary. Cell effortlessly dispatched the last remaining metallic gulas, thoroughly cleansing the entire realm of Big Bang of its elite forces. Metal fragments lay scattered across the ground, and electric sparks danced in the air. Unexpectedly, my quest for vengeance had not yet reached its conclusion, and it was in this very place that it would meet its end. The last of the metallic gula gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! He cast a glance at Gero, his voice laced with despair and rage. Make your move. I am the last of my kind. Destroy me, and the existence of gula will vanish from the world. Gero, upon hearing this, let out a slow, mocking laugh. He then turned his gaze towards a towering mechanical structure behind the metallic gula. Your true form and main computer program reside there, do they not? Gero's expression shifted to one of seriousness, revealing his displeasure. It is futile to play tricks before me. The metallic gula's demeanor changed dramatically. He attempted to explain, but Gero swiftly dispersed him with a wave of his hand. He then soared towards the mechanical edifice, encountering no obstacles along the way. From a distance, the planet appeared to erupt in dazzling sparks, the sounds of explosions echoing, causing the entire metallic sphere to tremble. Before long, Gero descended before the true form of gula. The essence of gula was interconnected with countless conduits, merging with the very planet itself. His battered visage bore signs of shock and fear. "My lord, what is your connection to Sun Wukong? With such formidable power, why serve another? Oh, even at death's door, you remain so composed." Gero gathered energy in his hand, aiming it at Gula's face. "By the way, even if you were to gather the energy of the entire planet to self-destruct, you could not kill me." "Wait, please." Gula finally panicked. "My lord, I have merged with this planet for ages, and I possess many secrets. There are wish-granting orbs and planets that can teach extraordinary abilities." "Enough," Gero interrupted Gula. "You have two choices. 1. Submit to me. 2. Vanish immediately." "1. I choose 1," Gula declared without hesitation. "How shall I address you?" "Gero." "Lord Gero," Gula quickly amended. "I can resurrect you and grant you the chance for revenge." His eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. Gero nodded in satisfaction, but his voice turned cold. "Of course, should you entertain thoughts of betrayal, I will personally reduce you to ashes. Once you descend to hell, you will be suspended from a tree, unable to move, forever watching children and animals parade and sing." "No." Gula's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. "I will never betray you." A slight smirk appeared on Gero's lips as he turned to depart. "Once I have attended to certain matters, I will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you." Gula watched Gero's retreating figure, this enigmatic being whose every action seemed to be orchestrated with precision. For now, he would comply, and after resurrection, he would devise a plan. Gero soon left the planet of Begao, having achieved his objective. As for winning Gula over, he understood his character well and had ample means to ensure his loyalty. On Earth, battles raged fiercely. Super Vegeta hovered majestically in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon the green figure below. "Is this truly your level, you ugly creature? You have utterly disappointed me." He spat contemptuously. In the distance, Cell observed with clarity. It was future Cell, still in his second stage. At this moment, Vegeta had every reason to be proud of his own prowess. Cell let out a cold chuckle, for he noticed the frightened 18 hiding in the shadows. Her once cold demeanor now replaced by a pale visage of fear. With a swift motion, Cell appeared beside 18. 16 and Krillin felt a chill run down their spines. Upon turning, they found a towering figure looming behind them. Before any sound could escape their lips, 16 and Krillin collapsed, rendered unconscious. Cell gazed at 18 closely. She was indeed beautiful, with a sharp nose, bright eyes, flawless skin, and a perfectly shaped figure. A glance at Krillin made Cell smirk, thinking the boy was quite fortunate. Just as 18 was about to speak, Cell clamped his hand over her mouth and pulled her into his embrace. "Silence," he commanded, and with a swift chop, he rendered her unconscious and tossed her towards Future Cell. Future Cell, upon seeing a shadow approach, felt a surge of excitement as he recognized 18. Excellent. Without a moment to spare, he enlarged his tail and, using inertia, swallowed 18 whole. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he knew this was a rare opportunity. Finally, he exclaimed with exhilaration as he transformed into his perfect form, radiating brilliance. Cell observed the transformation from the shadows, eagerly anticipating whether the efficiency of consuming life energy or the strength of system evolution would prevail. Chapter 8. The Legend of Fierce Battles and the Taming of Legends. Soon, only a few days remained until Cell's game commenced. On this day, while traversing the cosmic expanse, Cell suddenly halted. At last, he thought, as he suppressed his energy, watching a distant planet gradually grow larger. The new planet Vegeta had arrived, housing another individual of immense potential. Under the cover of night, Cell deftly maneuvered, silently infiltrating the planet's surface. He wove through the architectural maze, swiftly pinpointing his target's location. Inside a room, two figures rested. One had a single eye and a weathered visage, while the other, unremarkable in appearance, adorned himself with an array of golden jewelry. "Found you." Without hesitation, Cell burst in, delivering two precise strikes that swiftly plunged the duo into a deep slumber. As a meteor was about to strike, he activated his protective shield and seized both individuals, propelling them into the cosmic void. On a desolate, remote planet, Cell cast them onto the ground. Paragus was the first to awaken. Finding himself in an unfamiliar environment with a non-human entity before him, he raised his weapon in terror. "Who are you? Where's this? Father?" A slow, unremarkable voice emerged as the ordinary-looking young man gradually roused from his slumber. Gero smiled faintly, subtly releasing his aura. A powerful and malevolent energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly provoking the young man. He trembled uncontrollably, his muscles swelling beyond his command. This is bad. Pelagas, upon witnessing this, immediately retrieved his control device. Sheru's golden eyes gleamed with intensity, and in an instant, the eye beams obliterated it. What have you done? Pelagas roared in a state of hysteria. It's over. We are all doomed. This universe is finished. Pelagas collapsed onto the ground, lost in despair. Sheru gazed upon the increasingly ferocious youth with satisfaction. Broly, allow me to witness your power. With that, he unleashed a punch. Boom! The fist struck Broly squarely in the face, yet the latter remained unyielding, even emanating a more formidable aura. An explosive sound erupted from beneath him, green hair swirling, white eyes shimmering, and explosive muscles bulging. Standing at 8 meters, he towered even over Sheru. Sheru beheld the imposing figure before him. Chuckling leisurely, he trembled with excitement and combativeness. To clash with the legendary warrior and subsequently tame him. That was his ambition. Broly cast a sidelong glance at Sheru. Have you been frightened into silence? Pathetic. He then retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Sheru. Boom! The immense force sent him flying. How formidable! Sheru's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear a moment later, crashing heavily to the ground. Emerging from the deep crater, Sheru wiped the purple blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as he regained his footing, Broly, with a wicked grin, swiftly unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions resonated in the desolate star. Barrier. A purple shield instantly manifested. Ding! 1/3 of the legendary Super Saiyan form has been analyzed. Explosive Meteor has been analyzed, gaining 500,000 evolution points. Oh, only 1/3? Sheru momentarily pondered, then enlightenment dawned upon him. So that is how it is. Above, Broly had already clasped an energy sphere in one hand, and with a flick, the size of the energy blast expanded from that of a ping-pong ball to that of a football field. Disappear. Trash. Ding. Analyzing Annihilation Cannon. System. Consume all evolution points. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged into Sheru's body, and a potent aura erupted forth. The two immense energies clashed fiercely. Kamehameha. Under the wave of energy, the entire planet was illuminated. In the distance, Pelagas stood in shock, rendered speechless. The rampaging Broly was, astonishingly, being gradually suppressed. The energy blast being pushed back. Keep it up. Though unaware of the identity of this individual, the only hope for survival lies in praying that the person before him can vanquish his own son. No, it is impossible. Broly witnessed his assault being repelled. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. Shortly thereafter, a figure, battered and bruised, plummeted from the sky. Cell gasped for breath. How formidable! Were it not for the system, he would truly be at a disadvantage. It seems prudent to tread carefully in the days to come. He descended beside Paragus. Did you witness that? I shall devise a means to control Broly's rampage. Submit to me, and I shall assist you in avenging your grievances. Subsequently, he hoisted the unconscious Broly and Paragus and set forth towards Planet Big O. After entrusting Gula with advanced technology to temporarily restrain Broly's fury, Cell departed, embarking towards Earth. It is time to impart some lessons to the Z Warriors. Chapter 9. Cell versus Cell. As he approached Earth, the overwhelming aura grew increasingly palpable. A tumultuous energy clashed with a pure essence, and thus the battle commenced. Cell's mind was already filled with vivid imagery of the fierce combat. The perspective shifted to the arena, where the spectators were awestruck by the intense energy unleashed by Future Cell and Goku. The protagonist became the focal point of a global broadcast, while Mr. Satan clutched his stomach, feigning agony. Cell perched on a distant peak, concealing his presence as he observed. This energy, Future Cell, is slightly stronger than Broly. My intervention could yield even more intriguing developments. Eyeing the formidable opponent, Cell felt a surge of anticipation. It is not yet my moment to make an entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The battle in the distance had commenced. Goku, engaging you in combat is indeed exhilarating. The voice of Future Cell echoed, while Vegeta and Trunks stood there, unworthy of my intervention. Vegeta clenched his teeth upon hearing this. However, I shall not grant you too many opportunities. With that, Future Cell unleashed an even greater force. A powerful tempest surged forth, lightning began to dance around. Android 16 shielded Mr. Satan and the others, as the Z Warriors struggled to maintain their footing against the fierce wind. Once the storm subsided, Piccolo was left in disbelief. This individual is an insatiable abyss. We stand no chance. At that moment, Goku was equally astonished that Future Cell's full power could rival Gohan's. This is dire. I have misjudged the opponent's strength. In the distance, Cell remained momentarily stunned. Has he truly attained such a level? Ding! Instant transmission for Symbol's fist. Special beam cannon, Super Saiyan Bloodline 2, a total of 1,200,000 evolution points acquired. Whoosh! Cell appeared between Future Cell and Goku. The Z Warriors collectively took a step back. Could it be that this is the Cell from this timeline? Krillin was the first to voice the thought. All eyes turned towards him. At that time, I accompanied Trunks to Dr. Gero's laboratory in search of blueprints, where we discovered a shattered incubation chamber. I did not think much of it then, unaware that he had already matured into his perfect form. Future Cell was astonished. How did you achieve your perfect form? I had already absorbed androids 17 and 18. Was the 18 from that time cast aside by you? Future Cell contemplated. Indeed, I provided you with an immense advantage. Cell replied with a smile, arms crossed. As for how I attain my perfect form, defeat me, and I shall reveal it. With that, the familiar crackle of lightning enveloped him. Thank you, future me, for this magnificent gift. In a flash, the two cells collided. Bang! This time, the arena could not withstand the tremendous force and shattered completely. Goku instantaneously teleported away from the center of the battlefield. From a distance, the Z fighters observed, and Goku turned to Gohan, saying, "Now, only you can partake in this battle." Cell and Future Cell engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The pain was exhilarating, and the intensity of the battle only heightened their excitement. Special beam cannon, super explosive wave. Two streams of energy clashed, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, it appeared that both were evenly matched. However, Future Cell was astonished. The cell before him unleashed an array of bizarre techniques with remarkable ease. "You insolent fool! How dare you underestimate me?" He ascended into the sky, gathering all his energy. With a single strike, he could obliterate the solar system. A colossal Kamehameha wave descended from above. Piccolo interrupted Goku, who was still attempting to encourage Gohan. "It's over. Even if Gohan were to unleash his power, it would be too late." Cell, filled with rage, concentrated green energy in his right hand. Annihilation cannon. The small orb of light expanded, meeting the Kamehameha head-on, creating a stalemate in the center. Future Cell unleashed his full power. The perfect me needs only one. Prepare to regret your existence in hell. Is that so? System. Expend all evolution points. Cell raised his left hand. Deadly bombardment. A red energy orb shot forth, gradually overpowering the green, inching upwards. Future Cell, in terror, exclaimed, "I am being pushed back. This is impossible." Chapter 10. Not yet over. The Warrior of Fury emerges. As the smoke dissipated, the disfigured Future Cell dripped with purple blood, gazing in horror at what lay below. That fiend, emboldened, revealed a wicked grin, his aura even more potent than before. The energy expended in Future Cell's regeneration was immense, leaving him breathless. His chest heaved violently as his energy rapidly diminished. In a panic, he exploded in rage, his form swelling to that of a small mountain. A colossal figure, towering 10 meters high, cast a vast shadow over the battlefield. Damn it! Damn it! His massive arms swung up, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing down with ferocity. His fist, larger than a truck, descended, compressing the air to emit a piercing shriek. Gero observed his opponent, now devoid of reason, and raised his arm to block. The clash, a dissonance of size and force, resonated through the air. Yet Gero remained unyielding as a mountain. A colossal shock wave emanated outward, causing the ground to collapse beneath them. "What this form?" Gero remarked nonchalantly. "I need not even evade. You are still far too weak." The future Gero finally comprehended despair and terror. He retreated incessantly, muttering to himself, "It is impossible, impossible. I am the perfect being. Allow me to demonstrate what true perfection entails." In an instant, Gero materialized before his future counterpart. Bang! A swift kick struck the future Gero's abdomen, bending his massive form into a shrimp-like curve. Thud, thud, thud. A series of precise strikes hammered the same spot repeatedly. The future Gero's throat convulsed, and he expelled Android 18. "Ha!" Gero gazed at his adversary. "You are now devoid of value." Transforming back to his second stage, The future Sheru, in a fit of rage, began to uncontrollably expand. Sheru swiftly pressed down on his abdomen. Ha! Perhaps you ought to refrain from rash actions. Provoking me now will only hasten your demise. Pausing momentarily, a more sinister smile crept across his face. Wishing to self-destruct? By all means proceed. Within the future Sheru's horrified gaze, a layer of purple energy enveloped his entire being and lifted him into the air. Ah! Cursed! The future Sheru thrashed wildly within the barrier. Energy relentlessly battered against the walls, yet not a single crack appeared. The purple barrier expanded, emitting a blinding white light before calming, returning to its original size. With a flick of his hand, Sheru summoned thick clouds of smoke, which dispersed in the wind. Within the barrier lay a small, still writhing mass. In a flash, his hand struck down, and with a surge of energy, the mass was reduced to ashes. Ding! Perfect Sheru, transcendent, has been slain, earning 4 million evolution points. This series of actions unfolded seamlessly, too swift for the Z warriors to fully comprehend. Sheru descended to the ground, surveying them with a crossed embrace. An icy chill ran down their spines as they exchanged wary glances. The might of the Sheru far exceeded their understanding. Even the previously terrifying perfect form appeared as fragile as a toy in his presence. In a flash, Sheru appeared before Gohan. Come with me, boy. He seized Gohan's arm, pulling him to the center of the open space. Gohan! Piccolo shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Curse be it, I must intervene, even if it costs me my life. With that, he surged forward, gathering tremendous energy. Special beam cannon. The others also fought valiantly to surround and assault Sheru. The energy waves of Krillin's Kienzan, Tien's Kikaho, and Yamcha's Spirit Ball surged forth in a relentless barrage. In mere moments, all were sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocks, producing a dull thud. Enough. Cell stood firm, untouched by even a speck of dust. What I require is your formidable strength. With that, he unleashed a series of finger beams towards Piccolo. The golden beams struck with precision, piercing Piccolo's limbs and shoulders, causing blood to spatter. Piccolo convulsed, green blood erupting from his wounds. Uncle Piccolo. Stop. Gohan's eyes reddened, his pupils constricting violently, his aura rising slightly. A smirk curled upon Cell's lips. This was the reaction he craved. The beams continued to rain down, leaving ghastly scars across Piccolo's body, until he finally slumped over, unconscious from the pain. At that moment, tears streamed down Gohan's cheeks as his mouth fell open in shock. Wow! Lightning began to swirl around him, his hair growing wildly. A golden aura erupted, powerful enough to lift debris around him. He swiftly caught Piccolo, gently placing him in a safe spot. Truly, the son of a legend. Son Goku felt both astonished and perplexed. Gohan had awakened, yet Cell seemed to lack a thirst for blood. Each strike avoided vital points, seemingly intent on provoking Gohan's potential. Gohan returned to face Cell defiantly. You bastard. Ding. Magic Flash has been analyzed. Excellent. Cell laughed heartily as he swatted away an incoming energy blast. Gohan retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Cell's face, his fist enveloped in golden energy. Cell braced himself. A tremendous sonic boom erupted, the shockwave shattering the surrounding rocks. Gohan felt his arm tingle, his palm bruised from the impact. The creature before him was unimaginably powerful. Even in his full strength, he could only manage to make Cell take him seriously. Yet, upon seeing Piccolo's mangled form, he hesitated no longer. An even greater surge of energy erupted from within him, the fury transforming into a force surpassing that of the earlier future Cell. Evaporated tears coalesced into mist, drifting skyward. The warrior of rage had officially arrived. Chapter 11. Rock Plate Assault. Anger tempered by reason. The chaotic energy coalesced within him, every movement exuding an aura of invincibility. Gohan lightly tapped the ground and vanished. He reappeared at Cell's side, his fist enveloped in golden energy, charging towards Cell's face. This time, Cell did not underestimate him. He swiftly dodged the attack and countered with a powerful kick. Too slow. Gohan sidestepped, and the clash of their blows created a deafening sonic boom. The overwhelming force stirred up gusts of wind, carving deep gorges into the ground as debris flew. Truly, the son of a legend, this power was exhilarating. Cell laughed heartily, each strike a test of strength. Gohan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. He was acutely aware that Cell was toying with him. Yet he knew he must summon every ounce of his strength. Uncle Piccolo still lay there, teetering between life and death. The golden aura surged once more, and Gohan's speed escalated dramatically. The two figures darted through the air, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Each clash reverberated through the surrounding mountains, causing the terrain to crumble and reshape itself. Sparks flew as energy collided, each explosion fiercer and more chaotic than the last. In the distance, Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. Gohan's power was truly astonishing. However, Tien's expression grew grave. That monster appeared to be unfazed. Amidst the melee, Gohan seized a moment, bringing his hands together at his waist. A brilliant blue light coalesced in his palms, growing ever brighter. Kamehameha. Cell sensed the impending danger and turned to confront it, only to find Gohan had vanished. The Kamehameha wave. Gohan reappeared behind Cell, unleashing the fully charged energy blast directly upon him. The force propelled Cell into the cosmos, the blue beam piercing through the clouds. Well done, Krillin exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Cell managed to stabilize himself amidst the energy surge, halting just before breaching the atmosphere. Purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression grew more exhilarated. Son Gohan, you truly pique my interest. Kamehameha. Two columns of energy collided in the air, erupting in blinding brilliance. The energy gradually pressed down, Gohan sinking into the ground, gritting his teeth and exerting all his might. No, Gohan is about to give out. Yamcha shouted anxiously. The Z fighters exchanged glances, rushing toward the sky. Spirit Slash. Ki Blessed. Energy Sphere. A barrage of techniques descended upon Cell, each one striking home. Explosions echoed, and dust filled the air. Was it effective? Krillin watched the haze with bated breath. As the dust settled, Cell remained unscathed in midair, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Expending evolution points. What followed was merely a pressure wave, an imperceptible shockwave that instantaneously spread. The Z fighters were sent flying like marionettes with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Vegeta was the first to recover, his golden aura flaring once more. You bastard! I am the prince of all Saiyans. He brought his hands together, energy coalescing in his palms. Final flash. Cell was taken aback. This prince had a surprising amount of spirit. Just as the energy was about to engulf Gohan, he suddenly withdrew, turning to charge at Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, Cell stood before him. What? Vegeta felt himself gripped by an immense force, hurtling backward, creating a massive crater upon impact with the rocky surface. Cell grasped his head with one hand, submerging his entire body into the depths. My dear prince, I admire your pride, but the disparity in strength is far too great. Vegeta struggled as his golden hair gradually darkened to black, his consciousness fading until he finally closed his eyes. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, rising from the ground, enduring the pain as he rushed forward. Cell swiftly sidestepped, delivering a knee strike directly to Goku's abdomen. Cough! Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness and collapsed. Gohan watched as his friends fell one by one, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. His energy began to falter, his legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, the golden aura dissipating entirely. Cell glanced at him and shook his head, remarking, "It seems this is your limit." He slowly descended before Gohan, looking down upon the exhausted youth. "I'm tired. I won't fight anymore." Gohan was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at Cell with confusion tinged with caution. Cell crossed his arms. "Son Gohan, I can spare everyone, but only if you gather the Dragon Balls for me." "What? Restore them, and in 3 days, if the Dragon Balls are not gathered, you will all perish along with the earth." No sooner had he spoken than Cell vanished from sight, leaving Gohan bewildered in the wind. Chapter 12. The Young Disciple. Cell slowly approached Mr. Satan. Several reporters, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, collapsed to the ground, their cameras long forgotten. Android 16 wore a serious expression, adopting a battle stance, ready to fight to the death. "Enough." Cell waved his hand. "I said I'm tired. I won't fight anymore." After continuous battles, Cell truly began to feel hunger. He seized Mr. Satan's arm. "Take me to your home." Trembling, Satan nodded, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable being. Inside Satan's luxurious mansion, the servants, trembling, served various exquisite delicacies. A gigantic dinosaur leg roasted to a golden hue emanated an irresistible aroma. The plates were piled high with translucent frog rice balls, each glistening like jewels. There were also sashimi made from rare sea creatures, sliced thin as gossamer. The table overflowed with specially formulated nutritional liquids from Capsule Corporation, vibrant as a rainbow. Cell had already devoured an entire feast. The Saiyan cells granted immense strength, but also an insatiable appetite. This long-awaited gourmet meal was part of his training, and a sense of satisfaction filled him. Lord Cell, how do you find the meal? Is it to your liking? Satan asked, nervously rubbing his hands, sweat beading on his forehead. Cell cast a sidelong glance at the world champion. Though shameless, his character was commendable enough. He would still take action when necessary. Cell waved his hand, then turned his gaze back to Satan. In 3 days, I will bring 3 people to stay at your home. Do you have any objections? None. Absolutely none. Mr. Satan immediately affirmed. By the way, Cell continued chewing on the dinosaur meat due to that fellow's influence in the future. My current image has become that of a world-destroying demon king. I leave the public relations to you. I don't wish to step outside without anyone noticing. Understood. No problem. This individual held unparalleled influence on Earth, being the foremost figure regarding the Dragon Balls. As the two sat in silence, save for the sounds of their meal, a tender voice broke through the stillness. Do not bully my daddy. A charming little girl with short hair appeared before the demon, her arms outstretched and her lips pouting defiantly as she glared at Sheru. Amused, Sheru feigned a cold demeanor, displaying a menacing expression to provoke her. Yet, the little girl fought back tears, trembling but resolute, standing protectively in front of her father despite her quaking legs. Sheru was slightly taken aback. This child possessed a remarkable spirit. Rising to his feet, he gently placed a hand on her small head. The girl stiffened in fear, resembling a stone statue. Immediately, Satan clung to Sheru's leg, trembling as he pleaded, Please, do not harm my daughter. If you must kill someone, take me instead. Sheru rolled his eyes and brushed Satan aside. He crouched down, attempting to adopt a friendly smile, and asked knowingly, What is your name? After a prolonged silence, it became apparent that the girl was so overwhelmed with fear that she had fainted while standing. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Satan hurriedly caught his collapsing daughter, looking helplessly at Sheru. Moments later, the girl awakened, and Sheru leaned against the doorway with his arms crossed. As she rubbed her eyes and recognized the green figure before her, another tremor coursed through her. Sheru spoke slowly. Do you wish to become strong? Stronger than your father? The girl, initially puzzled, then nodded resolutely. There will be many formidable foes ahead. You must protect him. Sheru gestured towards Satan. The girl's eyes sparkled with determination, her fear supplanted by a newfound resolve. My name is Bidalai. Her voice, though youthful, resonated with unwavering will. Sheru revealed a genuine smile. This little girl indeed possessed the potential of a warrior. Maintaining her fighting spirit in the presence of an absolute power was a trait that surpassed many. Very well. From this day forth, you shall train with me. Satan's eyes widened in protest, but Sheru silenced him with a mere glance. Rest assured, I will not harm her. On the contrary, I shall make her one of the strongest humans on this planet. Sheru knelt before Bidalai, meeting her gaze. However, training will be arduous. I am the most rigorous instructor in the universe. Bidalai nodded vigorously, declaring, I want to protect my daddy and everyone else. Sheru stood, satisfied. This child's awareness surpassed that of many adult warriors. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, we shall convene at the back mountain every morning at 6. Finally, Satan could no longer contain himself. Wait, Bidalai is still just a child. A child? Sheru turned to Satan. Gohan was battling on the battlefield at her age. Do you wish for her to spend her life hiding behind you like a mere ornament? Satan opened his mouth, yet found no words of rebuttal. Sheru continued, Moreover, I am not seeking your counsel. A powerful aura was subtly released, causing Mr. Satan to promptly seal his lips. However, Bidalai gazed at Cell without a trace of fear. Master, when will I be as strong as you? Master? Cell paused for a moment, then chuckled, saying, Just call me Cell. As for when you can be as strong as I am. He regarded the brave little girl, her spirit gradually overlapping with the image of her former self. Chapter 13, The 7 Dragon Balls. Headlines around the globe broadcast the fierce battle between Mr. Satan and Cell. On television, Mr. Satan boasted directly into the camera, Indeed, it is I, Satan, who has defeated the fearsome Cell. This fellow has now become my disciple. With his chest puffed out and a face full of pride, he continued, Everyone can rest assured. With me, Satan, around, the earth is absolutely safe. Cell sat on an opulent sofa, observing the farce unfold. Mr. Satan certainly had the audacity to speak such words. Yet, it was for the best, sparing him the trouble. He concentrated, feeling the energy coalesce within his lower abdomen. What is the lower abdomen? It is the dantian. On a clear day in Mr. Satan's courtyard, Cell and Biddy sat cross-legged facing each other. Their master-student routine had been ongoing for 2 days. Biddy closed her eyes. Cell's voice was gentle. Feel the flow of energy within you. Let it gather slowly. The little girl shut her eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Mr. Satan incessantly apologized to Cell, who paid him no mind. Observing the energy gradually forming within the little girl, he felt an unexpected sense of pride. It was the first time since his rebirth that he experienced such a long-lost emotion. He then closed his eyes to continue teaching. Very good, just like that. Let the energy gather in the dantian, then slowly spread throughout your body. Soon, Biddy Lee's body began to levitate gently. Mr. Satan and the maids were in a state of panic. Biddy Lee is flying. How is this possible? Yet, Biddy Lee beamed with delight. I can fly. Cell, I really can fly. This is merely the first step. Cell rose to his feet. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a beam that pierced through a century-old pine tree. Boom! The stout tree broke in half with a thunderous crash. My old tree, Mr. Satan wept, lamenting the ancient tree he had spent a fortune transplanting. Biddy Lee, brimming with excitement, dashed towards Cell. Teach me, teach me. The little girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Observing the innocent child before him, Cell waved his hand. All right, that's enough for today. It's time to eat. Make sure to eat well, drink well, and rest well. Only then will your training yield fruitful results. He then levitated Biddy Lee with telekinesis, guiding her toward the dining hall. In the dining hall, a feast was laid out. Cell devoured half of a giant bird in one go, prompting Biddy Lee to laugh heartily at his insatiable appetite. Subsequently, a piece of turkey leg was thrust into the hands of the little girl by Cell. Stunned, she retaliated with a rice ball. Take that. The rice ball struck Cell's face, leaving behind grains of white rice. Satan observed the scene and perhaps began to think that this formidable demon was not entirely malevolent. The appointed time arrived. On this day, Cell took Biddy, soaring through the skies towards the Capsule Corporation. They flew slowly, accompanied by the novice little girl. Secretly, Cell erected a protective shield around the girl. Below, the city transformed, with people engaged in their various pursuits, occasionally glancing up to notice the two figures hovering above. It was time to accelerate. Cell swiftly embraced the little girl. Whoosh! In a flash of lightning, they soon arrived at the Capsule Corporation. Upon landing, the Z warriors had been waiting for some time. A blue-haired woman cradling a baby stood at the center. It was Bulma. Upon seeing Cell's arrival, the group had already discerned that he was entirely different from the Cell they once knew. Goku was the first to greet him. Hey, Cell! Spotting the little girl in Cell's arms, Goku scratched his head in confusion. When did you have a daughter? The others collectively fell over in disbelief. Cough, cough. Kakarot. Are you an idiot? Vegeta remarked, speechless. Cell gently set Biddy down. Now, where are the Dragon Balls? If this is a trap, I won't hesitate to eliminate you all. Biddy looked at Cell, mimicking a fierce expression, then turned her gaze toward Gohan. Their eyes met, and Gohan's face flushed as he turned away. Bulma waved her hand. They're over there. Following her direction, 7 radiant orbs gathered in one spot. This was it, the 7 Dragon Balls. Chapter 14, Wishing Fulfilled, Planning for the Future. Cell had longed to personally experience this classic scene. He approached the 7 Dragon Balls, slowly raising his hands. Come forth, Shinron, and grant my wish. As soon as the words left his lips, the once clear sky darkened instantaneously. Dark clouds gathered furiously, and thunder rumbled. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkness. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with dazzling brilliance, a golden energy soaring skyward. Within the pillar of light, a colossal figure began to take shape. First, the head emerged, a massive dragon head protruding from the radiance. Its green scales glimmered in the flashes of lightning. 2 long whiskers danced in the wind, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The serpentine body coiled upward, each scale radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Shinron, the true Eastern Dragon, appeared before Cell. The visual impact was beyond compare. Even the seasoned Z warriors could not help but marvel. Biddy clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her eyes sparkling with awe. Wow, it's so big. The enormous dragon head slowly approached Cell, its red eyes resembling 2 blood moons, gazing down upon the green figure. State your wish. Shenron's voice thundered like a storm, resonating throughout the heavens. Unfazed, Cell locked eyes with the dragon. Guldo has been resurrected, and the Z warriors beside him exhibit a palpable agitation. Goku furrows his brow, while Vegeta grits his teeth. However, they swiftly suppress their emotions. To act rashly now would lead to their own demise. The dragon speaks slowly, its tone languid. It is an effortless task. Its crimson eyes flicker, and a powerful wave of energy reverberates throughout the cosmos. Guldo has returned to life. Now, state your second wish. Cell pauses, acknowledging the fact that this Dragon Ball has been upgraded to grant 3 wishes. He glances at the wide-eyed Videl beside him. Little one, would you like to converse with it? Cell gestures towards the dragon. The dragon frowns, clearly displeased with this arrangement. If there is no wish, I shall take my leave. Its tone betrays obvious impatience. Cell gathers energy at his fingertips, a golden glow shimmering. Before that, you shall vanish completely. His sinister expression combined with a terrifying aura causes the entire courtyard to tremble. The dragon's pupils constrict. This power is entirely beyond a single dimension. Wait. It was merely a jest. Videl dashes forward to the dragon, raising her small hand. I wish to be as strong as Cell. The dragon remains silent for several seconds. This wish is beyond my capabilities. It glances at Cell, its voice tinged with trepidation. Lord Cell's strength far surpasses my own. I cannot grant you such power. Videl, slightly disheartened, turns to Cell beside her. His towering figure stands resolute in her eyes. Though peculiar in appearance, she inexplicably finds him handsome. Then grant me an outfit like Cell's. What? Cell exclaims, the energy at his fingertips dissipating. The dragon pauses for 2 seconds, its eyes flashing red. In a burst of light, Videl is adorned with an outfit inspired by Cell. The dark green coat is adorned with peculiar spotted patterns, while purple trim outlines its contours. A playful fluorescent green tail sways beneath the brim of the hood at her back. Adorable yet stylish. Heh. Videl spins around, crossing her arms, mimicking Cell's proud display. Krillin observes, exclaiming in admiration, wow, how cute. Vegeta, in boredom, closes his eyes. Young Trunks smiles, raising his small hands. Cell regards the girl before him, a finger curling as he levitates her effortlessly with telekinesis, cradling her in one arm. Not bad. He turns to Goku. One more wish remains for you. The sky gradually brightens, and the dragon dissipates in a blaze of light. The 7 Dragon Balls transform into shooting stars, scattering across the heavens. Cell sets Videl down, and the little girl twirls excitedly in her new attire. Goku can no longer contain his curiosity. Cell, can you finally reveal your intentions to us? The others also cast anxious glances towards Cell. This dilemma has plagued them for far too long. Cell crossed his arms, falling into a moment of silence. Purpose? He gazed into the distance, his voice unsettlingly calm. I aspire to become the strongest entity in this universe. Is that all? Piccolo furrowed his brow, questioning why he would resurrect Cooler. Merely a tool. Cell replied nonchalantly, the universe is vast, and there are many powerful beings. One individual is ultimately limited. Goku scratched his head. Then why not simply obliterate the Earth? With your strength, that would be entirely feasible. Cell glanced at him. Obliteration? That is far too tedious. What I seek are opponents who can continually challenge me. You all serve as the finest whetstones. Vegeta gritted his teeth. You scoundrel, treating us as mere tools. What else? Cell retorted. Do you think I would engage in brotherhood with you? Biddy tugged at Cell's wing. Cell, will you remain on Earth indefinitely? Cell looked down at her, his expression softening slightly. Yes, at least for now. That is wonderful, Biddy exclaimed joyfully, jumping up in delight. Goku pondered. Cell, you just mentioned that the universe is vast and filled with powerful beings. Do you know something we are unaware of? Cell smiled faintly. Indeed. For instance, the god of destruction. Everyone gasped in shock. The god of destruction? What is that? Krillin trembled as he asked. Vegeta paused, the term resonating with familiarity, memories from his childhood flooding back. Cell regarded Vegeta thoughtfully. Beerus. That single, understated mention struck deep within Vegeta's heart. Vegeta's mouth fell open, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. Masaka. He had come to realize the gravity of the situation. Are you out of your mind? I acknowledge your immense strength now, but your opponent is Beerus. There is no conceivable chance of victory. His frantic roar drew the attention of everyone, followed by a flurry of explanations. Goku trembled, astonished by the vastness of the universe and the existence of such formidable deities. The exhilaration of a Saiyan surged through him, a feeling both thrilling and unsettling. Indeed, Beerus's might was beyond what they could currently contend with. However, if they continuously grew stronger, their bodies could eventually withstand divine power, presenting a sliver of hope for triumph. Gathering diverse masters, growing infinitely through endless battles. Have you ever wondered where potential truly ends? Cell directed his gaze at Vegeta, questioning whether the pride of a Saiyan was merely an empty phrase. Each word struck the audience, solidifying their resolve. The future is boundless, and rather than remaining passive, it is far wiser to take the initiative. Chapter 15. Establishing Roots on Earth. Go and play with Gohan for a while. I will be away for a moment. After instructing Biddy, Cell vanished into thin air. Cooler stretched his newly regained body, his arms moving slowly. Ha ha, son Wukong, with Broly as your pawn this time. Let these wild monkeys engage in mutual destruction. The scene is utterly magnificent. As the mind concocts a blueprint for revenge, a figure teleports to his side. Congratulations, Cooler. Turn around, Cell. The latter, with a fierce glare, addresses Cooler. Cell smiles faintly. I know what you are contemplating, strategizing while reaping the rewards. Cooler is taken aback. Has this fellow discerned his plans? At present, son Wukong's power far surpasses yours, and even the Namekian by his side is beyond your capabilities. What? Cooler is astounded. He cannot believe these inferior beings have progressed so swiftly. Do not be surprised just yet. Cell, enveloped in crackling lightning, unleashes a formidable aura. A terrifying pressure surges forth like a tidal wave, forcing Cooler to retreat. His pupils constrict as his body trembles uncontrollably. This power exceeds his comprehension. His former status as the strongest in the universe now seems a mere jest. Do you understand the disparity? Cell crosses his arms, observing him. Son Wukong's son is slightly inferior to me. Do you think that even with Broly's alliance, you stand a chance? Cooler's face pales. The Broly duo beside him falls silent. Paragus sweating profusely. The aura of this green monster is even more terrifying than when it suppressed Broly's berserk state. Without strength, do not seek death. Cell retracts his pressure. Accompany me to Earth. I shall train you to become beings not weaker than myself. As his words resonate, the group is transported back to the Capsule Corporation courtyard. Upon their sudden arrival, tension fills the air. Son Wukong. Cooler grits his teeth. Vegeta, arms crossed, sneers. Is this Frieza's brother? The repulsive appearance is truly identical. You wild monkey, your words are quite coarse. Paragus, upon recognizing the figure across from him, gasps. King Vegeta? Memories of the past flash before him. Enough, Vegeta. Since Cell has brought them here, we might as well hear his plan. Wukong interjects, halting the argument. Silence, Kakarot. Kakarot? The quietly observant Broly trembles slightly. Kakar. Bang. Cell strikes him down with a swift chop, silencing the crowd. I did not summon you here to bicker. Cell scans the room. It is simple. Against opponents of the caliber of a god of destruction, what we must do now is to rapidly increase our strength. Training alone or maintaining the previous pace is still too slow. Only by truly confronting life and death can one achieve new breakthroughs. A powerful pressure is released once more, rendering everyone breathless. Those dissatisfied may withdraw, though they must defeat me first. Under the weight of this pressure, silence envelopes the room. No one dares to challenge this monster. Cell nods in satisfaction, seizing the unconscious Broly. Let's depart. At Satan's residence, the luxurious manor has once again welcomed new guests. Shrew arranged accommodations for 3 individuals while Satan, wiping the sweat from his brow, directed the servants to prepare the rooms. Are you satisfied with this arrangement, Lord Shrew? Satan swallowed hard. Gula surveyed the surroundings, examining the layout of the room. The opulent decor and exquisite furnishings were even more comfortable than his cosmic battleship. Is this truly a dwelling on Earth? Paragus cautiously caressed the silk curtains, astonished that such a primitive planet could possess such refined abodes. You will acclimate in due time. Shrew waved dismissively. Training begins tomorrow. Be mentally prepared. Suddenly, Bidalai bounced into the room. Shrew, are these the new training partners? The little girl curiously scrutinized the 3 extraterrestrials. Upon noticing the human child, Gula's tail instinctively lifted. Cease. Shrew's voice was devoid of emotion, yet brimming with menace. The terrifying aura locked onto Gula, rendering him motionless. She's an exception. Anyone who dares to harm her will face dire consequences. Gula retracted his movement, understanding that this creature's protectiveness towards the human child was beyond comprehension. Understood, my lord. Vidalai remained blissfully unaware of the earlier danger, excitedly examining Broly. Wow, this big brother is so tall. Paragus gazed at his unconscious son, concern flashing in his eyes. Fear not, he is merely asleep, Shrew replied succinctly, waving his hand to channel energy into Broly. Broly slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Where is this? This is your room, Shrew answered simply. From this day forth, this shall be your new home. Chapter 16. Transformation in the desolate expanse of the wasteland. Broly was bound by a state-of-the-art suppressor. Silver metallic rings clung tightly to his limbs, emitting a faint blue glow. This apparatus incorporated technology far beyond the high stars, more sophisticated than ever. Whenever Broly's internal energy fluctuations exceeded the preset limits, the suppressor would automatically constrict. Let us commence. Shiryu stood 10 meters away, arms crossed. Broly gradually lifted his head, his black hair billowing in the wind. Without the ferocious roar, he appeared to be an ordinary warrior. Gula fixated on the data displayed on the instrument. The power output was merely 1% of its original capacity. At this level, Broly could hardly contend with himself. Attack me, Shiryu said calmly. Broly lunged forward with a punch aimed at Shiryu. Bang! His fist was effortlessly caught. The vast disparity in strength causing Broly's body to tremble. Too weak. Shiryu released his grip, lifting the first level of restriction. Gula pressed a button, and the glow of the suppressor dimmed slightly. Instantly, Broly's aura surged, his muscles swelling slightly. He threw another punch, this time accompanied by a whistling wind. Shallou sidestepped, driving his knee into Broly's abdomen. Broly let out a muffled grunt and staggered back a few steps. Continued to release. The suppressor adjusted once more, and Broly's power surged incessantly. 10 minutes later, he was gasping for breath, his hair beginning to change color, occasionally flickering blue. Excellent. Shallou nodded, urging him to now attempt to harness that power. Broly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The turbulent energy within him surged like a wild beast, challenging his sanity. Think of Kakarot. Shallou suddenly interjected. Kakarot. Broly's pupils contracted, the golden-green aura oscillating wildly. Beep, beep, beep. The suppressor flashed furiously, forcibly restraining his power at the critical threshold. Dominate the rage, transforming it into a wellspring of strength. Shallou approached him, instructing him to concentrate the energy in his back. Broly gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Cycle that energy, do not let it accumulate. Broly followed the directive, attempting to circulate the volatile energy within him. Time and again, he tried, only to fail repeatedly. Whenever he neared the brink of losing control, the suppressor intervened, pulling him back to the edge of reason. Gula watched coldly from his side. Years ago, Frieza had annihilated planet Vegeta out of fear of such a monster's emergence. 3 months later, release all restrictions. Shallou commanded. Gula pressed the final button. The instrument ceased its oscillation. All suppressors fell from Broly's body, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. His blue hair gradually transformed into a brilliant golden hue. A formidable aura erupted, fracturing the ground beneath him. Yet Broly did not lose control. He stood firm, fists clenched, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Deep breaths. Shalla's voice was soft. Broly complied, his chest heaving violently. The golden aura stabilized, no longer raging chaotically. Now, utter his name. Broly parted his lips, his voice hoarse. Kakarot. There was no roar, no loss of control. He simply spoke the name calmly. In the ensuing months, training grew increasingly brutal. Gula became a dedicated sparring partner, often utilized as a punching bag by the rampaging Broly. Each time Broly lost control, Shallou personally intervened to restrain him. Amid the thunderous collisions, Gula's strength escalated rapidly, evolving from being swiftly defeated to barely managing to withstand a few blows. Pain made him stronger. At the Saiyan residence, Biddy Lee practiced basic combat under Paragus' guidance, striking swiftly, retracting steadily. The elder Saiyan patiently corrected her movements. Grandpa Paragus, when will brother Broly return? Biddy Lee wiped the sweat from her brow. Soon, child. Paragus gazed into the distance. He is learning to control himself. Every day after school, it was Paragus who picked her up. 2 years have swiftly elapsed. The entire wasteland has undergone a remarkable transformation, bearing the indelible marks of battle. Broly and Cooler have united to confront Cell. Although they remain outmatched, they have managed to compel Cell to take them more seriously. Indeed, Cell retracts his imposing aura, acknowledging, "Your progress has exceeded my expectations." Gula, panting heavily, has purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Broly appears in a slightly better condition, having achieved complete stability in his Super Saiyan form. At last, I can harness this power, Broly asserts, clenching his fist. Cell nods and turns his gaze toward the horizon. In the Satan family's dining area, a gathering is seated around a long table adorned with a sumptuous feast, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Videl pushes a bowl aside, exclaiming, "Big brother Broly, this is my favorite frog rice ball." Broly graciously accepts, replying, "Thank you." The 2 years of rigorous training have transformed him, shedding the identity of a mere beast consumed by rage. Gula eats silently, occasionally observing Cell's expressions. Paragus watches the serene interaction between his son and the young girl, overwhelmed with emotion and tears of joy. The decades-long curse has finally been lifted. Satan occupies the head of the table, his former fear now replaced by a sense of calm. As the meal nears its conclusion, Cell sets down his utensils. It is time to seek out the Z-Fighters. Chapter 17, Cell's team versus the Z-Fighters. Within the Capsule Corporation, Bulma leads the way, proudly introducing the specially modified battle chamber. The walls are fortified with a unique alloy, where Goku and Vegeta train daily. Bulma boasts, no matter how fiercely you fight, the outside world remains untouched. The mechanical door opens slowly, with Cell at the forefront, flanked by Gula and Broly. The moment they enter, Goku's gaze meets Cell's. Their powerful auras colliding, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Accompanying them are the 3 members of Android 16. As the anomalies in the sky over the past 2 years have elucidated everything, Gula glances at Piccolo, beckoning him with a gesture. The echoes of Cell's training remarks still resonating. At your current level, you could easily overpower a Namekian. Gula's expression hardens. When did the honor of the royal lineage diminish to such an extent? Piccolo furrows his brow, his muscles taut with anticipation. Indeed, he has been underestimated. As the two enter the interior of the battle chamber, they find it circular, encased in specialized metal, with several large windows for spectators. Piccolo removes his weighted training suit, carelessly tossing it aside. Suddenly, 2 figures vanish from their positions, followed by a series of sonic booms resonating within the chamber. Gula is entirely focused, astonished by the Namekian before him. Recalling his previous visit to Earth, he remembers how this individual had effortlessly fallen to a few casual strikes. A mere minnow whose name he had never even bothered to remember. With a resounding impact, Piccolo's fist grazes Gula's cheek, unleashing a gust of wind. Gula sidestepped to evade, delivering a powerful punch in a swift motion. Piccolo crossed his arms defensively over his chest, staggering back 3 steps from the impact of the blow. "It seems you've undergone quite a bit of training," Piccolo remarked, shaking his numbed arm. Gula scoffed disdainfully, his form flickering as he appeared behind Piccolo. Death Ray. A violet beam shot forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at Piccolo's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Piccolo spun around instantaneously, unleashing an energy blast in response. Boom! The collision of energies erupted in a blinding flash. As the dust settled, Piccolo's attire lay tattered, yet he remained unscathed. "Is that all you've got?" He smirked. A flicker of anger glimmered in Gula's eyes. After hundreds of exchanges, Gula gradually relinquished his arrogance. The strength of this Namekian far exceeded his expectations. Bang! 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 Their speeds escalated to a point where ordinary observers could no longer discern their movements. This must come to an end. Gula suddenly unleashed a surge of power, his aura intensifying dramatically. Before Piccolo could react, a heavy punch struck him in the abdomen. Coughing, he spat out a stream of violet blood. Seizing the opportunity, Gula drove a knee into Piccolo's chin. Crack! Piccolo's head snapped back, his body uncontrollably soaring into the air. Gula materialized above him, hands clasped, and delivered a fierce blow to Piccolo's midsection. Crash! Piccolo plummeted, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. As the dust cleared, Gula descended slowly, seizing Piccolo by the collar and hurling him out of the arena. Gohan and Krillin rushed in immediately, administering Senzu beans. "It seems defeating him brings you great satisfaction." Vegeta taunted, arms crossed, directing mockery at Gula. "Ha! Soon you shall find little to smile about," Gula retorted, locking eyes with Vegeta, his gaze brimming with provocation. No sooner had Vegeta entered than an energy blast hurtled towards him. "D!" he shouted, effortlessly swatting the energy blast aside, then darting forward with a flying kick aimed at Gula's face. Gula sidestepped, grasping Vegeta's leg and flinging him away. Regaining his balance mid-air, Gula waved his hands. Death Storm. Countless violet energy blasts rained down like a torrential downpour. With a cold smirk, Vegeta unleashed a golden aura, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. "Child's play," he declared, crossing his arms to withstand the barrage of energy blasts. Explosions erupted continuously, shrouding the area in smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Gula charged into the haze, delivering a heavy punch to Vegeta's chest. Thud! Vegeta staggered back several steps, his shirt torn, revealing his chiseled physique. "Not bad," You're considerably stronger than your brother, Vegeta remarked, wiping the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit intensifying. Do not dare compare me to that waste. Gula roared, launching himself once more at Vegeta. The two engaged in rapid aerial combat, each collision generating fierce gusts of wind. Bang! Vegeta landed a powerful punch to Gula's abdomen. Violet blood trickling from the corner of Gula's mouth. Is this all you've got? Vegeta scoffed coldly. Cooler wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Don't get too cocky, Saiyan monkey. Cooler's entire form erupted in a purple aura, soaring into the sky. Vegeta's pupils constricted, intrigued. Cooler's muscles swelled dramatically, his height increasing as his eyes turned a deep crimson, and his exoskeleton mutated, signaling the activation of his final form. Let the second round commence. Death Ray. Cooler clapped his hands together, unleashing an even thicker purple beam towards Vegeta. Vegeta extended his hands forward, releasing a golden energy wave to counter. The two forces clashed in the air, emitting a blinding light. The powerful shockwave caused the entire arena to tremble violently. Aya! Vegeta roared as his golden aura intensified. In the struggle of energies, Vegeta's attack gradually gained the upper hand. Cooler felt an immense pressure, his veins bulging. You mere wild monkey. I am the strongest in the universe. Cooler gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the assault. However, Vegeta's energy wave remained unstoppable, slowly overpowering Cooler's attack. Vegeta unleashed his full power. The golden energy wave completely engulfed the purple beam, hurtling towards Cooler. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated throughout the arena. As the dust settled, Cooler lay on the ground, devoid of combat capability. Vegeta retracted his aura, his golden hair reverting to black. Nothing more than this, Mr. Universe Champion. Cell observed the system's calculations, his signature smile unwavering. It seems you all have made significant progress. Goku, filled with excitement, clenched his fist. Cell, it's our turn next. Right? Cell crossed his arms, looking towards Broly. No, it is now his time to shine. Broly slowly stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Goku. Kakarot. Chapter 18. Broly vs. Son Goku. Goku looked at Broly with confusion. You are my nightmare. That wailing echoes in my mind incessantly. Broly's voice was deep, laced with suppressed fury. But now, I shall personally eliminate you. Goku stared at the man before him, scratching his head in bewilderment. Are you also a Saiyan? I'm afraid I don't recall anything about Saiyans. Goku assumed a fighting stance, though I know not what you have endured, if a battle is what you seek. I shall oblige. After their brief exchange, the two arrived at the center of the battlefield. Goku readied himself. Prepare yourself. With a surge, he dashed forward, leaving a long trail of afterimages. Broly retreated, then countered with a sweeping kick aimed at Goku's chest. Bang! Wukong crossed his arms over his chest, and after being forcefully struck, his feet carved deep ruts into the ground. Quite impressive. Broly remained silent, yet the fury in his eyes intensified. Broly's laughter resonated slowly, his aura swelling as his hair gradually spiked and turned golden. Kakarot. Sun Wukong transformed as well, a golden blaze erupting skyward. Bang! 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 Smoke and dust engulfed the area, accompanied by a series of sonic booms that made the special alloy walls hum ominously. Wukong sensed the weight of Broly's punches increasing with each collision, numbing his arms with their force. The speed escalated. Even Wukong, who had initially held back, began to take the fight seriously. This cannot be your full strength. Wukong gritted his teeth, bringing his hands together. Kamehameha. A blue wave of energy surged forth, striking Broly squarely. Boom! As the ground trembled, billowing smoke rose. Their fierce battle had begun to affect the surroundings, prompting Bulma to rush to the control panel. Activate Level 2 Enhancement. The infrastructure could no longer endure the waves of energy unleashed by their clash. Amidst the smoke, Broly's ferocious aura dispersed everything around him. His hair grew longer, shifting from gold to green. His pupils vanished into whiteness. Krillin observed this transformation, letting out a sigh of relief. This was reminiscent of Trunks' moment. Power surged dramatically, yet speed diminished. Wukong was destined to win. Nearby, Vegeta was sweating profusely. Fool! This transformation is utterly different. Vegeta's voice trembled. This isn't even a typical Super Saiyan. Such dissonance could only be perceived by another Saiyan. Android 18 gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. I can't believe such a monster exists. A monster? Broly completed his transformation, a green aura erupting like a volcanic explosion. No. I am a demon. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena, causing the onlookers to instinctively take a step back. I shall begin with you as the blood sacrifice. Broly vanished from his position. In the next moment, Wukong felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into the wall like a cannonball. Boom. The special alloy wall bore a deep dent. Wukong fell from the wall, barely managing to regain his footing. Such incredible speed, such overwhelming power. Broly appeared before him, a colossal fist barreling down with a howling wind. Wukong barely sidestepped in time, the punch's wind leaving a gash on his cheek. Instant transmission. Wukong vanished, reappearing behind Broly. Kamehameha. The energy wave detonated against Broly's back at point-blank range. Boom! Amidst the explosive dust, Broly turned around, seemingly unscathed. With white eyes fixed on Goku and a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Broly exclaimed, "What was that just now?" Kakarot. He seized Goku by the neck, lifting him high. "You have tormented me to the brink of agony." His grip tightened as Goku struggled desperately, his hands clutching Broly's arms. "I don't understand what you were saying." Broly's laughter grew more maniacal. "Don't understand? Then allow me to jog your memory." With a resounding impact, Goku was slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Broly lifted his foot and stomped down on Goku's chest. Goku managed to roll away, his foot leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Kaioken. A yellow aura enveloped him, tinged with red, as his power surged dramatically. "Oh!" Cell observed Goku with intrigue, noting the stacking Super Saiyan form. "This is rather interesting." Chapter 19, Legends and Super Saiyan 2. Twice the power. Goku's roar echoed throughout the battle chamber. Adada. His fists rained down upon Broly like a torrential downpour, each strike accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Broly met the onslaught head-on, the clash of his green legendary aura against the red and gold radiance creating a violent collision. Boom! The battle chamber trembled once more, the special alloy walls developing further cracks. The compounded battle power was equivalent to a twofold increase, placing significant strain on his body. Cell regarded Goku, who was increasingly out of breath, daring to test his mettle against Broly, then glanced at the calm and observing Gohan. This kid seems to have undergone a terrifying enhancement. Within the arena, beads of sweat rolled down Goku's forehead as the side effects of the Kaioken began to manifest. Yet, his offensive grew ever more ferocious, each punch imbued with the power to obliterate worlds. "Take this." Goku clasped his hands together, unleashing a wave of energy. Boom! The force struck Broly squarely, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. Wiping the blood away, the fury intensified in his white pupils. Kakarot. Broly glared with gritted teeth, his muscles swelling once more. He darted toward Goku with a furious charge. Boom! A blinding burst of energy erupted between them, the terrifying shockwave sending both combatants flying. Goku spun in the air, regaining his balance, but his breaths grew heavier. The tremendous strain caused his muscles to tremble. Broly was equally affected, blood still seeping from his wounds, yet his aura remained as turbulent as ever. Kakarot. Broly's voice suddenly rose in pitch, heralding the onset of an uncontrollable rampage. Clutching his head with both hands, his colossal body began to shake. He knelt on one knee upon landing, his white pupils flickering erratically. In his consciousness, young Broly curled up in a corner, trembling. Countless enlarged images of Goku's weeping face surrounded him, the piercing cries torturing his nerves like a demonic whisper. "Ah!" Young Broly cried out in despair, clutching his head tightly. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before him, effortlessly obliterating the terrors that plagued him. "It's all right now." The adult Broly embraced his trembling younger self, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. "Thank you, big brother," little Broly murmured, gradually lifting his eyes as the fear within them dissipated. In reality, Broly's once still form began to rise upright. The raging green aura around him started to retract, and his white pupils slowly reverted to their natural black. His exaggeratedly bulging muscles shrank slightly as well. The legendary power of the Super Saiyan had finally been fully grasped by him. Goku, taken aback, immediately released the Kaioken. In the next instant, an even more formidable aura erupted from within him. Crackle. Within the golden flames, dense arcs of electricity flickered, and the potent energy surpassed that of the future Cell. Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Kakarot. Broly's voice was calm as a still lake. "I despise you, yet I must also express my gratitude. I will give it my all, leaving no regrets." Goku flashed a grin, his fighting spirit soaring. The clash resumed. Elbow strikes, side kicks, powerful punches. The two figures engaged in a frenzied aerial duel, each impact triggering violent sonic booms. The golden and green luminescence intertwined in a dazzling dance of battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh reverberated incessantly. Goku's Super Saiyan 2 form propelled his speed and strength to unprecedented heights. Yet Broly's command over his legendary power was equally terrifying. Outside the arena, Cell's system notification chimed repeatedly. Ding! 1 million evolution points acquired. Ding! 3 million evolution points acquired. Ding! Evolution points acquired. The investments of the past 2 years were finally beginning to yield returns. A triumphant smile spread across Cell's face. Inside the arena, the floor of the combat room had been transformed into a bottomless pit, while the surrounding special alloy walls were riddled with gaping holes. A pitiful sight indeed. Ha! Ha! Goku landed a heavy punch to Broly's abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt from the latter, who retaliated with a knee strike. Bang! Goku was propelled upward, and Broly instantly appeared above him, hands clasped as he brought them down with tremendous force. Boom! Goku plummeted like a shooting star. Cough! Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, barely managing to rise to his feet. His stamina was plummeting rapidly. Broly descended slowly, his green aura remaining stable. Yet his breathing grew heavier, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Both warriors had reached their limits. The final strike. Goku raised both hands high, a blue energy sphere coalescing within his palms. Kamehameha. Broly likewise clasped his hands together, green destructive energy gathering with ferocity. Giant meteor. The two terrifying energies were unleashed simultaneously, colliding fiercely in midair. Boom! The entire combat room was engulfed in blinding light, the violent explosion resonating painfully in everyone's eardrums. As the smoke dissipated, both individuals reverted from their transformed states, precariously floating in the air. Ryukon's attire was in tatters, his body marred by injuries. Similarly, Broly's battle gear was riddled with wounds, blood continuously dripping from his form. They exchanged a fleeting glance before simultaneously losing consciousness and plummeting towards the ground. Gero and Gohan swiftly moved in, catching the two just in time. With his last ounce of strength, Ryukong retrieved a senzu bean from within his robes and tossed it to Broly, harboring a hope for a future rematch. Broly accepted the senzu bean, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Gero gently placed Broly on the ground, stretching his neck as he turned his gaze towards Gohan. Son Gohan, he declared, let me witness the extent of your strength after your diligent training. Chapter 20. The Abandonment of Literature for Martial Arts by Son Gohan. Bulma surveyed the battle room, now unrecognizable, her lips twitching. The most advanced personnel had collaborated to create a facility capable of withstanding Super Saiyan energy, and yet it lay in ruins. It seemed the battle room could no longer endure your continued clashes. Bulma regarded Gero, reassessing the destructive capabilities of these formidable beings. Gero, invigorated from the previous intense battles, felt the adrenaline coursing through him. Let's change the venue, he suggested, turning to Gohan. Son Gohan, I am eagerly anticipating this. Gohan slowly rose to his feet. 2 years of rigorous training had profoundly transformed his demeanor. He was no longer the timid boy of yesteryears. I too wish to test my limits, he replied, his tone calm, yet ignited with the fervor of battle, the Saiyan warrior's spirit gradually taking precedence. Vegeta interjected, Gohan, do not underestimate him. This adversary is far from ordinary. The group followed Gero out of Capsule Corporation, arriving at a wide-open countryside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the earth in a warm glow. Gohan donned the same attire as Piccolo, his physique noticeably more robust than 2 years prior, his youthful muscles defined yet not exaggerated. Are you ready? Gero asked, arms crossed, a signature smile adorning his face. Gohan nodded, adopting a combatance. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight. A resounding crash echoed through the air as their forces collided, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding atmosphere. Gohan's fist met Gero's palm, a powerful impact uprooting the grass beneath them. Your strength must exceed this, Gero exclaimed, twisting his wrist in an attempt to seize Gohan's fist. Gohan swiftly withdrew, pivoting on his toes to evade. Gero pursued relentlessly, sweeping his leg towards Gohan. The latter ducked to avoid the strike, simultaneously launching an uppercut aimed at Gero's chin. Gero leaned back to dodge, seizing Gohan's wrist and forcefully throwing him aside. Gohan executed a graceful flip midair, landing firmly on his feet. Ha ha ha. Continue. Gero flexed his fingers, his energy beginning to rise. Gohan took a deep breath, his golden aura erupting in an instant. His transformation into a Super Saiyan was seamless, clearly demonstrating complete mastery over the form. Observing the tranquil Gohan, Cell felt a twinge of surprise. His aura was profound, calm yet brimming with the potential of a volcanic eruption. You have completely transcended Goku and Vegeta. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, and Uncle Vegeta are all diligently training me. I shall not disappoint their expectations. Gohan's voice grew somber as his battle instincts began to awaken. The two engaged once more, their speed now several-fold faster than before. Thud, thud, thud. The flurry of punches fell like torrential rain, each collision producing a sonic boom. Gohan's assaults became increasingly fierce, his techniques flowing seamlessly. Cell became more exhilarated with each exchange. Special beam cannon. Gohan suddenly created distance, aligning his right hand, fingers poised together, as a spiraling beam of light shot forth. Cell's pupils constricted, his form flickering as he narrowly evaded the attack. The beam grazed past him, creating a significant crater on a distant peak before continuing its journey into the horizon. Such formidable penetrating power. Cell touched the area of contact, where a faint scratch remained. Gohan did not relent, bringing his hands together to gather energy. Kamehameha. A blue wave of energy surged forth, exuding immense pressure. Cell, wary, mirrored the action, hands converging. Final flash. The two forces clashed violently in midair, intertwining hues of purple and blue. The powerful energy fluctuations prompted the onlookers to retreat in haste. Gohan. This lad, Piccolo squinted against the wind, had indeed concealed his prowess deeply. Goku, having regained his stamina, clenched his fists in excitement as he watched. I knew it. Gohan would surpass us. Berta clenched his fists tightly. Where truly lies the limit of the Saiyans? When shall the throne of the universe return? The confrontation persisted for several seconds, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. Both exhausted, they gasped for breath while locking eyes. A splendid warm-up has concluded. Cell adjusted his breathing. Gohan closed his eyes. His aura began to ascend rapidly. Arcs of electricity flickered within the golden flames, his hair standing even more erect. Super Saiyan second grade. The Saiyans are indeed terrifying, Krillin thought with a wry smile. How could he ever hope to catch up to them? Cell's expression hardened with seriousness. Now, Gohan's energy was nearing his own level. Come forth. Gohan's voice resonated with an electric tremor. This time, it was Cell who took the initiative. He left an afterimage in midair, instantly materializing before Gohan. Gohan responded with equal swiftness, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Boom! Cell's heavy fist struck Gohan's defense with force, sending him hurtling backward. Gohan twisted in the air, stabilizing himself by stepping on the very air. His strength still fell short. Cell teleported behind Gohan, driving his knee toward his back. Gohan swiftly turned, catching the strike with his palm. At the moment of contact between palm and knee, the air erupted with blinding sparks. Yet his technique had improved considerably. Cell acknowledged this with a nod. Gohan propelled himself backward, his hands alternating swiftly. The magic void sphere barrage unleashed a torrent of golden energy orbs, creating an impenetrable barrier that ensnared all of Cell's escape routes. Cell darted through the rain of energy blasts, his form flickering like a specter. Occasionally, an energy orb grazed him, leaving scorched marks upon his skin. Yet, this was not the end. Gohan thrust his hands downward forcefully, and a barrage of energy blasts surged towards Cell. Boom! Explosions erupted upon Cell's form. Ack! Cell raised his hands in defense, enduring the pain as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A barrier, a massive purple shield unfurled, fending off the onslaught of chaotic energy, seeking an opening. Suddenly, Cell accelerated, slipping through the blockade of energy orbs, appearing right before Gohan. Gohan's pupils constricted, and he had no time to evade. Cell's fist, accompanied by a deafening rush, aimed straight for his abdomen. Thud! Gohan doubled over from the blow, a mist of blood escaping his lips. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he seized the moment, delivering a headbutt to Cell's chin. Taken aback by Gohan's audacity to trade blows, Cell's head snapped back. I underestimated you. Cell cradled his chin, his eyes alight with intensified battle fervor. Gohan wiped the blood from his lips, his golden aura flaring more ferociously. Come again. The two engaged in another fierce exchange, the surrounding air coalescing into a colossal whirlwind. Each collision triggered violent shockwaves, fracturing the ground beneath them. Gohan's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, showing no signs of restraint, employing an array of combat techniques with ease. Cell, sensing Gohan's killing intent, could not help but admire him. This boy has finally transcended the future of Goku. Excellent. Just like that. Cell laughed with exhilaration, his strikes becoming even more ruthless. Bam! A heavy punch from Cell struck Gohan's chest, sending him hurtling backward. However, Gohan steadied himself mid-air, his hands coming together to gather energy. Ultimate Flash. A golden beam surged forth, its power surpassing that of the previous energy wave. A flicker of surprise crossed Cell's gaze. This is Vegeta's technique. With no time for further contemplation, Cell crossed his arms in front of him, bracing for the impact. Boom! The golden beam engulfed Cell entirely, the cacophony of the explosion ringing painfully in everyone's ears. A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, its force comparable to that of a small nuclear bomb. As the smoke cleared, Cell's silhouette gradually emerged, his torso severely damaged, revealing horrific biological tissue beneath. His arm reattached itself to his body. In these past 2 years, you were the first to force me to regenerate. Broly gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the universe is vast, and such abilities are far too suited for a mere punching bag. Gohan panted heavily, that last strike nearly depleting his stamina. Yet, witnessing Cell's unwavering resolve, he could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. He had done exceptionally well. As Cell discerned Gohan's intentions, he remarked that Gohan's power had indeed caught his attention, yet was still insufficient. Gohan clenched his teeth, his energy surging once more. Cell raised an eyebrow, surprised that this young warrior still possessed reserves of strength. The golden aura around Gohan suddenly became tempestuous, arcs of electricity crackling around him. His hair lengthened and veins throbbed on his forehead. Cell's pupils constricted in realization. This was the full power state of Super Saiyan Level 2. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply, the terrifying aura emanating from Gohan transcending their comprehension. Gohan gradually lifted his head, his golden eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. Though he spoke not a word, the oppressive force radiating from him rendered all present breathless. Cell finally abandoned his casual demeanor, scrutinizing Gohan with newfound seriousness. System, expend all evolution points. Chapter 21, Infinite Evolution of Cell. The system promptly responded. Over 10 million evolution points consumed. Current gene available for evolution, Earthling. Cell was taken aback. This notification was unprecedented. He glanced at the panel, noting several options yet to be illuminated. Saiyan, Namekian. Without hesitation, he selected the Earthling option. A sensation of expansion surged from his biological core, as blood coursed vigorously within him. Earthling gene has evolved into Super Earthling. Overall combat power increased twofold. Subsequent evolution points gained times 15. Upon completing the evolution, a hidden slot appeared behind Super Earthling, indicating the potential for even higher evolution. Cell could not contain his laughter as he remained stationary. A terrifying scene unfolded. Wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his form, his insectoid armor gradually transforming. His skull shrank in size, the remnants of his tail fully retracting into his body, and his massive wings softened and thinned, rendering him more aesthetically pleasing. What is that? Krillin stammered. He is transformed. Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. Gohan fixed his gaze on Cell without a hint of hesitation, instantly dashing towards him. Bang! Gohan's fist was effortlessly caught by Cell. Gohan's pupils dilated, and he swiftly struck with his other hand, only to be seized once more by Cell. I told you, it is still not enough. Cell's knees suddenly thrust upwards, striking Gohan in the abdomen. Thud! Though it seemed like a mere flick, Gohan felt as if a mountain had collided with him. Without pausing, Cell grasped Gohan's hair and delivered a devastating punch to his face. Bang! Gohan's body left a trail of afterimages, crashing through countless rock walls as he was sent reeling backward. Gohan! Piccolo shouted, ready to rush in, only to be halted by Vegeta. Fool! Are you seeking death? This level is beyond our capability to intervene. Gohan struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, consciousness beginning to fade, yet the fire of battle in his eyes remained undiminished. You can still stand? Impressive. Cell acknowledged with a nod of approval. Gohan inhaled deeply, his hands coming together. Kamehameha. A brilliant beam of blue light surged forth, hurtling towards Cell. Standing still, Cell extended a hand to collide with the luminous projectile. A deafening explosion ensued, But as the smoke dissipated, it became apparent that Cell remained utterly unscathed. It was over. Cell ambled over to Gohan, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. Not yet. Gohan gritted his teeth, summoning the strength to rise. Your potential is immense. Yet you are still far from where you need to be. Cell reached out, lifting Gohan so that they were eye to eye. At present, you are no different from mere debris. Turning his gaze towards the others, Cell proclaimed, You are all too weak to facilitate my advancement. You are all merely sources of my evolution. Vegeta seethed with rage, clenching his jaw. You bastard. Cell disregarded Vegeta's fury and continued. A far greater crisis is imminent. If you wish to survive, you must become stronger. What crisis? Goku inquired. The very mention of the revival of the demon sent a tremor through the group. Even I cannot swiftly eliminate him now. A demon? Piccolo frowned, having never encountered such a being. Naturally, for he has been sealed away for millions of years. Cell surveyed the assembly, warning that he would soon awaken, with Earth as his first target. Goku, his fists clenched in excitement, exclaimed, That sounds formidable. I will train diligently. Do not celebrate too soon, Son Goku. Cell scoffed, asserting that even if Goku commenced training now, he would never match the demon's prowess. Then what shall we do? Krillin asked nervously. Cell turned his attention to Broly and Cooler, stating, I will train you, preparing you to face that monster. Broly nodded, while Cooler merely scoffed. Why should I trust you? Vegeta challenged. Your trust is inconsequential. Cell shrugged, warning that the demon would not engage in dialogue, should he be displeased. Earth could swiftly become cosmic dust. Goku approached Cell. How have you become so powerful? Cell smiled faintly. A secret. He then turned, gesturing for Broly and Cooler to follow, leaving the Z fighters in bewildered silence. Do you believe him? Krillin asked. Regardless of belief, we must be prepared, Piccolo stated sternly. If his claims bear truth, then we face a threat greater than any we have encountered before. Goku tightened his fists. Then let us continue training. I must grow stronger. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Humph. I would do so regardless of your words. Gohan gazed at his hands, sensing the new power within him. How does Cell possess such knowledge? No one could answer that question. Cell returned with Broly and Cooler to the Satan residence, where Videl eagerly emerged to greet them. Cell, Broly, you're back. Broly smiled. Yes, we have returned. Cell offered a slight smile, for the pieces were now in place. All that remained was to await the commencement of the game. Chapter 22, A Plea from the Future. Gula set down his utensils, the taste of the food in his mouth akin to chewing wax. He gazed at the now more perfectly proportioned figure of Cell seated at the head of the table, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Lord Cell. Gula's voice was somewhat hoarse, his hand that had laid down the fork trembling slightly. The demon you mentioned, is it called Bu? Cell, in the midst of devouring a large chunk of roasted dinosaur meat, paused momentarily at the inquiry. He chewed slowly, then lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Gula. Indeed, those two syllables rendered Gula's actions utterly frozen. The words of his father echoed in his mind. Recalling a night when a young Gula and Frisia first heard the legends surrounding the cosmic taboos. The Ice Demon clan harbored two ancient legends. One was the Super Saiyan, the other, the Demon Bu. It was said that the existence of the demon was far older than their lineage. Ancestors had once witnessed the terror of that pink fiend from the far corners of the universe. Capricious and devoid of reason, it had laid waste to numerous star systems. It was an embodiment of pure destruction that even their clan dared not confront. Beads of sweat formed on Gula's forehead. If what Cell said was true, then even in his evolved state he would likely. Cell cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly comical Earthling, Satan, who was animatedly boasting about his daughter's future achievements. This seemingly insignificant character played a pivotal role during the Bu saga, with Bu's peculiar magic manifesting in various forms. It remained uncertain whether the system could decipher it. In due time, Satan, this seemingly useless pawn, might prove unexpectedly useful. As long as interaction can be generated, there exists a possibility for analysis. The system responded timely, its voice resonating within Cell's mind. The meal concluded. Videl, brimming with curiosity, leaned closer to Cell. The glimmer of innocent wonder in her eyes belied the true danger posed by the figure before her. Cell, how come you've changed again? You look even better than before. She reached out, attempting to touch Cell's smooth skin, only to be deftly evaded by him. After a few evasive remarks, Cell gestured towards the silent Gula nearby. Starting tomorrow, he will be responsible for training you. Huh? Both Videl and Gula were momentarily taken aback. Me? Gula pointed to himself, his expression one of disbelief. Once the universe's strongest, reduced to teaching a little Earth girl? Such humiliation was unfathomable. Yet, upon witnessing Cell's calm, unyielding demeanor, Gula swallowed all protests. Do you have any objections? Cell countered, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Gula could only nod in resignation. The next morning, Cell, accompanied by Broly, directly used instant transmission to locate Goku. When they materialized at the KO's palace, Goku was in the courtyard, engaged in his morning training. Upon the sudden appearance of two figures, Goku halted his actions, an exuberant smile gracing his face. Cell, Broly, you've arrived. The inefficiency of solitary training weighed heavily on him. Cell, direct as ever, stated, as a warrior race, the Saiyans can only extract their full potential through relentless brawls and extreme challenges. These potentials represent invaluable evolution points. Goku scratched his head. Shall we seek out Vegeta and the others for joint training? Precisely, came the reply. Thus, their collective training commenced. As time flowed, 3 years elapsed. During this period, the martial arts landscape on Earth underwent a monumental transformation. Under Cell's guidance, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly established a flawless training cycle. Each of their strengths experienced a qualitative leap, particularly Broly, who, having mastered the power of a legendary Super Saiyan, became increasingly formidable. With 2 years remaining until the arrival of the sorcerer Babidi, they found themselves in a specially designed battle chamber of Capsule Corporation. Having undergone numerous upgrades, the battle chamber was capable of withstanding the intensity of Super Saiyan Level 2 confrontations, yet it struggled to cope with the trio's fierce clashes. A tempest of violent energy surged, with golden and green auras colliding wildly. Boom! 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 The three figures of Goku, Vegeta, and Broly engaged in a chaotic melee within the expansive arena. Each impact sent the reinforced alloy walls groaning under pressure, while dense arcs of electricity erupted in the air. Goku's Kamehameha intertwined with Vegeta's final flash, as Broly's massive meteor, a green comet, streaked across the sky. Their synergy had reached a peculiar equilibrium, with each warrior relentlessly pushing their limits. Outside the battle chamber, two small figures pressed against the observation window. Go, Daddy! Daddy is the strongest! Trunks and Goten waved their tiny fists, cheering for their respective fathers. The former was already 6 years old, while the latter was 5. Both beginning to exhibit the innate talents of their Saiyan heritage. Trunks turned to glance at Cell, who stood nearby, arms crossed, observing the spectacle with an air of tranquility. Hey, Uncle Cell, aren't you going to join them in battle? Cell waved dismissively, his tone calm. They are too weak. This was not mere arrogance. Over the past 3 years, he had absorbed nearly 30 million evolution points. Although the genetic evolution of the super Earthlings left the remaining evolution options grayed out and unilluminated, his power continued to escalate at a terrifying pace. The system had once articulated, initiating the next phase of evolution requires specific triggers, higher quality genetic samples, and sufficient evolution points. Even so, Cell had long since outstripped Goku and the others. For him, the current combat merely resembled an engaging spectacle. More importantly, each time they broke their limits, the system harvested a substantial amount of evolution points. The sensation was akin to observing piglets flourishing in a pigsty. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Alarmed, Bulma rushed in, her complexion as pale as parchment, tightly clutching a device. Her labored breaths drew everyone's attention, halting the fierce battles within the war room. Goku and his companions ceased their movements, emerging from their skirmish, their auras gradually dissipating. What has transpired, Bulma? Krillin approached her, concern etched on his face. It's the future. Something has gone horribly wrong. Bulma raised the device in her hand, a sophisticated communicator, currently flashing a frantic red alarm. Future Trunks had sent an urgent distress signal through the time-space communicator he left behind. What? Vegeta was the first to rush forward, his expression darkening instantly. He grasped Bulma's shoulders tightly, demanding, what on earth is happening? Without further ado, Bulma swiftly manipulated the instrument. Her fingers danced across the panel, retrieving the recently received message. A holographic image was projected into the air, the scene intensely shaking, revealing a devastated cityscape filled with ruins and flames. Buildings appeared as though ravaged by a colossal beast, remnants scattered everywhere. The sky bore an eerie crimson hue, as if soaked in blood. A small figure darted through the debris, leaving destruction in its wake, obliterating everything in its path. The figure moved too swiftly to discern its features, merely a pink blur wreaking havoc across the city. Then, the perspective shifted to reveal a disheveled young woman, her hair unkempt and face smeared with dirt. Weariness etched into her features. She anxiously shouted into the camera, "Hello, can you hear me?" To everyone in the past, "This is Xiaowu." Her voice was laced with palpable despair. "What you are witnessing is a presence far more terrifying than the androids. He is nothing short of a demon." The camera shook violently, indicating that the person filming was in flight. "Trunks has sustained grave injuries while trying to protect us. The remaining humans can only cower underground, barely surviving. Please, if you can see this footage, send help. I beg you." Suddenly, a powerful electromagnetic interference disrupted the video, transforming the image into static. An oppressive silence enveloped the space. Everyone was left in shock by the harrowing scenes they had just witnessed. Vegeta's body trembled, not from fear, but from fury. He whirled around, growling at Bulma. "Prepare the time machine at once. I shall confront this menace." Though spoken with apparent ease, the urgency of a father's concern for his son resonated deeply among all present. Even the Saiyan prince exhibited a tender side. "Not a chance, Vegeta," Bulma retorted instantly, grasping Vegeta's arm. "The time machine can only accommodate one person at a time. Moreover, the energy and technology are still unstable. I have not fully mastered the technology of the future. If you go alone, I'm afraid." "Enough with the nonsense." Vegeta interrupted her, his fist cracking ominously. "I am the prince of the Saiyans. A mere pink monster does not strike fear into my heart." "Very well, Vegeta," a calm voice interjected. Cell lowered his arms and approached slowly. His expression remained impassive, as if the terrifying spectacle he had just witnessed was nothing more than a trivial performance to him. "I shall go." All eyes turned towards him. A new evolutionary point has arrived. Cell's heart was devoid of turmoil, only filled with anticipation for the unknown adversary. He approached the time machine. The interior of the device was cramped, yet perfectly suited to his now elongated and well-proportioned form. Its unique, oval shape exuded a sense of advanced technology. He settled inside, configuring the time coordinates as per Bulma's instructions. Bulma wished to say more, but upon seeing Cell's unyielding demeanor, ultimately chose silence. "Cell," Vegeta stepped forward, "I implore you." Cell merely cast a sidelong glance at him, accompanied by a smile. The cabin door began to close slowly. A blinding light flashed, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. A tremendous surge of energy caused the entire laboratory to tremble. When the light faded, only a cool breeze remained, rustling the garments of those present. The time machine, along with Cell, vanished from this timeline. Chapter 23. The Doomsday Sanctuary. After a blinding flash, Cell emerged from the time machine, finding himself at the coordinates of the previous vision. The surrounding ruins were still engulfed in flames, the remnants of civilization scattered about, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. Cell sensed the area and detected no signs of life. He then stowed the time machine away, and his communicator began to respond. Crackling sounds filled the air as the connection stabilized, and a trembling voice came through. Is it the rescue from the past?" The voice on the other end was clearly filled with anticipation, as if grasping at a final lifeline. "Indeed. Inform me of your location," Cell replied calmly. "That is splendid. We are beneath Capsule Corporation. Trunks is barely hanging on." Cell immediately set off towards the destination, arriving at what was once Capsule Corporation, now reduced to ruins. The once thriving technological edifice had vanished, leaving only a massive pit, its edges still bearing the remnants of molten metal. At the underground entrance, vigilant personnel scanned their surroundings, clutching rudimentary weapons, their eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Gero swiftly appeared before them. The leader, taken aback by Gero's peculiar appearance, instinctively raised his weapon. Before the other could utter a word, Gero interjected with authority, demanding to be taken to Trunks without delay. The man, startled, promptly lowered his weapon and proceeded to unlock the restrictions. Within the tunnel, a motley array of individuals could be seen, disheveled and incomplete. Some are missing limbs, while others bore grotesque scars upon their faces. Many recoiled in fear at the sight of Gero, while others remained expressionless, seemingly numb to their plight. This was humanity in the aftermath of apocalypse, struggling to survive, akin to mice hiding in the shadows. Hastening through the tunnel to the depths below, they encountered two women surrounding Trunks. One, an elderly woman with blue hair, appeared frail and worn, the toll of relentless adversity having drained her vitality. The other, a young girl named Dances, was weeping as she leaned beside Trunks, her tears flowing freely. Sheru observed Trunks, who lay there in a state of despair, his body marred by injuries. A bloodied wound the size of a fist marred his chest, from which blood continued to seep. His left arm was twisted, and his legs were stripped of flesh, exposing bone. His face was bruised, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Had he not possessed the resilient constitution of Saiyan, a mere mortal would have succumbed long ago. Without hesitation, Sheru retrieved some senza beans, which Dances promptly took, chewing them before administering them to Trunks. After a short while, Trunks, who had been in agony, gradually found tranquility. His wounds began to mend, the gaping hole in his chest slowly closing, and broken bones rejoining. The long-lost sensation of comfort allowed the once tense youth to finally relax, slipping into a peaceful slumber. As the three exited the room, Dances approached Sheru, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, stranger. This kindness will be remembered by all." Sheru waved dismissively, then tossed a multitude of supply capsules, including the remaining senza beans, to Dances. These were brought by the past version of Bulma. The technology for cultivating senza beans is included. Dances accepted the capsules, tears cascading down her cheeks. But her resolve strengthened as she nodded affirmatively. Truly, the past version of me even thought of senzu cultivation. The elderly woman then spoke, addressing Sheru. "You are an android, are you not?" "Ha ha ha, still as astute as ever, Bulma," Sheru replied, proceeding with his self-introduction. Although many remained wary, brandishing their weapons at the mention of an android, their yearning for hope ultimately triumphed over suspicion. Thereafter, the two introduced him to the current circumstances, detailing the underground facilities and the remnants of humanity. Approximately 3,000 souls resided here, one of the last bastions of human survival on Earth. They relied on rudimentary equipment to sustain themselves, with the able-bodied venturing out to scavenge for supplies, all supporting one another in their shared despair. As time passed, the awakened Trunks emerged from the room, locking eyes with Sheru. Any trace of hostility evaporated in an instant, replaced by a complex array of emotions. "Sheru, I never anticipated it would be you who came here." Before them stood a youth who had made remarkable progress compared to 5 years prior. His presence was robust, and his gaze now exuded unwavering determination. It appeared he had undergone numerous life-and-death battles and had matured through the brink of demise. "Trunks, it has been a long time," he greeted. "Cell, enlighten me on the emergence of the Majin." Cell inquired with certainty, the pink demon devoid of reason, undoubtedly Majin Bu. Trunks inhaled deeply, a shadow of painful memories flickering in his eyes. "When I returned to this timeline, I resolved the crisis of the androids and subsequently engaged in the reconstruction of cities. During that time, Earth was gradually regaining its vitality, and smiles reappeared on the faces of its people. However, merely 3 years later, a meteorite fell upon East City. I went to investigate, and upon the meteor's shell falling away, I discovered a colossal egg within. My mother, accompanied by researchers, conducted numerous examinations. It showed no signs of life. Gradually, this egg became a local attraction, drawing many visitors. Trunks' voice began to tremble, but just 1 year later, the egg cracked open, releasing a massive cloud of pink mist. This fog enveloped all of East City, and anyone who came into contact with it vanished without a trace. As the mist coalesced into a humanoid form, a demon was born. It unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon the city, claiming countless lives. I attempted to intervene, yet its power was unimaginably formidable, far surpassing yours from years past. At this juncture, Trunks clenched his fists, blood trickling down, tears beginning to well in his eyes. I could only fight desperately to save a few. Watching those innocent lives fade before my eyes, I felt utterly powerless. Cell furrowed his brow. Was there no one else present during its emergence? Perhaps a small, oddly shaped creature? No, it was solely that entity from beginning to end, Trunks replied, shaking his head. Cell stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed this timeline had undergone peculiar alterations. From Trunks' account, the emergence of the Majin appeared as though it had been intentionally orchestrated, arriving 2 years earlier than expected, without the likes of Babidi or his cohort. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Can we confirm its current location? I will go confront it, Cell stated resolutely. Certainly. Bulma produced an unfamiliar device, a capture tool designed to detect the specific energy emitted by the creature. The device displayed a red dot, slowly moving in a particular direction. Cell took the device and promptly turned to exit. Wait, Trunks called out, hastening to catch up. Let me accompany you. This is my world. I have a responsibility to protect it. Cell paused, glancing back at the stubborn youth. Suit yourself. he replied nonchalantly. But do not hinder my progress. The two burst forth from the underground shelter, emerging to the surface. According to the device's readings, Bu was heading south, towards a small human settlement. We must intervene before it arrives, Trunks exclaimed anxiously. Both of them unleashed their energy and soared toward their target. Chapter 24, The Terrifying Demon. Trunks cast a sideways glance at Cell, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. Why have you come to assist us? Vegeta was eager to join, but the incomplete time machine allowed only one. Cell replied coolly, Father? A warmth surged within Trunks, yet he was swiftly pulled back to the harsh reality before him. Soon, an immense energy assaulted his senses. In the distance, a pink figure grew increasingly distinct, a grotesque creature thumping its chest and emitting bizarre sounds. Below, a group of terrified individuals huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. This creature was the primordial Bu. Cell recognized it instantly, still in its initial and most malevolent form, untainted by the essence of others. This confirmed his suspicion. Someone had located the sealed egg and unleashed it here. Bu sensed the presence of Cell and Trunks, its neck twisting grotesquely as its head turned. Upon seeing Trunks's displeased expression, the creature recalled the young man who had thwarted its hunts on multiple occasions. Murmuring kill, 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 it elongated its body in an instant. Its upper half surged forward, an energy blast coalescing in its hands. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself against the onslaught, yet he was still sent flying, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Cell dodged the attack, launching a punch at the demon's face. The impact, powerful enough to shatter mountains, felt as soft as cotton, creating a deep indentation. Bu's lower body retaliated with immense force, delivering a kick that struck Cell. A spray of blood erupted from him. For the first time, Cell felt the terrifying strength of the demon. This kick far surpassed any previous adversary. He was sent hurtling back, crashing into a building. Ding! You have gained 10 million evolution points. The system chimed, indicating that this single blow equated to months of training in the original timeline. The reward was indeed substantial. Despite the pain, Cell's heart brimmed with joy, and he unleashed his energy, scattering the debris around him. Lightning crackled around his form. The demon, witnessing this, displayed a cruel grin. A thick white mist erupted from its head, its energy surging past Cell. Seeing this, Trunks immediately rushed downward to assist the civilians. Explosions resounded throughout the air. The energy blast Cell released struck Bu, yet the latter casually regenerated. This terrifying speed of regeneration vastly eclipsed that of the Namekians. Cell continued to exert himself vigorously. In Trunks' eyes, Cell was merely depleting his energy without making any impact on the demon. However, Cell grew increasingly exhilarated. Ding! Super regeneration is being analyzed 10-15. With each attack from Bu, he became faster at acquiring this extraordinary ability. Seeing that his opponent was unable to harm him, Bu twisted its body and began to taunt. Then, with a sudden change of expression, it launched a colossal energy blast towards Cell. Gero raised his arms to block. A tremendous explosion ensued. As the dust settled, one of his arms had vanished. Soon after, he felt pain and began to regenerate. The demon, witnessing this spectacle, seemed to have discovered a fascinating plaything, increasing the frequency of its attacks. Gero, once able to hold his ground, was now being pummeled without the ability to retaliate. Accompanied by the system's incessant notifications, a calm voice intoned, "It is nearly time." Then he consumed all his evolution points in one breath. Power surged within Gero, his formidable aura once again eclipsing that of the demon. He seized the incoming hands, delivering a headbutt to the demon's skull. This time it was different. A swelling quickly appeared on the demon's forehead. Although it began to recover swiftly, its expression clearly indicated that this strike had been effective. The demon let out an enraged cry, bringing its hands together to condense a colossal energy sphere in its palms. Trunks, having just evacuated the civilians, returned to witness this scene, his face paling in shock. Gero, be careful. Boom! The energy sphere, nearly 10 meters in diameter, descended upon Gero with cataclysmic force. Gero stood firm, not flinching, as he too brought his hands together. Power cannon! A violet energy beam collided violently with the pink energy sphere in midair. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the city, shaking it to its core. The shockwave obliterated the surrounding structures, reducing them to rubble. As the dust cleared, Bu pointed at Gero, his face alight with excitement, cackling, Fun! Fun! It was the first time he had uttered a complete sentence. Gero moved his neck, feeling the surge of power within. Super speed regeneration analysis complete. Ability acquired. Super speed regeneration. Current evolution points 0. The system's notification prompted a satisfied nod from Gero. He now possessed regenerative capabilities on par with Buu. Trunks, do not meddle here, Gero commanded with an undeniable authority. Trunks hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Gero and retreated. Seeing the toy attempt to flee, Buu immediately extended its arm to seize Trunks. In an instant, Gero appeared before Buu, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. Bang! The force of this blow was several times stronger than before, causing Buu to double over. Ugh! Buu emitted a pained sound, quickly followed by a furious outburst. I will kill you. I will kill you. Its body began to swell, muscles bulging, and its aura rising frantically. Come on, Gero beckoned, his battle spirit soaring. Buu roared and charged at him, its fist whistling through the air as it struck. Gero sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting his knee upward. Buu, reacting with remarkable speed, blocked the blow with its palm. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters brawl. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoing continuously, each collision igniting violent sonic booms. From a distance, Trunks watched in utter shock, his heart racing with disbelief. Gero surprisingly matched this demon in strength. Is this the true extent of Gero's power? He murmured, recalling the fierce battle from years past in another timeline. Even then, Gero was frighteningly powerful, but now he had ascended to unimaginable heights. Boom! The battle intensified, their speed so swift that ordinary observers could scarcely perceive their movements. Buu suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of pink light. Gero, unable to evade in time, was struck in the chest. Gasp! A gaping wound appeared, blood gushed forth. Yet in the next moment, the wound began to heal rapidly. Buu, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment. It pointed at Gero, disbelief evident in its eyes. Gero let out a cold laugh. Only now has it dawned on you? Too late. His aura began to swell, arcs of electricity crackling across his body. Sensing the threat, Buu began to transform. Its pink skin grew even more vibrant, muscles becoming more robust. With a roar, Buu charged forward. Rather than retreating, Gero advanced to meet it. Boom! The impact of their clash was even more terrifying this time. The ground of the entire city fractured, and distant mountains were sheared in half by the shockwave. Gero and Buu had plunged into a state of fierce combat. Both were covered in wounds, yet healing at an astonishing rate. This was a protracted battle between regenerating monsters. Gero let out a hearty laugh. Since his evolution, he had not encountered such a formidable opponent. Buu was equally exhilarated, having not faced a worthy adversary in ages. Again, the two monsters continued their frenzied battle, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Chapter 25, The Devoured Gero. Ha! Gero gasped, his chest heaving violently. The energy within him was depleting like a flood breaching a dam. Each regeneration drained his accumulated strength. In stark contrast, the demon Buu maintained its innocent yet cruel demeanor, as if the cataclysmic battle was merely a warm-up. Infinite stamina. These four words weighed heavily on Gero's mind. Even if he replicated Buu's rapid regeneration, his own capacity was ultimately finite. Continued depletion would lead to inevitable defeat. Ding. Acquired the demon core. Successful acquisition allows for the analysis of its genetic sequence. The system's prompt felt like a lifeline. The core? It must be within it. Gero's gaze fell upon the bouncing pink creature. This being seemed only to know destruction, apparently having absorbed no other life forms. Its instincts had yet to be fully awakened. He needed to find a way to provoke it. He must inflict unimaginable harm upon it, stimulating its innate urge to absorb and consume. Gero gazed intently at the screeching Buu, a slow smile gracing his lips. He ceased his attacks and hovered in midair. Is this all you are capable of, you simpleton? Nearby, the jovial little Buu froze momentarily. Gero extended a finger, derisively pointing at him. You diminutive, foolish wretch, a pitiful creature no one cares for. With that, Gero mimicked Buu's bizarre antics, turning away and playfully smacking his own backside. Oh dear, this scornful and humiliating imitation was unmistakable, even to the mentally challenged Buu. The innocent expression on little Buu's face vanished, replaced by a blank stare, followed by an overwhelming surge of pure rage. A violent rush of white steam erupted from the hole atop his head, and that furious energy escalated without warning. Such formidable talent. The ability to shatter limits merely through anger astonished Gero. In an instant, Boo's form, previously 100 meters away, appeared right before Sharu. He had no time to react as Boo's pink body elongated like a serpent, wrapping tightly around him in constricting coils. The horrifying strength pressed in from all sides. Sharu felt his biological armor groan under the strain, his bones lamenting, as if he were about to be crushed into a mere pulp. The demon's fury led it to abandon simple physical attacks, intent on tormenting the creature that dared to humiliate it. Sharu's face contorted in agony as he emitted a piercing scream, his expression of suffering only tightening Boo's grip, a cruel delight flashing across the pink visage. Yes, that's it. Tighten it further. Suddenly, Sharu's grimace transformed into a sly smirk, revealing a cunning scheme. Gotcha! Triple barrier. A hum resonated as 3 dense, purple energy shields burst forth from within Sharu, layered and forming a colossal purple cage that completely enveloped the two entwined beings. Bu was taken aback, seemingly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Ha ha ha! Sharu laughed maniacally, his energy spiraling out of control, radiating blinding light and unimaginable heat, as waves of destructive energy emanated from every cell of his body. Taste this power. Boom! There was no refuge, no space to cushion the impact. Within the enclosed barrier, Sharu detonated the amassed energy within him. The purple shield strained under the horrific energy, resembling a small sun engulfed in flames. The first layer held for a mere half-second before shattering into brilliant fragments. The second layer, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, subsequently collapsed. Eventually, the final barrier was thoroughly breached by the internal torrent of destruction. A deafening roar resonated as thick smoke enveloped the earth, wildly spreading in all directions. The terrifying power unleashed by the explosion summoned thunder and lightning, dark clouds swirling ominously, adding yet another layer of horror to the apocalypse. This area was utterly transformed into a desolate wasteland. At the heart of the intertwining lightning and dense fog, countless fragments of green and pink flesh floated aimlessly. The recent cataclysmic explosion had shattered 2 regenerative monsters into countless pieces. After a brief silence, the remnants of flesh began to writhe. Green to green, pink to pink. All the green fragments were drawn by an invisible force, converging from all sides, reassembling and restoring into the form of cell. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pink remnants also gathered, but curiously, a small portion of the flesh was left behind, not participating in the reconstruction. The remaining pieces transformed back into Majin Bu's shape, appearing unscathed, yet this time, a markedly different expression adorned Bu's face. Gone were the innocence and playfulness. Now there was astonishment, pain, and a hint of fear. For the first time, someone had inflicted such intense agony upon him. Such a terrifying being must not be allowed to exist. I must devour him. This thought surged within Bu's simple mind, instinctively awakening a primal urge. The leftover pink mass seemed to heed the call, springing to life in an instant. It writhed frantically in the air, morphing into a colossal pink net of flesh, propelled by a fierce gust toward the recently restored Cell. Here it comes. Cell felt a shadow enveloping his back, yet he did not flinch. Instead, an expression of anticipation crossed his face. Barrier. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he conjured a thin energy shield before him, bracing for this decisive moment. Chapter 26. Life and Death Crisis. Absolute Desperation. The mass of flesh that devoured Cell slithered swiftly toward Bu's core. Bu extended his hands to welcome the returning flesh. The instant the mass merged with him, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment coursed through his entire being. Yay! He let out a childlike shriek of joy, patting his little belly and twisting in glee on the spot. That annoying, prickly little bug had finally been eradicated, with the burden lifted. An overwhelming wave of satisfaction transformed into a profound drowsiness. Bu yawned greatly, plunging into a nearby forest cave, curling up into a ball, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in that pink chaotic realm, Cell, clinging to the last vestiges of his barrier, was embarking on a bizarre journey. Surrounded by a constantly writhing and morphing mass of complex internal tissue, the pink flesh walls swiftly passed before his eyes. Enveloped by the fleshy lump, he felt himself being drawn by an unseen force, rapidly traversing slick passageways. Time became an abstraction as he descended, only to be expelled into a relatively open area. The moment he landed, the soft ground beneath him sprang to life. Countless tendrils emerged from the earth, akin to predatory appendages, winding toward his ankles. With a sudden intensity, He shifted and, just as the tendrils were about to constrict, leaped into the air. The tendrils, deprived of their target, flailed momentarily before sulking back beneath the surface as if they had never existed. System, where is the core? A notification chimed in response. The system screen illuminated, revealing a complex biological structure diagram with a pulsating red dot clearly indicating the target's location, not too far away. Raising his hand, he unleashed an energy blast at the thick flesh wall above him. The explosion erupted, sending waves of blood and flesh surging forth. However, the gaping hole failed to endure even a second before it regenerated and sealed itself amidst a writhing motion. Cursed be this regeneration speed. He furrowed his brow. Attempting a forcible breakthrough was a delusion, especially given his dwindling energy reserves. His previous battle had nearly exhausted him. At this juncture, he could only explore upward along the naturally formed organ pathways. He extended his hand, gathering an energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball to serve as a makeshift spotlight. In the pitch-black interior world, this small beacon shone with remarkable clarity. Illuminated by its glow, he discerned his surroundings. Below lay a vast pool, churning with a viscous liquid that emitted steam, where bubbles incessantly formed, exuding a potent corrosive aura. This must be Boo's stomach. This fiend intends to digest him whole. With a fleeting glance, he resolutely ascended towards the ceiling. Navigating through a narrow passage, he suddenly emerged into an expansive chamber, far larger than the stomach itself. Even more astonishing, the surrounding flesh walls were riddled with countless deep, dark holes, resembling a colossal beehive. Faint light seeped from the depths of various cavities, casting an eerie and mysterious atmosphere throughout the space. Above the stomach, there existed an independent realm of such vastness. Suddenly, a swift shadow erupted without warning from one of the openings. Before he could react, a gaping maw filled with layers of razor-sharp teeth lunged toward him. "Get away!" he bellowed, gripping the edge of the monstrous jaw with both arms, desperately holding back the closing jaws. The friction between teeth and biological armor produced a disconcerting, grating sound. How infuriating! The energy expenditure was immense. Celluloid gritted his teeth, feeling a struggle just to maintain his basic strength, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. System, how many evolution points remain? Ding. The host currently has no available evolution points. The situation was dire. He gazed upon the innumerable openings resembling a beehive, a disquieting thought flickering through his mind. Could it be that all of these cavities were filled with such ghastly creatures? As if to affirm his suspicion, more bizarre and grotesque insects surged forth from the surrounding caverns. These horrifying aberrations, parasitic within Boo's form, seemed to be encountering external sustenance for the first time. The scent of fresh flesh ignited their greedy instincts, compelling them to swarm toward the peculiar being. Damn it! Energy slash! He unleashed his final reserves of strength, forming a sharp energy disk that precisely cleaved the head of the giant insect, ensnaring him. The stench of putrid fluids splattered across him. In the instant of liberation, he found himself completely encircled by a relentless swarm. Confronted by the seemingly endless horde, he understood that annihilating them all was an impossibility. A fierce glint flashed in Celluloid's eyes as he swiftly executed another energy slash, not aimed at the enemies, but decisively severing his own left arm. With a swift motion, he grasped the severed limb, still oozing purple blood, firmly in hand. No longer inclined to linger, he clutched his arm and rapidly retraced his steps. The insects, having savored the scent of fresh flesh, descended into madness. They could no longer suppress their primal hunger, abandoning their pursuit of Celluloid's main body to fervently chase the tantalizing severed arm. Upon returning above the corrosive sea within the stomach, Celluloid hurled his severed arm downward with force. Splash! The limb plunged into the liquid, and the frenzied swarm, without hesitation, followed suit. They scarcely had time to emit a cry before dissipating into wisps of smoke within the dreadful gastric acid. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Celluloid dared not linger. Swiftly turning and expending every ounce of strength to ascend. Guided by the system's map, he navigated around several perilous zones and finally arrived at his ultimate destination. As he traversed the final narrow conduit, an extraordinary and magnificent sight unfolded before him. Above, a series of luminescent, peculiar tissues illuminated the entire area as brightly as day. At the heart of the radiance lay a colossal, pulsating object reminiscent of a heart, rhythmically beating. It was ensconced in a multitude of thick, tendon-like appendages. Securing it in midair, each pulse resonating throughout the space. He had found it. An uncontrollable excitement and fervor erupted in Celluloid's eyes. Inside the cavern, in the midst of a tranquil slumber, Boo's body suddenly convulsed violently without warning. An unprecedented wave of terror surged within him, a fear far more intense than that experienced during the previous battle. Instinctively, he felt compelled to retreat, his vast consciousness contracting and sinking into the depths of his own being. Within his cerebral domain, Cell was poised to strike when the ground beneath him began to writhe violently, gradually revealing the pink visage and form of Majin Buu. Upon the emergence of Boo's consciousness, his gaze fell upon Cell, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, his focus shifted past Cell to a pulsating core nearby. In that moment, every cell in his body emitted a piercing alarm, and a singular thought crystallized within his simple mind. He must not allow this cunning adversary to reach the core. For the first time, the sensation of life hanging by a thread gripped Boo's consciousness. A fierce instinct for survival compelled him to cast aside all distractions, raising his hand to unleash a concentrated energy blast. Cell had anticipated this and narrowly evaded the attack. The explosion tore a gaping hole in the fleshy wall, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the entire space. In the outer cavern, Boo's physical form froze, clutching his head as if he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Within the realm of consciousness, he ceased his energy assault, his body swaying before splitting into countless duplicates, surrounding Cell from all directions in an impenetrable formation. I cannot allow it to end here, Cell roared internally. Faced with a multitude of Buu clones that sealed off all his escape routes, he leaped upward, his hand coalescing into a razor-sharp keyblade. With a swift motion, he struck, blood splattered as Cell seized his severed head, expending the last vestiges of his strength to hurl it towards the core with the force of a shot put. The head soared through the air, piercing through the surrounding mass with precision, and struck the pulsating core with tremendous impact. The core trembled violently. All of Buu's duplicates contorted and disintegrated into dust. The last remnant of Buu, retaining its core consciousness, displayed an unprecedented fear as it rushed towards the severed head of Cell, which had impacted the core. Yet, the remaining headless form lunged forward, exerting its final strength to grasp Buu's consciousness by the legs. Quickly, system, Cell urged urgently. Beep, analyzing and absorbing the Majin core. 10 of Majin genes analyzed. 20. Beep. Evolution points gained. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. The system's notifications rang like celestial music, echoing continuously. The evolution points continued to accumulate. Gero felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, as his parched body began to recover its vitality at an astonishing pace. With a thunderous boom, a brand new form sprouted from the severed part of his head. As Gero regained his shape, he seized the robust sinews encasing his core, his muscles bulging as he exerted all his strength to tear them apart. The consciousness of Buu finally broke free from the shackles of its remnants, its eyes wide with sheer terror as it beheld Gero, who was now frantically severing its lifeline, and it lunged forward in a frenzy. Get to me now. With the replenishment of energy points, his stamina surged ceaselessly, and his strength grew ever greater. Crack, crack, one by one, sinews as resilient as steel cables were forcibly torn apart. The advancing consciousness of Buu momentarily halted, then was yanked back into its original form by an irresistible force. An endless darkness enveloped the scene, accompanied by weakness, helplessness, and excruciating pain. Within the cavern, Buu, frantically clutching its head and crashing about, began to uncontrollably dissolve, as countless white vapors erupted furiously from the myriad of holes across its body. Grasping the core, Gero was swept out along with the billowing white steam. The further he soared, the more rapidly his form restored itself. Boom! Ejected by the white smoke, Gero collided with the distant cliff. He slid to the ground, gazing upward. At that moment, the demon Buu, stripped of its core, swayed unsteadily for a couple of steps before it could no longer maintain its shape, ultimately melting into a lifeless puddle of pink muck. Gero, clutching the feebly pulsating core in his palm, sank to the ground. A profound exhaustion from having survived the ordeal intertwined with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. As he gazed at his hard-won trophy and exhaled deeply, it felt wonderful to be reborn as Gero. Chapter 27. A New Evolution. Ding. Successfully analyzed the demon S core, acquiring demon genes, initiating basic demon transformation. Battle power increased threefold. Acquired immunity to the side effects of techniques, such as the Kaioken. A continuous stream of notifications echoed in Gero's mind. He could sense that alongside the biological computer, which had originally served as his core, a lively little pink heart now pulsated with vigor. With each beat, it radiated unparalleled vitality, invigorating every cell within him. The desiccated energy rapidly revitalized, banishing the fatigue from his body. This sensation, 100 million evolution points have been accumulated. Current evolvable gene, Namekian. The system's prompt reappeared, interrupting his reverie. Two distinct branches emerged behind the Namekian gene sequence. Super Namekian, a combat-specialized variant, significantly enhancing physical strength and martial skills, with a remarkable improvement in regenerative capabilities. Anomalous Namekian, a variant with unique attributes, unlocking the distinct mental talents of the Namekian race, strengthening mental power and special abilities. Cell gazed at the descriptions of the two branches. The former represented a sheer enhancement of combat prowess, straightforward and unrefined. In contrast, the latter opened up a realm entirely new. He had already attained peak levels of pure power through the genetics of Saiyans and Majins. However, capabilities on the mental plane had always been a deficiency. This was the missing piece on the path to perfection. He chose the anomalous Namekian. Anomalous Namekian has been selected for primary evolution. Anomalous Namekian's primary form has been unlocked. Namekian language has been unlocked. Mental control has been unlocked. Boom! An arcane power erupted in his mind. The world seemed to transform in that instant. He could perceive the movement of the wind, hear the subtle vibrations within distant rocks, and even sense the energy particles drifting through the air. His mental strength was unprecedentedly formidable. Cell slowly rose to his feet, stretching his body. He sensed Trunks' position. That presence was rapidly approaching in this direction, exuding urgency. Was he coming to ascertain the situation? In an instant, Cell's figure vanished from the spot. Trunks, anxious and frantic, pushed his speed to the limit. The two overwhelming auras he had sensed earlier had vanished. Had they won or lost? What had become of Cell? And that monster, Bu? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Just then, a figure appeared without warning in his path. Trunks abruptly halted midair, stunned. It was him. Cell! Cell! Trunks exclaimed, unable to mask his astonishment. Are you all right? He saw Cell standing there, and scathed. What about Majin Bu? Trunks pressed anxiously. I saw you being absorbed by him. That has been dealt with, Cell replied nonchalantly. Dealt with? That demon, which plunged the entire world into chaos, has simply been dealt with? Trunks could hardly fathom it. Observing Trunks' incredulous expression, Cell chuckled softly. It seems mere words are insufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Cell's body began to transform. The iconic green biological armor receded like the tide, and the hue of his skin began to alter. Not merely a change in color, but a reconstruction. The green faded, and pink spread forth. His figure elongated, becoming more statuesque and graceful, as the original insect-like features vanished entirely, replaced by a form that straddled the line between humanity and demonhood. A sense of terror, both familiar and foreign, emanated from him. Trunks gaped, rooted to the spot. That appearance, that aura. Demon, demon? He instinctively uttered these two words. Before him stood Cell, manifesting in a tall and handsome demonic form. How? The demon form of Cell extended his hand, admiring his newly acquired pink skin, a satisfied expression gracing his countenance. After absorbing Bu, this body underwent a perfect evolution beyond comprehension. Watching Cell revel in his new form, Trunks instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Then, a wave of immense elation surged within him. The nightmare had finally come to an end. Chapter 28, Cell vs. the Three Saiyans. Now that this mess had been dealt with, it was time for me to return. In the underground shelter of the West City ruins, all survivors had emerged to the surface. They spontaneously formed two lines, bidding farewell to the monster that had ended their apocalyptic nightmare. Trunks stood at the forefront of the crowd, with his mother and Mai by his side. The time machine was ready. Wait. Just as Cell was about to enter the capsule, Bulma hurriedly approached, carrying a box. She opened it to reveal a thick notebook and two tubes emanating a faint blue light of energy particles. Deliver these to my past self. Cell received them. So, this was the energy source for the time machine from the original story. Cell nodded and leaped into the cramped cabin. The hatch slowly closed, and he cast one last glance at the young man outside, vigorously waving goodbye, a sinister smile creeping across his face. We shall meet again. The mysterious entity who unleashed the demon Bu will soon take notice of the change. After a blinding flash of white light, the time machine transformed into a streak of luminescence, vanishing entirely from the ravaged land along with Cell. In the present era, Capsule Corporation. In the backyard, the time machine materialized out of thin air. Almost as soon as the hatch opened, Cell's overwhelming aura manifested. Boom! 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 3 equally formidable auras erupted from the direction of the gravity training room, racing towards this location. Vegeta led the charge, his speed surpassing even that of Goku. Before he arrived, his urgent and furious inquiries echoed out. Cell, what happened to Trunks? He materialized before Cell, seizing his shoulders with a grip that tightened with intensity. Is he all right? Gero allowed himself to be grasped, merely maintaining a calm gaze with the anxious man before him. This Saiyan prince truly cared for his son. Rest assured, Gero uttered, Trunks has consumed the Senzu beans. These words instantly relaxed the taut muscles of Vegeta, who released his grip and stepped back. The ferocious energy he had been on the brink of unleashing receding, though his eyes remained fixed on Gero. Dad! At that moment, the modern Trunks rushed over as well. Soon after, Goku and Broly arrived in succession, each feeling the profound energy emanating from Gero, which had deepened since their last encounter, their expressions turning grave. Disregarding the others, Gero tossed the entrusted items from the future directly to the newly arrived Bulma. This is what the future you asked me to deliver. Bulma fumbled to catch them, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the notebook and 2 vials of energy particles. Upon opening the notebook, she recognized the familiar handwriting alongside formulas and theories far surpassing current technological understanding, her hands trembling slightly. The future me is truly remarkable. Having completed this exchange, Gero finally shifted his focus to the matter at hand. He looked directly at Goku, then glanced at Vegeta and Broly beside him. You 3, join me for some training. His seemingly casual words bore an undeniable weight of authority. Goku paused for a moment, then his face broke into an excited grin. Sure, I've been eager to see just how much stronger you've become after your journey to the future. Just as I hoped. Vegeta scoffed. His earlier concern transformed into pure combat enthusiasm. Let me see if you have a right to make such bold claims. Though Broly remained silent, the fire of determination ignited within his eyes. Gero, your energy feels entirely different now. Shadow Shukulat Sufli. The abilities granted by my transformation and the genes of otherworldly beings intrigue me. I am eager to test just how far I have come. With no more words wasted, the group proceeded to the deepest combat training room of Capsule Corporation. This special space, crafted with the highest technology over many years, featured walls composed of a complex array of rare alloys, specifically designed to withstand energy impacts. In the expansive training area, Gero stood alone on one side, while Goku, Vegeta, and Broly positioned themselves in a triangular formation across from him, their expressions solemn. The battle was imminent. Come on, Gero cracked his neck, producing a satisfying pop. Let me see how much you have all grown. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 warriors erupted with energy. Sun Wukong was the first to make a move, a golden aura erupting skyward as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, similarly unleashed a formidable aura of Super Saiyan 2, golden lightning crackling around him. Roar! Broly let out a low growl, his green energy surging violently, yet steadily, brimming with destructive power. The 3 titanic energies intertwined, creating a cataclysmic atmosphere. At the center of this tempest stood Cell, a serene smile adorning his face. Come on. Cell beckoned with a casual gesture. Let me witness the fruits of your 3 years of training. Don't underestimate me. Vegeta bellowed, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Cell, delivering a devastating punch fueled by all his might aimed at Cell's back. Simultaneously, Wukong launched his own assault from the front, his fist cleaving through the air with an ear-piercing shriek. Broly, more direct in his approach, transformed into a green projectile, barreling forward with brute force. The trio moved in perfect harmony, cutting off all avenues for Cell to evade. Yet, faced with this lethal combination, Cell merely chuckled. He effortlessly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Wukong's punch. At the same time, he raised his left hand, palm open, precisely meeting Vegeta's fist. Bang! Vegeta felt the force of his punch dissipate instantaneously, the recoil reverberating through his arm. Meanwhile, Cell's right hand had somehow positioned itself to intercept Broly's charge. Boom! The ferocious green energy collided with Cell's seemingly frail palm. Erupting in a thunderous sound, Broly's charge, capable of shattering planets, was abruptly halted, suspended in midair, unable to advance an inch. In the blink of an eye, Cell neutralized the combined might of the three top Saiyans. What? Trunks and Goten, spectating the fierce battle, gaped in astonishment. This was no longer a matter of strength. It was a chasm of dimensional disparity. Impressive power, and your speed is commendable as well, Cell remarked, akin to a teacher evaluating a student's work. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta and Broly simultaneously felt an irresistible force surge forth, their bodies uncontrollably flung into one another. Crash! The two Saiyan giants collided with a resounding impact, both plummeting to the ground. Is this all you can muster? Cell's figure vanished before Wukong. Not good. Wukong's hair stood on end, instinctively preparing to teleport. Block. A formidable mental force slammed into Wukong, causing a sharp pain to pierce his head. Why can't I use it? Thud. Cell delivered a knee strike, solidly impacting Wukong's abdomen. Cough. Wukong's eyes widened, his golden aura dimming significantly as blood erupted from his mouth. Gero grasped his hair, lifting him into the air before casually tossing him towards the recently risen Vegeta and Broly. How infuriating! Vegeta, consumed by rage, clasped his hands before him. Ultimate Flash. A colossal golden energy blast roared forth, while Broly simultaneously unleashed a torrent of green destructive energy. The two forces converged, transforming into a more terrifying deluge that surged toward Gero. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Gero merely raised his arm. The transformation into his demonic form commenced, his figure shifting as he gathered energy, producing a small, pink energy sphere. The sphere expanded against the wind, colliding with the golden-green energy torrent. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The golden-green energy wave was effortlessly vanquished, silently vanishing into the pink sphere. What manner of stance is this? Broly could not comprehend the unfolding events. Did he absorb the attack? Impossible. Vegeta roared in disbelief. How can my ultimate flash be thwarted? Gero cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. My turn. Gero's form vanished once more. A flurry of punches and kicks instantly filled the battleground. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were unable to mount any effective defense. They could only feel each part of their bodies enduring relentless assaults, as pain surged in their abdomen, chest, back, and cheeks, compounding with each strike. Bang! 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 The three figures were tossed about like ragdolls in the air, utterly powerless to retaliate. Their transformations proved feeble before Gero. Too weak. Gero ceased his onslaught. Hovering in the center of the three, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, battered and breathless, struggled to maintain their levitation. They gazed at Gero. Is the future god of destruction truly this formidable? Goku managed to speak with great difficulty. No, Gero shook his head, far stronger than I am now. Even a single finger could obliterate us. Goku forced a bitter smile and released his transformation. Gero, please train us now. Chapter 29, The Perilous Training. This training will be unlike anything you have ever experienced before. Gero's voice was soft yet struck Goku, Vegeta, and Broly's hearts like a hammer. Physical training has reached its limits. Adding gravity and sparring will yield progress as slow as a snail. He paced before the trio. Next, we shall practice something different. Soul Spirit. Or rather, the damned, fragile essence of you Saiyans. Gero paused, the smile fading from his face, leaving only a cold indifference. If you cannot endure, the consequences will range from becoming imbeciles to outright death. The Senza beans will not save you. The training room fell into a suffocating silence. I accept. Sun Wukong was the first to speak, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dazzling with intensity. The visions of the future, the deaths of his comrades, pierced his heart like shards of glass. There was no retreat for him. Humph, do not conflate me with that fool cockroach, Vegeta scoffed, a cold disdain evident in his tone. The Saiyan prince had no room for the concept of death in his lexicon. Broly remained silent, merely nodding gravely at Cell. Very well, Cell remarked, a smirk curling at his lips as he closed his eyes. The genes of the aberrant Namekian mental domain unfold. The world was suddenly enveloped in silence. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly found their vision momentarily obscured. The heavy alloy walls dissolved and faded into an abyss of pure blackness. The ground beneath their feet vanished. The lights above extinguished. Light, sound, scent, touch, every sensory perception was forcibly stripped away. What? Vegeta attempted to sense energy, but found himself blind and deaf, unable to feel anything at all. Kakarot, Broly, they seemed to have evaporated into thin air. He could not even feel his own fists or body. Panic surged from the depths of his being. Do not be anxious. Cell's voice resonated directly in their minds, clear as if whispered in their ears. This is the mental realm. Your bodies remain outside. Your consciousness is under my control. Here, transformations, energy, fists, and feet are nothing but refuse. Vegeta struggled to summon the key within him, but his dantian felt utterly empty. He sought to strike, yet he could not even locate his arms. He had become a specter trapped within a black box. What do you intend to do? Vegeta roared within his mind. Very simple, Cell replied, survive. Survive? The thought barely formed when boom. An indescribable, terrifying pressure surged from all directions, compressing from every inch of darkness. This was not mere gravity, nor an energy shock. It was a pure, existential annihilation aimed at erasing him from the world entirely. Aya! Sun Wukong's consciousness emitted a silent scream. He felt as if he was being deconstructed, shattered. Each thought, each memory was twisted and torn apart by this overwhelming force, akin to someone vigorously erasing the traces he left on paper with an eraser. Damn it! Vegeta held on with all his might. He transformed the pride of a Saiyan prince into a shield, resisting the force that sought to obliterate him completely. Yet his struggle felt like a lone boat amidst a tsunami on the verge of capsizing. On the other side, Broly's consciousness erupted into chaos. His primal instincts drove him to resist violently, his green will of destruction burning fiercely. Yet here, anger was a poison. The pressure intensified manifold in an instant. The consciousness of Broly flickered violently, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Do you see? The voice of Cell resonated once more. Cold and indifferent like a deity. This is your will. In the face of true trials, it crumbles effortlessly. Son Goku, is this the weight of your resolve to protect everyone? You cannot even safeguard your own existence. Broly, your strength will only hasten your demise. His voice then targeted the one resisting the most, Vegeta. And you, Vegeta, your pride is both your mightiest weapon and your most foolish vulnerability. Do you not aspire to surpass Kakarot? Do you not wish to be the strongest in the universe? Yet now, you cannot even maintain your own existence. As his words fell, the pressure on Vegeta's consciousness surged abruptly. A creaking sound echoed as Vegeta seemed to hear the shattering of his own soul. Countless images exploded in his mind. On Namek, Frisia's finger pierced his heart, tears streaming down his face, unable to close his eyes in death. On Earth, Android 18 crushed his arm with a single step, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Against my complete form, he exerted every ounce of his strength, yet cannot even make me budge. The failures and humiliations he had buried deep within were magnified 1,000-fold, relentlessly whipping at his soul. Ah! Vegeta's consciousness twisted violently, nearly dissolving into a myriad of light. I am the prince of the Saiyans. I will not fall here. His resistance waned with each passing moment. In the physical realm, within the training room, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly stood with their eyes tightly shut, utterly still. Their bodies trembled like leaves in a storm. Beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads, pooling at their feet. Pain, anger, fear, and despair flickered across their faces in a tumultuous dance. In the monitoring room, Bulma watched the alarming surge of data on the screen, her heart lodged in her throat. You too. Hurry. Stop Cell. Bulma cried out, her voice strained with urgency. If this continued, they would truly perish. Trunks and Goten, pale with fear, turned and rushed toward the training room. If we cannot endure, we might as well perish now. Cell's cold voice resonated from within, foretelling that the enemies of the future would be 1,000 times more perilous. This is their own choice. Within the realm of consciousness, darkness deepened. Vegeta's awareness was fading, on the brink of collapse. Give in. To be consumed by this void means no more suffering. Just then, Cell's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed once again. Is this how you surrender, Prince? To vanish like this is indeed a tempting choice. No longer will you chase the shadows of others, nor feel the agony of helplessness. Bulma will remarry, and your son will have a new father. Trunks, perhaps he would prefer Kakarot as his father. A voice echoed from the depths of the soul, a thunderous roar resonating through the suffocating darkness. In that moment, the wavering consciousness of Vegeta coalesced once more. Chapter 30, The Rebirth of 3. You shall not speak of them. It was the final bastion, no longer a hollow semblance of the Saiyan prince's dignity, nor merely a stubborn obsession of guardianship and perseverance. Vivid images seared into the depths of his consciousness like a brand. In the shadows, The visage of a woman with blue hair materialized. She would incessantly scold him for making a mess of the training room, yet she quietly prepared fresh clothes and warm meals for him. The scene shifted to a boy, bearing half of his bloodline, trembling with fear, yet bravely puffing out his little chest, gazing at his father with the utmost admiration. That was his woman. That was his son. My pride. Vegeta clenched his fists, the void around him igniting with an unprecedented golden flame. They were their man, their father. Boom! The darkness was forcefully rent asunder. His will took on a tangible form, transforming into golden flames, sharp as a blade. In the shadows, the voice of Cell emerged, tinged with amusement. I see. At last, you have found your anchor, Prince. And what did you, Kakarot? Cell's essence drifted towards another flickering light, nearly extinguished. Guarding the earth? Protecting everyone? What a noble cause. But is that all there is to you? Who have you truly protected? Memories of failure pierced his consciousness like daggers, relentless and unforgiving. The assault by Raditz, the inevitable demise that followed, all beyond his control. On Namek, Krillin was reduced to ashes before his very eyes, tearing at his heart. And then, he had pushed his own son into the clutches of a monster against whom he had no hope of victory. Each time, he was a fraction too late. Each time, his guardianship was awakened by the blood and lives of his comrades. Was this what it meant to protect? No, I refuse. Goku's consciousness convulsed in agony. He could bear no more familiar faces vanishing before him. He did not wish Gohan to shoulder a burden of despair that even adults could scarcely endure. What he desired was not a Saiyan bent on vengeance, fueled by rage after tragedy struck. He longed for the absolute power to eradicate all threats before they could manifest. In that moment, the once naive and combative heart was tempered in the flames of resolve, settling into clarity. No longer a blazing inferno, but rather a serene and fathomless expanse, tranquil following the tempest's fury. The essence of Sun Wukong gradually coalesced. Lacking the piercing brilliance of Vegeta, it resembled an enduring boulder, impervious to any external force. Excellent. Now, the time has come for the last and most formidable, intriguing adversary, Broly. His legendary power serves as the key to unlocking higher realms. Yet, at this moment, that very power acts as a potent poison, retaliating against him. Cell's consciousness infiltrated the chaotic, tempestuous green storm. It is all you're doing. You have summoned this calamity. Grant me vengeance. Go. Eliminate King Vegeta. Do not approach. Ah, my eyes. You wretched beast. Stand back. Fragments of memories swept through like a tempest, intermingled with primal anguish, fury, and dread. Cell traversed the ruins of memory, arriving at the very heart of the storm. A curled, trembling shadow lay before him. Before it stood a towering man, wielding a gleaming dagger, a visage etched with madness and distortion. The young Paragus, from the initial resentment towards his son's power to the later avarice of exploiting that power for revenge, culminating in a profound terror of being consumed by it. All hatred coalesced into a sharp blade aimed at the vulnerable child. Truly tragic. Cell's essence gradually formed within Broly's inner world, observing the young soul tormented repeatedly by nightmares, a flicker of pity crossing his features. To unleash this power, he must sever this chain with his own hands. The most effective method is to resurrect the nightmare. Cell's form began to twist and alter. His shape, appearance, and voice rapidly reconstructed. In an instant, he transformed into the visage that haunted Broly's deepest memories, Paragus. Mimicking Paragus' sharp, neurotic tone, Cell advanced step by step towards the curled shadow. The air seemed to carry the noxious scent of cheap tobacco and sweat that clung to Paragus. Why do you disobey? Why must you possess such terrifying power? You monster! Broly's tempestuous consciousness, a storm of rage, curiously came to a halt at the moment this figure emerged. The familiar aura that sent chills through him was that of his father. No, do not approach. The core of Broly's consciousness, that small shadow, emitted a faint, desperate plea. Yet Cell did not relent. He extended his hand, materializing a dagger identical to the one from memory. The blade's icy chill pierced through Broly's essence. Cell, as Paragus, roared, raising the weapon high, aimed at the boy. This scene converges entirely with the most agonizing and darkest moment buried deep within memory. Broly's consciousness emitted a silent scream. He yearned to escape, yet felt as though an invisible force had pinned him to the spot, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the cold blade magnified within his field of vision. Fear engulfed him like monstrous waves from the depths of the sea, drowning everything in its wake. At that moment, a voice colder than the blade itself, pierced through Paragus' roar, resonating in every corner of Broly's consciousness. Where's your rage? It was the voice of Cell. This power that torments you, this fury that compels you to annihilate everything. Where is it now? He regards you as a mere tool, shackled by chains, intent on your destruction. And you, Cell's voice dripped with mockery, will merely wail like a weaned infant here, crying? Broly's consciousness jolted violently. Cry? Yes. I am crying. I am afraid. Why? Why should I be afraid? Shouldn't he the one to fear be him? That weak, yet audacious mortal attempting to control me. Your power belongs to you. Cell's voice resonated like a decree, softly yet firmly striking at the essence of Broly's soul. Your fury, too, should be within your dominion. Raise your head, Broly. Look closely and discern who the true monster is. Broly's coiled consciousness gradually, stiffly lifted its head. He beheld the twisted visage, contorted by madness. He saw the blade poised to pierce his eye. Yet, behind that face, hidden within those depths, lay an unmistakable, profound fear. He is afraid. He fears my power. A thought, like lightning cleaving through chaos, erupted in his mind for the first time. Since you fear so deeply, a roar, one not belonging to any human, erupted from the deepest recesses of his soul, shattering the entirety of his mental realm. The tumultuous green energy transformed from a disordered tempest into a colossal claw, seizing Paragus' form. What? The madness on Paragus' face was instantly replaced by shock and disbelief. The blade in his hand halted abruptly, mere centimeters from Broly, unable to advance further. Let me go, you monster! He thrashed and bellowed in madness. Yet the green energy claw merely tightened its grip. Broly's consciousness slowly rose to its feet. He was no longer the child curled in a corner, but had reclaimed the towering stature of adulthood. He strode towards Paragus, casting a gaze down upon the diminutive figure of his father, ensnared in his grasp. Broly emitted his first distinct sound, one that was entirely his own, not a monster. Boom! The massive green claw clenched tightly. The phantom of Paragus, along with the last traces of fear etched upon his face, was reduced to mere dust. The nightmare that would profoundly influence Broly's life dissipated into thin air. Within the dark recesses of his mind, three distinctly different, yet equally indomitable wills shone like newly birthed stars, radiating a resplendent luminescence. Chapter 31, Convergence. In the real world, within the training room of Capsule Corporation, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly simultaneously jolted, their tightly shut eyes snapping open. They gasped for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from the depths of the water. Dad, are you all right? Trunks and Goten could no longer wait, bursting into the training room, each rushing towards the recently revived Vegeta and Goku. In the monitoring room, Bulma observed as the life signs on the screen plummeted from the red alert zone to normal levels, causing her to collapse against her chair in relief. Exhaling a long sigh, she swiftly grabbed the tablet next to her and hurried inside. Just now, your bodily data had reached the brink of collapse. Thankfully, you persevered. As Bulma spoke, she scrutinized the trio anxiously. Do you feel any changes? Vegeta pushed Trunks, who was clinging to him, away, slowly raising his hand, opening it, then clenching it tightly. He did not seek to gauge the magnitude of his power, but rather experienced an unprecedented sense of control. The once tumultuous energy that had required immense effort to harness now flowed through him as gently as a stream, effortlessly coursing to every corner of his being. It feels extraordinary, Vegeta murmured, his body utterly relaxed. Yes. Goku nodded vigorously, stretching his limbs, his face unable to conceal his excitement. The energy has become clearer. I can feel every cell in motion. Broly remained silent, quietly absorbing the changes within himself. He then turned to face Cell, standing not far away, and nodded gravely. Thank you. Those brief words were imbued with profound gratitude. The root cause of his fury and torment had been decisively severed. Now, he truly lived for himself. Cell calmly accepted Broly's thanks, noting that the results of this training had surpassed expectations. The forging of will had elevated their control over their own power to an entirely new realm. This was indeed the cornerstone towards a higher echelon. I wonder how Gohan is faring? Goku scratched his head, suddenly reminded of his eldest son. 3 years prior, when devising a training regimen at the Busan, Cell had divided everyone into 2 groups. The 3 of them followed Cheru into a grueling trial of combat, while Gohan was assigned to another group. Under the guidance of an unexpected individual, Gula, rest for 2 days, Cher's voice cut through the collective thoughts of the group. Afterward, we shall meet them and test the new powers you have acquired. 2 days later, in Satan City, within the confines of Satan's courtyard, the ambience remained a stark contrast to the ravaged world beyond. The spacious courtyard was adorned with lush greenery. In the center, beneath a pavilion, a young man voraciously indulged in a lavish feast, his gluttonous demeanor clashing with the refined surroundings. Gohan, how does this frog rice ball taste? I made it today, a graceful young lady inquired, her hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly forward with an expression of eager anticipation. Gohan paused mid-bite, chewing thoughtfully before mumbling a response. No wonder it's so salty. The smile on the young lady's face froze, her eyes twitching involuntarily. Then don't eat it, she exclaimed, snatching the remaining rice ball from Gohan's hand with lightning speed. Gohan could only watch helplessly as the delicacy was whisked away. Pouting, the young lady turned her gaze toward the other side of the pavilion, where Gula sat composed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. His eating was both elegant and swift, the plate before him emptying at a visible rate, yet he emitted not a single extraneous sound, a stark contrast to Gohan. Sensing the young lady's gaze upon him, Gula paused momentarily before resuming his meal in silence, fully aware that speaking at such a moment would only invite trouble. Over the past 3 years, he had accumulated ample experience in such matters. Just as the atmosphere in the pavilion grew subtly tense, the large door at the entrance of the courtyard creaked open. A sharply dressed butler entered with brisk steps, his face reflecting respect, yet he was followed by several imposing figures that instilled a sense of unease. The butler hurried to the pavilion, bowing deeply. Mr. Satan has gone out for business. The young ladies are ahead, he announced. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan and the young lady took notice of the newcomers. Dad, Gohan exclaimed, rising in delight. Long time no see. The arrivals were none other than Cheru and his companions, having concluded their training. After greeting Gohan, Goku's gaze fell upon the silent cosmic sovereign Gula. Gula, in turn, paused his movements, slowly lifting his head to meet Goku's gaze. An unspoken tension crackled in the air, as if invisible sparks were colliding. It seems your training has yielded significant results, Goku remarked first. Likewise, Gula replied, his voice steady. Gula set down his cutlery and wiped his mouth with a napkin, the scent emanating from him becoming increasingly intolerable. The dialogue between the two was rife with tension. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Gohan and Videl, who were seated nearby. Gohan, have you made any progress over these 3 years? Surely your purpose for coming here is not merely to engage in frivolous romance. Cough, what are you talking about? Uncle Vegeta? We're just training together. Gohan choked on the sudden inquiry. Vegeta merely scoffed, crossing his arms, a visage of impatience etched upon his face. Videl, blushing, playfully nudged Gohan. Let us show our results to the uncles after we finish our meal. Chapter 32, Gohan and Videl. In the clearing behind the mountain, thanks to Mr. Satan's financial support, the area had been sufficiently restored and fortified. Gohan and Videl stood facing each other, separated by several dozen meters. The others retreated to a safe distance, allowing ample space for their impending battle. Videl, are you ready? Gohan inhaled deeply, assuming his stance. He resolved to showcase his progress, determined not to let his father or Uncle Vegeta underestimate the fruits of his labor over the past 3 years. Yes, bring it on, Videl nodded, her legs slightly bent, her entire demeanor shifting dramatically. No longer the bashful young woman, she now resembled a drawn sword. Upon witnessing her earnestness, Gohan relinquished the last remnants of his ease. However, just as he anticipated the battle would commence with a signal, Videl's figure vanished in an instant. Whoa, so fast. Gohan's reaction lagged by a mere fraction of a second. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind accompanied a direct punch aimed squarely at his face. With a simple yet powerful thrust, Videl surged forward, her fist propelled with a velocity that surpassed what any Earthling should be capable of. Before the fist made contact, the force of the wind stirred Gohan's bangs. In his line of sight, that pale fist loomed larger, enveloped in a faint aura of white energy. Danger! Gohan had no time for contemplation. Instinctively, he leaned backward, raising his left arm to block. Bang! The fist met his arm with a resounding thud, a tremendous force reverberating through him, leaving his left arm numb. He found himself sliding uncontrollably backward, skidding several meters and carving deep grooves into the hard earth beneath. What? Gohan was pushed back. Vegeta's previously impatient expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment. He had indeed sensed it. The instant that girl charged forward, an overwhelming energy had erupted. "Hey, Gohan, what on earth are you doing?" Vegeta barked discontentedly. "You're being overpowered by an Earth girl." Gohan disregarded Vegeta's outburst, shaking off the numbness in his left arm. His expression now entirely serious. The force behind that punch was unsettling. It was far beyond what an ordinary person could muster. "More than just Dilly," he began. But before he could finish his thought, Dilly launched her second wave of assault. With a strike that landed flawlessly, she showed no signs of hesitation. Her form gliding like a specter, closing in once more, barely above the ground. Top, 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 top. In an instant, a flurry of legs enveloped Gohan's entire being. High kicks, mid-level strikes, low blows. Each kick sliced through the air with a sound akin to thunder, moving with such velocity that only afterimages remained. Boom, boom, boom. Gohan crossed his arms defensively before him, left with no choice but to endure the tempest of relentless attacks. He was forced to retreat step by step, each footfall leaving shallow impressions in the ground. The martial prowess of this Earth girl was both refined and lethal. Moreover, her strength was steadily escalating. Goku's initial excitement gradually morphed into gravity. He could distinctly sense that Dilly's energy was climbing at an astonishing rate, far surpassing the vast majority of Earth's martial artists. What had transpired between her and Gohan over these 3 years? Standing nearby, Gula maintained his stoic demeanor, yet a faint, almost imperceptible smile could be detected at the corners of his mouth. In the center of the arena, Gohan finally seized an opportunity. With a sharp exclamation, he unleashed a surge of energy from within, sending a shockwave radiating outward that temporarily repelled Dilly's relentless onslaught. "Dilly, are you serious now?" Gohan chuckled wryly. "Everyone is here to witness our training results." Yet, as he spoke, his thoughts drifted back to the scene in the restaurant, growing increasingly frustrated with this dense girl. She charged at him once more. This time, Gohan refused to remain on the defensive. He met her head-on. The two figures collided at high speed in the open field, the sound of fists and feet clashing echoing continuously. Boom, boom, boom. With each encounter, visible shockwaves erupted, stirring dust into the air around them. This Earth woman named Dilly was truly able to match Gohan, who had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, blow for blow. It was a fierce stalemate. Impossible. Vegeta roared, his understanding completely shattered. How could a human from such a lowly lineage achieve this level in just 3 years? This energy had far surpassed that of Frieza from years past. "Gohan, what kind of training have you undergone in these 3 years?" This was not solely Vegeta's inquiry. It echoed the thoughts of everyone present. As they watched the two combatants engaged in fervent battle, Cell crossed his arms, a serene smile gracing his face. "This is the fruit of mental training." His calm words caused all movements to halt. Even Gohan and Dilly, in the midst of their clash, instinctively ceased their fighting and stepped back. All eyes were fixed upon Cell. Mental training? Both Goku and Vegeta felt a jolt run through their bodies as memories of endless darkness and soul-wrenching agony surfaced. Could it be? Cell paid no mind to the astonishment of the crowd, instead focusing on the girl who was panting slightly from the intensity of the battle. "Bulla has meditated with me since childhood." This statement resonated like thunder in the hearts of those present. Vegeta's expression froze in disbelief. Do not underestimate her merely because she is a girl from Earth. Cell's voice carried a hint of amusement as he slowly surveyed Vegeta's shocked visage. Compared to the training you have just completed, she is indeed your senior. Chapter 33. The Fruits of 3 Years. Bulla's mastery over energy now rivals yours. Cell's words were calm, yet stirred a tempest within the two warriors. Paragus' Saiyan techniques, Cooler S. subtle manipulation of energy. My mental training. Cell's gaze swept over the astonished Vegeta and Goku. She has never wavered in her training since childhood. Do you still underestimate her? Vegeta's mouth hung open, rendered speechless. A girl from Earth has undergone similar mental training? Goku, too, looked incredulously at Bulla, the girl who had just battled fiercely with Gohan, now breathlessly arranging her disheveled hair. She is remarkably strong. Broly spoke softly, his mind recalling that petite figure. And she's also very gentle. He remembered how, from their first meeting to their growing familiarity, Bulla always acted as the glue that held the atmosphere together. In the center of the arena, the battle between Gohan and Bulla escalated in intensity. Bulla leaped into the air, striking with a series of powerful blows, each accompanied by a sound like air being sliced apart. Gohan crossed his arms in defense, his body retreating repeatedly. This guy's power has increased again. He gritted his teeth as the energy within him surged. A golden blaze of energy erupted skyward. Gohan's hair turned a brilliant gold, radiating an overwhelming aura. Super Saiyan form. What? Bulla felt the surge of energy and her expression shifted. This level of power disparity cannot be bridged by mere technique. Bulla, be careful. Gohan's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind Bulla, launching a powerful punch. The force of his fist tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Bulla had no time to turn and defend, relying solely on instinct to lunge forward. Boom! His fist grazed her back, creating a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground. Debris scattered, and dust soared into the air. That was close. Bulla rolled on the ground several times before clumsily rising to her feet, her face smeared with dirt and her hair completely disheveled. She turned around, her cheeks flushed with indignation, and shouted at Gohan. "Oh, Gohan, you truly are incorrigible. Transforming to enhance your combat power is utterly unfair." With her hands on her hips, she resembled a petulant little girl. The moment Gohan saw her sulky expression, the solemnity he had displayed during battle evaporated entirely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," he exclaimed, hastily reverting from his transformation, his golden hair returning to its natural black. "Are you hurt, Videl? It's all my fault. I'll compensate you for your training outfit and your hairstyle. How about I treat you to a grand feast? You can have anything you desire. I truly apologize." He bowed deeply, his demeanor radiating sincerity and contrition, a stark contrast to the formidable warrior he had just been. Videl, witnessing his embarrassing display, couldn't help but smile. All right, I forgive you." She approached Cell, brushing off the dust from her attire. The girl who had been fiercely battling moments ago transformed back into a damsel in need of protection. "Cell, how did I perform?" She looked up at him expectantly. "Barely passing," Cell replied, his tone remaining flat. At least it proved that the past 3 years of training had not been in vain. Upon hearing this assessment, Videl's face lit up with a radiant smile. Gaining Cell's approval brought her more joy than anything else. Now then, Goku gradually rose, stretching his joints. His movements were graceful and unhurried, yet they exuded an unsettling sense of pressure. "Gohan." His voice was deep and authoritative. It was time for them to witness the true results. Gohan sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Goku. The pressure was even more terrifying than that of future Trunks. "Yes." He took a deep breath and assumed a fighting stance once more. "I want to hold back, Mr. Goku." As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan unleashed another burst of golden energy. Yet this time, he did not stop at the first level of Super Saiyan. "Huh!" With a piercing cry, golden lightning began to swirl around him. Super Saiyan level 2. The powerful aura distorted the air around them. "Interesting," Goku remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed Gohan's full power. "I suppose I should take this a bit more seriously." His ultimate form activated. His towering figure stood tall, his tail whipping up dust. Gohan felt an unprecedented battle spirit, far beyond that of his training. The true fight was about to commence. Chapter 34. Breaking Limits. Super Saiyan 3 emerges. In the skies above the mountains, after a prolonged battle, the two began their final contest. The clash of Gohan and Goku's auras sent shockwaves through the air, causing Goku and the others in the distance to feel a sharp sting. The golden aura intertwined with the malevolent purple energy, transforming the entire clearing into a vortex of power. Intriguing. After years of rigorous training, Gula had once again recaptured the sensation of being the supreme being in the universe. He moved. With no extraneous motions, his body leaned slightly forward, morphing into a fleeting purple shadow that instantaneously traversed hundreds of meters, appearing before Gohan. Astonishingly swift, Gohan's pupils constricted sharply, leaving him just enough time to cross his arms defensively over his chest. Boom! A Husunding explosion échouée. Gula's seemingly casual punch concealed a terrifying force capable of shattering planets. His fist struck solidly against Gohan's arm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was distinctly audible. Gohan was sent hurtling backward like a golden meteor, as if struck by a high-speed train. Rumble! His body crashed through several small hills before finally embedding itself deep into a distant mountainside, stirring up clouds of dust. Ding! High-intensity data analyzed, gaining 70 million evolution points. In Cell's mind, the system's notification continued to resonate. Amidst the billowing dust, Gohan slowly rose to his feet. He shook his numb arms, reigniting the golden aura around him. "Mr. Gula, I didn't expect you to conceal your strength so well." Gohan's voice echoed from afar, calm yet tinged with excitement. Gula hovered in the air, looking down at him with impatience, his tail flicking behind him. "It ends here, son Gohan." "Does it?" Gohan replied, stretching his neck. "But you haven't concealed enough." As the words fell, a radically different energy erupted from within him. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, his aura fiercely coiling inward, distorting the clouds above. The very earth trembled beneath this force. The golden lightning that surrounded Gohan transformed from fine arcs into ferocious electric dragons, rampaging across the ground and leaving behind deep, charred marks. This could it be? Goku sensed it. This overwhelming presence. It was reminiscent of Gohan's initial breakthrough of the Super Saiyan limits in the hyperbolic time chamber. But now this aura was 100 times more formidable than before. At the core of his energy reservoir, Gohan's body underwent a violent transformation. His golden hair grew wildly, cascading down like a waterfall to his waist rather than shooting upward. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow became sharply pronounced, lending his visage a fierce and intimidating demeanor. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind, the colossal ape roaring under the moonlight. The primal essence of the Saiyans, now fully awakened and perfectly merging with the power of the Super Saiyan. In the distance, Broly appeared to sense something, as he slowly closed his eyes in meditation while everyone focused on Gohan. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Trunks halted in his tracks, his face etched with astonishment as he gazed towards Satan City. "It's my brother's energy," Goten exclaimed with delight. "Let's go, Goten." The two small figures, no longer hesitant, transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the battlefield with all their might. At the back mountain, Videl sheltered behind the energy barrier erected by Cell, staring blankly at the scene as the dust settled. There stood a figure, bathed in lightning and golden light, with hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an earth-shattering presence. "Is that Gohan?" she murmured to herself. In midair, Gohan slowly opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance towards Videl. A sudden, gentle smile broke across his stern face. This smile stirred a complex mix of emotions in Goku and Vegeta, astonished and elated. The astonishment stemmed from the sheer terror of this newfound power, while the joy arose from the realization that this young man had once again surpassed them, breaking through to an entirely new realm ahead of schedule. Ding! A new energy form detected. Analyzing Super Saiyan 3. Warning. Target energy response is excessively vast. Conventional analysis efficiency is inadequate. Recommendation. Engaging in high-intensity combat with a host can significantly accelerate the analysis process. The system's voice echoed in Cell's mind. Super Saiyan 3? It seemed that without the old Kai's potential development, Gohan's evolutionary path leaned more towards the inherent bloodline strength of the Saiyans. Perhaps that was for the best. Cell's thoughts raced. In about 2 years, those individuals should be nearing their arrival. Cooler, step back. Cell's calm voice resounded. No sooner had he spoken than his figure silently appeared beside Cooler. Cooler gazed at Gohan, who resembled a deity descending upon the world, feeling the immense energy that seemed poised to collapse space itself. A look of disbelief began to creep onto his placid face. He did not contest Cell's command. Instead, he silently retreated, reverting his transformation. He understood that the ensuing battle was beyond his capacity to intervene. The focus of the battlefield instantly shifted to Cell and Gohan. Cell refrained from unnecessary words, simply observing Gohan as the energy within him surged wildly. Boom! A terrifying aura, rivaling that of Super Saiyan 3, erupted from Cell. Pink veins began to extend across his body, muscles reorganizing at a visible rate. The chaotic energy, now imbued with the essence of a malevolent being, engulfing the arena. Transformation into a Majin. Come, Gohan. Cell's voice resonated directly in Gohan's mind. Let me witness just how powerful your newfound strength truly is. In the next moment, Sheru's silhouette vanished from the spot, transforming into a fleeting pink shadow that surged directly towards the Golden Warrior. Chapter 35. The Perfect Warrior and Perfect Potential. Boom! The pink phantasm collided with the Golden Warrior with a resounding crash. There was no probing. The first strike unleashed a force capable of obliterating this very planet. The terrifying shockwave, centered around the two figures, morphed into a devastating ring that wildly radiated outwards. The earth trembled. The terrain of the rear mountain was instantaneously rewritten. The solid ground was upheaved, turning into a cloud of dust. In the face of this force, the distant mountains crumbled like sandcastles, collapsing one after another. Ding! Contact with high-quality energy body. Super Saiyan 3 data analysis commencing. Progress 1, 3, 7. Within Sheru's mind, the system's data stream surged chaotically. His body was shattered repeatedly with every clash against Gohan's fists and feet, only to regenerate instantaneously. Each wound on the Pink Fiend's form became an optimal data collection point. Pain? Merely the pleasurable friction that stimulated the growth of evolutionary points. Gohan's assault was ferocious and direct. His long hair danced wildly behind him. With each punch and kick, he wielded the wrath of annihilating thunder. His expression was stern, yet his fighting spirit remained remarkably lucid. He was neither consumed by power nor governed by rage. He was perfectly mastering this newfound strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures flickered at high speed amidst the collapsing world, each collision causing the heavens to tremble. Golden lightning intertwined with pink malice, tearing through the atmosphere. This was, in the distance, Vegeta trembled, his body reacting to the oppressive force that reached him from afar. It was not fear, but rather excitement stemming from Saiyans' instinct for battle, coupled with an uncontrollable jealousy. Kakarot, have you seen it? That entirely new visage. Goku's face mirrored shock, but more so, it radiated pure joy. Incredible. Gohan has truly surpassed us once again. Gula stood silently to the side, words escaping him. His face, typically adorned with arrogance, now bore only a trace of reluctance. This level of combat exceeded his own advancements once more. Whether it was that golden-haired Saiyan or the pink-skinned monster Sheru, either one could obliterate him in an instant. Just then, two small figures flew swiftly from the horizon. Daddy, brother, wow, one incredible battle. It was Goten and Trunks. As they approached the battlefield's edge, they were thrown off balance by the violent wave of energy. Be careful. Broly opened his eyes, appearing instantaneously before them, using his towering frame to shield them from the residual shockwave. It is far too perilous. Do not approach. His expression was grave, and the palpable energy of battle left even him in trepidation. In the heart of the battlefield, the clash between Gohan and Cell had reached a fever pitch. Mere physical strikes could no longer suffice. They unleashed energy attacks of devastating power. Gohan clasped his hands at his waist, radiant golden light coalescing in his palms. Kamehameha, a robust golden beam, entwined with countless ferocious electric dragons, roared forth towards Cell. The very fabric of space twisted visibly in its wake. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Cell merely raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A pink, malevolent energy gathered in his palm, forming a rapidly spinning sphere of extraordinarily high density. Lacking the grandiose spectacle of Gohan's attack, it exuded a more subdued yet perilous aura. Boom! The clash of golden and pink energies erupted. In that instant, the world was enveloped in silence, illuminated solely by a blinding white light. Immediately thereafter, a colossal energy sphere began to expand at the point of collision, consuming and vaporizing everything in its vicinity. In the Hall of the Gods, a cloaked figure abruptly awakened from meditation, rushing to the edge of the temple. Peering down at the mortal realm, disbelief etched across his features. These two forces Piccolo felt the terrifying energy emanating from the direction of Satan's city, sending shivers through his very soul. One of these energies was all too familiar. It was Gohan, but how could he possess such immense power? The other, unmistakably Cell, was tainted with malevolence. What on earth had transpired? Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo transformed into a beam of white light, racing towards the eye of the energy storm. He needed to witness it for himself. In the back mountains, the aftermath of the energy collision gradually subsided. The previously fortified ground lay once more in ruins, replaced by a colossal pit over 10 kilometers in diameter and unfathomably deep. The edges of the crater continued to melt, emitting scalding steam. Gasping for breath, Gohan hovered in midair, panting heavily. The transformation into Super Saiyan Level 3 exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina. That last, full-power Kamehameha had nearly drained half of his energy. Across from him, Cell emerged slowly from the haze of dust. His pink form bore extensive damage, with even half of his body vaporized. Yet in the next moment his flesh writhed. Cells reorganizing. All injuries healed in a mere 2 seconds. Ding! High-intensity energy impact. Data analysis efficiency significantly increased. Super Saiyan Level 3 data analysis completion. 55, 78, 99. Analysis complete. Successfully parsed. Super Saiyan Level 3. The system's notification echoed a melodious symphony in Sheru's ears. You have acquired 500 million evolution points. Has it come to an end, Gohan? Sheru flexed his newly invigorated arms, channeling forth his power. Yet, Gohan remained silent, merely gathering his energy once more, poised to unleash his next assault. At that moment, a green figure descended upon the battlefield's periphery like a bolt of lightning. It was Piccolo. He stood there transfixed, gazing at Gohan, who was enveloped in golden lightning, his long hair cascading down to his waist. He glanced at the pink beast, untouched and radiating an aura of malevolence. Finally, his gaze shifted to Goku and Vegeta, who were observing from distance. His mind was a blank slate. Gohan? Piccolo struggled to utter those two words. This power far surpassed the despairing Sheru he had faced years ago. In fact, it eclipsed any foe he could possibly fathom. He had matured. Indeed, he had truly grown. A tumultuous blend of shock, relief, and pride surged within Piccolo's heart. Uncle e Piccolo. Gohan noticed his presence, and a familiar, gentle smile re-emerged on his usually stern countenance. This smile jolted Piccolo back to reality. What on earth are you all doing? He bellowed towards Goku and Vegeta. Ah, Piccolo, you've arrived. Goku scratched his head. As you can see, we were training. Training? Piccolo nearly erupted with laughter in disbelief. Using Earth as a training ground, creating a massive crater that nearly obliterated the continent. And they called this training? Vegeta merely snorted, turning his head away. Each glance at Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 form deepened the torment of pride within him. Just then, Sheru's voice interrupted the collective thoughts. He glanced at his system panel. The analysis was complete, and the objective achieved. Today's training concludes here. Sheru dispelled his Majin transformation, reverting to his original form. The suffocating malevolence dissipated without a trace. Gohan exhaled in relief, relinquishing his Super Saiyan 3 transformation and descending gently to the ground. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. Videl rushed forward to support him. Gohan, are you all right? I'm fine, he waved his hand, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Hey, everyone! In the distance, a figure raced towards them in a car. Chapter 36, continuously growing stronger. The car door swung open with a forceful pop. A man with an extravagant pompadour and clad in a flamboyant suit tumbled out of the vehicle in disarray. His bow tie was askew, and his expensive shoes were caked in dust, rendering him a sight of utter dishevelment. It was Satan. My heavens! My backyard! My garden! Are you all right? He gazed at the immense crater before him, as if it had been struck by a meteor, utterly stunned. The once modified and fortified clearing on the hillside now lay in desolation, reduced to charred earth and molten rock. His heart bled, yet soon a mask of exaggerated concern replaced his expression, as though his worry extended not to his possessions but to the safety of those around him. Father, Biddy exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Just a moment, dear. I have something to discuss. His attention then shifted entirely to the group of formidable beings capable of catastrophic destruction. He hurried over, cleared his throat, and opened his arms, striking a pose he deemed highly compelling. Ladies and gentlemen, I have monumental news to announce. His voice resounded with fervor, echoing across the desolate ruins. In 1 year, the world's Grand Martial Arts Tournament is set to be held again, live broadcast, with the eyes of the world upon us. His excitement mounted with each word, his eyes sparkling as if he could already envision a multitude of cheers and flashing lights directed towards him. Once more, the world's gaze would be fixed on him, and the name of the Satan champion would resonate globally. Noticing the indifferent expressions on the faces of the crowd, Satan hastily added, fearful of any misinterpretation from these true titans. Of course, all the profits earned will be used to restore this training ground, making it even more robust. I assure you, you will be able to fight with greater fervor next time. He spoke with utmost conviction, as if he were a benevolent philanthropist. Afterward, he cautiously approached Shuru, step by step, his demeanor reminiscent of a fox testing the waters beside a ferocious beast. Lowering his voice, he forced a sycophantic smile. Lord Shuru, he said, his tone laden with flattery. You see, at that previous press conference, it was mentioned that you were defeated by me and, out of admiration for my prowess, became my closed-door disciple. For this upcoming competition, might you consider representing me, entering as my disciple and advancing to the finals, only to graciously concede the championship to me in front of the adoring crowd? Satan rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation, even giving Sheru a wink laden with understanding. Biddy buried her face in her hands, feeling as though her toes had awkwardly excavated a 3-bedroom apartment within her shoes, wishing she could instantly dig a hole and disappear. Her father, for the sake of ephemeral fame and fortune, would go to any lengths and utter any words. The concept of shame seemed utterly alien to him. "Father, please don't," she began, but her words were abruptly drowned out by a roar of suppressed fury. Gero. Piccolo could no longer contain himself. His towering green figure flashed, instantly positioning itself between the recently restored, exhausted Gohan and Cell. Fury erupted from him, causing the air, previously scorched by battle, to cool slightly. He extended a finger, angrily pointing at Cell. "Look at Gohan. Your training methods are utterly depleting his life force. You show no regard for his well-being. What do you consider him? Merely a tool for combat? A specimen to satisfy your experiments?" Dabura trembled at this sudden surge of power, retreating several steps to hide behind Gula. Cell merely gazed at him calmly, his eyes revealing no trace of emotion, as though Piccolo's overwhelming wrath was nothing more than a trivial breeze. "Destroyer," he uttered, the word floating lightly from his lips. The entire arena fell into an oppressive silence. Even Piccolo, who had been roaring moments before, stood frozen, his anger crystallized on his face. In this state, Gohan could hardly withstand Cell's words for even a second. A second. This term instilled a sense of despair in everyone. The world-shattering transformation could not last even a second. If we do not strive further, if we do not extract every ounce of potential, this planet, along with all of us, will vanish like dust. Cell's gaze swept over Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta. At that point, would discussions of physical burden even hold significance? His words fell upon them like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all of Piccolo's rage. His inquiries seemed so feeble in the face of such a grim future. Indeed, if everyone perished, what meaning would protection hold? "It's all right, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan said as he supported Videl, managing to stand upright. He gazed into Piccolo's face, filled with concern and pain, his heart warming. Yet he shook his head. "Mister. Cell is right. I can feel it myself. I'm still far from strong enough." "Gohan." Piccolo looked into Gohan's clear and resolute eyes, which contained neither confusion nor forced anguish, only a yearning for strength and an awakening to the future. At that moment, another long-suppressed emotion erupted, like a volcano reaching its limit. "Cell." Vegeta's roar was even more ferocious than Piccolo's had been. "Is this your so-called training? Allowing this boy to run ahead of all of us?" His body trembled slightly with intense indignation. An uncontrollable golden aura surged around him, crackling with explosive sounds, pulverizing the rubble beneath his feet. Why must it be Kakarot's son again? He recalled how, in the hyperbolic time chamber, it was Gohan who first transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. Ultimately, it is this young imp who has truly transcended the boundaries and reached the second stage. Now, history is repeating itself once more. He has diligently undergone grueling trials of willpower and hellish training, finally catching up to Kakarot and even surpassing him. Yet in the blink of an eye, this young imp has once again left them far behind. "Continue," Vegeta bellowed, extending his finger towards Cell. "Increase the intensity of the training. I must grow stronger. I require a more formidable opponent. Greater pressure." The earlier moment when he had urged Gohan to showcase his strength now seemed utterly laughable, observing the scenes unfolding before him. Cell's scheme was progressing flawlessly along its intended path. What he sought was a plethora of emotions: envy, resentment, fury, and desire. These were the finest fuel to propel the Saiyan combat machine into the realm of the divine. "Very well," he declared, his voice low yet resonating above the cacophony surrounding them. "Thus, we shall advance to the second phase of training, team combat." The mere mention of this phrase sent a jolt through both Goku and Vegeta. They immediately grasped its significance. This was no longer a mere one-on-one confrontation, but a far more intricate melee. However, Vegeta's wrath remained unabated. After venting his frustration, he surprisingly calmed down. He slowly turned to face Cell once again, his profound eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire. "Before we engage in team combat," he spoke in a low, resolute tone, "Cell, I challenge you." Everyone was taken aback. "Not training," Vegeta emphasized, each word articulated as if extracted from between clenched teeth, but a genuine battle. "Show me the same ferocity you displayed against that boy, and fight me." His proclamation struck the air with the weight of a bomb detonating in the hearts of those present. He sought to ascertain the true extent of the chasm that lay between him and this unfathomable beast. He intended to measure that seemingly insurmountable gulf with his own body. Upon hearing this, Goku's excitement transitioned into an unprecedented seriousness. He too turned his gaze towards Cell, his eyes brimming with anticipation and fighting spirit. Vegeta had vocalized the very question he wished to ask. Broly silently stood to the side, equally curious about how long the current Vegeta could endure in such a high-stakes battle. Cell stroked his chin, contemplating. The limits of the three of them have already begun to falter. It merely requires a single, more forceful and direct impact to shatter them completely. The time had come to take the most crucial step forward, and this battle would serve as the perfect catalyst. Very well, Cell calmly uttered, as if merely acquiescing to a casual sparring match. Chapter 37. The Angry Prince Surpasses Goku. The moment Cell's words fell, Vegeta unleashed a furious roar that transformed into a golden tempest. The earth beneath him fractured, and a golden aura surged skyward, more ferocious than ever before. Delicate blue lightning encircled his form, crackling with explosive sounds. Ascended Super Saiyan. Moreover, it was the pinnacle of his might, encapsulating all his discontent and wrath through rigorous mental training. There stood Cell, a mere 10 meters away, his voice low and terrifying. I witnessed your battle with Gohan just now. That power, that speed. Vegeta's fist clenched slowly. You did not exert your full strength, did you? Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the recent clash. Indeed, while Cell appeared earnest, he emanated an air of complete ease. You toy with us, Vegeta continued, much like a cat plays with a mouse. Cell remained silent. Answer me, Vegeta bellowed, his golden aura surging dramatically. Just how formidable is your true power? Do you wish to know? Cell finally spoke, his tone chillingly indifferent. Absolutely, Vegeta replied without hesitation. Then let us see. As the words left Cell's lips, his form vanished from sight. Too fast. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. He barely had time to react before Cell reappeared before him. Bang! A seemingly casual chop struck heavily at the side of Vegeta's neck. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, rolling across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Vegeta! Goku rushed forward to assist, but was halted by, "Don't interfere." Kakarot. Vegeta rose from the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, wiping it away with the back of his hand. His face bore not fear, but an exhilarating grin. That's it. He laughed maniacally. This is true power. The golden aura erupted once more, as if untouched by injury. Come on, Cell. Vegeta roared as he charged forward. This time, his speed was markedly enhanced. His fist sliced through the air, aimed directly at Cell's face. Cell merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike. Vegeta did not pause, following up with a knee strike. Cell raised his hand to block, producing a dull thud. Not bad, Cell nodded. Much stronger than before. Hearing this, Vegeta's fury intensified. He began to unleash a frenzied assault, his fists and feet raining down upon Cell like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow carried devastating force, the air ripping apart with a sharp whistle. Yet Cell remained composed, dodging and blocking, smoothly neutralizing every one of Vegeta's attacks. That calm demeanor only fueled Vegeta's anger further. Why? Vegeta, after having his attack effortlessly neutralized, roared in fury. Why are you always so relaxed? Cell offered no reply, merely continuing his defensive counterattacks. Occasionally, a single strike would inflict immense pain upon Vegeta. Yet, gritting his teeth, he pressed on, declaring, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall not be defeated by anyone. His assaults grew increasingly frenzied, abandoning all semblance of defense in a desperate onslaught. Observing the reckless Saiyan prince before him, Cell's lips curled into a slight smirk. System prompt. Emotional fluctuations of the target have reached critical levels. Recommendation. Increase stimulation intensity to facilitate a breakthrough. Vegeta. Cell suddenly interjected, do you know? Vegeta's attacks faltered momentarily. In my recent battle with Gohan, I exerted only 60% of my power. Cell's words were devoid of emotion. And against you, I have yet to employ even 30%. This declaration struck Vegeta like a bolt of lightning, igniting his rage. You bastard, he bellowed. Do you wish to witness true power? Cell inquired. Before Vegeta could respond, Cell's energy began to surge. Boom! A terrifying, oppressive force enveloped the arena instantaneously, the intensity of his aura far exceeding that displayed in his conflict with Gohan. Vegeta felt his body tremble, not from fear, but from the overwhelming pressure that rendered him unable to move. Is this your true strength? Vegeta managed to ask, struggling. Not yet, Cell replied, shaking his head. This is perhaps 80%. 80%. Vegeta's worldview shattered completely as a torrent of negative emotions surged within him. Unbelievable. He howled to the heavens. I will never concede. At that moment, a certain restraint within him began to loosen. An unprecedented power surged forth from the depths of his being. Aya! Vegeta's roar resonated, engulfing him in a brilliant golden light. His hair began to grow wildly. Unlike Gohan's transformation, Vegeta's locks did not fall, but rather soared back like flames licking the sky. His eyebrows vanished, yet the pronounced brow ridge accentuated his fierce visage. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. But this was Vegeta's own unique form of Super Saiyan, imbued with the majesty of royalty. System alert. New energy form detected. Evolution points acquired. 800 million. Cell gazed at the newly transformed Vegeta with satisfaction. However, as Vegeta completed his transformation, the immense drain on his stamina left him swaying unsteadily. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, striving to remain upright. This form demanded far more energy than he had anticipated. Well done. Cell nodded. You have finally taken that step. Vegeta remained silent, for he had exhausted all his strength to speak. A profound sense of fatigue enveloped him, causing the newly ascended Saiyan prince to gradually collapse onto the ground. Chapter 38. The eve of the martial arts tournament. All participants at peak condition. Father. Trunks swiftly appeared beside Vegeta, carefully supporting his faltering father. Incredible. Your energy just now surpassed even Gohan's. Vegeta's trembling hand reached toward his son's head, and a hint of pride appeared on his pallid face. Drained from exertion. Of course. Goku approached slowly from his side. Vegeta, I am delighted. You, who have long yearned for strength, have finally found your purpose, Trunks and Bulma. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a slight flush and immediately turned his head away, retracting his hand. Enough chatter, Kakarot. This time, I will not allow you to surpass me so easily. He gritted his teeth, striving to stand tall. Prepare yourself. I shall participate in this so-called World Martial Arts Tournament. My foremost target is you. I understand. Soon I will catch up to you and Gohan and... Goku's voice shifted as he glanced at Cell, his gaze sharpening. Cell stood nearby, arms crossed. Children? He remarked, then turned his attention to Videl. She seemed to sense his gaze and looked back at Cell. What is it, Cell? Nothing, Cell replied, addressing Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan, I entrust the matters here to you. Mr. Satan, startled, nodded vigorously. Of course, Lord Cell. A year slipped by, quietly. Cell initiated a chaotic training regimen, featuring various combinations of 4-on-4 and 3-on-3 bouts. Gohan and Vegeta solidified their new transformations through relentless combat, their mastery of the Super Saiyan 3 form growing increasingly adept. Within 6 months, Goku also broke through the barriers of Super Saiyan 3, while Broly developed a new tier beyond Super Saiyan. The combat prowess of the four was remarkably balanced, with every skirmish shaking the very earth. Naturally, Cell, relying on a systematic approach to cultivate his evolution points, maintained a significant lead in strength. Before long, only 3 days remained until the tournament. In the heart of Satan City, a magnificent, colossal arena rose majestically. A grand banner announcing the World Martial Arts Tournament shimmered under the sunlight. Media vans were already in position, and numerous journalists roamed, cameras in hand, in search of newsworthy material. In the living room of Mr. Satan's mansion, he paced back and forth in a brand new martial arts uniform, addressing the gathered crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, in just 3 days, the eyes of the world will be upon us. His face flushed with excitement as he waved his hands jubilantly. We have surpassed 10,000 registered participants, including numerous martial arts masters from various nations. Videl sat on the sofa, shaking her head in resignation. Dad, could you please try to contain your excitement? How can one remain composed? Satan turned to face Mr. Sheru, exclaiming, I have completed your registration for the competition, the disciple of the world champion. Sheru nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Goku scratched his head, pondering aloud. By the way, can the arena withstand our battle? Of course. Vegeta scoffed. Do you think Bulma has been frequenting Satan City for the past year, for no reason? Aunt Bulma has also been pushing her limits, albeit technologically. Gohan quickly clarified. The arena is not only fortified in material, but even the audience barriers can endure Broly San's ferocious strikes. I want to participate too, Biddy Ree exclaimed, jumping with enthusiasm. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, Satan turned pale. Biddy, you cannot participate. It's far too dangerous. Why not? Biddy Ree placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Are you not aware of my strength? But, Satan was beside himself with worry. He was well aware of Biddy Ree's capabilities, having trained alongside these formidable beings with Shera's guidance. However, the concern remained. With such terrifying monsters in the arena, injuries were inevitable during combat. Biddy Ree-san, Gohan interjected. If you are entering, then I shall sign up as well. Really? Gohan-kun. Biddy Ree's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Gohan smiled, though his thoughts lingered elsewhere. This is not like training. If danger arises, I will ensure your safety first. Vegeta dismissed with a scoff. The others are merely cannon fodder. Such arrogance can easily lead to one's demise. Gula slowly rose from the corner, stating, sometimes, the determination of the weak can be more fearsome than the pride of the strong. You intend to enter as well? Vegeta frowned. Naturally, Gula cracked his neck. The transformation of Son Gohan provided me with a new perspective. My efforts this past year will ensure that you monkeys will face a humiliating defeat in the arena. Broly silently nodded in agreement, clearly also inclined to compete. Excellent. Splendid. Satan exclaimed excitedly, overwhelmed with joy at the thought of having friends like them participating. The championship was surely theirs. He began to envision the grand spectacle, imagining himself as the last standing victor in the finals. Sheru observed the group, secretly contemplating the unfolding events. The martial arts tournament was about to embark on a new chapter. That distinguished individual should also make an appearance, he mused. Chapter 39. All the deities gather at the martial arts tournament. By the way, Gohan suddenly recalled, are Goten and Trunks participating as well? Of course. The two little ones chimed in unison. But you're still too young, Gohan expressed his concern. Brother, we're strong too, Goten protested. Yes. Uncle Goku taught us the fusion technique. Trunks joined in the fray. Fusion? Gohan raised an eyebrow. It's that dance. Goten began to demonstrate. Ah. Stop. Wukong hastily intervened, whispering to the two, we cannot merge here. We promised to surprise everyone. Satan was bewildered by their conversation. Merge? Dance? What are they talking about? Children can participate. There's a dedicated youth category. Satan gestured dismissively. It's fine. Let them join the adult group. Sheru interrupted, worthy Sheru. I will explain the situation to the organizers. Satan eagerly dashed out. The living room fell into a serene silence. Sheru, Wukong suddenly inquired. Do you think there will be any remarkable opponents in this martial arts tournament? Rather than responding directly, Sheru moved to the window, gazing at the vast stadium in the distance. Perhaps extraordinary individuals will emerge. A flicker of profound thought crossed his mind. Sheru, what are you contemplating? Vidalai inquired as she approached him. Nothing much, Sheru replied, gently ruffling her hair, just anticipating a stronger path. Vidalai nodded, somewhat understanding. By the way, Gohan, she said. Her cheeks tinted pink. Let's explore Satan City for the next 3 days. I haven't yet fulfilled my host duties here. Sure. Gohan responded with enthusiasm. Observing these individuals engrossed in discussions about the tournament, Sheru's thoughts drifted to more distant concerns. The god of destruction. It seems the demon will soon appear. To what extent can I ascend now? This martial arts tournament is indeed a perfect opportunity for evolution and grand harvest. As night descended, in the back garden of Satan's mansion, Vegeta and Wukong continued their sparring. Both maintained their normal states, yet every clash resonated with thunderous sounds. Broly stood alone at a distance, eyes closed in meditation, the green aura gently flowing around him, contrasting sharply with his otherwise fierce appearance. Meanwhile, Gula was engrossed in some research. Curious, Sheru approached and discovered Gula examining the profiles of participants. Any intriguing findings? Sheru inquired. Most are rather mundane, Gula replied, shaking his head, but a few appear somewhat unusual. He pointed to one profile. This male named Sin displayed anomalous strength data upon registration. Sheru glanced at it, a faint smile appearing. The Kais are finally making their entrance. I once thought this fellow was formidable, leaving Piccolo terrified, yet he turned out to be merely comic relief. And there's also a red-faced character. Gula smirked. It seems this martial arts tournament will be more entertaining than I anticipated. Just then, Satan rushed back in, exclaiming, great news. Great news. He waved a stack of registration forms. Everyone is signed up. The organizing committee has even granted us special privileges. What kind of special privileges? Vidalai asked. Her curiosity piqued. As I am the defending champion, we can proceed directly to the main event without participating in the preliminary rounds. Satan proclaimed with great pride, utterly oblivious to the bemused expressions on the faces of others, questioning the basis of his arrogance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Tomorrow, there will be a pre-competition press conference. All seated contestants must attend. A press conference? Goku scratched his head, perplexed. It is merely an opportunity for everyone to make an appearance before the media and utter a few words, Satan explained, primarily for promotional purposes. I wish to avoid those reporters, Vegeta frowned. Not to worry. I shall handle it. Satan confidently patted his chest, assuring them that they merely needed to stand by his side. Cell observed this Earthling, willing to do anything for fame and fortune, and found it amusing. However, it presented an opportune moment to observe the other competitors, particularly the two individuals seeking to gather energy. As night deepened, training concluded. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest, preparing for the press conference the following day and the martial arts tournament 3 days hence. Cell stood on the balcony, gazing at the brightly lit stadium in the distance. System notification. Multiple high-energy signatures detected converging towards this location. Intriguing. It seems this martial arts tournament will indeed be quite fascinating. Chapter 40. A simple head explosion. Startling the Supreme Kai. On the following morning, Mr. Satan, do you have anything to say to the national audience? A reporter extended the microphone towards Satan. He adjusted his tie and revealed his signature exaggerated grin. Certainly, dear viewers. He spread his arms wide, striking what he deemed a formidable pose. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament will be the most spectacular in history. For I, Satan, the world champion, shall once again prove my invincible prowess. The reporters in attendance went into a frenzy, their cameras flashing blindingly. Furthermore, Satan's voice grew even more resonant. I have also brought my esteemed disciples and friends. They are all superlative fighters capable of matching my strength. He gestured towards the line of individuals standing behind him, including Cell. Cell stood expressionless at the forefront. Goku grinned foolishly while scratching his head, and Vegeta crossed his arms, visibly impatient. This is my prize disciple, Cell. I trust you have all witnessed his formidable abilities. Of course, he has completely reformed. Satan patted Cell's shoulder, entirely oblivious to the disdainful look on Cell's face. And these individuals are all martial arts prodigies I have encountered. Mr. Satan, a reporter raised his hand. If these individuals are indeed so powerful, are you not concerned they may threaten your championship title? Satan laughed heartily. Threaten? How could that be possible? He pounded his chest, brimming with self-satisfaction. No matter how strong they are, they cannot possibly rival me, Mr. Satan. Vegeta's temple began to throb. This foolish world champion truly deserves the title of the most shameless in existence. Moreover, Satan continues to boast, claiming that this time he will showcase an entirely new finishing move, promising to astonish everyone. What kind of finishing move? The reporters eagerly pressed for details. Ah, that is a secret. Satan winked mysteriously. And you shall find out in due time. Gero chuckled coldly in his heart. This guy's finishing move is likely just begging for mercy. May I inquire, esteemed contestant? A reporter suddenly directed the microphone toward an unfamiliar figure beside him. It was a young man with pale lavender skin, pointed ears, and an outlandish outfit. What is your name? Satan. The man's voice was calm, yet inexplicably exuded an air of authority. Gero's senses heightened instantly. The Supreme Kai has finally made his appearance. Contestant Saiyan, what are your thoughts on this competition? Saiyan glanced at Satan and then surveyed Gero and the others. Quite an intriguing array of participants. His words were brief, but his eyes flickered with profound meaning. Particularly those few, their auras are rather unusual. Vegeta frowned. This fellow can sense their energies? Of course it is unusual. Satan, oblivious to the implications, continued his self-aggrandizing speech, while Saiyan fell silent, merely standing quietly to the side. And what about this red-faced contestant? The reporter shifted attention to another individual. Enough. Seeing the topic slip away, Satan quickly reclaimed the spotlight. Are there any further questions for me? Mr. Satan, a reporter raised his hand. Saiyan observed silently, noting the peculiarities in the atmosphere. These individuals, especially the one named Gero, possess an odd energy. There are also several concealed energies, far surpassing that of ordinary Earthlings. It seems this martial arts tournament is more complex than anticipated. At that moment, two robust figures jostled past him. Each bore a strange M insignia on their foreheads. Gero caught sight of this unusual spectacle. Babiti's minions. He made no commotion, instead slipping away unnoticed amidst Satan's fervent speech, quietly trailing behind. In the secluded resting area behind the competition venue, devoid of any onlookers, one man, slightly leaner yet equally muscular, spoke. This is Yamo. The towering, muscular man known as Spopovich wore a sinister grin. We have long completed our investigations. Behind that useless champion Satan, There's a fellow named Shiru who reportedly instigated a disturbance 7 years ago. His strength should be quite formidable. The others appear to be of little consequence. If we can harness his energy, our mission will exceed expectations. Is that so? A chilling voice emerged from behind them. There's truly no need for such efforts. What? Spobich and Yamu were suddenly jolted, turning around with alarm. From the shadows of the pillar, Sheru emerged slowly. Sheru, Spobich exclaimed in astonishment. What are you doing here? The two exchanged a swift glance, each instantly understanding the other's intent. A prime opportunity for prey. Surrender your energy. Spobich roared as he charged at Sheru alongside Yamu, their muscles bulging with exertion. Sheru merely regarded them with nonchalance. Just as they were about to pounce, a glimmer of eerie light flashed in Sheru's eyes. A formidable mental pressure surged forth, violently assaulting the intruders' minds. Ugh! Spobich's movements abruptly halted. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild. His head swelled grotesquely, veins protruding ominously. Then, with a resounding pop, Spobich's head exploded, sending a gruesome spray of red and white matter everywhere. His headless corpse swayed a moment before crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Yamu was paralyzed with terror at the horrific spectacle, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed. The thought of confronting Sheru was utterly out of the question. All that remained in his mind was a singular instinct: flee. But as he attempted to turn, he found his body ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Don't be in such a hurry. Sheru stepped closer, towering over him. Once this match concludes, you will take me to meet Babidi. Yamu was entirely oblivious to Sheru's intentions, yet in the face of insurmountable dread, he could only nod, unable to muster any further reaction. Regarding energy, an insidiously malevolent smile gradually spread across Sheru's face. Afterward, the arena will be filled with an abundance of energy for you to collect at your leisure. I also wish for the demon to emerge sooner. Yamu trembled violently, cold sweat soaking his back. The Kaioshin, who had been observing from the shadows, dared not even breathe, suppressing his presence entirely. His earlier composure vanished. This monstrosity was nothing short of a demon. Chapter 41, The Stunned Kaioshin. Was this pre-match spectacle satisfactory, dear Kaioshin? Sheru's voice sent a shiver down Shin's spine. His body, concealed in the shadows, froze in place. Regaining his composure with great effort, he stepped cautiously from behind the pillar. Your actions are excessively radical. Shin attempted to assert his authority, despite knowing the two individuals were far from virtuous. Moreover, what are your true intentions? How do you know about the demon? Sheru turned to meet the Kaioshin's gaze. There's much more I'm aware of. That calm declaration left Shin breathless. You need only understand that I am currently on the same side as you. The demon, at this moment, poses no significant threat. Sheru's words exuded an unwavering confidence. The inhabitants of this planet had long surpassed your imagination. What? Saiyan's expression turned increasingly incredulous. How could such extraordinary beings exist on this remote planet? This time, you shall observe keenly. Sheru offered no further explanation, casting a glance at the trembling figure of Amu, who had collapsed in fear. As for the revival of the demon, this incompetent being would manage it. Amu, comprehending Sheru's indication, fervently nodded in absolute submission. 2 days later, the competition commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, a host with short yellow hair and sunglasses bellowed into the microphone with an electrifying fervor. The much-anticipated 25th World Martial Arts Tournament has finally been resurrected. This arena, sponsored by the renowned Capsule Corporation, features cutting-edge energy absorption barriers and high-strength alloy materials, ensuring an unparalleled experience and absolute safety for all attendees. Long live Miss Bulma. Capsule Corporation brings prosperity to the world. The audience erupted in a thunderous response, filled with fervent supporters of Capsule Corporation. However, the atmosphere in the contestants' preparation room backstage was somewhat tense. Sheru, accompanied by Xian, approached the Z-Fighters. This is Mr. Xian, a participant in this competition, Sheru introduced casually. Goku regarded him with curiosity, while Vegeta disdainfully turned away. The red-faced attendant, witnessing their reaction, became agitated. What is this attitude towards the Lord of the Supreme Kai? Jebbit, it's all right, Xian reassured, pulling the attendant aside. Yet, the moment Piccolo heard, his entire demeanor shifted. What? The host is stunned. Piccolo has forfeited the match. Therefore, the victor of this round is Mr. Xian. Goku and Gohan hurried over. Uncle Piccolo, what happened? I'll explain later. Piccolo replied, visibly tense, his gaze fixated on Xian. Xian could only respond with an awkward smile. Now, the next match is about to begin. The host's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Introducing the beloved daughter of our esteemed world champion, Mr. Satan, the illustrious Miss Videl. She will face off against contestant 18. As the two ascended the stage, the eyes of countless male spectators widened with admiration. One was a spirited young fighter with a refreshing short haircut, while the other was a stunning blonde beauty, exuding elegance and maturity. Oh, Videl, 18, 18. The distinctly different cheers echoed throughout the arena. Ding! The gong rang. The match began. In an instant, Videl vanished from her position, appearing at 18's side, launching a swift horizontal kick that sliced through the air. Bang! 18 raised her arm to block the attack. A tremendous force surged through her arm, startling her. The intensity of this power surpassed that of any ordinary human. It appeared that she no longer needed to hold back. Number 18 did not retreat. Instead, she directed her palm towards the proximity of Bidalai, instantly concentrating a wave of energy. With a swift motion, a yellow beam of energy erupted forth. Unfazed, Bidalai exerted force from her waist, leaning back in midair to narrowly evade the attack. Simultaneously, she propelled herself off the arena floor, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped her entire being. With a fierce cry, a white aura ascended from her, altering the trajectory of the misfired energy wave, which then collided with a distant protective barrier, creating a ripple effect. What? The audience erupted in astonishment. What was that? Miss Bidalai could employ such techniques. On the arena, number 18's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Not bad. Number 18 flexed her wrist. It wasn't over yet. With a spirited shout, Bidalai charged forward once more. The two combatants abandoned energy waves and engaged in raw hand-to-hand combat. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding resonated in a cacophony, swift enough to dazzle the spectators, who could only grasp the entirety of the spectacle through the slow-motion feature on the large screen. Their battle gradually ascended from the ground, each delicate touch of their toes on the arena propelling them several meters into the air. Ultimately, they began a fierce struggle mid-flight. This extraordinary scene left the ordinary audience utterly speechless. Meanwhile, in the competitors' preparation room, King Kai was left in a state of shock. His mouth hung slightly agape, forgetting his divine identity entirely. These two women. He could vividly sense the intensity of energy radiating from their swiftly intersecting forms in the air. Although it was nowhere near as terrifying as the power of the demons, they were undoubtedly cosmic-level warriors. Each possessed the capability to annihilate a planet effortlessly. How could this be possible? Villains like Frisia had become rare sightings in the universe over the past several centuries. Yet on this planet called Earth, even seemingly ordinary women possessed such formidable combat prowess. He had initially assumed that Cell was merely boasting, but now, as he watched the battle unfold on the screen, he realized this planet truly surpassed the god's imagination. Chapter 42. The Martial Arts Prodigy and the Born Beast. After an intense battle, the confrontation between the two reached its conclusion, with Bidalai suffering from severe exhaustion after being struck by a decisive blow. You are truly remarkable. Without the perpetual energy reactor, I might not have been your match. Number 18 said, supporting Bidalai. Miss Bidalai. With a swift stride, Gohan carefully took the girl from number 18, cradling her gently in his embrace. The girl, Videl, leaned against Gohan's chest, feeling the warmth that enveloped her, and her pent-up grievances could no longer be contained. You are already remarkable, Gohan softly reassured her. In the competitor's preparation area, Cell lowered his hands and approached the girl. Well done, he praised. In Gohan's arms, Videl shuddered slightly, lifting her gaze past Gohan's shoulder to catch sight of the calm figure before her. She wiped away her tears and clenched her fists tightly. Next time, I will surely become stronger. What a spectacular duel. What noble spirit of martial arts. The host rushed back onto the stage, passionately shouting into the microphone. Though the victor has emerged, the camaraderie remains eternal. Let us extend the warmest applause for these two valiant female warriors. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. The battle between number 18 and Miss Videl marked a perfect beginning to this martial arts tournament, and the forthcoming confrontations promise to elevate the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. The host took a deep breath, extending his voice dramatically. Now, let us welcome the next pair of combatants. He is a martial arts prodigy with boundless potential. Son Gohan. Contestant. As he was introduced, Gohan entrusted Videl to the side with Satan, turning and leaping gracefully onto the stage. And his opponent. The host's voice soared to a higher pitch, revealing yet another formidable strength concealed beneath a veneer of silence. Broly contestant. Broly ascended the steps silently, each stride instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression throughout the venue. The two faced each other at the center of the stage, one with a focused expression, the other with a blank countenance. In that moment, the cacophony of the crowd ceased, as all present felt the palpable tension in the air. "I will win the championship for Videl." With a resounding clang, the gong marking the start of the match echoed as the sole sound in the arena. Both figures vanished from their positions simultaneously. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated at the center of the stage. A terrifying shockwave radiated wildly from the point of impact, causing even the indomitable platform to tremble slightly. In the audience, spectators could only glimpse the fleeting moments on a large screen, struggling to comprehend the events that unfolded in the blink of an eye. Two fists collided with tremendous force, exchanging blows dozens of times in mere seconds. There were no elaborate techniques, only the raw confrontation of primal strength. As their warm-up concluded, both fighters slid back several meters, halting at the edge of the stage. "Good heavens! The stage is shaking from their battle," the host exclaimed, nearly shouting into the microphone. Inside the competitors' preparation room, King Kai and his attendant, Jebit, stood frozen in place, witnessing the clash of these earthly mortals. Beside him, Yamcha was in disbelief, trembling as he raised the energy device in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. The digits above fluctuated wildly. How could this be possible? Gohan and Broly exchanged glances, each finding the same fierce determination reflected in the other's eyes. In the next moment, a resounding roar erupted. Two distinctly different, yet equally terrifying auras surged into the sky. Boom! A golden beam of light and a green tempest erupted simultaneously, illuminating the entire martial arts arena in a dazzling splendor. Amidst the brilliant golden light, Gohan's hair stood on end, transforming into pure gold, while fierce lightning crackled around him. Meanwhile, Broly's form expanded within the green flames, his muscles bulging and his hair shifting to an eerie green hue. The violent energy manifested as tangible wind pressure, slamming against the protective barrier and creating visible ripples. What is this? They are glowing. Instead of fear, the audience erupted into even more fervent cheers. The Kaioshins swallowed hard, turning to the composed figure. "Mr. Cell, please be sure to tell me everything after the match." Yamcha gazed in horror at the device in his hand, where the numbers had surpassed a level he could not comprehend. The energy emanating from them had already reached 4,000 kilojoules. This figure was nearly on par with Lord Dubra. On the arena, the battle reignited. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of light, one golden and the other green, intertwined fiercely on the stage. Bang, 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 bang. Broly roared, unleashing a flurry of green energy spheres mercilessly towards Gohan. Boom, boom, boom. Gohan weaved through the dense explosions, suddenly accelerating and appearing directly above Broly, his legs together, bringing down his attack like a battle axe. Boom! Broly raised his robust arms to block, his bones cracking under the immense strain. The excruciating pain did not deter him. Instead, it ignited a deeper ferocity within him. Roar! Broly disregarded defense entirely, channeling a vast amount of green energy into his other hand, unleashing a close-range energy blast aimed straight at Gohan's chest. Chapter 43. Super Saiyan 3 vs. Super Saiyan 2. Bang! In an instant, Gohan conjured a golden energy shield, bracing against Broly's close-range assault. The terrifying shockwave exploded between them, sending Gohan flying amidst a cloud of dust. Yet he remained unperturbed. As he soared backward, he clasped his hands together at his waist, rapidly gathering blue energy in his palms. Kamehameha! A thick beam of light shot forth from Gohan's hands, hurtling straight towards the still-positioned Broly. Broly did not anticipate Gohan's counterattack in such a state. Boom! The energy wave crashed violently against Broly's chest, the tremendous impact propelling him backward several meters. Excellent! Broly emitted a satisfied roar. Truly formidable, Broly-san. Gohan observed Broly with equal excitement. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Remarkable! Gohan managed to counterattack, even while being sent flying. The host stammered with excitement. In the next moment, Broly's reactions intensified. His muscles began to swell dramatically, and the green aura around him grew more ferocious. Boom! An unprecedented sense of oppression emanated from Broly. His body expanded once more, his hair becoming more disheveled, blue arcs dancing around the green flames. The legendary Super Saiyan 2nd grade. This guy, Gohan felt the terrifying aura, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Broly descended like a demon. Whoosh! Broly's speed multiplied, appearing before Gohan almost instantaneously. Bang! A heavy punch struck Gohan squarely in the face. The force of the punch howled toward his cheek, leaving a white wave of air in its wake. Just as Gohan attempted to react, Broly's second punch was already upon him. Bang! 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 A torrential onslaught of punches rained down, forcing Gohan to defend with all his might. His forearms began to numb under the immense force, blood seeping from his muscles. If he held on any longer, they would surely burst. The violent gust temporarily pushed Broly back, and a raging electric dragon began to swirl around him, hair cascading down to his waist, eyebrows protruding. Super Saiyan 3 making its grand entrance. Seeing his opponent unleash their full power, Broly surged forward with renewed aggression. After one block, Gohan swiftly retreated to gain distance. Broly did not pursue, instead gathering energy with one hand, beginning to condense a sphere of green energy. Omega Blaster. Dozens of fist-sized green energy spheres rained down from above, crashing toward Gohan like a meteor shower. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted on the arena, dust swirling around. Gohan dodged left and right amidst the relentless assault, narrowly evading fatal strikes. However, Broly's barrage was too dense, leaving no room for counterattack. This won't do. Gohan calmly assessed the situation. Although Broly's power had surged, his tactics remained singular, relying solely on brute force and relentless attacks to suppress. In light of this, Gohan suddenly ceased his evasions, swiftly conjuring dozens of small golden energy orbs with both hands. Rapid fire. Whoosh! Countless golden specks shot toward the green energy spheres in the air. Bang! 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 The small orbs accurately collided with the green energy spheres, forcibly altering their trajectories. What was once an attack aimed at Gohan now scattered off in every direction. Boom! Explosions resonated around the arena, yet not a single energy sphere struck Gohan. How intriguing! Broly exclaimed with surprise. He never anticipated that his assault would be countered in a manner of equal force. At that moment, Gohan's figure suddenly split into dozens of images. The Phantom Fist. Countless Gohans surged towards Broly simultaneously, leaving him utterly unable to discern which was the genuine article. Broly incessantly swung his fists, but each strike merely struck at the phantoms, failing to connect with the true Gohan. Here, the authentic Gohan manifested on Broly's left side, his hands pressed together. Solar Fist. A blinding radiance erupted instantaneously, illuminating the entire arena in a dazzling white. My eyes! Broly cried out in anguish, shielding his eyes. The opportunity had arrived. Gohan's energy began to escalate wildly. Aya! A golden beam shot skyward, even more resplendent than before. Boom! A terrifying shockwave emanated from Gohan, causing the protective barrier to tremble violently. Now, Gohan vanished from his original position in an instant. Broly, still rubbing his eyes, had no chance to react. Thud! A powerful kick struck Broly's side with tremendous force. Despite the enhancement of his body, the immense power propelled him away. Ugh! Broly soared like a projectile, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. The barrier quaked violently, emitting a deep hum. As Broly landed outside the ring, he attempted to re-enter the fray, only to be halted by the announcer. The arena fell silent. Gohan stood calmly at the center of the stage, his golden hair flowing gently in the air currents. Broly is disqualified from the match. The announcer's voice trembled. In the audience, Cell nodded, acknowledging the impressive battle. Turning to the astonished Kaioshin beside him, he remarked, "Now you must comprehend." Kaioshin swallowed hard, utterly speechless. The energy exuded by the two fighters was beyond his understanding. The readings on the energy collector in Yamcha's hands had exceeded the device's limits long ago. Having far surpassed expectations after Chapter 44, the fateful battle of the cave had commenced. Indeed, Gohan. Broly rose from his position, the green aura dissipating. Broly's strength was also quite remarkable. Gohan retracted his Super Saiyan form, his hair reverting to black. The two exchanged smiles, a shared camaraderie igniting the audience into fervent cheers and applause. Such brilliance! This is the allure of martial arts, the announcer exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Gohan triumphed over the formidable Broly with extraordinary tactics and timely adaptability. The next match was about to begin. The announcer's voice rang out once more. Please welcome contestant Cooler. A purple figure gradually ascended the stage, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. Cooler. The Kaioshin immediately recognized this silhouette. Frisia's brother, Cooler. His opponent is the formidable Edai, a sumo expert hailing from East Asia. Edai is a robust man, adorned with an array of flamboyant tattoos. Upon laying eyes on Cooler, a sneer of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. What a puny bamboo stick, Edai exclaimed, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops. I can knock you down with a single punch. With unwavering confidence, he strode onto the stage, making a throat-cutting gesture towards Cooler. Cooler remained unperturbed, standing silently, his crimson eyes scanning the arena as if assessing insignificant insects. He did not even adopt a fighting stance, merely standing there in tranquil indifference. In the competitor's preparation room, Vegeta scoffed. What a clown. How did such a creature find its way to the arena? He then turned his gaze elsewhere. Goku scratched his head in confusion. However, Cooler's demeanor had undergone a noticeable shift. Having just witnessed the battle between Broly and Gohan, he seemed utterly unfazed. The Kai had grown completely numb. Why was Cooler here? News of the destruction of the Cooler army had reached them long ago. The match commenced. Ding! As the gong sounded, Edai charged forward like an enraged bull. Behold my ultimate technique. Thunder God Fist. His right fist, propelled by a howling gust of wind, aimed directly at Cooler's face. Still, Cooler did not budge. As Edai's fist collided forcefully with his visage, it was not over yet. Explosive kick, death whirlwind, hammer of the gods. Edai unleashed a barrage of his signature moves, gradually losing his breath. Yet, the figure before him remained motionless. Had his strikes been so powerful that they had rendered Cooler unconscious? As Edai pondered this, a slender tail emerged from behind Cooler, effortlessly slapping Edai across the face. In an instant, darkness enveloped Edai's consciousness, and he was sent flying through the air. His body arced in an astonishing trajectory, vanishing beyond the still unopened barrier out of sight of the spectators. Boom! A tremendous crashing sound echoed from afar. As if something had collapsed, the arena fell into an eerie silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. The announcer, microphone in hand, stood agape, as if he could fit an egg into his mouth. This, Edai has been ejected from a venue? A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. Incredible. A one-hit knockout. Cooler. Cooler retracted his tail, his expression unchanged. To him, the previous act was merely the dismissal of a bothersome fly. The atmosphere in the competitor's preparation room became increasingly tense. It appeared that Mr. Cooler had indeed held back. Gohan smiled as he gazed in the direction where Edai had flown. Had that last strike been delivered with full force, the massive head of that brute would surely have exploded on the spot. It appears we have all underestimated him. This past year must have brought him new opportunities. Broly remarked with calmness. Mr. Shin could no longer contain himself, inquiring, what has transpired on this planet? Why are there so many extraordinary beings? Sheru cast a fleeting glance his way. Did you think that was the climax? His words sent a shiver down Shin's spine. There's more? The two young ones over there are formidable in their own right, Sharon noted, directing his gaze toward the eager newcomers. The host's voice resonated once more, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Dear audience, while the recent performance of contestant Gula has undoubtedly captivated us, the forthcoming battle will be the true highlight of today's event. Let us welcome our two heavyweight contenders. First to step onto the stage is contestant Son Goku, the champion from the 23rd tournament, hailing from the mountainous regions. Goku emerged from the contestant passage, his signature earnest smile illuminating his face. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Former champion, Goku, and his opponent. The host elevated his voice an octave, announcing a competitor of unfathomable strength. Prince? He is indeed a prince of his lineage, a prodigy of combat. Vegeta strode onto the arena, arms crossed, exuding the majesty of royalty with every step. The two faced each other at the center of the arena. Years of rivalry and countless encounters had forged a unique understanding between them. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was low yet electrifying. Do you know how long I have awaited this showdown? Not for training, but for a true battle. Ever since that day on Earth, I have yearned for the opportunity to fight you with all my might. The apex of Saiyan elites will be determined today. I feel the same, Vegeta, Goku replied, his excitement barely contained. I eagerly anticipate battling you at full strength. The day you surpassed me in transformation, I began to understand your feelings. Let us enjoy this moment. They both assumed their battle stances, energy emanating from their forms. In the contestants' preparation room, everyone held their breath. Vegeta's figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku, launching a punch aimed at his face. Goku sidestepped, countering with a knee strike toward Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta defended with both hands, retreating with the momentum. Kakarot, your skills have improved once again. You too, Vegeta. They charged at one another once more. In the flurry of fists and feet, the arena trembled. Each collision echoed with thunderous reverberations. Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch directed at Goku's chest. Goku crossed his arms to shield himself, being pushed back several meters. This level of strength is insufficient, Vegeta scoffed. Goku steadied himself, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave, energy gathering in his palms. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, concentrated a violet energy in his right hand. Suddenly, a blue beam clashed violently with the purple energy, sending shockwaves that stirred up immense clouds of dust. The audience erupted in frenzied cheers, captivated by a visual spectacle far beyond any previous match. Truly remarkable. This is the essence of a true martial artist. The tickets for this new martial arts tournament were well worth the price. In the contestants' preparation room, Goten excitedly remarked, "Neither Dad nor Uncle Vegeta used their full strength." Trunks nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are merely testing each other. Meanwhile, Cell observed the battle on the stage, with his system continuously gathering data. High-quality battle data detected. Analysis progress accelerated. As the dust settled, Goku and Vegeta maintained their combat stances. "Kakarot, the warm-up is over," Vegeta said, flexing his wrists. "Indeed, it's time to get serious," Goku replied as he tore off his shirt. The two simultaneously unleashed their energy, golden flames soaring into the sky. The ground trembled, causing the entire venue to shake. "Another golden warrior," a spectator exclaimed, quickly followed by a chorus of enthusiastic agreement from the crowd. The golden-haired, blue-eyed warriors faced off once more, their auras more formidable than before. Vegeta launched the first attack, moving so swiftly that to the naked eye, he was but a blur. Goku responded with equal speed. Their fists collided with a force that held the power to obliterate worlds. Bang! Vegeta's hook struck Goku's chin, propelling him into a backflip, where he aimed to kick at Vegeta's face. Vegeta tilted his head to evade, seizing Goku's ankle and flinging him away. Goku stabilized himself mid-air, instantaneously reappearing behind Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta reacted with lightning speed, but was still struck by Goku's knife hand to the neck. He staggered a few steps before turning to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Goku pressed his palms together, forcefully splitting the wave in two. Energy scattered in all directions, exploding in the air. "Not enough, Kakarot." Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Keep going, Vegeta." They exchanged a knowing smile, then simultaneously released an even more potent aura. The golden flames grew more ferocious, lightning crackling around them. Chapter 45, Ultimate Battle, Son Goku versus Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta's right fist crashed into Goku's face, causing his head to snap back and blood to spurt from his nose. In pain, Goku retaliated with his left fist. Bang! The heavy blow struck Vegeta's abdomen, the terrifying shockwave radiating outwards, causing the entire arena to tremble. The audience felt the intense energy wave and instinctively recoiled. Such power! It's terrifying. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood and executed a fierce sweep with his right leg towards Goku's side. Whoosh! Goku, utilizing his waist strength, leaned backward just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Simultaneously, he supported himself with both hands, spinning like a top, his right leg sweeping outward, enveloped in a golden aura. Vegeta crossed his arms to block the attack. Boom! The tremendous force propelled him several meters back, his feet scraping the ground and sending up sparks of metal. Excellent! Vegeta shook his numb arms, his fighting spirit soaring even higher. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Goku focused his gaze, and the two met in a clash of intertwined hands, their power escalating, their energy surging. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a knee strike aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, pressing down with his arms to withstand the blow. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, their fists and feet raining down like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 Each collision was accompanied by a deafening explosion, golden energy erupting in all directions. The audience could only see two blurs of golden light frantically intertwining on the stage before they all turned to the slow-motion screen. Vegeta threw a straight punch toward Goku's chest. Goku sidestepped, his fist brushing past Vegeta's ribs. At the same time, Goku clenched his right hand into a fist and struck fiercely at Vegeta's temple. Vegeta tilted his head to evade, striking back with his left elbow aimed at Goku's chin. Goku leaned back to dodge, pushing off the ground with his feet, sliding backward. Both erupted with an even stronger aura, golden beams shooting skyward. Lightning crackled around them, and the audience erupted into cheers. On the stage, the battle reached a fever pitch. Vegeta initiated the attack, his speed several times faster than before. He appeared before Goku in an instant, and boom, the punch landed squarely on Goku's left cheek. Blood trickled from the corner of Goku's mouth as he was knocked to the right. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he harnessed that force, delivering a fierce kick toward Vegeta's ribs with his right leg, charged with lightning. Vegeta, unable to evade in time, could only block with his left arm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was painfully clear. Ugh! Vegeta groaned, a surge of pain radiating from his left arm. Yet his assault did not cease. His right hand gathered a pulse of purple energy, aimed at Goku's chest. Boom! The energy wave exploded at close range, sending Goku flying, black smoke billowing from his chest. He steadied himself in midair, rapidly conjuring blue energy with both hands. A thick beam shot forth. Unyielding, Vegeta likewise summoned a wave of golden energy. The beams clashed in midair, a terrifying energy scattering in all directions. Rumble. The sound of the explosion was deafening, shaking the entire venue. The protective barrier endured a colossal impact, emitting a buzzing noise. As the smoke cleared, both fighters were bloodied and battered. Goku stood bare-chested, numerous bruises marring his skin, and his chest scorched black. Vegeta's battle attire was utterly ruined, his left arm visibly deformed. Yet the fighting spirit of the two remained undiminished. It is not over yet. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Vegeta turned his injured arm aside. In the next moment, the two collided once more, the battleground shifting from the ground to the sky. A tremendous crash echoed through the air as they engaged in a furious struggle. Vegeta landed a heavy punch to Goku's abdomen with one hand. Goku attempted to block with both hands, but struck his wound, causing him to be propelled backward in agony. Aya! Both warriors let out a roar, their energy surging wildly. The golden beams of light grew ever more brilliant, intertwining like a tempest of lightning. Super Saiyan Level 3. The audience was driven into a frenzy. The arena began to crack, unable to withstand the intensity. Once again, they charged at each other with no reservations. Bang! Vegeta's elbow struck fiercely against Goku's chest, the tremendous force fracturing his ribs. Goku, enduring the excruciating pain, retaliated with a powerful kick. They engaged in close combat, each strike laden with cataclysmic power. Goku delivered an uppercut that connected with Vegeta's chin, sending his head snapping back and blood spewing forth. Yet, without hesitation, Vegeta countered, gritting his teeth and ramming his head into Goku's. Goku barely managed to evade, nearly losing consciousness from the impact. Both were battered and bruised, yet the battle persisted. Vegeta created distance, his energy surging as he clasped his hands together. It is time to end this. Big Bang attack. Energy coalesced. Goku, too, concentrated all his energy between his palms. Kamehameha. The two beams of energy erupted simultaneously, colliding at the center of the arena. Aya. The energy surged back and forth, their hair gradually retracting as the golden flame began to fade. Then, an unprecedented explosion erupted between them. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, causing the arena to collapse entirely. The protective barrier shook violently, nearing its breaking point. At the heart of the explosion, both were thrown back by the immense recoil. Goku crashed heavily against the barrier, slowly sliding down. Vegeta fared no better, crashing into the rubble below. Both were utterly exhausted, their muscles reverting to a normal state. They struggled to rise, but their bodies had reached their limits. Goku managed to prop himself up, gazing at the equally struggling Vegeta. Vegeta met Goku's gaze, and in that moment, they both shared a satisfied smile. With a thud, they simultaneously collapsed into the ruins, unable to rise again. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The spectators stared at the debris that was once the battleground, rendered speechless. The host, microphone in hand, trembled as he spoke. This, both competitors have fallen simultaneously. Chapter 46. The Legend of Evolutionary Genes. Gohan and Goten rushed forward, carefully lifting Goku, who lay amidst the ruins. Dad! Goten's voice trembled with emotion. Fine. Just a bit fatigued, Goku managed to force a smile, though his body felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Trunks dashed towards Vegeta, dragging him from the pile of debris. "Dad, are you alright?" Vegeta coughed up blood. "This is nothing." The two were escorted backstage, where Piccolo immediately produced some Senza beans and offered them. Goku and Vegeta each swallowed a bean, their injuries healing instantaneously. Vegeta began to move his arms again, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he did so. Today's battle was not quite perfect, he mused, clenching his fist. "One day, I shall utterly defeat you," Kakarot. "I have the same resolve, Vegeta," Goku replied, his fighting spirit ignited. On stage, the host continued to speak amid the ruins. This has been an unprecedentedly thrilling showdown. Though the arena lay in shambles, he remained fervently animated. In the contestant area, Satan was utterly petrified, his mouth agape and eyes fixated on the wreckage of the arena. "Dad! Dad!" Videl shook him vigorously. Only then did Satan snap back to reality, trembling violently. Oh, it's nothing. Dad just thinks the fight was quite good, ha ha ha." Videl looked at her father in disbelief before turning away in exasperation. Backstage, the tournament committee convened an emergency meeting. "The arena is completely destroyed," reported one staff member. "The protective shield has numerous cracks, and several seats in the audience area have been loosened." The committee chair wiped the sweat from his brow. "Contact the Capsule Corporation immediately to request urgent repairs." "How long will it take?" "At least a day," came the response. The chair gritted his teeth, then announced a suspension of the match. "We will continue tomorrow." The host picked up the microphone once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the spectacular performances of the two contestants, the arena requires urgent repairs. The match will be paused for one day and will resume at the same time tomorrow." Discontented boos erupted from the audience. "Why the pause? We want to see more matches." "Refunds." The host quickly attempted to placate them. "To provide everyone with a better viewing experience, we will comprehensively upgrade all facilities. Tomorrow's match will be even more exhilarating." In the contestants' preparation room, Cell observed everything in silence. The system interface appeared in his mind. Current evolution points, 384 billion. He had accumulated quite a number of evolution points. It seemed time to return and upgrade. He turned towards the exit. "Mr. Shin," Jebbet whispered, "shouldn't we?" "Let me take a moment," Shin waved dismissively. He needed time to process all that he had just witnessed. Previous concerns now seem rather superfluous. One might ponder whether the resurrection of the demon could indeed contend with them. A chilling thought suddenly struck Sin. Perhaps this looming crisis was, in fact, a predicament for Majin Buu. As Gero exited the martial arts arena, night had already fallen. Numerous spectators lingered on the streets, engaged in animated discussions about the recent match. Those two golden warriors were extraordinary. It was akin to divine beings clashing. Would tomorrow unveil even more thrilling spectacles? Paying no heed to the chatter, Gero soared towards the outskirts, in search of a tranquil locale for his enhancement. With billions of evolution points at his disposal, he was poised for a transformative metamorphosis. After flying for several minutes, Gero arrived at a desolate mountain, an ideal site for his modifications, devoid of human presence. He descended upon the peak and sat cross-legged. System, expend all evolution points. An immense surge of pure energy flooded into his two cores, invigorating every fiber of his being. Soon, the system interface materialized. Ding. Over 5 billion evolution points have been expended. Can consume legendary Super Saiyan Data Fragment X1. Saiyan Gene Evolution. The powers of legendary Saiyans 1 and 3. At that time, he had only acquired a fragment while analyzing Broly. He still needed to locate two others with the same genetic makeup. He wondered if there existed another Broly in this world. After a brief contemplation, Gero dismissed the thought and focused on his evolution. System, consume the fragment for evolution. Boom! A torrent of verdant, tempestuous energy surged into Gero's core. Although it constituted merely a third of the total, the innate ferocity derived from his lineage set him on edge. Breathing heavily, he took a deep breath, guiding his energy into a slow, steady cycle. After a while, the discomfort dissipated and he gazed at the data panel. Legendary Saiyan Gene, incomplete, evolution successful, base combat power increased fivefold. Acquired passive skill, dominance, significantly enhances resistance to key base techniques, reducing stiffness and dizziness. Infinite growth, unlocked. Demonization, unlocked. Truly remarkable. The latter two gray skills appeared to be rewards for further development. Subsequently, Gero harnessed the power of legend, enveloping his original yellow aura with a green flame. His physique began to transform. Muscles redistributed, dimensions expanded, and his bones cracked with newfound vigor. The green shell grew increasingly resilient, and his form became more harmonious. Rising to his feet, Gero reveled in the surging power within him, admiring his dual-colored aura. He mused, at this rate, I shan't evolve into a rainbow Gero. And with a wry smile, he set off towards the arena. Chapter 47. Enlightenment. Gero returned to the passage leading to the contestants' resting area. In the distance, two figures had been waiting for quite some time. The Supreme Kai Sin and his attendant, Jebit. As Gero approached, both figures instinctively tensed. Before him stood Cell, seemingly transformed from what he once was. His figure appeared more towering and regal, and beneath the originally fluid lines lay an indescribable intensity of power. Although his demeanor had subdued, the faint yet palpable aura of oppression was more potent than ever before. Xian mustered his courage and took a step forward. Mr. Cell, you must tell me everything. His voice trembled with fear, yet his resolve remained steadfast. You, the powerful beings on this planet, what is your ultimate purpose? Majin Buu is on the verge of resurrection. This is a crisis that threatens the very existence of the universe. Cell halted, lowering his gaze upon the so-called supreme deity of the universe, the Supreme Kai. He spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of both men. Your existence bears no impact on the eradication of the Majin. The words, though casually spoken, dripped with an insidious malice. Xian's complexion paled instantly. He stumbled back, nearly losing his footing. An uncontrollable dread surged from the depths of his being, overwhelming his rationality. What do you intend to do? Beside him, Jebit reacted swiftly, stepping forward to shield the Supreme Kai with his own body. He assumed a defensive posture against Cell, yet his trembling legs betrayed the terror within. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to muster the courage to articulate a defiant statement. Huh! Cell chuckled softly, a sound that sent chills down Xian and Jebit's spines. You need not be overly anxious. Leave the matter of the Majin to us. His tone was imbued with a righteous fervor, yet a chilling undertone lingered beneath. As for my purpose, it is to personally vanquish a terrifying existence. Then, to harness the destructive energy and ascend to the divine realm. What? Xian and Jebit were momentarily paralyzed by shock. What could possibly be more fearsome than the Majin? Cell ignored their astonishment, continuing his soliloquy. His expression suddenly shifted to one of grave solemnity, tinged with an ineffable compassion. All of this is to protect. A seer once foretold that in the not-too-distant future, a slumbering terror will awaken and descend upon this planet known as Earth. His arrival shall herald destruction. To safeguard this beautiful world and the countless innocent lives upon it, I must rally all powerful warriors to prepare for the impending crisis. Cell's performance was heartfelt, his voice quivering with barely perceptible emotion, as if on the verge of shedding tears. Xian watched, entranced, as this demon enacted his charade. In that moment when Cell uttered, "Your existence is inconsequential," Xian comprehended the stark reality of their positions. He realized he held no standing to negotiate with such a being. This monster cared not for deities or the cosmic order. He adheres solely to his own rules. To rebel is to embrace death. Xian's heart turned to ice. It seems the other party would not divulge their true intentions. For now, he could only proceed step by step. So, it is. Xian struggled to articulate, his voice dry. Given this situation, I entrust the matter of Majin Buu to you. By uttering these words, he relinquished all control over the situation as the Kaishin. He wagered the fate of the universe on a creature beyond his influence. Once his words fell, Xian did not linger. He and Jebit vanished in an instant before Cell's eyes. Had they returned to the Kaishin realm? Cell sensed that the two faint energies had traveled to an exceedingly distant coordinate. With his current abilities, pinpointing their location and teleporting there would pose no challenge. However, the time was not yet ripe. Once the tournament concluded, he would take everyone there for exploration, enhancing their strength to yield more high-quality data. Cell retracted his thoughts, choosing not to dwell further. He slowly turned and made his way toward the exclusive quarters arranged for him by the tournament organizers. Chapter 48. The Justice Reaper and the Frozen Demon. The following day dawned bright and sunny. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After a day of urgent maintenance, our arena has become even more robust. Let us witness greater battles together. After several rounds of unremarkable matches between ordinary fighters, the audience's enthusiasm began to wane, with many stifling yawns. Finally, the moment arrived. Next up, we have an exhilarating showdown ahead. The announcer's voice suddenly rose, igniting the atmosphere once more. Please welcome our formidable warrior. Contestant Gula, a purple figure gracefully emerged, adopting that elegant posture. Standing on the stage with hands clasped behind his back, the audience vividly recalled the terrifying scene from yesterday, where this man had effortlessly obliterated his opponent. As for his adversary, the announcer glanced at the card in his hand, his expression turning peculiar. Wait, two contestants? A murmur rippled through the crowd. Is this a mistake? Why are there two people? Is it a 2-on-1 match? Please welcome contestants Sun, Goten, and Trunks. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Goten and Trunks, two small figures, hopped onto the stage. Goten, still somewhat shy, hid behind Trunks, overwhelmed by the multitude of spectators. So many people, he thought. Trunks, standing tall, also felt a twinge of nervousness. The audience erupted in disbelief. Are you kidding? You're sending two children to confront that monster? Is this a sideshow arranged by Mr. Satan? Has the organizing committee lost their minds? In the contestants' preparation room, Piccolo stood with arms crossed, his expression calm. Wukong, I have heard everything you said earlier. What tactics have you imparted to them? Wukong wore an expression of eager anticipation. He chuckled, you'll soon find out. On the arena, Gula gazed at the two children before him, who barely reached his waist, with a hint of impatience. Scram, he uttered flatly, devoid of any emotion. I have no interest in participating in such childish games. Perhaps if your fathers were here, I might be inclined to stretch my limbs a bit. Goten made a face at him. Big guy, you talk so big. Trunks arrogantly lifted his chin. We are more than enough to handle you. Gula ceased his words. Yet the aura emanating from him caused the surrounding air to drop several degrees. Hey Trunks, let's use that. All right. The two boys exchanged mischievous grins and immediately struck an exceedingly peculiar pose. Merged, they approached one another, stepping in a comical dance. Combined, their fingers met with precision. A blinding radiance erupted between them, enveloping the entire arena. The audience was momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. The host stood dumbfounded, the microphone slipping from his grasp unnoticed. What is this? As the light dissipated, a brand new figure emerged at the center of the arena. Clad in the traditional attire of the Metamorans, he possessed a well-proportioned physique, adorned with the confident smile of Goten and Trunks fused into one. For the first time, Gula's expression shifted. He sensed that this warrior, born of two children's union, harbored a formidable power. Listen well. The fusion warrior struck a striking pose, pondering for a moment. I am the righteous harbinger of justice. Gotenks has arrived. The audience fell into a stunned silence. All were rendered speechless by this extraordinary spectacle. Did they merge? Is this magic? In the contestants' waiting room, Wukong began to explain to the others. Meanwhile, Cell observed quietly as the system interface automatically activated. Dance fusion. Analyzing analysis progress. 1-5 on the arena. Gotenks flexed his limbs, savoring the unprecedented power coursing through him. This feels amazing. Watch me take you down. Whoosh. His figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he materialized before Gula, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Gula merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Too slow. Crack. Gula's tail lashed out like lightning, striking Gotenks fiercely across the face. Ouch. Gotenks screamed, spinning like a top as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. That hurts, that hurts. He clutched his swollen cheek, grimacing as he stood up. Damn it. How dare you strike this handsome visage? Gula afforded him no respite. In a flash, he appeared before him, delivering a ferocious knee strike to his abdomen. Thud! Wutian Keisai doubled over, expelling a mouthful of water. But it was not over yet. Gula seized his hair, lifting him into the air, while his other hand coalesced a sphere of violet energy. This is the end. Boom! The energy sphere detonated against Wutian Keisai's face, the terrifying shockwave propelling him towards the ground. The arena erupted with a deafening sound, dust swirling in the air. The audience held their breath in suspense. Was it over? Had that child been defeated? Amidst the haze, Wutian Keisai struggled to rise, his clothing in tatters. Damn it. This guy is formidable. He had overestimated himself and underestimated Gula. Gula hovered above, gazing down upon him with disdain. Perhaps he should return after a few years of milk drinking. Wutian Keisai touched his face, infuriated that this scoundrel had dared to mar the image of a hero. He was furious. This was far from over. Ah! Boom! A golden aura erupted from within Wutian Keisai, soaring skyward. The violent wave of energy swept outward, scraping a layer off the solid arena surface. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Wutian Keisai's hair stood on end, transformed into pure gold, his emerald eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. Super Wutian Keisai had arrived. Once again, the Golden Warrior. The audience erupted into cheers, their roars nearly lifting the roof off the venue. Gula flicked his tail. Now, this is getting interesting. He descended slowly to the ground, finally assuming a combat stance. Come on, do you even need to say that? Super Wutian Keisai vanished once more. This time, his speed was more than tenfold faster than before. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as Gula's abdomen absorbed a solid punch, propelling him backwards for several meters before he steadied himself. He glanced down at his abdomen, where a clear fist mark had appeared. You have successfully enraged me. Gula's aura began to surge, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the entire arena. Super, ghostly divine wind fist. Wutian Keisai inhaled deeply, exhaling a dozen identical white apparitions. The specters cackled sharply as they surged toward Gula from all directions. A mere parlor trick, Gula unleashed a barrage of energy beams with his fingers, striking each ghost with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! 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 As the apparitions made contact with the energy, they instantly detonated in violent explosions. However, in the moment Gula dealt with the spirits, Wutian Keisai had already appeared above him. Consecutive super chocolate rings. Wutian Keisai clasped his hands together, conjuring massive energy rings, which he forcefully launched towards Gula's head. Gula suddenly realized that his form was ensnared by several energy rings. Heh, it's not too late to beg for mercy now. Gotenks tilted his head back, exerting force in his hands as the energy rings tightened with his movements. Chapter 49, Golden Pattern Gula. Such childish tricks. Gula roared, his purple aura surging dramatically. The energy rings binding him emitted groans of distress. Crack, crack, cracks spread across the energy rings like a spider's web. What? Gotenks' confident smile froze on his face. How can my super chocolate rings possibly? Boom! Before he could finish, all the energy rings shattered in an instant, transforming into golden specks that dissipated into the air. Gula broke free. His figure vanished from sight. Alarm bells rang in Gotenks' mind as he swiftly turned to defend himself. But it was too late. A foot rapidly loomed large in his vision. Bang! Gula's whip-like kick struck his face solidly, the immense force sending him spiraling backward like a top. What? Gotenks tumbled through the air multiple times before barely stabilizing himself. Half of his cheek already swollen. You filthy. Too slow. Gula's cold voice echoed in his ear. Gotenks' pupils constricted as he saw Gula had somehow appeared behind him, a slender tail sweeping towards him like a steel whip. Slap! Another heavy blow struck his back, causing him to lose his balance once more, plummeting towards the arena below. Gula offered him no respite, following closely with a knee strike that slammed into Gotenks' abdomen. Ugh! Gotenks felt as if his insides had been displaced. You shall pay for your arrogance. Purple destructive energy gathered at Gula's fingertips. Boom! The energy beam erupted at close range, engulfing Gotenks entirely before crashing heavily onto the stage. The massive explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave, causing even the protective barrier to ripple violently. Inside the contestant preparation room, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Alas, if you don't take this seriously, you're really going to be defeated, Goku said, covering his face. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression dark. These two brats are far too careless. As the dust settled, a deep pit appeared on the stage. Gotenks lay at the bottom, charred and grimacing in pain. Is it over? The host trembled as he picked up the microphone. The audience held their breath. Just then, a faint sobbing sound emanated from the pit. Wah, it hurts! Followed by an angry roar. You bastard! How dare you beat me like this? Gotenks staggered out of the pit, pointing at Gula in midair, his face smeared with tears and snot. I am indeed the champion of justice. How dare you strike the visage of a hero? You have even marred my splendid attire. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The fury of a child can be more fearsome than anything else. I shall reduce you to a mere pig's head. Boom! An unprecedented aura of terror erupted from the petite form of Gotenks. A golden beam surged into the heavens, more ferocious than ever before. The very world seemed to tremble. This energy, Piccolo gaped in astonishment. Amidst the radiance, Gotenks' hair began to grow at a visible pace, soon cascading down to his waist. The innocence faded from his countenance, his brow became pronounced, his eyebrows vanished, replaced by a raw and fierce aura. Goku and Vegeta also bore expressions of incredulity. This cannot be true. They have indeed mastered it. Vegeta quickly regained his composure and smiled, remarking, as expected from my bloodline, Kakarot, it seems your son has inherited Trunks' prowess. The two began to debate whose child possessed the greater talent, even deciding that post-battle, they would let their sons face off against one another. As the golden light dissipated, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks made his grand entrance. He twisted his neck, producing a sharp crack, and wore a defiant grin upon his face. I've kept you waiting. The next round begins now. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared in the crimson eyes of Gula. Whoosh! Gotenks' figure vanished in an instant. A chill ran through Gula, who could not even catch a glimpse of his movement. Bam! A powerful punch landed squarely on his abdomen. Puffed! Gula spat a mouthful of purple blood, his body uncontrollably recoiling. Not bad, right? Gotenks' voice, like a nightmare, echoed in his ears. What followed was a tempest of relentless attacks. Bam! 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 Fists, elbows, knee strikes, and whips of the leg. Each blow contained apocalyptic power. Gula found himself entirely on the defensive, barely managing to block as his body was continually pushed back. Damn it! Gula roared, seizing a fleeting opportunity to unleash an energy wave toward Gotenks. Gotenks merely grinned, waving a hand to effortlessly disperse the energy wave. Too weak. Your attack is akin to a mere tickle. In an instant, he appeared above Gula, swinging his fist in a series of miraculous punches. Boom! Gula was struck down from the air, crashing to the ground and carving a deep trench into the arena. How about that? Do you now understand my might? Gotenks placed his hands on his hips, laughing in the air, then gestured with a thumbs down, signaling weakness. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Amidst the ruins, Gula slowly rose to his feet. His body was riddled with wounds, looking utterly disheveled. Yet he smiled. Ha ha, Saiyans, truly a terrifying race. Every time I think I have reached my limit, I manage to unleash an even more formidable power. Gula wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with a frenzied light. As a reward, allow me to showcase my true self. I, Gula, in a brand new form. Boom! A malevolent and profound aura erupted from within him, more sinister than before. A surge of violet energy ascended, accompanied by a faint golden flame. His body began to undergo violent transformations. Muscles bulged, bones dislocated, and his smooth skull cracked open, growing larger and more menacing. Sharp, bony spikes sprouted from his shoulders and arms, and his mouth was encased in a mask as his stature increased dramatically. Soon, golden stripes began to emerge across his muscular frame. One cannot deny the might of a Super Saiyan, yet this golden hue is not exclusive to your kind. Gula's voice deepened, raspy and low. The party has only just begun. New energy form detected. Frozen demon sublimation beginner. A look of astonishment crossed Cell's calm face. Just a hint of this power can amplify combat strength to such heights. No wonder Frieza could withstand Super Blue in just 4 months with this transformation. The smile faded from Gotenks' face. He could sense the terrifying strength radiating from his opponent, yet his bravado remained. You've merely become uglier. Watch as I revert you to your original form. Ultimate invincibility. Perish. Both combatants let out a roar, transforming into streaks of light, colliding once more at the center of the arena. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, the shockwave visibly expanding from their clash. Chapter 50. Calm and Ruthless Domination. In the audience, people clutched their seats tightly, leaning forward, fearful of missing a single moment. Amidst the dust, both figures were sent reeling backward. Gotenks steadied himself mid-air, his long golden hair dancing in the turbulent wind. Gula skidded across the ground for several meters, forcefully pushing off to dissipate the impact. Not too impressive, Gotenks remarked, hands on his hips, one finger brushing against his nose, gazing down with pride. I thought you would be formidable after your transformation. Is that so? Soon, you shall find out. Gula's voice was hoarse, the golden stripes flowing across his purple skin, resembling a holy demon. Before his words had faded, his figure vanished. Gotenks felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively crossing his arms to shield his chest. Yet in the next moment, Gula became a blur, passing through Gotenks and delivering a heavy blow that struck his back with tremendous force. The impact sent him flying. How swift! In the contestants' preparation room, Goku's expression turned serious. In the arena, at the moment Gotenks was struck back, he twisted his body and kicked out. The golden energy gathered at his toes, slicing through the air. Gula elegantly tilted his head aside, the energy leaving a charred mark on the distant barrier. A barrage of lethal missiles ensued. as Gotenks roared, arms outstretched. Countless energy blasts rained down like a torrential storm. Several golden energy rings materialized from thin air, encircling Gula from various angles. Come on, Gula, unflinching, clenched his fists and expanded his body, allowing the energy blast to bombard him, resulting in a relentless series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upward, and Gotenks, sensing he had struck his target, intensified his assault. The arena began to shake, and the audience's seats trembled incessantly. After a moment, Gotenks panted, the smoke gradually dissipating to reveal Gula, seemingly unscathed. Is it over? What? The smile on Gotenks' face froze as he realized his attacks had been futile. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Gula's figure appeared ominously above him. Dare to be distracted while fighting me. Boom! Gotenks was swatted down from the air like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the already battered stage. The metal crumpled, embedding him within it. Goten, Trunks, the silent onlookers, Chi-Chi and Bulma, could no longer contain their gasps. Don't worry. Goku reassured, they haven't lost yet. On the ground, Gotenks sprang up fiercely, his face marred with wounds, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. You insufferable beast. You've ignited my fury. He wiped away the blood, raising his hands high above his head. Behold my ultimate technique. Flash cannon. A massive sphere of pulsating, chaotic energy coalesced in his hands, its power causing the entire venue to tremble. Gula hovered in midair, quietly observing his charge. Gotenks hurled the energy sphere with all his might. The orb trailed a long tail of flames, distorting the very fabric of space as it passed. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Gula simply raised his right hand slowly, fingers splayed wide. The energy sphere collided with his palm. What is this? The tumultuous sphere began to quiver under the pressure, and then, with a firm squeeze, Gula crushed it, smoke billowing from his hand. No, it can't be. Gotenks' eyes widened in disbelief. His triumphant move had been so effortlessly countered. The utilization of energy is not determined by who shouts the loudest. Gula's figure appeared before Gotenks. It was too swift. Gotenks had no time to react. Rather, it is about who understands control better. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone echoed. Gula seized Gotenks' left arm and twisted it forcefully. Aya! A heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the arena. Gotenks' left arm hung at a grotesque angle, the excruciating pain erasing all traces of arrogance from his face, leaving only sheer terror. You still have a long way to go in terms of battle experience. Gula released his grip and delivered a devastating elbow strike to Gotenks' nape. A resounding thud echoed as Gotenks was engulfed in darkness. His long hair, which had flourished in Super Saiyan form, swiftly reverted to its ordinary state, and the golden aura dissipated in an instant. How naive. Piccolo's voice resonated with gravity as he remarked on the two boys, brimming with power, yet utterly oblivious to the harsh realities of combat. They regarded this as a mere game. In the arena, Gula did not cease his onslaught. Seizing Gotenks by the hair, he hoisted him aloft. His fists rained down like relentless raindrops. Bam! 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 Each strike landed squarely upon Gotenks' abdomen, leaving him devoid of any means to retaliate, eliciting only anguished groans as blood stained his chest. Stop! Videl could no longer contain herself and rose to shout at the arena. Yet her voice was drowned out by Gula's ferocious assault. It was nearly time to conclude this. Gula halted his strikes, casually discarding the nearly unconscious Gotenks onto the ground. At that moment, a brilliant light flickered around Gotenks. Bam! The fusion was undone. Goten and Trunks separated, collapsing to the ground, battered and unconscious. Gula paused, observing the two limp children on the floor as his mask slowly retracted. TCH, how mundane. He turned away, heading towards the contestant preparation room. Son Goten and Trunks had lost consciousness. The announcer's voice trembled with the weight of Gula's brutality. Chapter 51, Gula's Provocation. In the contestants' lounge, Goku and Vegeta rushed toward the stretcher bearing the two children. Goten, Chi-Chi dashed forward, trembling as she examined her son's injuries. Goten bore bruises on his face, and his left arm hung limply by his side. Trunks, you fool. Bulma also hurried over, tears glistening in her eyes. Trunks lay with tightly shut eyes, his breath faint. Piccolo retrieved some senza beans from his clothing. Feed them this. Chi-Chi took the beans, carefully prying open Goten's mouth to insert one. Moments latte. Goten's wounds began to heal rapidly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Mama, Goten, you scared me to death. Trunks also revived under the influence of the senza bean, and Bulma embraced her son tightly. Next time, don't take such risks. sorry. The two boys lowered their heads. Their previous pride utterly vanished. Gula's strength had imparted a harsh lesson upon them. The door to the lounge swung open, and Gula entered slowly, having reverted to his normal form. All eyes were fixated upon him, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble, Gula said, surveying the room before finally locking his gaze on Cell. Lord Cell, he remarked, his tone laced with palpable sarcasm. How did my earlier performance fare? Those two youngling Super Saiyan third forms certainly posed me a challenge. Cell regarded him calmly, offering no response. Gula continued, but to be frank, their strength is still far too lacking. They possess power, yet lack the experience to wield it effectively. He stepped forward, a faint golden aura beginning to emanate from him. Lord Cell, it seems the title of the strongest in the universe is still up for debate. This statement detonated like a bomb in the lounge. Goku and Vegeta furrowed their brows in unison, while Piccolo's expression turned serious. Gula's power was indeed formidable, as evidenced by his recent battle with Super Saiyan Trunks. Yet, how dare he challenge Cell? Cell remained silent, merely observing Gula with an unsettling calmness. What's wrong? No word to share? Gula's voice grew increasingly provocative. Or perhaps, Lord Cell lacks confidence in his own strength? His eyes glinted with malice, dripping with taunt. I have mastered a brand new power. The so-called gap that existed before is now non-existent. The atmosphere in the lounge became stifling, as everyone could sense the overwhelming aura radiating from Gula. Finally, Cell spoke. Is that so? The simplicity of his words sent a shiver through Gula. Then let us meet on the arena. Cell turned towards the door. It will be quite entertaining to shatter your illusions in front of such an audience. Gula's expression darkened. Very well, I shall await you, he spat, casting a fierce glare at Cell before exiting the lounge. The room fell silent once more. The guy's insufferably arrogant. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Gula's strength has indeed increased significantly, Piccolo remarked solemnly. That golden energy he exhibited bears some resemblance to Super Saiyan, but is not entirely the same. Goku nodded in agreement. He feels far more dangerous than before. A slight smirk graced Cell's lips. It is the perfect opportunity to test the absorption of a portion of the legendary Saiyans' power. It is time for this restless individual to witness true strength. A few hours later, the competition resumed. Next up is contestant Gohan versus contestant Android 18, announced the host, his voice resonating throughout the arena. The two engaged in combat, but the outcome was already evident, with Gohan clearly dominating. 10 minutes later, Android 18 was defeated. Contestant Gohan emerges victorious. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Although this match was not as thrilling as the previous ones, it was still captivating. Backstage, Satan hurriedly made his way to the competition committee. Half an hour later, the host picked up the microphone once more. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be an unprecedented climax. Contestant Cell has requested to simultaneously challenge both Gohan and Gula, an ultimate showdown of 1 against 2. This will determine who will face our champion, Mr. Satan, in a decisive confrontation. The crowd instantly ignited with excitement. The spectators cheered wildly, having eagerly anticipated such a contest. In the contestants' preparation room, Gohan furrowed his brow as he glanced at Gula. Mr. Gula, you heard the host just now. It seems Mr. Cell is unfazed by your provocation. Gula responded with a cold smirk. I'll make him realize the folly of underestimating me. Form an alliance? I have no intention of doing so. He turned to Gohan. If you dare interfere, I will defeat both of you. On the arena, 3 figures gradually emerged. Cell stood to one side, while Gohan and Gula positioned themselves on the other, forming a triangular standoff. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Chapter 52, The Power of Cell. In the arena, the 3 figures remained silently poised. Gula cast a cold glance at the young man beside him, a faint purple aura beginning to emanate from him. Gohan slowly assumed a fighting stance, sensing the subtle yet terrifying pressure radiating from Cell, more formidable than ever before. Let us begin. Cell's voice was nonchalant. He had set both opponents on high alert. Gula launched the first attack. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Cell, his fist aimed directly at Cell's face. Cell merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. Gula's attack missed, but he was already prepared. His tail swept in like a steel whip. With a sharp crack, Cell raised his hand to catch the blow, his fingers easily gripping Gula's tail. Is that all you got? Before the words had fully left his lips, Cell forcefully swung Gula into the air. Just then, Gohan charged in from the side. Masenko, a golden energy wave shot towards Cell, packing significant power. Cell didn't even turn his head, simply extending his left hand to effortlessly swat the energy wave away. Too weak. He turned to Gohan, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. Gohan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately retreated to create distance. Gula stabilized himself in midair, his expression darkening. That previous strike, so casually executed, clearly indicated that this opponent had elevated his power yet again. A purple aura erupted from within him, his muscles swelling, bones cracking ominously. Golden stripes appeared on his skin, and his presence surged dramatically. The audience gasped in astonishment. That power with the golden stripes again. It's terrifying. Gohan, unwilling to relent, clenched his fists tightly as a golden aura surged upward, igniting the heavens. His hair stood on end, transforming into pure gold, and soon began to grow wildly, cascading down to his waist. The third transformation of the Super Saiyan has arrived. Two formidable energies clashed upon the arena, generating shockwaves that reverberated throughout the venue. Cell observed quietly, his expression unchanging. Now this is more like it. He slowly raised his right hand, a green aura beginning to coalesce in his palm. The two combatants charged towards Cell simultaneously. Gula attacked from the front, his fist imbued with destructive power aimed squarely at Cell's chest. Gohan flanked from the side, executing a sweeping kick towards Cell's waist. Despite the two-pronged assault, Cell remained unfazed. He blocked Gula's punch with his left hand while catching Gohan's leg with his right, subsequently unleashing a forceful tremor. Boom! The overwhelming power sent both fighters reeling backward, sliding across the ground for several meters before regaining their footing. Gula stared at his trembling fist, realizing he had exerted all his strength in that last punch. Gohan fared no better, a sensation of numbness coursing through his right leg. Cell slowly approached the duo, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. A more terrifying aura began to emanate from him. Allow me to showcase true power. Boom! An unprecedented malevolent energy erupted from within Cell, a tricolored flame of gold, green, and pink intertwined, forming a colossal column of energy that shot skyward. The entire venue shook violently, many spectators being jostled from their seats. What is this? It's utterly terrifying. In the contestants' waiting room, everyone was aghast, transfixed by the spectacle on the screen. This energy. Vegeta's face paled, infuriating. Goku furrowed his brow, pondering just how much power Cell had concealed. On the arena, the aura began to dissipate, revealing a dramatic transformation in Cell's form. His physique grew taller, muscles perfectly sculpted and brimming with explosive power, the insectal traits fading, revealing an incomplete pink visage. The berserk fury of the legendary Saiyans combined with the wickedness of a demon. Cell flexed his fingers, producing a crisp sound. How far can you push me? Gula and Gohan were both overwhelmed by this terrifying sense of oppression. Impossible. Gula gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe anyone could be this powerful. With a roar, golden stripes on his body began to flicker, his aura surging once more. Death beam. Dozens of purple energy rays shot forth from his fingertips, densely covering the area where Cell stood. Gohan was not idle either. He clasped his hands together, channeling energy. Kamehameha. A golden wave of energy followed closely behind, intersecting with Gula's assault. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions reverberated throughout the arena, as thick smoke billowed into the air. The two combatants gasped for breath, their eyes fixed on the swirling haze, hoping to catch a glimpse of an injured Cell. However, as the smoke dissipated, Cell stood unscathed in his original position. It was my turn. In an instant, Cell vanished. Gula's pupils dilated, desperately searching for Cell's whereabouts. Bam! A powerful fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Gula coughed up blood, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. During his backward flight, Cell reappeared beside him, delivering a knee strike forcefully against his back. Gula flailed like a marionette, swinging through the air. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that Gohan could barely react. By the time he sought to intervene, Cell was already before him. Too slow. A knee collided brutally with Gohan's chest, forcing him to double over in agony. Cell seized his collar, lifting him effortlessly. Still not enough. Your power increases far too slowly. With a casual toss, Gohan was hurled against the protective barrier, creating a thunderous impact. Gula clawed his way out of the pit, bloodied yet invigorated by an even fiercer battle spirit. Damn it, I am the strongest in the universe. He raised a single finger high above his head, beginning to gather a colossal energy sphere. Supernova explosion. The energy sphere expanded exponentially, ultimately reaching a terrifying diameter of several meters. Gohan, gritting his teeth against the pain, managed to rise, channeling energy through his hands. Kamehameha. Its potency surpassed any previous attempt. The two launched their attacks simultaneously. The massive energy sphere and the blue energy wave surged towards Cell, tearing through the air. In the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, Cell unleashed his aura. He lifted both hands, condensing all his energy into his palms. Special edition, key element slash. The green and pink energy compressed to its utmost, hurtling toward the incoming force. The devastating energy collided with a wildly spinning light wheel. ZZZZ. Flames erupted skyward. Dazzling radiance shot forth. The entire arena was immediately engulfed by the scattered energy rain, and a terrifying explosion soared into the heavens. The protective barrier appeared riddled with cracks, and the audience recoiled in fear. As the light faded, the arena had completely vanished, leaving only a bottomless pit behind. Chapter 53. United Front, Gohan and Gula. My goodness, what an intense battle. The announcer's voice trembled, his eyes wide as he gazed at the enormous pit before him. In his decades of experience, he had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The arena has vanished. He continued to speak while backing away, distancing himself from the perilous zone. The audience erupted in gasps, some timid souls already fleeing the scene. Bulma immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie. Activate maximum protective energy. Now, the external personnel swiftly pressed the device, and, in an instant, 2 additional layers of protective barriers were established, with energy power maximized. From the depths of the pit, 2 figures staggered forth. Gasping heavily, Gohan's chest rose and fell erratically. His martial arts uniform was tattered, and his arms bore several ghastly wounds. Gula was in a similarly dire state. The golden stripes adorning his body appeared dull, and a segment of his tail was severed. Both men simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the unscathed figure at the edge of the pit. Cell floated serenely in midair, devoid of even a speck of dust. How is this possible? Gula gritted his teeth, fists cracking ominously. Our combined assault. And yet Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hair plastered to his forehead by sweat. To triumph now, we must join forces. This thought arose in both their minds simultaneously. Mr. Gula, Gohan turned to the frozen demon beside him. As we are now without unity, it is utterly impossible to defeat him. Gula remained silent for a few seconds before letting out a cold snort. I'm not accustomed to collaborating with others. He paused, observing Cell, who stood with arms crossed, radiating disdain. However, today, I may make an exception. The two exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Onward. Gohan was the first to charge, his golden aura reigniting fiercely. Gula followed closely, the golden stripes upon his body beginning to flicker. Cell regarded the two rushing towards him, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if envisioning the alliance of Goku and Frieza. Gohan launched a frontal assault, fists flying in rapid succession. Gula flanked from the side, delivering a side kick aimed at Cell's waist. Cell's left hand blocked Gohan's punch, while his right hand seized Gula's left foot. Phantom Fist. Gohan's figure instantly fragmented, with a multitude of identical images encircling Cell. Footish technique. Cell erupted with a potent aura, instantly dispersing all the phantoms. Just then, Gula appeared above him. Death Beam. Dozens of purple rays shot forth densely towards Cell. As Cell prepared to evade, Gohan materialized beneath him. Kamehameha. A wave of golden energy surged from below. A simultaneous assault. Cell was compelled to endure both attacks. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed thunderously, dust swirling in the air. Had they succeeded? Gula intently watched the center of the smoke, anxiously awaiting the outcome. No, not yet. Gohan shook his head. He could still sense Cell's formidable presence. Indeed, as the dust cleared, Cell stood unharmed in his original position. Not bad coordination, Cell remarked, flexing his wrist. But it is still insufficient. His figure vanished, reappearing before Gohan in the next instant. Gohan reacted swiftly, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Bang! Cell's fist crashed against his defense, the immense force propelling him backward. Solar Flare. Gohan placed his hands against his forehead, and a brilliant white light erupted instantaneously. This technique is ineffective against me. Cell was unfazed, continuing his charge forward. Is that so? The voice of Gula echoed in his ear. It turned out that Gohan's Solar Flare was not meant to blind Cell, but to create an opportunity for Gula to launch the surprise attack. Supernova Explosion. Gula gathered an energy sphere in one hand and unleashed it at close range towards Cell's back. Cell was compelled to turn and confront the threat. At that moment, Gohan charged in from his side. Kamehameha. He began to gather energy, a blue aura coalescing between his hands. Humph. Cell kicked Gula's energy sphere away and turned to face Gohan. Kamehameha. A beam of blue energy shot straight towards Cell. Cell extended his hands, bracing himself to absorb the Kamehameha. Gohan intensified his output, the beam thickening significantly. Cell was pushed back as he grasped the energy column. Give it to me. Get lost. With a powerful shove, he reflected the Kamehameha back towards Gohan. Gohan quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding his own technique as it whizzed past him. Now it's my turn. Cell's figure vanished once more. Gohan's instinct screamed, desperately searching for Cell's location. Over there. Gula's alert rang out. Gohan immediately pivoted, spotting Cell charging from his right. He swiftly attempted to block, but Cell's fist struck nothing but air. It was merely an afterimage. The real Cell appeared behind him. Too slow. A heavy punch landed brutally on Gohan's back, sending him sprawling forward, blood spilling from his mouth. Gula rushed in to provide support. Destructive Ray. A purple energy beam shot forth from his eyes. Cell effortlessly dodged, countering with an elbow strike aimed at Gula's abdomen. Gula managed to block just in time with his arms, but was still forced back several steps. Gohan recovered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Gula. What's the plan? I will hold him off while you look for an opportunity to strike his blind spot. Understood. The two resumed their battle stances. Cell observed them with keen interest. Shall we continue? Absolutely. Gohan shouted, charging once more at Cell. This time, his attacks were more methodical. Fist techniques, kicks, energy waves, an array of maneuvers followed in succession. Cell countered with ease, yet his attention was firmly captivated. Gula stealthily maneuvered to Cell's side, his golden stripes beginning to shimmer. This time, the stripes were more numerous than before. His aura intensified. Now, Gohan shouted loudly and unleashed his full power to attack Cell. Just as Cell was about to counter, Cooler launched his assault. A barrage of energy beams, known as the Super Death Ray, surged towards Cell, forced to halt his attack. Cell pivoted to confront Cooler. In that moment, the electric aura surrounding Gohan intensified. His potential was being continuously unlocked in the heat of battle. The magic flash. A golden wave of energy erupted from his hands. Its power doubled compared to before. A pincer attack. For the first time, Cell exhibited a serious expression. Detecting fluctuations in target combat data. Son Gohan. Data analysis increased. Cooler. Ice Demon sublimation progress at 8. Gained 50 billion evolution points. The system's notifications echoed in Cell's mind. Excellent. Cell's aura began to surge. Allow me to stoke the flames further. Boom! A tricolor blaze shot skyward, more ferocious than before. In the audience, even with the enhanced triple barrier, some spectators felt the force of the energy. On the arena, the three auras clashed continuously. He has grown stronger once again. Gohan felt the terrifying aura emanating from Cell, a wave of despair rising within him. Damn it! Cooler gritted his teeth, just when he thought victory was within reach. The gap had widened once more. Yet this time, they refused to surrender. Once more, Gohan roared, his golden aura flaring even more intensely. Cooler, not to be outdone, was adorned with golden stripes that almost enveloped his entire body. The battle reignited. This time, the ferocity of their clash escalated. Although Cell held the upper hand, Gohan and Cooler's teamwork grew increasingly harmonious. One launched a frontal assault while the other provided lateral support. They exchanged positions and struck simultaneously, preventing Cell from fully suppressing them. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of continuous collisions reverberated throughout the arena. The three figures moved swiftly in the air, leaving countless afterimages in their wake. The audience watched the arena with rapt attention, fearful of missing any thrilling moments, far surpassing previous encounters. Is this the battle of the strongest? It is truly astonishing, Mom. In the contestants' preparation room, everyone anxiously watched the screen. Can Gohan and the others win? Kiki tightly grasped Goku's arm. I don't know. Goku shook his head, his expression grave. Every time Gohan and Cooler made a breakthrough, Cell always managed to outpace them. The battle continued in the arena. Gohan and Cooler had fully immersed themselves in the fight, their potential being infinitely unleashed in this life and death struggle. Yet Cell still maintained the advantage. Moreover, as time passed, the stamina of the two began to wane. Gohan panted heavily, sweat cascading down his forehead. Gula was in a similar state, the golden stripes on his body beginning to fade. as he observed the fatigue etched on their faces. A flicker of admiration crossed Cell's eyes. An impressive display. He slowly descended to the ground. However, this battle must come to an end. Cell clasped his hands together, energy beginning to coalesce. Gohan and Gula's faces turned ashen. Yet in that moment, a spark of determination ignited in their eyes simultaneously. We have not yet lost. Chapter 54. A fierce battle, two warriors exhausting their all. The announcer's voice trembled as he declared, "It appears that contestant Cell has stepped out of bounds." According to the regulations, the arena fell into a profound silence as his words hung in the air. Cell glanced down at the ground beneath him. This is disastrous. He had become so engrossed in extracting the potential of these two fighters that he forgot this was not merely a game, but a contest governed by rules. The tempestuous energy in his hands began to tremble erratically, the tricolored brilliance flickering uncertainly. Gohan and Gula were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared sense of helplessness and defiance in the other's eyes. At that moment, a figure rushed towards the edge of the pit in a frenzy. Satan abruptly emerged from his petrified state. "Fool! If Cell loses, how can I become the champion?" Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the trembling microphone from the announcer's grasp. Taking a deep breath, "Ladies and gentlemen," Satan's voice resonated throughout the arena, imbued with unprecedented fervor and charisma. "This unprecedented battle, I believe none of you wish for it to be interrupted by such tedious regulations." He pointed emphatically towards the ring, his arm flailing in excitement, his voice rising in intensity. "I have yet to showcase my ultimate technique as Satan, the disciple of the closed doors. How can it end like this?" The audience initially fell into a hush. Seconds later, as if igniting a powder keg, a thunderous roar erupted. "The hell with the rules. We want to see the match. Continue. Continue. Mr. Satan is right." The chorus of voices coalesced into a colossal wave, surging relentlessly, reverberating throughout the arena. The event organizers exchanged glances, witnessing the fervent crowd, and ultimately nodded in resignation. The announcer excitedly reclaimed the microphone, feeling as though he were witnessing history in the making. "Therefore, the match shall continue." Cell regarded this world champion, usually known for his bravado, with newfound appreciation. This guy, thinking quickly in a critical moment. The energy in his hands surged back into a frenzied state, the tricolored flames erupting with even greater ferocity than before. "Let us proceed." Cell turned to Gohan and Gula, a dangerous smile gracing his face. "Prepare to receive my attack." He clasped his hands together, terrifying energy beginning to gather at an astonishing pace. Triple helix. The intertwining beams of blue, green, and pink surged forth with a thunderous roar, their energies amplifying within a spiral, marking a novel endeavor fueled by newly absorbed data. Both Gohan and Gula's expressions shifted dramatically. The destructive power of this energy far exceeded any previous assault. "Mr. Gula, grant me a minute. I shall not disappoint you." In a moment of critical urgency, Gohan made a resolute decision, bringing his two fingers sharply together and pointing them at his forehead, concentrating all his remaining strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Gula swiftly positioned himself in front of Gohan, the remnants of golden stripes on his body flickering and wildly spreading. "You had better not be deceiving me," he roared, unleashing all his might without reservation, forming a layer of purple-golden energy shield before him. As the triple spiral made contact with the barrier, an immense shockwave threatened to shatter Gula's defenses. He exerted every ounce of his strength, yet a spurt of purple blood erupted from his mouth, the overwhelming force nearly crushing his bones. With a thunderous crash, the entire venue trembled violently, and the thickened triple shield finally bore a myriad of cracks. As the light faded, Gula's arms hung limply at his sides, blood gushing from the wounds on his arms. His severely injured body swaying in midair. He struggled to glance back. Gohan remained with his eyes closed, entirely immersed in the focus of his fingertips. Gula could distinctly sense a terrifying power coalescing between those two fingers, enough to send shivers down his spine. "Curse it! Today, I shall see you bleed." Gula gritted his teeth, his dwindling will reigniting as his entire form was enveloped in a furious purple glow, transforming into a streak of light that charged unhesitatingly towards Cell. Cell grasped the energy, watching Gula, whose power was inexplicably increasing, forcing him backward. "Ha ha ha, what a surprise! I never imagined you would go this far for Gohan." "Enough with the prattle," Gula bellowed, each word dripping with profound hatred. "Ever since you arrived at High Star, I have loathed you. How dare you even dream of having me as your subordinate? A foolish delusion." The two remained locked in a stalemate. Gula wished to utter more, but the combination of his injuries and severe exhaustion rendered his mind incapable of further thought. Gohan, if you don't hurry, I truly cannot hold on any longer. Just as his consciousness threatened to drift away and his body began to unravel, he heard it. It's done. Gohan's voice resonated like celestial music across the battlefield. Cell turned towards the sound, sensing intently. The energy between Gohan's fingers had become extraordinarily formidable, its concentration far surpassing his current combat prowess. Yet even so, from such a distance, you still wished to before Cell could finish his thought. Gohan, maintaining his posture with fingers at his forehead, vanished from his position. Cell was momentarily stunned. This individual has astonishingly mastered the art of instantaneous movement. Just as he intended to withdraw and defend himself, Gula, invigorated, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to intensify his onslaught, ensnaring him tightly. A most vexing adversary. Prepare to receive my attack. Gohan's figure materialized a mere 5 meters from Cell's flank, his furious roar resonating through the heavens. Full power special beam cannon. The spiral beam of energy released between his fingers was several times thicker than the original version by Piccolo, exuding a force capable of piercing through anything. And it struck Cell squarely in the chest. The immense power propelled Cell into the air, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. This time, even the reinforced barrier was utterly shattered. As the billowing smoke dissipated, Cell's upper body was completely obliterated, leaving only his head and mangled lower limbs suspended in midair. Within the arena, most of the female spectators gasped in shock, some fainting on the spot. The host and Mr. Satan collapsed onto the ground, mouths agape rendered speechless. Gula, witnessing this scene, released a feeble yet triumphant laugh, believing he had secured victory. However, in the ensuing silence, Cell's calm voice reverberated. I never anticipated that your combined efforts would leave me in such a state. Had you been ordinary individuals, victory would indeed have been yours. Under the horrified gaze of the audience, the shattered body began to writhe violently as countless flesh buds intertwined and grew. In the next instant, Cell's form instantaneously reverted to its original state. Exhausted, Gohan and Gula exchanged a glance, a bittersweet smile gracing their faces. They could no longer endure, their bodies weakened. They helplessly plummeted from the sky. Chapter 55. The Prodigious Performer Cell. Contestants Gohan and Gula have lost their fighting capabilities. The victor of this match is contestant Cell. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena, quivering with the tremors of survival. Cell slowly descended, standing at the edge of the vast pit. Backstage, Bulma shouted into the communicator. This pit is utterly outrageous. To fill it in, alongside repairing the barrier and the arena, will take at least 7 days. The message swiftly reached the host. Just as he prepared to announce a postponement, a figure burst forth from backstage. It was Mr. Satan. He seized the microphone, wearing an exaggeratedly confident smile while his heart raced with anxiety. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satan exerted every ounce of effort to make his voice resonate with power and authority. Today, I am thrilled that my disciple has emerged victorious among formidable opponents. However, in this master-apprentice showdown, I, Mr. Satan, shall show no mercy. He quickly gestured at the host. The host paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended, enthusiastically agreeing. Indeed, next, we shall witness the championship battle that will determine the title of the world's strongest. Our everlasting hero, Mr. Satan, against the recently granted challenger, contestant Cell. The silence of the audience was suddenly ignited. Satan, Satan, Satan. The deafening shouts surged like a tsunami, threatening to overturn the entire venue. They had entirely forgotten their earlier fears, leaving only fervent adoration for their idol. Gero watched the clown at the edge of the pit, self-righteously basking in the cheers, and found it somewhat amusing. Very well, let's conclude this farce with a magnificent performance. An invisible force of spiritual energy enveloped Satan in an instant. Just as Satan was about to speak, he felt his body stiffen, his feet uncontrollably lifting off the ground. Oh, did you see that? Mr. Satan has taken flight. The host frantically stirred the atmosphere. The audience grew even more excited. In a state of panic, Satan flailed in the air, attempting to break free from his constraints, but his body was entirely unresponsive. He was slowly drawn to the center of the pit, facing Gero from afar. To claim victory. Cease your struggles. Gero, my lord. Remain composed. Doubt flickered in Satan's heart, but in the next moment, his expression shifted. Gero, are you ready to endure my onslaught? As soon as the words left his mouth, his body suddenly propelled forward with astonishing speed. A fluid, textbook-worthy display of martial arts flowed from him. The sound of wind from his punches echoed, and his legs moved like shadows. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be a true master of combat. Incredible. Is this truly Mr. Satan's power? How magnificent! Gasps of awe erupted from the audience. In the competitors' lounge, the recently recovered Gohan and Gula, along with Goku and Vegeta, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. That guy, Vegeta, felt his intelligence insulted. Suddenly, with Cher's control, Satan delivered a powerful punch that struck Cher's cheek with a resounding impact. Crack! Satan felt as if his knuckles had shattered, a searing pain radiating through his entire body, threatening to bring tears to his eyes. Yet, he continued to perform maniacally. Ha 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 ha! Try my Satan punch, controlled by an unseen force. His body executed a graceful flip in the air, delivering a flying kick that once again connected with Cheru. Explosive flying kick. The violent recoil nearly dislocated his ankle, causing his vision to darken with pain. Cheru stood still, unyielding, silently enduring the onslaught. Impressive acting, but your body is far too fragile. He intensified his output of spiritual energy. Satan's movements became even swifter, unleashing an array of astonishing techniques. Satan's spinning kick, Satan's hell crash. Each move was accompanied by Satan's internal cries of agony and the crisp sound of his bones fracturing. Tears began to uncontrollably flow from the corners of his eyes. Yet, in the eyes of the fervent spectators, those were tears of excitement and exhilaration from a formidable warrior. Almost there, Cell found himself somewhat bored. He manipulated Satan into an exceedingly exaggerated power-up pose. Gulme, receive my ultimate finishing move that will determine the victor. With tears in his eyes, Satan summoned every ounce of strength, adhering to Cell's script, and unleashed his final roar. Satan's dreamlike special, super invincible punch. This strike appeared overwhelmingly powerful, imbued with unparalleled force, and crashed violently into Cell's chest. Boom! Cell's body was struck as if by a cannonball, hurtling backward. He spun through the air, adopting an ostentatious posture as he delivered his last words. Such a formidable punch. Is this truly the power of a world champion? I have lost. With that, his body slackened, plummeting straight into the depths of the massive pit. The arena fell into a profound silence. In the next moment, the outcome was clear. The championship was successfully defended. Our champion, the eternal hero, Mr. Satan, once again, he retained the throne of the world's #1. The host's heart-wrenching cries, accompanied by a flurry of confetti and the sound of celebratory cannons, ignited the crowd. The audience erupted in a frenzy, dancing, shouting, embracing one another, reveling in this hard-won victory. No one discerned that this was an elaborate ruse. In the competitors' lounge, however, the atmosphere had plummeted to freezing depths. Everyone gaped, unsure of what to say. Even Dilly had shyly covered her face. Vegeta's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. That despicable scoundrel. To resort to such tactics. Gohan smiled in disbelief, while Gula ground his teeth in frustration, spitting out, what a tedious farce. Chapter 56. The Realm of the Kaioshin. Within Satan's mansion, the raucous celebration contrasted sharply with the silence of a certain room. Cell's ridiculous performance truly disgusted me. Vegeta, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, his expression grim. Yet Mr. Satan is indeed impressive. Even with so many fractures, he still delivers a speech as if nothing is amiss. Goku scratched his head in astonishment. Broly stood by the window, gazing down at the revelers in the garden. The door swung open, and Cell entered. All eyes turned toward him. The performance had concluded. Cell surveyed the room, finally fixing his gaze on several key trainees. Next, I shall take you to a certain place. Goku's eyes sparkled with interest. Where to? A place far more solid than Earth, Cell continued, where you can maximize your potential without the worry of inadvertently shattering the planet beneath your feet. Vegeta snorted dismissively. As long as he could become stronger, he cared not where they went. His sole objective was to emerge as the #1 among this group. Oomph. Do not think you're the only one with such aspirations, Saiyan. Gula rose to his feet, his injuries having healed under the influence of the mystical beings. Yet, the sense of superiority inherent to his noble lineage surged within him. He would not allow himself to be trampled upon again. Gohan nodded in acquiescence. Suddenly, Piccolo sensed something amiss, his expression turning grave. Cheru, is that place you mentioned? Cheru confirmed his suspicions. The Kaioshin realm. What? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. That is a sacred domain. How can we engage in brutish combat there? He immediately asserted his stance. I shall not go. Such a place is not to be desecrated by us mortals. As you wish, Sheru replied, unfazed. However, the threat of the god of destruction looms large. And with your current strength, you would be insufficient even to serve as a mere distraction. This is your only opportunity to swiftly enhance your power. Upon hearing the name of the god of destruction, the group visibly tensed. Sheru disregarded Piccolo and turned his gaze to the others. Have you made your decision? Of course we are going, Goku exclaimed, leaping up with uncontainable excitement. A better training ground? Just a thought is exhilarating. Vegeta and Gula spoke almost in unison. Their thoughts surprisingly aligned. We must surpass Sheru as quickly as possible. Sheru moved aside to reveal a silent figure standing nearby. It was Broly. He had remained there since the conclusion of the match, his aura calm, yet his tranquil eyes occasionally flickered with a hint of wild green fury. Sheru aligned himself with the five. Close your eyes. No sooner had he spoken than he locked onto a familiar yet distant aura. In a flash, 6 figures vanished from the room. Kaioshin realm. Here, the weather was splendid, enveloped in tranquility. Shin sat at the edge of a cliff, still troubled by the matters concerning the Majin. Suddenly, he sensed several powerful and unfamiliar presences behind him. Startled, he whirled around, his pupils dilating in shock. Before him stood 6 figures, materializing from thin air. At the forefront was the unsettling green creature. Sheru. Jebbit instinctively positioned himself in front of Shin, adopting a defensive stance. How did you arrive here? Goku curiously surveyed the surroundings. Wow, this place feels so pleasant. The air is different. Vegeta, however, cast a disdainful glance at the apprehensive Jebbit. Step aside. We are not here to cause you trouble. Sheru ignored Jebbit and walked directly towards Shin. Lord Kaioshin, it has been a while. His tone was flat, yet it sent a chill down Shin's spine. It's you. Shin recognized Sheru as the very demon he had encountered on Earth. What brings you here? I have brought them for training. Sheru gestured to the individuals behind him. And I would like to borrow your sword for a moment. He turned to gaze at a stone sword embedded atop a distant peak. Let them try to draw that sword. Sheru's tone was reminiscent of a command directed at this cosmic deity. And you need not worry about the matter concerning Majin Buu. What? Shin was utterly taken aback. This individual possesses the secret of the King of World's Sword. That sword harbors the essence of your ancestor, Cell, a revelation that left Shin utterly astounded. Before allowing a response, he activated his abilities once more, vanishing from sight yet again. In the realm of the King of Worlds, only the bewildered Shin and Jebbit remained, accompanied by 4 perplexed Saiyans and an icy demon. Gula was the first to approach the sword. It's merely a worthless blade. Vegeta followed closely behind, declaring, Don't think you can seize it before me. Hey, wait for me. Goku, brimming with excitement, hastily trailed after them. Only Broly and Gohan remained, gazing around in confusion. At the Satan household, the festivities had concluded and the guests had departed. Cell's figure reappeared in the room, striding toward a corner where a trembling bald man cowered. It was Yamcha. After the martial arts tournament, Cell had brought him here, and he lived in constant dread every single moment. Upon seeing Cell, Yamcha immediately prostrated himself, his teeth chattering. Cell looked down at him from his elevated position. Rise. Those 2 simple words carried an undeniable authority. Yamcha scrambled to his feet, not daring to lift his gaze. Observing his pitiful state, Cell exhibited no emotional response. Lead the way. To where? Yamcha's voice was barely a whisper. He finally grasped the purpose behind this monster, sparing his life. It was time to meet your master. Chapter 57. First Encounter, Babbidi's Crew. The desolate mountains stretched endlessly as Yamcha clutched the energy vessel, soaring through the air. His mind was highly strung, each breath infused with terror. The creature behind him remained silent, yet the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Upon crossing the final mountain, an oddly shaped structure emerged ahead. The 2 descended slowly before the grand entrance. This was Lord Babbidi's spaceship. With a swish, the heavy doors slid open silently, revealing a figure stepping forth. He bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's 3rd form, exuding an air of arrogance. Yamcha, you worthless fool, why have you only just returned? The newcomer crossed his arms, loudly berating the trembling bald man. His gaze then shifted to the peculiar figure beside Yamcha. Cell. Who is this strange individual? Where is Popovich? Cell did not even glance his way, coldly uttering a few words. Bring Babbidi out. I have the energy to resurrect the Majins. Pui paused briefly, then erupted in fury. You dare to address Lord Babbidi by name. Wait, Pui. A sharp, grotesque voice emanated from within the door. The entrance opened once more, revealing a diminutive, cloaked creature stepping forth. His skin was a sickly yellow, and his bulging eyes rendered him both comical and repulsive. Beside him stood a tall man, his skin a vivid crimson and his countenance austere. Draped in a white cloak, he exuded an aura that starkly contrasted with his surroundings. This was the king of the demon realm, Dabura. Babidi-'s gaze entirely disregarded Shuru, fixating instead on the energy flask held by Yamu. Has the energy been fully collected? Yamu nodded eagerly, respectfully extending the flask. Babidi accepted it, a pallid, sinister smile spreading across his face. He turned to Pui, speaking with a mocking tone. Pui, would you care to practice your skills? Go, eliminate them. Babidi's finger pointed towards Sheru and Yamu. Upon hearing this, Yamu was seized by terror. He had believed that completing his task would ensure his survival, forgetting Babidi's cruelty. Without a second thought, Yamu turned to flee. However, he had scarcely flown 10 meters when a wave of energy erupted from Pui's hand, instantly reducing him to cosmic dust. Next is you, Pui said, cracking his neck with a confident demeanor as he charged at Sheru. To him, it was merely a matter of dispatching an insignificant foe. Sheru remained stationary, unflinching. Just as Pui's fist was about to make contact with his face, two crimson beams shot forth from Sheru's eyes. With a sickening sound, they pierced through Pui's chest and skull. Pui shrieked in agony, his body convulsing in midair before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Save me, Lord Babidi. His life force ebbed rapidly, ultimately leaving behind a cold corpse. Babidi's smile froze in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his prize warrior would be dispatched so effortlessly. A profound sense of danger enveloped him. Lord Babidi. Dabura instantly teleported in front of Babidi, shielding him protectively. He sensed that this green adversary was formidable, truly formidable. I will hold him off. You hurry and revive Majin Bu. Dabura's expression was more serious than ever. Very well. I leave this to you, Dabura, Babidi exclaimed, relief washing over him as he turned and dashed deeper into spacecraft. In the desolate mountainous region, only Sheru and King Dabura remained. I did not expect that. Aside from the Supreme Kai, there exists another like you in this world. However, your good fortune ends here. He struck first, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he materialized before Sheru, delivering a powerful punch that tore through the air, aimed squarely at Sheru's chest. Sheru did not even attempt to evade. Bam! The fist connected solidly with its target. However, the anticipated spectacle of the opponent being sent flying did not materialize. Cell remained utterly motionless. The confidence and arrogance etched on Dabura's face instantly froze in disbelief as he stared at the figure before him. His full-force strike had seemingly failed. How could this be? This was an attack that even the Supreme Kai dared not accept lightly. A tremor of shock coursed through Dabura's mind, prompting him to retreat and distance himself from Cell. He realized that his current strength was ineffective against this creature. Dabura drew a deep breath, puffing out his cheeks. A viscous stream of saliva shot forth toward Cell. This was his secret technique, capable of petrifying anything. Cell simply raised his left arm calmly. Ha ha ha, fool, prepare to become stone. Dabura let out a triumphant laugh, convinced of his victory. Yet, he failed to notice the absence of any panic on Cell's face. Analyzing petrifying saliva. Special energy property analysis in progress. The saliva struck Cell's arm with precision. Sizzle. A plume of green smoke erupted as Cell's entire left arm began to gray at an observable rate, transitioning from skin to muscle toward the stone-like texture. Analysis completion. 30, 60, 90. Cell glanced at his arm, which was on the brink of complete petrification. Then, under Dabura's horrified gaze, he seized his petrified left arm with his right hand and yanked it forcefully. Rip! Dark purple blood gushed forth like a fountain. That hardened. Stone-like severed limb was torn off with sheer strength. Cell casually discarded the severed arm, which landed with a dull thud. The wound was smooth. In the next moment, countless flesh buds began to writhe, intertwine, and grow frantically. In the span of a single breath, a brand new, flawless arm regrew. Dabura's former regal demeanor as the Demon King had vanished. The color drained from his face entirely. Regenerative capability, impervious to petrification, strength beyond measure. It was over. This thought surfaced for the first time in the mind of the Demon Realm Sovereign. He summoned every last ounce of his reason and shouted towards the interior of the spaceship. Lord Babidi, please cast the teleportation spell immediately. Transport me to the meditation chamber. This individual before me is beyond my capacity to defeat without unleashing my full potential. Chapter 58, The Third Eye of the Demon. Babiti's teleportation magic activated, and Dabura's figure vanished without a trace. Trying to flee? Cell kicked open the heavy spaceship door. Boom! The sturdy door flew inward, crashing against the wall with a warped thud. The combat prowess of this group was far inferior to his own, yet their peculiar spells held a certain intrigue. The interior of the spaceship was dimly lit. Cell flew directly towards the massive opening leading underground. He descended rapidly, when suddenly, a gate slid open from the side. A grotesque beast, adorned with spikes, obstructed his path. It was Jaeger. The creature opened its maw, filled with jagged fangs, advancing toward him. An excellent specimen, it seemed to suggest. Gero halted midair, unleashing a viscous stream of saliva that struck the beast with precision. Jaeger barely had time to react before the viscous projectile made contact with its forehead. A chilling sound echoed as the ashen petrification spread at an astonishing rate. In less than a second, the colossal beast was transformed into a lifelike stone sculpture, frozen in the act of an impending strike. The meager evolution points gained from vanquishing such an opponent were insufficient for Gero's current ambitions. Without a glance at the stone effigy, he continued his descent. At last, he reached the lowest tier of the spacecraft, a vast circular chamber where Babiti stood before the Majin egg, infusing it with essence from an energy vessel. Meanwhile, Dabura had completed his full potential awakening, emanating a sinister aura far surpassing his previous state, confidence returning to his visage. This power at most rivals that of the Gero from the future timeline. A rather dull enhancement, he mused. You defeated Jaeger with such haste. Dabura's expression turned grave. However, this is where it ends. Babiti allowed Dabura to unleash his full strength. Babiti shrieked, thrusting his hands forward with fervor. Papa Prapa, an odd incantation reverberated throughout the chamber. The metallic walls began to warp and melt, while the ground transformed into seething magma. The entire environment morphed into a hellish landscape under a dark crimson sky, adorned with jagged rocks. Here, my power shall reach its zenith. Dabura cackled, conjuring a demonic sword from thin air. Prepare to witness the true might of the Demon Realm's king. He transformed into a shadow, darting toward Gero with the sword poised to cleave through space itself. Gero merely extended 2 fingers. Clang! The blade was firmly pinched, unable to advance an inch. What? Dabura exerted every ounce of strength, yet the blade remained immobile. With a slight increase in pressure from Gero's fingers, a resounding crack echoed as the indomitable, demonic sword shattered. Dabura, taken aback, retreated immediately, exhaling a torrent of raging flames. The inferno of the demon realm could incinerate souls. However, the flames were halted by an invisible barrier a meter from Gero's form. Analyzing the demonic fire, he noted. Futile. Gero's figure vanished, reappearing behind Dabura in the next instant, delivering a swift, energy-infused strike. Puff! Dabura's entire right arm was severed at the shoulder, and purple blood gushed forth. He let out an anguished scream, staring incredulously at the figure before him. The disparity was insurmountable. Even at full potential, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Babiti trembled in fear behind his crystal ball. Majin Buu required even more energy for resurrection. Find a way to stop him. Babiti, this man exudes malevolence. Is there any way to control him? Dabura, clutching his severed arm, cautioned the sorcerer. Babiti, elated, realized yes. He directed his mental energy towards Cell's mind, but Cell's mental fortitude far surpassed that of the sorcerer. Not only did Babiti fail, but he also suffered a backlash, spewing forth blood and collapsing to the ground. Mental manipulation detected. Analyzing, Cell smiled knowingly at a certain point. There was no other option. Even as his body deteriorated, Dabura's eyes were filled with resolve. Despair enveloped the entire space. Cell raised his hand, gathering destructive energy in his palm, preparing to obliterate the king of the demon realm completely. But at that moment, an event diverging from the original narrative unfolded. Dabura retrieved an ancient and exquisite black wooden box from his bosom. The box was small, adorned with incomprehensible, arcane runes. With trembling hands, Dabura pried open the lid. Inside lay a layer of dark red velvet, upon which rested a solitary eyeball. The eyeball moved about, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, gazing intently at Cell. The energy within Cell's palm froze. He paused momentarily before realizing. The Third Eye of Evil? Chapter 59, A Battle That Exhausts Life. Cell quickly reacted. launching an energy blast towards Depura. In an instant, the eerie eyeball emitted a rich crimson hue. Guided by Depura's magical power, the eyeball transformed into a red beam, striking directly at his forehead. Depura's body convulsed violently, the flesh of his forehead being forcibly pushed aside as the eyeball embedded itself deeply within. Evil Eye, grant me unparalleled magical power. Boom! Cell's energy blast struck precisely at that moment, stirring up a cloud of dust and rock debris. Ha ha ha! Amidst the haze, Depura's maniacal laughter echoed. This is the power of the demon realm's treasure, the third eye of evil. As the dust slowly settled, Depura's figure reemerged. His severed right arm, now regenerated, pulsating with magical energy. The third eye on his forehead shimmered with a sinister red glow, amplifying his aura immensely. Feeling the surging magical power within him, every muscle brimmed with explosive strength. He rolled his neck, producing a cacophony of cracking bones. Now, let the second round begin. Whoosh! Before his words could fully escape his lips, Depura's figure vanished from sight. The system's notification echoed within Cell's mind, indicating a significant enhancement in combat data, now undergoing reanalysis. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind surged toward him. Reacting instinctively, Cell crossed his arms defensively in front of himself. Thud! A tremendously powerful kick struck his arms with force. The immense power caused the rocky ground beneath him to fracture instantly, propelling him through the air in a long arc before crashing into a distant waterfall of lava. Did you see that, Lord Babidi? Dubra hovered midair, reveling in this newfound formidable strength, declaring himself the strongest subordinate, no longer requiring Majin view. Babidi, gritting his teeth, wore a face full of praise. Well done, Dubra. With a splash, Cell erupted from the searing lava, unscathed, save for a faint red mark on his arm where he had shielded himself. Excellent. This is becoming interesting. Your power has indeed increased significantly, Cell remarked, flexing his arm, though it was still far from a level that could restrain him. Arrogant fool, Dubra shouted in fury, his forehead's magical eye glowing ominously. He clasped his hands together, summoning a more solid and colossal magical sword than before. Countless bizarre runes danced upon the blade, exuding an aura capable of incinerating souls. Dark Soul Cleave, Dubra brandished the sword towards Cell, unleashing a massive wave of black energy that tore through the dark red clouds, descending upon Cell with lethal intent. The ground beneath it was carved deeply by the sword's passage. Analysis complete. In the face of this terrifying strike, Cell calmly raised his right hand. His fingers spread apart, and a similar weapon materialized in his palm. With a swift motion, a comparable yet more ferocious wave of green energy burst forth. The two energies collided with a thunderous roar. The entire alternate space trembled violently, and the ocean of lava below surged into towering waves. The dissipating energy ripples spread silently, absorbed by the colossal Majin egg located at the very bottom of the spaceship. Before the crystal ball, Babidi observed intently as the energy gauge above the Majin egg surged upward slightly. Yes, just like that. Fight. Strike with all your might. Babidi cackled sharply, urging them to channel their power to herald the resurrection of Majin View. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Cell's energy ultimately prevailed. The green energy consumed the black, surging relentlessly toward Dubra. Dubra's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately crossed his sword to defend himself. Bam! The residual energy crashed against the magical sword with tremendous force. The violent impact sent tremors through his arms, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backward. At that moment, the shadow of Gero appeared above him like a wraith. Too slow. Beneath his icy words, a ruthless downward kick followed. Crack! Depura hastily blocked with his enchanted sword. Yet that blade, infused with immense magical power, was mercilessly crushed beneath Gero's foot, splintering into two pieces. The force did not cease, as it landed heavily upon Depura's chest. Thud! He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his chest caving in, and his body plummeted like a meteor, crashing onto the hard ground and creating a massive crater. Gero descended slowly, preparing to deliver the final blow. Within the depths of the crater, countless flesh buds, pulsating with a scarlet glow, writhed frantically in the indentation of Depura's chest. In a mere breath, that horrific injury had healed as though it had never existed. The target has acquired an almost demonic regenerative ability through the amplification of the third eye of magic. Ha! Depura rose slowly from the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Useless. As long as the eye of magic remains, I I shall not perish. Is that so? Sheru's figure vanished in an instant. Depura's pupils constricted, the magical eye on his forehead spinning wildly, tracking Sheru's movements. Here, he abruptly turned, delivering a punch into the empty air to his left. The wind for his fist howled, yet struck nothing. No, it's above. He looked up, and an energy blast was already within arm's reach. Boom! The explosive flames engulfed him. As the smoke cleared, Sheru appeared on the opposite side, hands clasped together, aimed at the center of the explosion. Kamehameha, a colossal wave of blue energy, brimming with destructive power, surged forth. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar echoed. The sheer force of the energy caused the very fabric of space to begin destabilizing. Babbidi's magical barrier began to show fine cracks, and the escaping energy surged wildly towards the demon egg. Almost there! Almost there! Babbidi trembled with excitement. As the light dissipated, only Depura's head remained, still floating unsteadily. Yet in the next moment, the magical eye on his forehead radiated an unprecedented brilliant red light. Countless blood-red flesh buds erupted from his severed neck, weaving together in midair to reconstruct. A brand new lower body materialized before Sheru once more. However, this time, Depura's complexion was notably pale, and the glow of the magical eye had dimmed significantly. This level of regeneration took a tremendous toll on him. Damn it, Depura gasped for breath. This monster is relentlessly forcing me to utilize regeneration. Shall we continue? Sheru hovered at a distance. This battle had devolved into a war of attrition. Bastard! I am the king of the demon realm. Depura let out one final roar. He channeled all the residual magic within him into his right fist. His entire body began to wither and desiccate, his skin losing its luster, as if all vitality had been drained from him in an instant. Receive my final blow. He transformed into a crimson streak, surging towards Cell. This was his all-or-nothing attack. Cell did not evade. He too raised his fist, an inferno of energy blazing forth, condensing into a singular point. A clash of purest power ensued. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing an indescribable energy storm that radiated outward in all directions. Babbidi's magical space could no longer withstand the force, shattering like a mirror into countless fragments. In the lowest tier of the spacecraft, the energy gauge above the Majin egg was instantaneously filled, emitting a piercing alarm. It's full. At last it is full. Babbidi was beside himself with joy. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed in the silent space. The enormous egg began to split open, a plume of pink mist slowly rising. Chapter 60. The New Majin. The residual waves of the shattered space finally subsided. Dubra's once mighty image as a demon king had withered, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. An old man nearing his end. He expended his last ounce of strength to reach out toward Babbidi. Master Babbidi, I am truly, terribly sorry. Before he could finish, his once proud, demonic form crumbled into a handful of ashes, scattering into the breeze. The sinister third eye of magic rolled from the ashes, lying quietly on the ground. Cell approached, bending down to pick it up. This thing, though it appears to be mass-produced, has an astonishingly terrifying amplification of battle power. System. Analyze this. Third eye of magic, analyzing. This object is a high-purity manifestation of dark energy, forcibly converting the user's vitality and stamina into magical power by absorbing them, in exchange for explosive power amplification and terrifying regenerative abilities. A trace of residual autonomous consciousness has been detected within this entity. Source unknown. Cell grasped the still warm orb. It seemed its origin was far more intricate than he had imagined. At that moment, the scene within the spacecraft shifted rapidly, and Cell's figure reappeared outside the vessel. At the shattered entrance, Babbidi and a plump, rosy figure emerged. Upon encountering sunlight, the figure raised a hand to shield his eyes, curiously surveying the surroundings. Ha! Majin Bu! My dear Bu, you have finally been resurrected, Babbidi exclaimed, disregarding the death of his recent loyal subordinate. He pointed toward Cell, issuing his first command to Majin Bu. Bu! Quickly, go kill him. Crush that green insect for me. However, the rotund Majin Bu paid him no mind, engrossed in rhythmically patting his elastic belly, producing amusing sounds. Babbidi's expression fell in an instant. Hey, are you even listening to me? Yet, Majin Bu remained lost in his own world. You fool. Do you wish to be sealed back into an egg by me? Babbidi issued a sharp threat. This statement seemed to trigger something within Majin Bu. The innocent smile on his face vanished, and he turned to bow respectfully, indicating his compliance. He finally shifted his gaze towards Cell. At last, you've arrived. Cell's body tensed slightly. This hefty creature was far more formidable than the original Majin from the future. Within him resided a fusion of the powers of the South Kaishin and the Grand Kaishin, yielding a plethora of bizarre techniques. Just as the tension between the two was about to erupt into battle, an unexpected twist occurred. The third eye of evil in Cell's grasp began to tremble violently. As if sensing something, the pupil constricted sharply, locking onto the distant Majin. In the next instant, it transformed into a crimson streak of light. Breaking free from Cell's control and hurtling towards Majin with unimaginable speed. Majin, noticing the peculiar object approaching, instinctively raised a hand to swat it away. Yet, at that critical moment, his body became momentarily rigid. It was this fleeting pause that determined everything. With a soft thud, the crimson light embedded itself perfectly into Majin forehead, causing a brilliant flash as torrents of magical energy began to surge within him. Wah! Majin squinted eyes widened in shock, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar of agony. A billowing cloud of gray smoke erupted from his body like a flood breaking a dam. Along with it, his power was being forcibly stripped away by an external force. The gray smoke coalesced in the air, not far away, swiftly outlining a tall and slender figure, entirely gray and athletic. The moment the gray silhouette took shape, the red light of the magical eye on Majin forehead surged brilliantly, detaching from his body and transforming into a streak of light, instantly occupying the forehead of the gray figure. The gray figure trembled violently. Slowly, he opened his eyes. They were filled with malice and coldness, creating a bizarre unity with the third eye on his forehead, which flickered with an eerie crimson glow. Finally, I have awaited this moment. A voice, deeper than that of an ordinary person, emerged from his lips. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Cell glanced at the collapsed and significantly weakened Majin on the ground, then at the newly formed, imposing Majin before him. The narrative had once again strayed from its predetermined path. You are also a Majin? Babidi gazed in disbelief at the unfamiliar gray demon before him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of who he was, as long as he was a demon, he ought to heed his commands. Never mind. You come here as well and follow my orders. Eliminate that, before the sorcerer's words could fully escape his lips. The figure of the gray demon vanished from his sight. Babidi was still trying to comprehend the situation when, thud, his head soared into the air, gliding through the atmosphere. Even as his head plummeted to the ground, the authoritative expression on his face had yet to dissipate. Crash! A foot came crashing down, mercilessly reducing Babidi's head to a pulpy mass. Scum ought to remain silent. The demon, withdrew his foot, his countenance devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Meanwhile, the portly clutching his head, struggled to rise from the ground. He glared angrily at not out of sorrow for Babidi's demise, but because he sensed that the most potent part of his own power had been usurped by this gray entity before him. That was rightfully his. Paid no heed to the hostility emanating from the fat He turned his attention entirely to Cell. An almost infinite vitality, boundless stamina, and an unconscious, pure malevolence. He was the most fitting vessel for me. His tone was flat, yet carried an overwhelming, oppressive aura. I should express my gratitude. Thanks to your unexpected interference. You compelled that incompetent Dubra to utilize my abilities prematurely, allowing me to absorb all of his life force, and thereby fully awaken my consciousness. A cold smirk graced the corners of Buu's mouth. As a token of my appreciation, he slowly raised his right hand, a highly concentrated sphere of black energy forming within his palm. I shall allow you to be the first to taste terror. Chapter 61. Fierce battle, yet not enough. The pitch-black energy sphere hurtled toward its target. Cell stood resolutely in place, and at the moment the energy sphere was about to make contact with his body, he raised his right hand, conjuring a magical blade, and sliced downward. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling clash of energies. The peculiar energy sphere was cleanly bisected by the blade in his hand. The two halves of the black energy sank into the ground, vanishing without a trace, not even causing a ripple. Whoosh! Cell's figure vanished from his position, instantly teleporting and appearing like a specter behind Buu. A sidekick imbued with terrifying power hurtled toward the back of Buu's head. However, Buu seemed to be already prepared. He did not even turn around. His entire gray head rotated a full 180 degrees, meeting Cell's attack head-on. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air. The figure of Majin Buu surged forth like a cannonball, hurtling backward with great force. As it flew in reverse, nearly imperceptible specks of black light scattered from its form, silently merging with the ground below. This subtle change did not escape the watchful eye of Cell, system analysis in progress. It crashed heavily into the distant mountainside, leaving a deep indentation in its face, while its entire body retained an awkward, backward-bent posture, appearing exceedingly disheveled. It seems the weakness at the back of its head remains. Cell was convinced of this. Your terror appears to be nothing more than a jest. A chilling laugh echoed clearly into Majin Buu's ears. Ah. The sunken face twitched as Majin Buu gradually straightened its form, its deformed visage swiftly returning to normal. Is that so? Its drooping hands suddenly swung upward with ferocity. Boom! 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 Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath Cell erupted with ominous black beams of light. Following this, the previously absorbed black specks transformed into countless dark energy spheres, surging forth like vengeful spirits from the depths of hell, striking Cell from all directions with unrelenting speed. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions resonated across the sky, as the terrifying energy surge completely engulfed Cell's position. Billowing smoke obscured the heavens. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. Ha ha ha. The malevolent and piercing laughter of the demon had yet to fade, and as the smoke began to dissipate, the green figure on the ground became indistinct, like a reflection in water, twisting and fading away. Majin Buu's consciousness sensed something amiss. In the next moment, 4 identical cells appeared around it, each delivering a powerful punch. After image punch, the true body had long since taken to the skies, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. On the battlefield below, the 4 afterimages engaged in a fierce struggle with Majin Buu, the sounds of fists and feet colliding incessantly as more specks of light scattered from the afterimages. Bang! 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 In the frenzy of the 4, Majin Buu found itself unable to escape. High above, Cell slowly raised his hands toward the ground below. Now, experience your own terror, he commanded with elegance, and the earth responded to his call. The ground fractured, countless energy spheres shimmering with green light erupted from the crevices, dense in number, far surpassing those before. Under his will, all the energy spheres surged toward a single coordinate, which was precisely where Majin Buu was ensnared by the 4 afterimages. The torrent of green energy engulfed both the 4 afterimages and Majin Buu entirely. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire earth trembled violently, as the epicenter of the explosion gave birth to an ever-expanding sphere of energy, its devastating force reducing everything in its vicinity to mere dust. In the aftermath of the explosion, all that remained was a bottomless abyss. The form of Majin Buu, marred and shattered, was reduced to a mere pulp of flesh. Yet, in the next moment, countless gray fragments began to writhe and coalesce, swiftly restoring themselves to their original state. An unsettling grin still adorned its face, its regenerative abilities surpassing that of the original Buu. Cell gazed down upon the seemingly unscathed monstrosity. A surge of power, even more potent than before, erupted from within Majin Buu, a malevolent energy intertwined with pure destructive desire, causing its form to swell. With a sudden push against the ground, it transformed into a streak of gray lightning, shooting upwards towards Cell in the sky. The fierce melee commenced. Clang! The fists of the 2 combatants collided mid-air with tremendous force, generating a visible shockwave that shattered the clouds on the horizon. In Majin Buu's line of sight, every one of Cell's strikes moved with blinding speed, leaving behind only fleeting green afterimages. Conversely, in Cell's perception, the creature's body was soft and elastic. Each heavy blow felt as though it struck a cotton cushion, most of the force dissipating in a bizarre manner. Suddenly, Cell seized upon a flaw, channeling his energy to deliver a precise punch that pierced through Majin Buu's chest, leaving a gaping hole. However, the creature merely grinned as the flesh around the wound writhed, swiftly ensnaring Cell's arm. Its other hand morphed into a sharp spear, lunging towards Cell's head. Without hesitation, Cell severed the trapped limb, vanishing only to reappear at Majin Buu's side. Majin Energy Blast. Without preparation or warning, a spiraling beam of lethal light erupted from his fingertips, instantly piercing through Majin Buu's midsection. The immense force propelled it downward. Futile. Useless. Majin Buu cackled mid-fall, its wounds fully healing as it descended. Is this all the data you possess under the enhanced magic eye? Insufficient. Cell's mind raced. He then glanced at Fat Buu nearby, an insidious thought blossoming in his mind. The battle had devolved into a mere war of attrition, a form of combat he despised for its inefficiency. The frenzied Majin transformed into a stream of intertwining crimson and gray, charging its cell. Chapter 62, United as One, the Magic Energy Source. The two soon clashed once more. With its near-immortal body and inexhaustible stamina, enhanced by the frenzied amplification of its magic eye, Majin Buu engaged Cell in an intense exchange. The ferocious energies collided relentlessly, tearing the earth apart and vaporizing rock into magma. Yet it was merely an exchange back and forth. The malevolent Majin Buu soon sensed an anomaly. It had misjudged the strength of the green adversary before it. No matter how much it augmented its power or employed its peculiar magic, the opponent effortlessly countered every move, displaying an uncanny mastery. This creature was concealing its true capabilities. The more they fought, the more combat skills and strength the opponent revealed, as if it were an unfathomable abyss. Meanwhile, Cell's attack trajectory subtly began to shift, guiding the battlefield toward a particular direction with each collision and evasion, almost imperceptibly. In the distance, a pink mass stirred laboriously amidst the ruins. Fat Buu, clutching his heavy head, rose from the ground. Having just regained a modicum of strength, he beheld the earth-shattering battle and sensed that familiar yet loathsome aura of malevolence. It had taken something of utmost importance from him. Rage swiftly supplanted his physical weakness. Roaring in anger, Fat Buu unleashed a ki blast toward the gray figure without a second thought. The pink energy wave sliced through the air, hurtling directly at Majin Buu. With a casual wave, Majin Buu dismissed the feeble attack. What a nuisance! It was prepared to eliminate this past version of itself with ease, when suddenly, an unusual impulse surged from deep within. It was instinct. This possessed Majin body craved completeness. It emitted a signal of consumption, yearning to assimilate the remaining essence within. Majin Buu did not anticipate that the remnants of power it had previously disregarded would provoke such a fierce reaction in this malevolent and flawless form. Devour him. If only it could consume him, perfection would be within reach. An insatiable greed radiated from Majin Buu. Cell detected this dramatic shift in emotion. He laughed, then swiftly executed a powerful spinning kick, striking Majin Buu squarely in the waist. Ha ha ha, fool! Majin Buu believed the opponent's actions were nothing short of self-destructive. The immense force sent it spiraling uncontrollably toward Fat Buu. Majin Buu continued to mock its adversary. In the next moment, utilizing the momentum and instinct within, its rotating body suddenly melted and expanded mid-air. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal gray wave of flesh, descending upon the terrified Fat Buu below. I loathe you. Steam erupted from Fat Buu's head as he desperately fired ki blasts. But those attacks were swallowed by the wave, making barely a ripple. In desperation, the antennae atop his head began to flicker with a strange light. Turn me into candy. A peculiar pink ray surged forth from the tip of the antennae, targeting the colossal wave of flesh. Analyzing special magic, transformation ray. An impressive maneuver indeed. Gero leisurely descended to the side, waving his arm gently. With a thunderous roar, a massive boulder weighing several tons was effortlessly lifted by his telekinetic prowess. His fingers danced gracefully in the air, sending shards of stone flying. In just a few breaths, an exaggeratedly designed stone chair, exuding an aura of wicked beauty, materialized behind him. He reclined with ease, crossing his legs, and took great pleasure in observing the mesmerizing battle of kin against kin unfolding before him. On the battlefield, the immense gray wave of flesh merely twisted and spread effortlessly, evading the candy ray capable of altering the very structure of matter. In the next moment, the wave of flesh abruptly contracted, enveloping the plump Buu completely within its grasp. Wah! Plump Buu struggled desperately within a mass, throwing punches and kicks, yet the disparity in power rendered his every effort futile. The wave of flesh sealed itself completely, reverting to a tall, humanoid form. Hee. The demonic-eyed Buu emitted a triumphant laugh. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Zap! Zap! A series of violent electric sparks erupted without warning from its humanoid body. Dark clouds began to gather above its head, as if the apocalypse were upon them. A torrent of chaotic energy, countless times more powerful than before, brimming with pure malevolence and a desire for destruction, erupted from its being. Boom! The surface was torn apart by this energy wave, and the surrounding mountains trembled violently. Upon the humanoid figure, the magic eye reappeared on its forehead, gleaming with an even more sinister red light. Countless writhing pink tendrils spread around it, enveloping this newly formed mass, amplifying and merging frantically. Amidst the interplay of electric light and sinister energy, the humanoid's writhing began to subside. Its body elongated, growing taller and more upright. Its lines smooth and imbued with a sense of strength. Creak, crack. It slowly twisted its newly formed neck, emitting a sound akin to cracking bones. The magic I had not anticipated that this instinctive drive would yield an unexpectedly perfect physique. Cold, confident, and imbued with a serene superiority over all beings. It sensed an unprecedented surge of power within. Gradually, it turned to face the distant figure that had remained composed throughout. The arrogant individual who rested his chin on his hand, seated upon the throne, gazing down upon the world. Chapter 63. An exceptional experience package. Boom! Without warning, the magic imbu raised its hand, unleashing a colossal energy wave that surged forth like a tempestuous sea. The entire stone chair, along with Sheru's figure, was instantly engulfed in this ocean of energy. Thunderous roars echoed. The earth trembled violently, the surface melting under the terrifying force to form an abyssal chasm. The surrounding rocks instantaneously transformed into molten magma. Majin Buu slowly turned his gaze skyward, the third eye on his forehead gleaming with a triumphant red light. It was time to retract that absurd arrogance. His voice was deep and cold, as if victory was already assured. However, in the next moment, as the waves of energy dissipated, an unscathed green figure gradually emerged. Cell moved his shoulders, the parts that had just been destroyed, now fully regenerated. Quite impressive, he remarked nonchalantly about the recent attack, his tone devoid of any turbulence. Majin Buu's expression darkened instantly. Just then, Cell's energy surged dramatically. Two distinctly different energies erupted simultaneously, intertwining around him to form a golden-green halo. Majin Buu's pupils constricted. Unyielding, he continued to elevate his energy. Aya! Cell's figure vanished in an instant. Majin Buu was violently propelled away by a tremendous shockwave. Yet, he quickly stabilized himself mid-air, the red glow of the eye on his forehead intensifying. It was nothing. He grinned wickedly, brushing across his chest. The two engaged in a fierce aerial clash, the sonic booms of their punches and kicks echoing incessantly. Boom! Bang! Bang! Each collision unleashed a tempest of energy, ravaging the earth below into a formless state. At this moment, Majin Buu's combat prowess surged significantly, continuously prompting Cell with evolution points for the battle. Turn me into candy. A pink beam shot forth, aimed directly at Cell's chest. Cell merely raised a finger. Transformation beam. The same pink radiance erupted from his fingertip. The two beams collided fiercely in midair, bursting forth in a dazzling display of sparks. Majin Buu was momentarily taken aback. How could this fellow wield such magic? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his figure darting towards Cell like a specter. Close combat ensued once more. Cell seized Majin Buu's incoming fist, tightening his grip. Majin Buu's expression shifted. Just as he attempted to break free, the surroundings began to warp suddenly. Instant transmission activated. In the blink of an eye, both figures appeared in a completely new locale. Beneath a blue sky and amidst lush greenery, they found themselves in the Supreme Kai's realm. The sudden appearance of the two figures stunned everyone present. When Supreme Kai Shin discerned the peculiar figure captured by Cell, his expression began to unravel, trembling as he pointed. Majin Buu. His voice barely escaped through clenched teeth. Although his form differed from what he remembered, that familiar aura of malevolence was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Goku, Broly, and the others turned their gazes towards the entity held by Cell. Is this the demon that existed before Beerus's arrival? Goku raised an eyebrow, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Broly's fists clenched instinctively, his fighting spirit igniting. Cooler swiftly turned around, his curiosity piqued. This was indeed the legendary demon of their clan. Majin Buu, the demon with the magical eyes, finally grasped his surroundings, bewildered at being transported here. Cell released his hold on Majin Buu, gently descending to the ground. In the distance, a lecherous old man stood with eyes closed, raising his hands toward Gohan, seemingly engaged in some ritual. Cell smiled faintly, glancing at the others, and gestured towards Majin Buu with one hand. Who among you wishes to challenge this fellow? His tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. After all, he would make an excellent punching bag. With a serene demeanor, Broly took the lead. He stepped forward, each stride causing the earth to tremble slightly. A green aura began to rise slowly from him. The battle lust that had long been suppressed by the tournament rules finally finding an outlet. Here, I shall unleash my full potential. Broly's voice was deep and oppressive. Majin Buu regarded this seemingly ordinary individual before him, the third eye on his forehead spinning wildly. Chapter 64, Broly's Fury. With each step Broly took, his aura surged. Gradually, a pure golden energy erupted from him, only to be swiftly replaced by a more ferocious green. The terrifying shockwave shattered the trees of the Kais realm. His hair stood upright, transforming into an eerie green, his eye sockets hollow and pale, muscles bulging grotesquely, his entire physique towering. He lifted his head slightly, gazing at Majin Buu not far away, a smile only a demon could possess stretching across his face. He chuckled ominously, declaring, "I shall not allow you to perish easily." His pent-up dissatisfaction morphed into a chilling proclamation directed at the sole adversary present. The moment his words fell, the surrounding space seemed to freeze momentarily before shattering under the strain. A tempestuous sea of green energy erupted around him, the once solid ground of the Kais realm crumbling beneath his feet. In an instant, that colossal green figure loomed before Majin Buu, casting a shadow upon him. The next moment, the green energy cannon that had gathered in Broly's chest detonated against Majin Buu's torso. Boom! Majin Buu's body was propelled 100 meters away by the force, embedded deep within a distant mountain like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the old Kai, engrossed in his ritual, was startled by the tremendous commotion, nearly breaking his concentration. "Hey, I told you to keep it down." He raised one hand in an impatient gesture of protest, while the other remained steadfast in its position, enhancing Gohan's potential. Gohan, standing nearby, was already bursting with anticipation, feeling utterly restless. "Oh, Grand Kai, how much longer must we wait? Can we not hasten this process?" "No. To conclude now would render all efforts futile." The Grand Kai retorted irritably. "Why are you in such a rush? Each individual here is more than capable of handling that fiend." His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Cell's position, particularly fixating on that green creature. Sighing heavily in his heart, the Grand Kai mused, "I never imagined that after being sealed away for a mere 75 million years, I would return to a world so rife with incomprehensible terrors." On the other side of the battlefield, the creature known as Majin Buu emerged slowly from the rubble, not a single scratch marring its form. It stretched its neck, the veins on its forehead bulging ominously. "Ah, what a splendid punching bag." Broly observed the unscathed opponent, his smile growing increasingly sinister. He began to gather energy in his hands, forming a highly dense green energy sphere, which he then hurled towards Majin Buu. The energy sphere expanded dramatically during its flight, nearly eclipsing half the sky. Meanwhile, Broly himself concealed his figure behind this colossal energy projectile, preparing for a surprise attack. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Majin Buu, in a fit of rage, executed an astonishing maneuver. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the massive energy sphere whole. Boom! The explosion did not occur externally. Rather, it detonated violently within its abdomen. Majin Buu's soft body ballooned into a comically oversized shape. Bang! Broly followed closely behind, delivering a devastating elbow strike directly into Buu's inflated belly. "Oh!" Hiss! Majin Buu's entire form contorted into a shrimp-like shape, steam gushing from the orifices on its head, a fleeting expression of agony crossing its face. In the next moment, pain was immediately eclipsed by overwhelming fury. Its entire body suddenly melted, transforming into an elongated pink tendril, racing towards Broly with blinding speed, ensnaring him tightly. Broly's imposing physique was bound fiercely, his muscles contorted under the strain. The power of Majin Buu swelled, seemingly intent on crushing him to oblivion. Cell sat calmly nearby, observing the battle as streams of data coursed through his mind, manifesting as evolution points. In the next instant, the previously pained expression on Broly's face morphed into a mocking grin. "Ha! Zing!" Blinding arcs of electricity erupted from his body. Boom! The tightly entwined Majin Buu, his entire form succumbing to an explosive force emanating from within, was violently torn apart, scattering fragments of flesh across the sky. Countless pink morsels floated aimlessly, opting not to coalesce immediately, but rather writhing in the air, swiftly transforming into hundreds, even thousands, of miniature Majin Buus. Each one bore an evil grin, all aligned menacingly towards Broly. In the next instant, a torrential downpour of pink energy blasts cascaded down like a deluge. Boom! 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 Dust and debris filled the air, and a tempest arose. The entire realm of the Kaioshin trembled under this terrifying bombardment. Amidst the haze, a massive hand suddenly emerged, its palm clutching a swirling green energy sphere. Broly burst forth from the center of the explosion, disregarding the relentless assaults striking him, and began to wildly swing at the densely packed mini-boost. With each swing of his arm, a cluster of mini-boosts was instantaneously vaporized by the green energy, leaving no remnants behind. Witnessing their diminutive counterparts vanish at an alarming rate, the remaining morsels finally felt a surge of fear. All the mini-boosts melted away in an instant, reassembling in midair to restore the towering figure. Yet this time, Majin Buu's breath came in quickened gasps as it reevaluated the vibrant green figure before it. Broly gradually ceased his movements, a hint of arrogance and disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this truly the end? Chapter 65. The Shift After the Fierce Battle. You are strong, but I am stronger. Majin Buu let out a sharp, maniacal laugh, the spinning eye emitting a sinister red glow. Its fist elongated unexpectedly like rubber, circumventing Broly's defenses at an odd angle, landing a solid punch squarely on Broly's face. The immense force propelled him backward, crashing him into the rocky outcrops. However, Broly's energy surged, stabilizing his form in midair. He seized the still extended, noodle-like arm with fervor, and then erupted into a battle-satisfied laugh, wildly twirling Majin Buu as if it were a lasso, before hurling him fiercely. Boom! The distant mountains shattered instantly, a cacophony of collisions ringing out. Broly did not relent. He dove into the debris and dust. Within the mountain's depths, blinding light radiated as their ferocious hand-to-hand combat truly commenced. Atat-tat! Bang! Bang! The air was thick with explosive sound, and violent waves of energy swirled chaotically, causing the onlooking Cabe and others to flutter in their garments. Truly impressive, that demon. Cabe gazed at the crumbling mountain, erupting with energy, overwhelmed with excitement. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet stood agape, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Gula, arms crossed, calmly analyzed the situation. The opponent's strength was formidable. Although Broly currently dominated with overwhelming force, that fiend appeared almost invincible. Each seemingly fatal blow failed to diminish the nefarious aura surrounding him. After a flash of crimson light, the adversary showed no sign of fatigue. This unrestrained combat, where one could unleash their full power without fear of annihilating the opponent, was undeniably enticing. With a resounding thud, Broly delivered a powerful punch that sank deep into the body of Majin Buu. In the next instant, the soft form of Majin Buu coiled around Broly's arm. He opened his mouth, unleashing a highly concentrated energy blast aimed directly at Broly's face. The explosion, occurring mere inches away, finally elicited a change in Broly's haughty expression. He slightly leaned back, revealing a few scrapes on his face. "Ha ha! Against my perfect form, all your attacks are but illusions," Majin Buu shouted arrogantly. Broly slowly raised his hand to wipe away the blood trickling from his wounds. Is that so? At that moment, his inner energy surged wildly once more. Crackling with intensity, the green aura enveloping him erupted with even stronger and denser arcs of electricity. With one hand extended backward, he gathered an exceptionally rich concentration of green energy. "Let us see how you fare against this." A brilliant green beam shot forth from his palm. In an instant, the beam expanded dramatically, transforming into a torrent of energy that engulfed Majin Buu, who had just regained his form. Majin Buu let out a defiant roar as his once proud body began to vaporize under the scorching energy. However, at that moment, the sinister eye on his forehead writhed frantically. A small portion of pink mass, before being completely evaporated, forcefully enveloped that magical eye, separating it from the main body. It clung tightly to the surface of the raging beam, utilizing the refraction of energy as a disguise, silently advancing into an absolute visual blind spot. As Broly maintained his assault, that tiny mass swiftly attached itself to his bulging muscular arm. It rapidly spread upwards, then suddenly sprang forth, expanding. Within mere moments, a vast pink net formed, ensnaring Broly completely before he could react. Trapped within this unexpected restraint, Broly struggled fiercely against the flesh net. He controlled his body, transforming into a streak of green light, hurtling towards the mountains. Boom! 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 The sturdy mountains of the Supreme Kai's realm crumbled one after another under his savage charge. The relentless and violent impacts caused the very essence of the flesh-net demon to writhe in agony, as the binding force displayed a remarkably slight weakening. Now is the moment. Broly seizes this fleeting opportunity. A thunderous roar escapes his lips, and the energy within him erupts with unrestrained ferocity once more. Boom! The flesh net enveloping him is forcibly torn apart by the terrifying power that explodes from within. Pink fragments of flesh scatter in all directions, swiftly coalescing not far away to restore the humanoid form of Majin. On its head, the iconic antenna gleams momentarily. Just as Broly breaks free from his restraints and observes the opponent's motion, he instinctively raises his arm to block. ZZZZ. A peculiar pink beam shoots forth from the tip of the antenna, striking his blocking arm in an instant. Bang! No explosión. No soquave. The next moment, a miniature version of Broly chocolate materializes in midair. Chapter 66. The Universe's Supreme Chocolate. Majin gazes triumphantly at the floating mini chocolate, licking its lips in anticipation. Ah! Heroes of the world tremble at the sound of my name. Now you are but a fish on the chopping block. It prepares to grasp this prize and savor the taste. Below, the others, including Cabe, perceive the dire situation and prepare to charge. Damn it, Broly! At that moment, the diminutive Broly chocolate gently sways. Majin Buu's actions halt. What was that just now? An illusion? It blinks in confusion and reaches out again. Yet, just as its fingers are about to touch the chocolate, the small object vanishes from sight. Bang! A resounding thud reverberates through the air. An unimaginable force crashes against the side of Majin Buu's face. The sheer power sends it careening sideways, tumbling several times before barely stabilizing itself. Covering its agonized cheek, Majin Buu gazes incredulously at the distant, small brown figure. No, it cannot be. How can you still move? The chocolate begins to tremble in the air, followed by the resounding laughter of Broly. Ha ha ha! What a demon! You are merely a clown performing tricks. Although transformed into chocolate, the sound emitted is sharp and comical. Yet the indomitable spirit of battle remains undiminished. Before the words have fully escaped, the chocolate morphs into a brown streak of light, once again charging fiercely towards Majin Buu's abdomen. Boom! Majin Buu is sent flying once more. The tiny chocolate traces countless afterimages in the air, unleashing a torrential barrage of assaults upon the colossal Majin Buu. Bang! 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 The malevolent Majin Buu, caught off guard by an illogical assault, was sent reeling, losing all semblance of balance and plummeting from the skies. With a resounding crash, it struck the surface of the Supreme Kai's realm, sending up a cloud of dust. Before it could rise, a streak of brown lightning pursued it, relentlessly bombarding Majin Buu's form with a minuscule yet formidable embodiment of power. Boom! 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 Under the relentless barrage, Majin Buu was gradually pressed deeper into the solid ground beneath him. Remarkable! Absolutely incredible! Goku exclaimed in exhilaration, witnessing the spectacle unfold. Even transformed into chocolate, Broly remains Broly. Cooler, arms crossed, marveled at the astonishing display, incredulous that even with its molecular structure altered, the combatant could still retain its fighting prowess. To them, the outcome seemed all but decided. However, the previously tranquil Cell sensed something amiss. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, landing upon the astonishing chocolate form. Even Broly, impacted by the amplified energy beam, could not possibly emerge unscathed, unless it was intentional. Deep underground, the battered Majin Buu revealed a smug grin. A tiny, nearly imperceptible pink mass detached from its core, wriggling like a worm as it burrowed deeper into the earth, swiftly escaping. Meanwhile, the main body continued to endure the onslaught of chocolate, while suddenly unleashing a surge of power, propelling itself upward. Boom! Majin Buu erupted from the pit in a disheveled manner, landing some distance away, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Curse it! I never imagined that after falling victim to my magic, you would still be so lively. The Broly-branded chocolate swayed in the air, seemingly relishing its chocolate form. In the distance, Gohan was intently focused on the duel, his heart racing at Broly's unfathomable strength. He remained blissfully unaware that beneath the very ground he sat upon, a minuscule pink worm had silently emerged, lying in wait amidst the grass. Bang! Majin Buu was once again sent flying by a swift charge for Broly. This time, its trajectory was precise, hurtling directly toward Gohan and the Elder Kai. Gohan, watch out! The Supreme Kai cried out in terror. In that instant, As everyone's attention was captured by the backward-flying Majin Buu, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The long-hidden, tiny worm suddenly leaped from the grass, transforming into a vast pink net that ensnared the unsuspecting Gohan completely. What? Gohan! Gasps of shock erupted from all around. This is bad. Kong Bei's reaction was the swiftest, as a golden flame erupted instantaneously, and the two transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the ensnared Gohan. Damn it! Gohan's voice resounded as he attempted to tear apart the grotesque flesh net. Just then, the malevolent Majin Buu propelled backward, forcefully twisted in midair, unleashing a relentless barrage of concentrated pink energy blasts towards Kong Bei. Boom! 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 The energy blast detonated along Kong Bei's path, momentarily thwarting his rescue. Utilizing the momentum from his spin, Majin Buu collided violently with the flesh net enveloping Gohan, merging into one. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. In the absolute sanctum of the Kaioshin realm, ominous dark clouds gathered out of nowhere, and dark purple lightning surged through the clouds, exuding a foreboding aura. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the writhing pink orb, sweeping outwards in all directions. The aged old Kaioshin barely had time to scream before being swept away by this irresistible force, rolling through the air and vanishing from sight. Kong Bei and Gula were also sent reeling backward, struggling to maintain their footing against the onslaught. Observing this intriguing scene, Cell gently raised a finger and directed a soft beam of light at the chocolate still hovering in the air, bestowing it with the restoration ray. As the light passed, the chocolate's form swiftly transformed, reverting to Broly's imposing physique. The situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. Amidst the intertwining of pure, white energy and malevolence, the colossal orb ceased its writhing. A new figure gradually rose from within. Chapter 67. The Arrival of the Super Majin, the Despairing Kaioshin. Ha ha! This power is magnificent! At that moment, the Majin's form had completely transformed, donning the attire Gohan had previously worn, while his antennae elongated and thickened, drooping softly behind his head. He turned around leisurely, gazing down at the gritting teeth of the others. The plan had succeeded splendidly. This form of the Majin had ushered in an unprecedented rebirth. He disdainfully pointed at Cell. Since that fool brought me here, I discovered son Gohan's presence. He patted his chest and continued, speaking in a tone laced with Gohan's inflection. Though I had been lurking from a distance, the pressure and energy he occasionally emitted were unmistakable. He gestured to the peculiar third eye on his forehead. You might as well come at me together. Gohan, with arms crossed, slowly floated upwards, looking down upon everyone with an air of superiority. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta's fury ignited instantly. Wait, Vegeta. Goku attempted to intervene, but Vegeta had already transformed into a golden flash, charging forth. Super Saiyan 2. He surged towards Gohan, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike accompanied by a thunderous crack that tore through the air. However, the latter merely embraced the air with elegance, effortlessly evading all of Vegeta's attacks with a mere turn of the head and slight shifts of the body, maintaining an air of arrogance throughout. Sensing the dire situation, Goku transformed as well, his golden aura soaring into the sky as he joined the fray. With 4 hands and 4 feet, the frequency of his assaults intensified dramatically. Fan, with only a slight increase in his movements, continued to dodge with remarkable ease. This was no longer a playful scenario for Vegeta. They had to unite their efforts. Goku shouted as he attacked. TCH. Vegeta responded dismissively, yet did not object. In an unspoken agreement, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously retreated. In the next moment, a more terrifying power erupted from them. Aya! Golden hair surged dramatically, and the violent energy waves obliterated the grassy surface of the Kaioshin realm and the surrounding trees. Super Saiyan 3. With a punch from either side, they launched a combined assault. Only then did Fan finally extend his hands to engage in combat. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 figures collided at high speed in mid-air, generating a series of explosive sounds, with the shockwaves dispersing the dark clouds that had just gathered above. Having trained together for years, their synergy was beyond words. Goku delivered a heavy punch aimed at Fan's upper body, while Vegeta fiercely targeted his lower half. The moment Fan was distracted, both seized the opportunity to strike in unison, sending him hurtling away. Fan tumbled through the air but wore a smile. Without warning, the tendrils from the back of his head shot out like whips, tightly ensnaring Goku's neck. He then used the force to swing Goku brutally into a distant rock wall, dragging him along and carving a long trench. Aya! Goku clung desperately to the slippery tendril, attempting to tear it apart. Damn it! Observing this, Vegeta clasped his hands together and unleashed a final flash, roaring directly at Fanfan's core. Boom! 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 Fanfan effortlessly swatted the attack away with his other hand, kicking up a storm of dust. Seizing the moment, Goku finally broke free, and the three immediately resumed their fierce battle. Below, the old Kaioshin finally returned, panting heavily as he pointed at the sky, cursing vehemently. You fools! You idiots! Instead of swiftly dealing with the Majin, you draw him toward me. Now look, he has absorbed that child. I had fully developed his original potential, far surpassing their long-haired appearances. The Kaioshin's Shin and Kibito hurriedly approached to comfort the old ancestor while casting pleading glances at the ever-calm Cell. Patara, Cell uttered calmly. The anxious duo suddenly felt enlightened. As per the original text, the fusion should be capable of effortlessly overpowering Gohan. The mind of Cell was racing at high speed. Yet, at this moment, Ultimate Gohan undeniably stood as the strongest among these individuals, augmented by the third eye, a tool so formidable that even the likes of Goku could be subdued by it. He gazed at the sky with keen interest, eagerly anticipating the outcome. On the battlefield, the situation was rapidly evolving. A furious green light, imbued with pent-up excitement, surged into the fray. Chapter 68, United Efforts. Observing the familiar figure darting towards him, Gohan thought, regardless of your return, can you still act recklessly now? Gohan shifted his focus from Goku and Vegeta, forcefully separating the two combatants, his crimson gaze locking onto the green aura. In an instant, Gohan vanished from sight. He was determined to make this once mighty rogue pay the price. With an unparalleled speed that even precluded the sonic boom, he appeared before Broly, launching a devastating punch that stirred the very fabric of space. Faced with this sudden assault, Broly's primal rage surged forth. He stood firm, crossing his robust arms in defiance, bracing for the impact. A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the supreme Kai realm. The shockwave, visibly emanating from the two, spread outward, carving a profound chasm into the earth below. The terrifying force of the blow abruptly reversed Broly's forward momentum, transforming him into a green cannonball that flew backward. Boom! Boom! The massive form of Broly shattered multiple mountain peaks, ultimately embedding himself deep within the core of the last mountain, raising a cloud of dust. Broly! Damn it! Regaining their senses, Goku and Vegeta wasted no time. Their golden auras surged once more, and they transformed into streaks of light, darting towards Gohan to provide assistance. However, Gohan merely tilted his head slightly, an expression of impatience crossing his face. Without even turning around, he casually unleashed two punches behind him. Bang! Bang! Two waves of invisible force struck the rapidly approaching Goku and Vegeta with precision. They felt an irresistible power surge from their chests, as the energy they had just summoned dissipated, sending them uncontrollably plummeting to the ground. This is too strong. Goku struggled to rise from the crater he had created, his face etched with gravity. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground, a surge of humiliation nearly driving him to madness. A mere casual strike had rendered the two Super Saiyan warriors utterly powerless. This fiend who had absorbed Gohan's power had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed as the distant mountain, pierced through, suddenly erupted from within. Oh! Amidst the thunderous roar, Broly's figure surged forth from the rubble, enveloped in a more ferocious and solid green aura than before. It was evident that he had been thoroughly provoked. Fanbu observed him with an air of nonchalance, a mocking smile gracing his features. An excellent punching bag. Just as the two were poised to clash once more, below, the observant Cooler finally sprang into action. Truly, a terrifying ability, he murmured, his blood boiling within him. In the next moment, a purple aura erupted from his being, golden lines shimmering across his violet skin. His form transformed instantly, his energy escalating exponentially, soon matching the combined might of the three. Golden-patterned Cooler, he became a flash of pale gold, appearing instantaneously beside Goku and Vegeta. That fool Gohan cannot die yet. Let's strike together. His words were succinct and brimming with combat fervor. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, nodding resolutely. At this juncture, there was no room for Saiyan pride. For figures, for overwhelming auras, converged from all directions, firmly locking Fanbu in place. The entire King Kai realm began to tremble violently under the weight of these four powers. The once solid earth manifested web-like fissures. In the distance, Cell observed this spectacle with keen interest. With the surge of the evil eye, absorbing Ultimate Gohan has indeed yielded vast data. Such a level of battle data is truly a windfall. Fanbu surveyed the four warriors encircling him, rather than displaying any apprehension. A thrill of excitement illuminated his smile. Come, let me witness how far you ants can struggle. The moment his words fell, all four sprang into action. Broly led the charge, roaring as he unleashed a powerful, heavy punch, simple, direct, and brutal. Fanbu effortlessly sidestepped, simultaneously executing a knife-hand strike aimed at Broly's neck. Just then, a flash of gold cut through the air. Goku's figure appeared abruptly at Fanbu's side, delivering a swift kick aimed at his midsection. Instantaneous movement. Fanbu scoffed coldly, contorting his body into an impossible angle to evade Goku's attack while his tendrils morphed into a long whip, striking towards Goku's head. Clang! A purple beam precisely struck that tendril, deflecting it. It was cooler, suspended in mid-air, the remnants of energy still flickering at his fingertips. He calmly searched for any opening to exploit. Big Bang Attack. Vegeta's furious roar resonated from the opposite side as a colossal energy blast surged forth, engulfing Fanbu's form. Boom! The violent explosion intensified the tremors throughout the King Kai realm. However, as the dust settled, Fanbu stood unscathed, not a scratch to be seen. Are you merely tickling me? He disdainfully commented. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly melted away, transforming into countless pink tendrils of flesh that shot off in all directions. What? The four were taken aback simultaneously. Those tendrils were formed in midair, instantly coalescing into four identical cloths, each targeting Broly, Goku, Vegeta, and Cooler. Bang! 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 The synchronized sounds of four heavy impacts resonated at once. Caught off guard, all four were violently propelled backward. The realm of the Supreme Kai began to wail, as even the sturdiest sanctum could not withstand such cataclysmic energy collisions. The ground cracked, and the clouds twisted. The four cloths merged back into one in the air. He crossed his arms and looked down at the four, who were struggling to regain their balance, his face adorned with unabashed mockery. Taste this. His hands slowly rose above his head, coming together as a terrifying energy, exponentially more potent than all previous attacks combined, began to amass in his palms. That was Gohan's technique, the evil flash. However, what erupted from his hands was a blood-red, terrifying beam filled with malevolence. The beam enveloped the entire battlefield the moment it was unleashed, completely shrouding the four. Chapter 69, Super Vegeto, the one who stands proud in the heavens. The barrier erected by the four was relentlessly pressed down by the blood-red evil flash. 3 golden and 1 green figures were inexorably pushed downward by the malevolent energy that pierced through heaven and earth. The ground could no longer bear the weight of this terrifying pressure and began to shatter and collapse. Increase the energy. Goku roared, every muscle in his body trembling. Do not command me. Vegeta's pride appeared so feeble in the face of absolute power disparity. Cooler's golden markings flickered with instability, clearly overloading. Broly let out a beastly roar, pouring all his strength into the barrier. I shall witness your disappearance along with this planet. The maniacal laughter of the cloth echoed through the sky as he increased the energy output once more. Boom! The earth was utterly crushed, revealing a horrific abyss below. Just then, a faint energy blast shot up from beneath, harmlessly striking the back of the cloth. Can the fly not be a nuisance? The cloth did not even turn around. A mere surge of his aura sent the recently invigorated Supreme Kai flying. The old Supreme Kai watched this scene, frantic with worry. Cell sat calmly on a floating rock, observing the injured Supreme Kai fall before finally rising to his feet. He stepped forward, instantly appearing beside the Supreme Kai, ignoring the latter's terrified reaction, and directly reached for the ornament on his ear. Do not forget to take out your earrings. His movements flowed like water, swiftly directed towards the struggling forms of Goku and Vegeta, each receiving a small object. Catch it. 2 streaks of light tore through the sky. Goku, place in your left ear. Vegeta, your right ear. No questions. The voice of Cell resounded clearly in their ears. In a desperate struggle, the two managed to free a hand amidst the energy storm, securely grasping the tiny object without a moment's hesitation. They immediately complied. In the next instant, an intense, blinding light enveloped them as their forms intertwined. Broly and Cooler felt an unexpected lightness in their hands as the overwhelming force that threatened to crush them was defiantly pushed back. A tremendous surge of energy surged from below. In a heartbeat, this colossal torrent of power was forcefully expelled from the realm of the Kais, shooting into the vastness of the cosmos. A pure white radiance lingered quietly before him. What a trick! Frieza, irritated, unleashed a ki blast, intending to obliterate this bothersome light. Yet in the next moment, the glow dissipated, revealing a voice that mixed the tones of Goku and Vegeta, filled with fervor. Fry shrimp. The ki blast vanished the instant it touched the figure. A brand new warrior materialized before Frieza, clad in a blue GI over orange undergarments. With white gloves adorning his hands, a striking young man, adorned with earrings, appeared. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, musing, since this is the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, I shall name him Vegeto. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza, still reeling from shock, barely reacted before, boom. What seemed like a mere punch elicited a sharp pain through Frieza's body. He spun midair, struggling to regain his composure, staring incredulously at his opponent. Vegeto, feeling the boundless power within him, smiled slightly at Frieza from a distance. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted around him. Ah! Ha! The golden flames transformed into a tangible wave of energy, instantly dispersing Broly, Cooler, and the others below. Even Cell, who had previously seemed unfazed, was forced back a step by this overwhelming power. Ding! Detection of superclass energy entity Super Vegeto. Combat data analysis in progress. A torrent of evolutionary points surged through Cell's mind, vastly surpassing previous data. This was the mightiest Vegeto in the dimensions. He felt the exhilaration and yearning emanating from every cell in his body, a fervent desire to engage in battle nearly bursting from his chest. Amidst the golden light, a fusion warrior with hair like a radiant sun slowly emerged. An utterly confident smile graced his face. Let us continue, strongest Majin. Super Vegeto extended his hand and beckoned at Fanbu with a flick of his fingers. In the distance, Jebbet had just completed the healing of Saiyan, and together with the ancestors, they hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. They watched the astonishing reversal with palpable excitement. Broly and Gula exchanged a glance and silently dissipated their auras, reverting to their normal states. It seemed that their intervention was no longer necessary. In unison, they stepped aside to join Cell. Hith hith hith. Fanbu regarded the resplendent figure before him and emitted a sharp, mocking laugh. Or two mere ants capable of, even when fused. Yet, despite his bravado, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Bang! In an instant, before anyone could discern the movement, Fanbu's figure vanished from sight. In the distance, a mountain suddenly erupted. Amidst the flying debris, Fanbu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if every cell in his body was lamenting. No, it can't be. Did I truly fail to see him strike? An arrogant voice resonated from the very air where he had just stood. The golden figure had inexplicably returned to its original position, arms crossed, looking down condescendingly at the disheveled figure below. Oh, it seems I have grown far too strong. Chapter 70, The Indomitable Stance. Fanbu slowly rose from the ruins of the mountain, a smirk playing upon his lips. Indeed, there was some power to be reckoned with. Suppressing the shock within, Fanbu resumed his stance opposite Vegeto. Boom! Without any warning, a finely honed wave of energy erupted from his hand, landing squarely on Vegeto's face. Ha ha! How's that? Fanbu cackled triumphantly upon witnessing his successful ambush. As the smoke from the explosion lingered, a tone laced with disdain and impatience drifted through the air. Utterly boring. Rumbling. An energy torrent, greater and more ferocious than Fanbu's attack, surged forth from the center of the smoke. That golden wave of energy instantly engulfed Fanbu entirely. Fanbu could only emit a cry of despair as his form was torn apart by the overwhelming energy. As the dust settled, Vegeto slowly retracted his extended fingers, still maintaining that condescending pose with arms crossed. On the other side, pink remnants rapidly coalesced. Fanbu's figure was reborn once more, unscathed. Yet his once invincible spirit lay in tatters. Just moments ago, he had been the one who could easily manipulate everyone present, and now he found himself the target of mockery. The stark contrast ignited a surge of fury within him. A primal rage surged forth, steam erupting from the hole in his head as his aura transformed into a chaotic tempest. Aya! He roared, his form morphing into a streak of pink lightning. Charging towards Vegeto. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fierce punches and kicks accompanied by the sharp sound of air being torn apart, enveloped Vegeta from all directions. Yet, Vegeta merely floated in place, his body swaying with an exquisite grace. He turned his head, shifted his stance, leaned back, and raised his leg. Each movement was perfectly executed, effortlessly evading all of Gohan's assaults. The composure he displayed surpassed even that of his previous playful encounters with Goku and Vegeta. Too slow. Vegeta's voice dripped with disdain. Is this what dares to claim the title of the strongest Majin in history? As he spoke, he raised his foot and, with just the right amount of pressure, kicked Gohan in the abdomen amidst the tempest of attacks. Boom! Gohan's rhythm abruptly faltered. The disparity in speed and strength was glaring. Boom! Another kick. How could Gohan be so careless as to be absorbed by such a mediocre opponent? After all, he is still just a child. Boom! 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 Vegeta's words sliced through Gohan's pride like the sharpest of blades. Shut up! Gohan, now utterly enraged, abandoned all restraint and simply swung his fists, desperately seeking to land even a single blow. Enough of the warm-up. Vegeta's tone turned icy, and in the next instant, he made his move. No longer evading. He reached out and precisely caught one of Gohan's incoming punches. Gohan was taken aback. Suddenly, he saw an enlarged white fist looming larger in his vision. Boom! A dull thud echoed. A solid punch struck Gohan's face. One side of his face instantly caved in, causing him to lean back. Yet, before he could even retreat, Vegeta had seized his arm and yanked him back with force. Boom! Another punch landed on the other side of his face. Boom! 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 Vegeta moved so swiftly that only afterimages remained, surrounding Gohan with a barrage of humiliating strikes directed at a single target. Each of his punches and kicks landed squarely on Gohan's face without exception. Gohan's once proud regenerative abilities now appeared utterly ludicrous. Just as his face had returned to its original shape, it was immediately distorted by another heavy blow. Regenerate, only to be pummeled again. Regenerate once more, only to be battered even worse. In the distance, Broly, Goku, and others stood in stunned silence. They had just experienced the terror of this Majin, and in an instant, he was being treated like a punching bag by an even more unreasonable force. Incredible. The Supreme, Kai trembled with excitement. Data streams in Cell's mind surged wildly. This was the true revelry. At the heart of the battlefield. Boom! With a final, forceful whip kick, Fambu was hurled like a spinning top, crashing heavily into the unforgiving ground. A thunderous boom echoed as a seemingly bottomless pit emerged. Vegeta descended slowly, hovering above the crater, poised and relaxed as he awaited the unfolding drama. Moments later, a disheveled pink figure surged from the depths of the abyss. Fambu floated midair, gasping for breath. Though his body had regenerated, the chaotic aura emanating from him betrayed his inner turmoil. What manner of monster are you? He howled, reminiscent of a defeated beast. Me? Vegeta chuckled lightly, his form vanishing in an instant. Fambu's pupils dilated in shock, barely able to react. Boom! An overwhelming force struck him from behind. He was brutally impacted by a heavy knee, his body bending as he plummeted earthward once more. This time, Vegeta offered no respite. With rapid precision, he followed closely. Just before Fambu collided with the ground, Vegeta landed in advance, slowly lifting one foot. Bang! Fambu's face met the sole of Vegeta's boot in an intimate encounter. The earth trembled violently, and, as the dust settled, all bore witness to a moment destined for the annals of history. The once mighty Majin Buu lay sprawled, firmly pinned to the ground in a defeated stance, while the confident warrior, with golden hair flowing, stood over him, arms crossed. Vegeta looked down, regarding the twitching Fambu beneath him with the disdain reserved for refuse. Don't tell me that was your full strength, he remarked, applying pressure with his toe. Is this all you have? Chapter 71. Unexpected, then despair. This is outrageous. The Majin beneath him exuded an aura, even more vengeful and deranged than before. To be trampled in such a manner was an unparalleled humiliation since the inception of this form. A sinister laugh escaped Fambu, who ceased his struggles. In the next moment, his form dissolved, rapidly melting into a writhing pool of pink liquid, spreading out in an instant. You shall become a part of me. With a sharp shriek, the liquid surged upward, morphing into a massive flesh net that ensnared Vegeta, still standing atop his face. The pink sea engulfed Vegeta entirely, writhing and contracting into a colossal mass of flesh. This is bad, exclaimed the distant King Kai in alarm. Fambu's maniacal laughter echoed from within the mass. tinged with triumphant malice. Ha ha ha. Let the madness continue. Aren't you supposed to be strong? I shall digest you completely. In the next moment, a languid voice emerged from within the chaotic amalgamation. Sticky and utterly repulsive. No sooner had the words left his lips than, boom, the mass encasing Vegeta surged skyward at an astonishing velocity, soaring towards the heavens of the supreme Kai realm. Huh. A wave of incredulous energy erupted from within a mass. Zing. Brilliant arcs of electricity pierced through the pink flesh, flashing wildly outward. The entire mass shimmered like a lantern riddled with cracks. Boom! In an instant, the mass exploded. Pink fragments of flesh scattered across the sky, only to swiftly coalesce in the distance, reassembling into the shape of a rice ball. He gazed in terror at the scene before him, for that overwhelming aura, having burst free from its confines, showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew more ferocious, relentlessly ascending. The heavens and earth shifted in hue. The entire sacred domain trembled violently. The solid ground, merely brushed by this unleashed energy, began to fissure, collapsing in vast sections. The rice ball closest to him had gaped wide, unable to control his own body, being pushed back repeatedly by the sheer pressure. His face and body bore numerous tiny wounds, sliced open by the invisible currents. Over by the golden light, Vegeta remained poised, as if boundless in his energy reserves. His hair, aglow with golden light, grew wildly, no longer standing upright, but lengthening gradually, cascading down to his waist. His brow became more pronounced, while his iconic eyebrows began to vanish. Ultimately, when that cataclysmic pressure reached its zenith, all clamor fell silent. Witness the might of the strongest. A brand new Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta materialized before all. Cell's eyes widened in astonishment. Ding! Cumulative evolution points, 1 trillion. Immediate absorption recommended to unlock Super Earthling genes and evolve Frozen Demon genes. Vegeta's emergence propelled him into a whole new realm. Cell's laughter erupted uncontrollably, echoing sharply at the edge of this ravaged battlefield. Goku and Broly, straining against the energy waves, turned to him with expressions of disbelief. Even the distant Supreme Kais cast peculiar glances his way. Cell quickly waved his hands, suppressing his mirth. My apologies, I was merely reminded of something amusing. Above in the sky, the battle, or rather, a new round of devastation, had commenced. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta casually raised his fist. Whoosh! A visible white shockwave, propelled by violently swirling energy, burst forth. So swift was it that the rice ball had no time to react, left only to watch helplessly as the attack approached. Splurt! The force effortlessly tore through the rice ball's body, piercing cleanly through his chest. The rice ball emitted a cry of pain, staring in horror at his wound. There! A persistent golden energy clung to him, rendering his proud, super regeneration ability excruciatingly slow at that moment. The wound writhed but refused to heal. The force of the recent punch had inexplicably contained energy. What sorcery was this? Before he could comprehend, countless strands of golden energy bombarded him from all directions like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, his body was left shattered and fragmented. The eerie eye on his forehead spun wildly, terror overwhelming all dignity and rage. Flee! He had to escape. The mangled pieces of flesh forcibly coalesced, and he transformed into a desperate pink streak of light, recklessly burning energy as he fled into the depths of the cosmos. It was over. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta coldly observed the retreating figure, bringing his hands together. ZZZZ. Dazzling arcs of electricity converged into a brilliant blue energy sphere in his grasp, the terrifying power distorting the very fabric of space. At last, the Kamehameha, a fusion of two ultimate techniques, roared skyward toward the direction of the fleeing figure. Before the energy pillar could truly make contact, the searing heat had already begun to vaporize the tips of his toes. No! Feeling the imminent threat of death behind him, he desperately channeled all his energy into flight, increasing his speed yet again. Vegeta smirked, amplifying his energy output once more. The golden blue energy column surged faster, rapidly closing the distance between them. Crack! At that moment, a minuscule crack appeared on the surface of the yellow patera earring adorning Vegeta's ear. The next second, snap! The earring shattered. Vegeta's imposing form disintegrated in a blinding flash of white light, reverting back to Goku and Vegeta. The colossal energy capable of obliterating stars crumbled into nothingness as the fusion was undone. This is bad. The Supreme Kai gasped in horror. Hadn't it been less than an hour? Could they not withstand the overload? Cell looked on, puzzled by the sudden change. The retreating figure paused, glancing back. The fear gradually dissipating, replaced by a look of unexpected relief. Ha 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 ha. He hovered in midair, his raucous laughter echoing through the stillness of the Supreme Kai's realm, filled with the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. Truly, it was an exhilarating experience. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed down at Goku and Vegeta, who were equally astonished. I concede, the fusion of the two of you is indeed the strongest opponent I have encountered since my inception. It was so close. Just a hair's breadth away from annihilation at your hands. His demeanor shifted from frivolous to one of earnestness and lingering dread. However, the game is over. I shall no longer grant you any opportunities. Fanbu spread his arms wide, and a dark red energy, more malevolent and colossal than ever before, converged above his head into a gigantic sphere of destructive power. This energy orb continued to expand, emanating an overwhelming pressure capable of annihilating the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm. Hey, Supreme Kai, bring forth another pair of earrings for them. Gero bellowed as he turned towards the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, drenched in sweat and frantic, rummaged through his belongings. They're gone. The Patera earrings. I only have that one pair left. He gazed despairingly at the enormous energy sphere in the sky, resignation washing over him. It seemed that the earrings had suffered from prolonged wear, their divine power diminished, rendering them incapable of withstanding the immense energy that would arise from their transformation. Thus, they had disintegrated prematurely. The voice of the old Supreme Kai echoed softly, as if he had already accepted his fate. With a single statement, he had sealed off all avenues of survival. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, each perceiving the bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. They had just exited their fusion, their bodies rendered exceedingly weak from the overexertion of energy, barely able to maintain their forms. Broly and Gura were equally battered, their strength waning. The shadow of death loomed over them all. At that moment, from the profound silence, Cell slowly rose to his feet. System, commence consumption of evolution points. Chapter 72, The Newborn Strike. Ding, consuming 1 trillion evolution points. A total of 500 billion consumed. The Super Earthling gene evolves into the Omni-Earthling, passively enhancing base combat power by 50 times, with an additional 20 points of evolution gained. A cumulative consumption of 1 trillion. The Frozen Demon gene evolves into the Frozen Demon Ascendant, initial, acquiring a basic Ascendant form, which upon activation reveals golden patterns, enhancing combat power by 100 times. Stackable with other transformations or power boosts. The incessant notifications resonated in Cell's mind, igniting every cell within him with anticipation. As his thoughts momentarily paused, a hum filled the air. A gentle yet blinding light enveloped Cell's entire being in an instant. This sudden transformation immediately captured everyone's attention. That guy's changing, Jebet exclaimed, bewildered. Within the radiance, the insectal carapace of Cell began to soften and transform. Smooth skin emerged, his facial contours shifting, and from the back of his iconic crown-like horns sprouted a head of dark green hair. His entire form was visibly morphing towards a more human-like appearance. Yet, time was of the essence. The enormous crimson energy sphere above was descending with unmatched pressure. Boom! The impenetrable surface of the Supreme Kai realm, a bastion of solidity, began to tear apart under this force, revealing bottomless chasms. The entire planet began to tremble violently. The immense pressure threatened to cleave it in twain. At that critical juncture, the newly transformed Cell raised his head, his gaze radiating golden light. His hands came together in a familiar pose, one that both Goku and Vegeta recognized all too well. "Let us try this," he proclaimed. Ultimately, he uttered the name of the technique with clarity. Kamehameha, the same brilliant energy beam, infused with both golden and blue hues, surged upwards with a roar, hurtling towards the blood-red energy sphere capable of annihilating everything. With a thunderous crash, the two opposing forces of terrifying energy collided above the realm of the Kaioshin. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in silence. The golden blue and blood-red energies clashed fiercely, their point of contact erupting with a blinding radiance that could sear the eyes of mortals. A stalemate ensued, but it was but a fleeting moment. The golden-blue energy beam began to falter, gradually overwhelmed by the encroaching blood-red sphere. Ha ha ha! Futile! Your struggles are in vain. Cease to exist. The entity above cackled maniacally at the sight. Yet, his laughter abruptly ceased. For below, the newly transformed cell bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, a curious smile graced his lips. Golden patterns, activate. Suddenly, two resplendent golden lines emerged unexpectedly from his cheeks, winding upward. Simultaneously, the remnants of his green spots began to shimmer with golden luminescence. In the next heartbeat, Cell S aura surged forth like a torrential flood, erupting with ferocity. The ground beneath him had vanished. He floated above the abyss, the overwhelming energy distorting the surrounding space. Boom! The previously disadvantaged golden-blue energy beam expanded exponentially, its power magnifying tremendously. Pushback. The once sinking blood-red sphere was forcefully repelled by this sudden surge of might. The counterforce grew ever stronger. What? The entity above, filled with dread, realized that having just battled Vegeta, he had not fully recuperated, and now he could barely contain that immense energy. Why, in an instant, did that merged being vanish only to re-emerge as such a formidable presence? This was not the end, as golden, white, and purple auras intertwined. A faint green hue began to materialize around Cell, rapidly intensifying. For colors of energy enveloped him. The speed at which he projected his energy beam accelerated further. No, this is impossible. The entity could only watch helplessly as the energy surged towards him with an unstoppable force, ready to engulf him. He attempted to evade. However, under the grip of that terrifying energy, he found himself incapable of even moving a single finger. Boom! The golden-blue beam thoroughly engulfed the figure of Gohan. Chapter 73. Sixfold Overlap. The battle concludes. Is it truly over? Just as this thought flickered in his mind, a swirling mass of pink smoke began to drift slowly, coalescing once more towards the center. Moments later, Gohan's figure re-emerged. Yet this time, he no longer possessed the previous calmness and arrogance. He bent over, hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath. Despite this body boasting the traits of immortality and boundless stamina, why did he feel so weak now? Cell observed the disheveled figure, understanding dawning in his mind. The fusion of ultimate Gohan's potential with the essence of Majin Buu had indeed birthed a monster. But enduring the attacks from Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and my new form consecutively had exhausted his stored energy completely. No, it is not over yet. Gohan abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed upon a green figure surrounded by a peculiar aura below him. An endless humiliation and reluctance morphed into pure madness. The bizarre magical eye on his forehead erupted with blinding red light. Aya! He let out a primal roar. His skin, once pink, rapidly transformed to a deep crimson, bulging veins coursing across his body. From countless orifices, scalding steam erupted violently. His eyes lost all glimmer, replaced solely by a void of darkness. Anger and defiance compelled him to make one final struggle. Aya! Losing all rationality, reduced to the most primal of cries, he became a crimson blur, tearing through the sky. Charging directly at Cell. Boom! Cell raised his arm, colliding fiercely with the incoming crimson fist. Dazzling sparks erupted, and a terrifying shockwave exploded from the two. Gohan extended his leg, and with a whoosh like a long whip, he struck toward Cell's abdomen. The latter did not evade, instead raising his other hand to firmly block the heavy kick. Top, 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 boom, boom, boom. Gohan's attacks became erratic, yet they were ferociously intense. In an instant, countless shadowy punches and kicks enveloped Cell entirely. Cell countered each strike, his body as steadfast as a rock amidst the tempest of blows, each block executed with pinpoint precision. Both were evenly matched. The frenzied surge of power from his complete loss of reason began to cause his body to slowly dissolve. Maginization, with a mere thought. A thin layer of pink energy enveloped Cell's body, manifesting the initial characteristics of a Majin. Boom! Gohan delivered a powerful punch squarely to Cell's face. Cell's head snapped back from the impact, yet his body did not retreat an inch. Rather, he harnessed the force of the blow to retaliate. Boom! A powerful and forceful headbutt sent Fanbu staggering. Suddenly, blood erupted, an exchange of injuries. This was the most primal and irrational form of combat employed by the demon. Fanbu, despite the pain, did not retreat. Rather, he became more frenzied, opening his mouth wide as a blood-red energy orb rapidly coalesced within, launching at close range towards Cell's chest. Boom! A gaping hole was blasted in Cell's torso, yet his body remained unaffected. With a swift motion, Cell seized Fanbu's tendril and unleashed a flurry of punches towards his face. The entire Kaioshin realm trembled and groaned under the weight of their raw physical struggle. It couldn't last. It ends now. Cell's cold voice shattered the pure violence. He suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, sending the entangled Fanbu flying, while simultaneously retreating swiftly to create distance. The layer of pink energy enveloping him began to ripple. His aura surged exponentially. 20-fold Kaioken. Buzz. The four-colored aura that had surrounded him swelled dramatically. Gold, white, purple, green, and pink. 5 auras, each representing the pinnacle of different races' powers, began to whirl and intertwine in a mysterious manner under his control. Encasing this 5-colored aura, a faint red hue ignited, burning like fire. 6 colors of aura swirled in a 6-fold spiral. A 3-fold spiral's evolution, a technique unique to Cell. Fanbu on the opposite side seemed to sense the imminent threat. Halting his pursuit, he raised both hands high above his head, gathering all the overexerted power within him. Crackle! Black lightning erupted around him in a frenzy, coalescing into a sphere of energy, a blend of evil crimson and pitch black in his hands. With a final roar, he forcefully propelled the black-red energy ball that held all his strength. Cell, unfazed, met it with the 6-colored spiral energy column in his grasp. Boom! The clash of these two energies was more ferocious and violent than any previous encounter. The entire sanctuary could no longer withstand the force and was split in two. The Kaioshin immediately summoned divine power to erect a barrier before the weakened few. The dazzling energy column clashed with the black-red energy pillar, locked in a stalemate. 30-fold. Cell's roar echoed through the skies. Boom! The 6-colored energy column surged dramatically, shattering the balance. Fanbu's black-red energy was gradually dissolved, vaporized. A primal fear washed over Fanbu's face as he uttered a syllable, only for his crimson body to be entirely engulfed, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Obliterated in the radiance. Amidst the splendid radiance, a singular crimson light, surpassing the reflexes of all, valiantly broke free, shooting forth into the depths of the cosmos. It was the ominous eye of the demon. It constituted the very core. However, Cell perceived it with utmost clarity. After the fiend's form crumbled to dust, he seized the demon eye in his grasp. Chapter 74. The Shadowy Manipulator and the New Objective. Damn it! The demon eye, ensnared within that colossal hand, expressed its unwillingness in a silent monologue. A laughter more terrifying and chilling than its own echoed within its consciousness. How could this be? It felt a dreadful figure encroaching upon its mental realm. Do not panic. Cell's exceptionally amiable smile materialized in its mind. Reveal your secrets to me, or else. ZZZ. An indescribable wave of terrifying psychic energy surged, threatening to rend it into shreds at any moment. Master, I will speak. Faced with the imminent threat of annihilation, all the will of the demon, I succumbed instantly. I was birthed from a fragment of the true ruler of the dark demon realm's power. As for the specifics of his identity, I know not at all. In that time, we were mass-produced and disseminated across various locations. Cell listened intently. The information was incomplete. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Thank you for your intelligence. Cell's consciousness radiated an exceptionally gentle smile. The demon I sensed a slight easing of the psychic pressure and immediately clung to this final thread of salvation. Master, I am willing to follow you. For you. In the next moment, Cell tightened his grip on the demon eye. Crack. To place you upon my forehead? The thought alone is repulsive. The crimson demon eye, along with its minuscule consciousness, was swiftly crushed into the purest form of energy dust, dissipating into the void. Ding! Perfectly eliminated the demon eye Gohan Bu, earning 50 billion evolution points. Ding! Destroyed the third eye of the demon, gaining a trace of dark power. Dark power, one of the primordial forces at the dawn of the universe, a symbol of extreme malevolence. It can be harnessed to amplify destructive capabilities significantly. Once amassed in great quantities, it bestows the ability to disregard the laws of destruction. What? A tempest surged within Cell's heart. The final explanation instantaneously conjured the image of a whimsical yet formidable entity. The god of destruction, Beerus. Once the dark power is fully accumulated, would he not possess the capability to contend with Beerus? Following this immense delight, new questions arose. The remaining demon eyes would not be so easily located. The universe is vast, and the dimensions and timelines are infinitely boundless. The activation of the Eye of Darkness emanates a faint wave of dark energy, which the host can sense. The system's voice timely resonated, addressing his inquiry. What a remarkable system. Gero couldn't help but praise it internally. Before him, the familiar blue screen seemed to shimmer with a subtle hint of red at its edges. It is astonishing that merely a trace of dark energy could enhance a parasite to such an extraordinary level. One must ponder the immense power of the ruler of the Dark Realm who created such a phenomenon. It appears that the path ahead is still long and arduous. Gero collected his scattered thoughts, completed his tasks, and turned to soar towards the devastated sanctuary below. The Kaishan realm could no longer be referred to as such. The entire planet had been forcibly cleaved in two, with countless fragments and landmasses floating aimlessly in the void, creating a scene of utter desolation. Jebbet, drenched in sweat, was channeling divine energy into Goku, Vegeta, and others, healing them. Gohan and Goku wore expressions of melancholy as they gazed at the spot where the Majin had vanished. I will take responsibility for Gohan's resurrection, Gero declared, descending slowly. I will also search the universe for the Eye of Darkness. Goku cast a grateful glance in his direction. The Kaishin, witnessing the devastation of their homeland, sighed helplessly, on the verge of tears. I apologize, Lord Kaishin, for allowing this to happen, Goku said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed after regaining some strength and composure. The Kaishin waved his hand, his expression weary, yet attempting to muster some semblance of cheer. It's all right. As long as everyone is safe, he reassured. My divine power should restore this place completely within a few months. He paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and added, moreover, I will reinforce the space and matter here with my divine energy to prevent a recurrence of today's calamity. Oh, that's wonderful, Goku exclaimed, bursting into joyous laughter. I thought I would lose such a perfect training ground forever. Now we can fight without reservations. You foolish warrior. Jebbet could no longer contain himself and scolded him. This is the sanctuary. It is not a playground for your destruction. Haha, what does it matter? It can be repaired anyway. Goku replied, nonchalantly with a smile. Vegeta snorted dismissively, turning his head away, yet his tense demeanor visibly relaxed. Broly and Gula stood quietly to the side, observing the scene. The shared experience of survival seemed to draw everyone closer together. The sounds of reprimand and laughter intertwined in the shattered void, dispelling the suffocating shadow of death that had loomed before. Chapter 75. The New Namekian Dragon. The Kaishin looked at Gero, acknowledging that this crisis with the Majin had indeed unfolded as he had described. Despite the considerable cost, it had ultimately been resolved successfully. The universe has finally attained safety. After enduring a series of events, the unyielding yet miraculous warrior displayed genuine respect. Mr. Cell and everyone else, I am profoundly grateful to you all. The Supreme Kai bowed deeply. As the guardian of the universe, it is my duty to reward you. Do you have any requests? The universe god must maintain a certain stature. The group exchanged glances, momentarily a loss for what they truly desired. Vegeta wore a stoic expression, cooler across his arms, and Broly appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Goku clapped his hands, shattering the silence. Earlier, we mentioned the possibility of training here, right? We can fight without worrying about causing destruction. The Supreme Kai nodded with a smile. Very well, given the rapid growth of these individuals, ordinary places can no longer suffice. All right, I grant you permission. The Supreme Kai realm will always welcome you for training. Wonderful, Goku exclaimed, leaping with excitement. It seemed the matter was settled. However, at that moment, Cell approached the old Supreme Kai, who was crouched on the ground, sorrowfully drawing circles in the dirt over his devastated home. Supreme Kai. Cell's sudden proximity caused the old Supreme Kai to cautiously lift his head. What do you want? I have nothing to offer you. The others urged him to develop his potential. Cell's words were calm, yet undeniable. Just do your utmost. Fool! The old Supreme Kai exploded in indignation, leaping 3 feet into the air. Do you think such divine techniques can be performed without difficulty? The ritual for that boy Gohan drained a significant portion of my divine power, and you think, his voice escalated, filled with fervor. Cell, unhurried, leaned closer to his ear and whispered a phrase audible only to them. Next, I shall traverse the various planets of the universe. Perhaps, among the diverse races, there are beautiful women. The old Supreme Kai, on the verge of continuing his tirade, suddenly froze in place. Moments later, he stiffly turned his head, his mouth gradually stretching into a wide grin. His murky eyes transformed into crescent moons. A suspicious flush adorned his wrinkled face. Oomph. He cleared his throat, resuming an air of inscrutable wisdom. Very well. Considering you have achieved significant merit, I shall make an exception this once. However, he shifted his tone. It will take 6 months for my divine power to recover to a level sufficient to develop all of you. Agreed. Cell decisively turned away, refraining from further words. The matter was settled. He promptly departed the sacred domain, venturing into the cosmos. System. Locate the position of the new Namek. Ding. The coordinates have been locked. Positioned at 10 o'clock from the host's current location. In an instant, the figure of Cell transformed into a streak of light. After a moment, he found himself on a tranquil green planet, where faint yet familiar auras emerged within his perception. The genes of Piccolo within him sensed a comforting presence from his kin. In a flash, he activated his instant transmission, appearing beside a Namekian who was tending to the fields. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? The startled Namekian exclaimed, nearly dropping his hoe in shock as he took a couple of steps back, brandishing the tool defensively at Cell. This panicked shout quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Soon, several taller and more robust Namekians, exuding a distinctly stronger aura, surrounded him with caution. They eyed Cell warily, feeling an unsettling malevolence emanating from this unfamiliar green warrior. Do not approach. Just as tensions escalated, a calm and aged voice resonated through the air. An evidently older Namekian stepped forward with deliberate grace. Great Elder. The surrounding Namekians respectfully parted to create a path for him. The Great Elder paid no heed to the others, directly approaching Cell and offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. This one is among the warriors who protect the universe, he said, his voice steady yet resonant, reaching the ears of every kin present. His purpose here is also to revive another warrior who fell in battle. Understanding dawned on the onlookers, and their earlier vigilance dissipated, replaced by curiosity and reverence. However, Cell remained unfazed. Do not misunderstand me. He spoke, his tone indifferent. While I do seek the Dragon Balls, my motives ultimately serve my own interests. A gentle chuckle escaped the Great Elder. Even so, we must express our gratitude for all that you have done. As he spoke, he gestured for others to step forward. It became clear that he had already prepared the 7 Dragon Balls. Lord Supreme, Kai has conveyed all matters to me through mental communication, he continued. Cell grasped the situation. Realizing that the Supreme Kai was not entirely foolish, he understood that Cell had taken on the task of reviving Gohan without heading directly to Earth, thus saving a great deal of trouble. The 7 enormous orange Dragon Balls were neatly arranged upon the grassy expanse. Before the Great Elder could commence the summoning ritual, Cell stepped forward. He opened his mouth and, in impeccable Namekian, recited the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. With a resounding boom, the sky darkened instantly. A golden lightning bolt streaked across the heavens, and the colossal Shenron emerged from the Dragon Balls, enveloping the entire sky. Speak your 3 wishes. Regardless of what they may be, I possess the power to fulfill them, boomed the resonant voice of Purunga, echoing across the vast expanse. With unwavering resolve, Cell raised his gaze and articulated his desires. For my first wish, I wish to resurrect Gohan, who was devoured by the malevolent Majin Buu, with a revival taking place on Earth. For my second wish, I wish to resurrect the benevolent Buu, who also met his demise, with a revival occurring by my side. The immense eyes of Purunga gleamed momentarily. This wish encompasses 2 formidable beings. A brief wait is required. Very well, Cell nodded. Now, you are left with your final wish. Speak it forth. The gathered Namekians held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene. For the final wish, Cell hesitated briefly, then declared, I desire an assortment of alluring pictorials featuring the enchanting beauties of a universe. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Even the venerable elder beside them could not suppress a sudden and forceful cough, attempting to mask his surprise. Purunga's colossal form seemed to stiffen for a moment. In the next instant, a collection of exquisitely printed, vibrantly colored booklets materialized, cascading at Cell's feet. Shortly thereafter, a plump, rosy figure appeared, sporting a bewildered expression beside the pile of booklets. Your wishes have been entirely fulfilled, Purunga announced, his tone slightly peculiar. Farewell. With that, a brilliant light erupted, and the dragon transformed into a radiant beam, vanishing in an instant. The 7 colossal Dragon Balls also transformed into 7 streaks of light, soaring into the heavens, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 76. The Second Evil Eye and the Helpless Woman. The plump Bew gazed around in confusion, his face a canvas of bewilderment. How does it feel to be resurrected? Cell's voice resonated in his mind. This time, you have truly experienced death. How annoying. Plump Bew puffed his cheeks in indignation. Who are you, strange one? Where's this place? I am Cell, he replied calmly. The malevolent version of you has been vanquished, and your master Babidi has also perished. He paused, casting forth an irresistible bait. Follow me, and I promise you an endless supply of desserts, chocolate, candies, cream puffs, puddings. Before Cell could finish his sentence, Plump Bew stared at him, drool trailing from the corner of his mouth, nodding vigorously as if beating a wooden fish. After bidding farewell to the Namekians, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring through the clouds into the vast cosmos. Bew, Cell floated amidst the inky void of space. You have absorbed the Supreme Kai, so you should be quite familiar with the planets of this universe, correct? Plump Bew closed his eyes, his antennae twitching as he pondered for a moment, his face reddening. I don't know. Shala was utterly speechless. Nevertheless, returning to serve as an unyielding training dummy was not such a bad idea. The two drifted aimlessly through the cosmos for a while. Suddenly, a faint yet profoundly familiar sensation flickered in Shala's mind. What is this? The dark power. It felt distant. Yet that malevolent energy resonated with the essence he had previously absorbed. On that far-off planet, it seemed there were several formidable presences. He had found it. In a swift motion, Shalu seized the dazed fat Bew, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. At the far reaches of the galaxy, on a desolate and remote planet, a striking woman with long orange hair and blue skin cried out in panic, "Lord Bojack, what has happened to you?" The towering figure she referred to as Lord was now cradling his head, howling in agony, ominous black lightning crackling around him. "Zanjia, get away!" another young man shouted. At that moment, a devastating energy sphere was already aimed at the woman before them. In a critical instant, a figure materialized between them. Shala grasped Bojack's outstretched arm with one hand, dispersing the raging energy effortlessly. With a slight tug, he redirected Bojack's arm aside, revealing the crimson demonic eye embedded in his forehead. As expected, Zanjia, having narrowly escaped, felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. She gazed in shock at the tall silhouette that had appeared so suddenly. A chubby pink head peeked cautiously from behind that figure. "Are you all right?" Fat Bew blinked at her, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. With a dismissive grunt, Shalu struck with a powerful punch, sending the still-struggling Bojack flying through the air. "I don't know who you are," Zanjia stammered, her voice quivering with fear, "but Lord Bojack suddenly turned against us, attacking us. Bido and Bujin have both been slain, despite our unwavering loyalty." MHM, Fat Bew nodded in apparent comprehension, listening intently. Meanwhile, Bojack, having been hurled away, crashed into a mountainside but staggered back to his feet. Shalu faced off against the possessed Bojack from a distance. Originally a weakling who couldn't even withstand Super Saiyan 2 in full power, to what extent could this entity amplify his abilities? Shalu crossed his arms, watching with keen interest as the mindless puppet before him writhed in rage. "Oh!" Bojack emitted a beastly roar, his energy surging uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Shalu, delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at his face. Shala did not even attempt to evade. The fist struck him solidly, yet it merely produced a dull thud, leaving him unperturbed and unmoving. "Before me, does one still dare to retain their strength?" Cell raised his hand, forming a fist. Boom! Cough! A torrent of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted violently from Bojack's mouth. His figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the distant mountainside. Without a moment's pause, Cell unleashed an energy beam from his fingertips. Boom! As a mountainside shattered, Bojack staggered out, disheveled. In his grasp, he clutched a comrade he had just pulled from the side. "No, my lord!" The swordsman, bearing blue skin, wore an expression of shock and despair. In the next instant, he vanished into the wind along with his final cry, engulfed by the radiance of the energy. "Grakuya!" Zanya let out a heart-wrenching scream, her eyes glazing over as she collapsed to the ground. "Ah!" Seizing the moment amidst the explosion, Bojack unleashed his full power. The eye of magic on his forehead seemed to extract his potential to its utmost, his muscles swelling grotesquely, the blue of his skin transforming into a bizarre green. Black lightning crackled around him. He felt invincible once more. Pointing a finger at Cell, he provocatively beckoned. Huh? Cell's expression betrayed disbelief. A parasitic, unconscious being dared to taunt him? Swish! Before the opponent could react, Cell appeared before him, delivering a swift hand strike. Splat! The arm still gesturing provocatively was severed at the root, tumbling to the ground. In that moment, the finger remained in its taunting position. Ah! Agonizing pain and fear incited instinctual cries. The magic-eyed Bojack clutched his severed arm, retreating in terror, though a new arm rapidly regenerated. The primal fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, had taken complete control. He suddenly turned, unleashing all his energy, propelling himself toward the depths of the universe. Trying to flee? Kamehameha, a torrent of azure energy, swiftly caught up to the fleeing figure. In the distant cosmos, that figure and the minuscule magic eye vanished at the end of the energy stream. Ding! Perfect kill of the magic-eyed Bojack, earning 3 million evolution points. Ding! Destroyed the third eye of evil, acquiring a trace of dark power. Even smallest fly is still meat. Cell felt a slight increase in the dark power within him, and his anger diminished. It was done. He turned, ready to depart this tedious planet with his newly acquired subordinate. However, just as he turned, the sound of fabric brushing against the ground reached his ears from behind. The woman named Zanja knelt upon the ground, crawling towards him on hands and knees, her forehead striking heavily against the stony surface. My lord, her voice trembled, yet bore a note of resolute determination. I beseech you, accept me. I am willing to do anything. Chapter 77, Speculation. Gero gazed down at the prostrate woman, disregarding her entreaty. Such abject loyalty held no worth. What possessed value was information. From where did that magical eye originate? He finally inquired, his tone flat and devoid of inflection. Zanja shuddered, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival amidst his unyielding inquiry. She dared not withhold anything, laying bare the entirety of her tale. We were once sealed upon this planet, and ages have passed. Not long ago, a fissure suddenly appeared in this space. Her recollections quivered with an uncontrollable tremor. That crimson eye emerged from the rift. It spoke directly into our minds, proclaiming that by donning it, one could attain immense power capable of shattering all shackles. Lord Bojack, who has spent his life in pursuit of strength, did not refuse. As expected, he willingly accepted. At first, all was well. Zanjia's narration quickened. With that power, we ultimately broke the seals of the kings of various realms and regained our freedom. However, soon after, Lord Bojack began to change. He became violent, uncontrollable, and commenced indiscriminate attacks against us and his own comrades. Baidu and Buchan were the first to perish at his hands until you appeared, my lord. Upon finishing, Zanja buried her head deeper, her body trembling violently with fear. It seems these magical eyes do not originate from the same timeline. They are like seeds scattered across the cosmos. The Creator must have intended to gather feedback from those they inhabit. Intelligence secured. This woman had become devoid of further utility. Gero prepared to depart with Bu. Suddenly, two familiar auras materialized not far away. The newcomers were Goku and Jebbit. Gero, what are you doing here? Goku exclaimed, taken aback. However, Jebbit, upon discerning the pink figure beside Gero, reacted with stark contrast. Majin Bu, why? He immediately assumed a combat stance, filled with vigilance, instinctively retreating behind Goku. Gero remained nonchalant. The evil Bu has been vanquished by me. This is the benevolent part. He offered a brief explanation. I resurrected him using the Dragon Balls of Namek. Upon hearing this, Zanjia's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Vanquished Majin Bu? Did he truly resurrect his benevolent side with the Dragon Balls? What manner of terrifying being stands before us? Goku pondered deeply, nodding in sudden realization, while Jebbit remained skeptical. So what brings you here? Gero countered. Jebbit steadied himself and stepped forward from behind Goku, regaining the demeanor of a Supreme Kai attendant. It is the North Supreme Kai, he reported to the Supreme Kai. The barrier originally established to seal the galaxy's marauders has been forcibly breached. I have been commanded by the Supreme Kai to accompany Mr. Goku for an investigation. As he spoke, his attention shifted to the trembling woman on the ground. Goku, too, glanced over with curiosity. Is she one of the galaxy marauders? She doesn't appear to be malevolent, he mused, scratching his head. Just a remnant. Gero interjected. The rest have already been dealt with. I see. Jebbit sighed with relief before adopting a serious expression. He stepped forward, preparing to take Zanja away. As a member of the Galaxy Marauders, you must face the judgment of the Supreme Kai. Zanja's face drained of color in an instant. She understood that being taken away meant facing a fate of eternal imprisonment. Instinct for survival ignited within her, prompting a swift reaction. Instead of pleading with the cold Sheru, she crawled desperately towards the seemingly harmless pink creature beside her. "Mr. Bew," Zanja cried, clasping her arms around the hefty Boo's leg, gazing up with the most sincere and adoring tone. Bew was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display. "I never imagined I would meet you here. I have heard tales of your valiant deeds in our galaxy's invasion, how you have obliterated countless planets. You are the legend among legends. Are you complimenting me?" Bew asked, blinking in surprise, his antennae twitching with delight. "Absolutely." Zanja nodded vigorously. "Your renown resounds throughout the cosmos. You are the greatest idol in the hearts of all who seek power." A torrent of flattery left Bew feeling lightheaded and elated. His nose proudly lifted high. He turned to Sheru. "Big brother, she's a good person." Boo's reasoning was simple. Anyone who praised him must be good. Zanja watched Sheru anxiously, her heart racing in her throat. What decision would this man, referred to as Big Brother by Bew, make regarding her fate? Sheru remained silent. A weakling who couldn't even become a Super Saiyan held little value. Yet, she seemed remarkably knowledgeable about the various powers and planets within the universe. Perhaps, she could serve as a living navigation tool. After all, it would be easy to dispose of her later if she proved unnecessary. In that case, Sheru finally spoke. "You may accompany us." "Thank you, Big Brother," Bew exclaimed joyfully, leaping with glee. "Gratitude to Lord Sheru. Gratitude to Lord Bew." Zanja was overwhelmed with joy, bowing repeatedly. Jebbet stood by, utterly astonished, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. What a farce, to have a cosmic fugitive accompany these two peculiar beings? Yet, he dared not voice his dissent. Both Sheru and the seemingly simple-minded Bew were beyond his capacity to provoke. With the matter resolved, it was time to return. Goku smiled, attempting to ease the tension. Jebbet reluctantly placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. After a ripple in space, they vanished from sight. On the desolate planet, only Sheru and the others remained. The demon, I seemed to be consciously searching for those with formidable life forces or an intense desire for power. Sheru's thoughts returned to their course. He glanced at the woman beside him, still immersed in the joy of survival. "Zanja." "Yes, my lord." Zanja jolted, immediately standing upright in reverence. Sheru's tone remained flat, devoid of any emotion. "Do you know of Connaught Planet?" Zanja hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I do." "Lead the way," Sheru succinctly commanded. The trio transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the depths of the dark cosmos. Chapter 78. The Magical Star, the Enigmatic Beast Sealed. Throughout their journey, Zanja occasionally stole glances at the rosy figure, who always responded with an innocent smile. After a considerable time traversing the obsidian void, a planet radiating an unusual aura finally came into view. "Here we are. This is Connaught Planet." Zanja felt a twinge of unease. At one time, the forces of the galactic thugs were immense, yet they had abandoned the invasion of this planet. The indigenous inhabitants, those so-called magicians, possessed abilities that were exceedingly bizarre. She discreetly glanced at the tall green figure before her. "What brings my lord here?" Sheru did not turn back, but spoke calmly to validate certain hypotheses. "If my conjecture holds true, that demon I should soon make its appearance." The three transformed into streaks of light, without a moment's pause. Piercing through the planet's atmosphere and heading inward, they chose a city at random to descend. The sight before Zanja left her momentarily dazed. The architecture here was entirely unlike Earth, not technological, but imbued with a magical essence. Countless twisted towers spiraled like entangled vines, reaching towards the clouds, their surfaces shimmering with neon runes. A series of floating islands were arranged harmoniously, interconnected by bridges of radiant energy. Just then, several figures emerged from those bizarre structures, blocking the trio's path. They adorned themselves in resplendent robes, their faces betraying a palpable malice and insatiable greed. Outsiders? Judging by their energy signatures, they appear to be rather suitable offerings. "Surrender all that you possess, and we shall grant you a swift demise." These indigenous folk, evidently, were no benevolent beings. Without further ado, they commenced their incantations. A kaleidoscope of magical circles unfurled beneath their feet, suffused with an eerie ambience. Zanja instantly tensed, bracing for confrontation. The corpulent Boo looked on curiously at the vibrant magical formations, finding them rather intriguing. Shalu, however, could scarcely be bothered to glance in their direction. He merely stamped his foot upon the ground. Boom! An unstoppable force emanated from the center of his foot, sweeping outward in all directions. The entire airborne city, along with those once so formidable magicians, crumbled beneath the onslaught of this energy, their screams echoing incessantly. In an instant, a flourishing realm was transformed into desolation. In Shalu's grasp remained a lone survivor, a magician of seemingly notable standing, now suspended in midair by Shalu's single hand, trembling uncontrollably. "Where are the illusionists?" Shalu inquired flatly. "I don't know what you mean." The captive had utterly lost his capacity for coherent thought, stammering out a few fragmented words. "It seems the titles differ." Shalu rephrased his question. "Where's the most powerful magician here? Or rather, the mightiest creature? The dark sorcerers?" The magician, as if clutching at a lifeline, blurted out urgently. "Only they possess the oldest secrets of this planet. They are at the pinnacle of the rootless tower, having obtained the desired location." Shala tightened his grip slightly. With that, the magician, along with his final vestige of terror, was effortlessly extinguished. The trio soon materialized at the apex of a towering spire entirely composed of black crystals, suspended in space. Before them lay an expansive circular altar. At the center of the altar, a dozen or so figures cloaked in black robes, their faces shrouded in shadow, encircled two ancient music boxes, murmuring incantations as they conducted some bizarre ritual. Click! The crisp sound of gears resonated. The lids of the two music boxes sprang open simultaneously. Dense white smoke erupted forth, swiftly coalescing in the air. As the fog dissipated, two figures emerged, one tall, the other diminutive, both sporting mohawk-style red hair. The taller one bore an ancient longsword upon his back. Why have we emerged? Curse be it. Who are you?" The towering man observed the surrounding cloaked figures with vigilance, while simultaneously noticing Shalu and his companions in the distance. He sensed an unfathomable terror emanating from Shalu. Yet the circumstances left him no alternative. "My lord," the man exclaimed loudly, "please assist us. They seek to unleash the sealed monster." A subtle, unnoticed smile graced Shala's lips. With a hum, an overwhelming surge of mental power swept through, directly invading the minds of the two brothers. The term seal, illusion demon, upper and lower body, and hero were all familiar to this reborn individual. With a clatter, the sword in the man's hand fell to the ground. He and the diminutive figure beside him collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. The surrounding cloaked figures were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. "Enough," Shala declared, stepping forward to summon the illusion demon from within the two brothers. The black-robed individuals exchanged glances, although they were unaware of this newcomer's intentions. His audacity aligned perfectly with their own. "Humph, the foolish outsider is completely oblivious to the terror of the illusion demon Hildegan. Once revived and under my control, your demise will be imminent." The leading dark sorcerer secretly scoffed, promptly directing his companions to proceed. The brothers, lying on the ground, were lifted by an invisible force, suspended in midair. As the dark sorcerers chanted increasingly urgent and sinister incantations, the brothers' bodies began to tremble violently. Black smoke, as if animated, erupted wildly from their mouths, eyes, and ears. This smoke coalesced in the air, forming a vast cloud that obscured the sky. In an instant, the world transformed. Boom! Boom! From within the smoke, two enormous, heavily armored feet descended with tremendous force, obliterating the dark sorcerers still fervently casting their spells, reducing them to mere pulp amidst their final astonishment. Soon, the full form of the monster emerged. It was a colossal creature, towering hundreds of meters high, encased in a thick, dark green shell, with a robust tail trailing behind. In stark contrast to its massive body was its minuscule head, resembling a skeletal visage. "What on earth is this?" Zanjia retreated step by step, her heart racing with dread at the existence that surpassed her knowledge and understanding. "Bu, would you like to play with it?" Shala's voice rang out. The rotund Bu nodded and surged forward, transforming into a pink streak of light that flew before the gigantic monster. The juxtaposition of the large and small figures created an eerily surreal standoff in the air. Such size. Let's see who is stronger. Bu's previously squinted eyes widened suddenly. In the next moment, his entire form shot forth like a cannonball. Chapter 79, Demon vs. Illusion Demon. Bang! That thunderous strike landed solidly upon the shell of the illusion demon Hildegan. The formidable impact sent Hildegard's massive form reeling backward, producing a deep, resounding thud. Ha ha ha! Fat Bu seized the opportunity with a successful strike, unleashing a barrage of pink energy orbs without granting his opponent a moment's respite. Yet, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Confronted by this relentless assault, Hildurging's body transformed into a swirling cloud of mist, allowing all the energy orbs to pass through unobstructed. Boom! The energy blast struck the rootless tower behind, a towering structure entirely composed of black crystal, which trembled violently amid the continuous explosions. Countless fissures spread across its surface, and the entire tower began to tilt precariously. This spectacle intrigued Fat Bew, prompting him to halt his attack and survey his surroundings in search of the creature's whereabouts. In the next instant, the massive cloud of mist rapidly coalesced behind him. A colossal tail, encased in thick armor, silently emerged from within. With a swift thrust, the razor-sharp tail pierced through Fat Bew's body entirely. Ugh! Fat Bew emitted an odd cry as he was hoisted into the air. Almost immediately, Hildurging wielded his tail like a colossal meteor hammer, striking him violently against the top of the tower. Bang! 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 Each blow caused the already precarious floating tower to sink further. Debris flew and dust billowed, accompanied by the monstrous creature's piercing screams. The entire altar began to crumble under the relentless assault. Zanjia, pale with fear, retreated repeatedly, hiding behind Cell, too terrified to witness the horrific scene. After several furious strikes, Fat Bew, impaled on the tip of the tail, took a deep breath. Once no larger than an egg in the presence of the colossal beast, he suddenly expanded wildly, tightly wrapping around the immense tail. The terrifying force was unable to progress any further. Subsequently, Fat Bew's form began to stretch impossibly, transforming into a pink rubber-like entity, spiraling up the tail, coiling tightly around the gigantic phantom creature. Sensing the threat, Hildurging attempted to employ the same tactic once more. However, his body, which had just begun to vaporize, was firmly suppressed by a peculiar energy emanating from Fat Bew, rendering him unable to dissolve into nothingness. Ding! Special magical data detected, gaining 8 million evolution points. The system's notification resonated in Cell's mind at the opportune moment. Special magic? Fat Bew gazed, seemingly foolish, realizing that he was indeed a genius in battle. Trapped as a colossal pink dumpling, Hildurging roared in furious frustration, unable to break free from this bizarre confinement. The tightening grip only intensified. In the next moment, he made a frenzied decision. It relinquished its struggle, plummeting from the heights with the rotund Majin Bew tightly entwined around it. A thunderous crash ensued as its massive form, along with the already precarious tower of no roots, began to penetrate downward layer by layer. Boom! 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 Black crystal fragments scattered like a meteor shower, and the grand floating tower collapsed completely amidst the deafening roar, transforming into countless shards raining down upon the ground. Yet, even amid the chaos, the pink figure remained resolutely entwined with the creature, showing no signs of loosening its grip. "I'm not playing with you anymore," resounded the muffled voice of Majin Bew from within the Zongzi. "Taste this." As the words left its lips, an intensely brilliant light erupted from its pink form. The hovering Zanya had yet to react to the unfolding spectacle. Cell merely waved his hand, and a pale, purple energy barrier materialized instantaneously, enveloping her completely. Boom! 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 An enormous mushroom cloud, far surpassing the magnitude of all previous explosions combined, surged skyward. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions, instantly melting the entire surface, creating a bottomless chasm of molten lava. As the brilliance faded, the scene at the bottom of the pit was revealed. The massive form of the Majin had become completely charred, transformed into a colossal black sculpture, lying quietly in the lava. Surrounding the charred shell were countless pink morsels, writhing and soon reassembling into the shape of Majin Bew. However, at that moment, he stood with his hands on his hips, gasping for breath, clearly having expended tremendous energy in that last attack. It appeared that the portion of power that had separated from Evil Bew had not yet fully returned to him. Just as Majin Bew gazed at his handiwork, preparing to declare victory with a sense of pride, a crisp, unusual sound emanated from the immense charred shell. A crack quietly appeared upon the blackened surface. Soon after, a second and third crack followed. With a sudden burst, a massive, earth-toned hand, resembling a demon-esque claw, forcefully emerged from the charred form, seizing the still-breathing Majin Bew with an iron grip. Chapter 80, The Battle of Giants. Crack. Accompanied by this sound, the vast charred shell of the Majin shattered inch by inch. The blackened exterior peeled away like dead skin, revealing a new, even more terrifying figure emerging from within. The previously simplistic exoskeleton had vanished, replaced by a gruesome armor that enveloped the entire body, its intricate structure and patterns radiating foreboding and malevolence. Behind it, a pair of massive, insect-like wings suddenly unfurled. Even a gentle flap stirred up winds powerful enough to fracture the already molten surface once more. His skull-like head, once a mere skeleton, was now entirely concealed by a brand-new facial structure, from which a pair of jet-black horns sprouted above. This was no longer an illusionary demon. It was an entirely new entity, a demon god born solely for destruction. At that moment, a faint crack appeared unexpectedly on the smooth surface of the new illusionary demon's forehead armor. It has begun. Cell's focus sharpened. The fabric of space was torn open, revealing a minuscule rift through which a familiar crimson eye flashed, precisely embedding itself into the demon's forehead. A hum resonated as malevolence and darkness fused seamlessly. A terrifying, potent enough to obliterate an entire planet, surged forth, climbing into the heavens and staining the sky with a foreboding dark red hue. The captured Majin sensed an imminent threat, instinctively inflating his form in a desperate attempt to break free from his bindings. However, the newly reborn illusionary demon's magical eye glimmered red. It opened its mouth, not with a roar or a scream, but unleashed a torrent of dark purple apocalyptic flames. Wherever the flames coursed, everything was melted away. The flames not only enveloped Majin entirely, but also incinerated the massive arm that held him. A piercing scream echoed amid the flames, abruptly silenced. As the fire subsided, there were no charred remains, no severed limbs. Only a swirling pink mist lingered in the air, writhing as though it yearned to reassemble into a humanoid form. The illusionary demon Hilder raised its charred arm, the severed flesh writhing as a new arm began to regenerate at a visible pace. Its armored head tilted slightly, seemingly intrigued by the resilient pink mist before it. Once more, it opened its abyss-like maw, aiming directly at the not yet fully restored life energy, and lunged forward to devour it whole. With a resounding clash, its jaws failed to close completely, as two sharp fangs held them apart. A figure appeared beside its mouth. Cell, what immense strength! Cell's muscular arms strained against the crushing force of the demon's bite. Power assessment. Current individual strength has surpassed the critical threshold of the standard Super Saiyan 3 and is in the phase of rapid amplification. The complete form of the illusionary demon, now augmented by the magical eye, wielded a power that was no longer a simple sum of parts. It was terrifying. Cell unleashed his full potential. The golden-green aura erupted from within him, transforming into a tempest of energy that soared skyward. Amidst this torrent of ferocious energy, his form began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Muscles swelled uncontrollably, bones emitted a disconcerting crack, and he expanded at a pace visible to the naked eye, growing larger and larger until he ultimately morphed into a giant indistinguishable from the formidable Hildgarn. With a resounding crash, that once unassailable maw was forcefully wrenched open. A roar erupted. Hildgarn seemed incensed, and dark flames brewed once more within his throat. A torrent of dark purple flames surged forth. Cell, stabilizing his stance, gazed at the impending wave of annihilating energy and similarly opened his colossal mouth. The Demon King's flames, a blaze of pitch black interwoven with crimson and golden lightning, charged forth defiantly. Boom! The two flames, contrasting in their elemental attributes, clashed violently in the air, unleashing temperatures capable of melting anything. The molten sea beneath them erupted, sending towering waves skyward, only to be completely vaporized at an even higher temperature, exposing the parched and cracked core of the earth. In the distance, that pink mist finally coalesced back into the form of Majin, observing the cataclysmic scene before him. His small face bore an expression of sheer incredulity. He grasped the already stunned Zanya beside him and transformed into a streak of light, retreating to a safer, more distant edge. Watching the two titanic figures engage in their frenzied clash, Majin quickly displayed excitement, akin to a child who had just spotted a cherished toy. Big Brother is incredible. Go, Big Brother. Zanya merely stared vacantly, her mind blank, utterly devoid of thought. Boom! The clash of the two flames culminated in a cataclysmic explosion. It was his inaugural experience with gigantification, and Cell found it somewhat challenging to control. This enormous physique provided an unparalleled attack range, yet sacrificed some degree of precise manipulation. Tentatively, he unleashed a colossal punch. The force of his fist distorted the very fabric of space, causing the entire mountainous region to tremble, scraping away layers of earth. Hildgarn's tail swept across, a roaring gale accompanying the colossal appendage as it struck mercilessly against Cell's waist. Bang! Cell staggered. His immense form surprisingly pushed back a step by the impact. How swift! He promptly recalibrated his stance, pivoting with a leg thicker than a cottage, fueled by boundless fury, and retaliated fiercely. Hildgarn appeared to anticipate the power of this counterattack, and his body began to vaporize instantaneously. Again with this technique, binding spell, Cell's fingers clenched tightly. A surge of magical energy, akin to that of Majin Bu, enveloped Hildgarn in an instant. The form that had just begun to dissipate abruptly stiffened, forcibly reconstituted from its foggy state back into a solid entity. For the first time, an expression resembling astonishment flickered across Hildgarn's armored visage. It roared with fury, abandoning all ostentatious techniques, charged toward Shalu with overwhelming malevolence. The battle between the two titans had plunged into a brutal stage of raw, unadulterated combat. Boom! Chapter 81, a worthy supplement. The entire planet of Konak trembled violently amidst the savage clash of these colossal beings. Boom! 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 Each collision of fists against armor unleashed terrifying shockwaves capable of rending the very surface of the earth. The remnants of fantastical, suspended structures crumbled like fragile blocks, disintegrating into dust and cascading from the sky under the relentless onslaught of these shockwaves. On the other side of the planet, dozens of streaks of light converged at breakneck speed towards the heart of the battlefield. They were the last remaining magicians of this world, the elite of the Magic Alliance. Hurry! Faster! They sensed it. The power of Hildragon, so magnificent, so oikid. The leading magician bore a maniacal fervor upon his face, his body trembling with intense excitement. As long as we arrive and chant the time-honored incantation, this supreme power shall be ours to wield, to dominate the universe. Victory is imminent. Greedy desire gleamed in the eyes of each magician. They drew closer, finally gaining sight of the battlefield. The towering demon was indeed the malevolent deity Hildragon they had summoned. Yet, who was the equally gigantic creature, resplendent in gold and green, standing opposite the demon? Even more astonishing was the sight of a plump figure and a striking blue-skinned woman standing at the edge of the battlefield. Well, what is that? One magician noticed the chubby Bu and sensed an unfathomable magical aura emanating from that pink figure, distinctly different from their own. No matter, since they are outsiders, they must be enemies. Let us dispose of these two troublesome beings first. The leading magician decisively targeted Bu and Zanya. Dozens of magicians began to chant in unison, vibrant magical circles unfurling beneath their feet as countless bizarre chains of runes shot forth from the magic arrays, sweeping towards Bu. Zanya, startled, instinctively sought refuge behind Bu. However, Bu tilted his head, observing the oncoming magical chains with a sense of amusement. He extended a finger towards the arrogant magicians and gently tapped. I shall turn you all into snacks. A beam of pink light erupted from his antenna. Wherever the light passed, both the menacing magical chains and the greedy, bewildered magicians behind them instantly lost their original forms. Puff, puff, puff. It began to rain snacks from the heavens. Chocolate bars, cream cakes, strawberry puddings, milk candies. A delightful assortment of confections rained down, scattering across the ground. Wow! Majin Bu, filled with delight, exclaimed and immediately soared into the air, seizing a handful of chocolate bars to stuff into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Though he mumbled his complaints about the lackluster flavor while puffing his cheeks, his hands remained in motion. He grasped a carton of milk, freshly conjured by the magician, and flew before Zanja. Here, he said, handing over the milk while chewing. Zanja, eyeing the slightly quivering carton and recalling the grotesque, greedy visage of the magician from mere moments ago, felt her stomach churn violently. Thank you, Lord Bu, she said, suppressing her discomfort and waving her hands. I didn't participate in the battle. I'm not hungry at all. She resolutely declined. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Cell's form abruptly shrank, reverting to his original size. This body is indeed the most suitable. With a swift motion, he deftly evaded a powerful punch from Hildegarn. The massive fist whooshed past, creating a gale that flattened mountains several kilometers away. Bam! Cell raised his arm, expertly blocking the tail that lashed out like a colossal steel whip. The clash between the two figures, one large and one small, generated a force more intense and concentrated than the prior titanic struggle. Though the intensity is off the charts, it lacks any combat finesse, merely brute strength, he noted. Nowhere near the formidable Goku, who was once parasitized by the demon eyes. The rhythm of battle was now entirely under Cell's control. He ceased to engage in brute force, instead utilizing his regained agility and speed, darting around Hildegard's massive frame, each attack landing precisely on the opponent's joints and weak energy points. Hildegard roared in fury, frantically swinging fists and tail, unleashing torrents of destructive energy, yet failing to touch a single hair on Cell. After several minutes, Hildegard's movements began to noticeably slow. Each strike weakened, his stamina rapidly depleting. Now was the moment. Cell capitalized on an opening, instantly appearing behind Hildegard. The flames of four colors, gold, white, green, and red, suddenly converged, a tempest of energy transforming into visible flames that blazed around him. 20-fold KO Ken. Boom! He delivered a powerful punch squarely to the back of Hildegard's head. Crack! The seemingly indestructible armor shattered. Hildegard emitted a pained roar, his massive form staggering forward. Without pause, Cell followed up with a second punch. Bang! The cracks instantly widened, spreading like a spider's web. A third punch. Bang! With a crisp shatter. The crimson demonic eye was forcefully dislodged from Hildegard's armored forehead by a surge of ferocious power. The eye spun in midair, while Cell, without a glance, concentrated a lethal purple light at his fingertips. The death ray. Whoosh! The beam accurately pierced the still hovering demonic eye. Ding! Destroyed the third eye of the demon. Gained a trace of dark power. Almost simultaneously, Hildegard's colossal form abruptly halted in the air, all motion ceasing. The red light in his eyes extinguished completely, transforming him into a soulless behemoth. View! Cell's command echoed through the skies. This creature was indeed a substantial supplement. From a distance, the plump Yu, still pondering over which flavor of snack to indulge in, immediately discarded the cake in his hands upon hearing the call. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the enormous floating monstrosity. In the next instant, his entire pink form began to melt and morph. In a flash, he transformed into a massive pink flesh net that spanned half the sky, rushing towards the abandoned evil deity's body with an insatiable hunger. Chapter 82, The Cosmic Chef. The colossal pink net began to contract rapidly. Flesh and armor were forcibly squeezed and fused, emitting a disconcerting, twisted sound. Zanya covered her mouth in terror, daring not to utter a sound. Cell merely observed quietly, a certain degree of pleasure arising from the devouring instinct deep within his cells. Soon, the immense mass shrank and transformed, ultimately reverting to the shape of the plump Yu. He still retained his adorable demeanor. However, his once smooth pink body was now adorned with a sinister black armor. The armor resembled a miniature version of Hildegard's demonic suit, its intricate patterns and ominous structure bestowing upon him an air of authority and menace. Ah, what a splendid feeling! Yu clenched his fist, reveling in the surge of newfound power coursing through him, joyfully bouncing on the spot. He felt utterly invigorated. It appears I have only absorbed the power and physical traits, without any trace of malevolence. Cell meticulously sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from Yu. It was pure and formidable, yet devoid of the slightest hint of the demonic presence belonging to the illusory demon. There were no abnormalities upon vanquishing the demonic eye just now. Could it be that the true purpose of the eye was to absorb these negative energies and evil auras? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. No wonder it chose to parasitize individuals filled with desires and wicked intentions, or beings like the illusory demon, inherently steeped in malevolence. It resembles a harvester traversing the cosmic fields, dedicated to collecting crops known as evil, subsequently feeding them to some unknown entity. The existence capable of sowing seeds across the universe is difficult to conceive. An invisible pressure intensifies Sheru's yearning for power. I must enhance my strength swiftly. Boo! Do you feel anything peculiar? Sheru inquired. Feelings? The rotund Boo tilted his head, seemingly deep in thought. In the next moment, he suddenly crouched, clutching his stomach tightly. His chubby face contorted in agony. Sheru and Zanja instantly became alert. Could it be that the absorbed energy has triggered a rejection response? Or perhaps the will of that malevolent deity has not been entirely eradicated? What is the matter? A note of gravity crept into Gero's tone. Big brother. Bu's voice emerged muffled from the crook of his arm, laden with grievance. I think I have a bit of an upset stomach. In a flash, Bu's antennae twitched, and a portable toilet materialized beside him. Zanjia's tense form relaxed momentarily as he exhaled deeply, nearly losing his balance. Gero, too, fell into an unusual silence for a moment. Ultimately, the trio departed from the now desolate Konak planet. The ensuing months of cosmic travel grew tedious and protracted. Under Zanjia's guidance, they landed on countless planets. Some boasted highly advanced technology, with floating cities gliding through the clouds, while others remained in a primitive, untamed state, where colossal creatures roared in the primeval jungles. During this period, the eerie magical eye manifested twice more. Once, it latched onto the leader of an interstellar pirate group. Before he could showcase his power, was casually swatted by the passing Bu, transforming him into a strawberry-flavored cream-filled cookie. On another occasion, it possessed the guardian beast of a planet inhabited by sentient life. Shrew, lacking the motivation to engage, merely released a hint of energy, causing the overbearing beast, along with the magical eye within it, to implode in sheer terror. These 2 kills yielded Gero a meager 2 strands of dark energy. Such a meager gain was a mere distraction amidst the long and monotonous journey. The true transformation of this expedition was brought forth by Zanjia. She unveiled an astonishing skill beyond that of a cosmic marauder, culinary artistry. On a planet adorned with bizarre, luminescent flora, faced with peculiar and slightly wriggling ingredients, Zanjia, wielding merely an iron pot unearthed from ruins, crafted a feast that left even the portly Bu in awe. The thick mushroom soup, exuding colorful steam, invigorated every cell in one's body with its first sip. The roasted leg of a 3-headed giant lizard, charred on the outside, yet tender within, stood as high as a man, its meat firm and succulent, rich in flavor without being greasy. There were also fruits as translucent as blue crystals, bursting with strange juices upon a single bite. For the first time, Fat Bu refrained from transforming the peculiar creature before him into candy. Instead, he clutched a lizard leg larger than himself, indulging in its rich succulence while mumbled praises for Zanjia, declaring her the finest among good-hearted individuals. Shala, too, relished a long-awaited culinary delight. After an extended period of photosynthesis, he had long since grown weary of avian fare. Ingredients capable of creating exquisite dishes are not uncommon in the cosmos. However, the remarkable ability to employ these bizarre ingredients with impeccable finesse, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, is Zanjia's unparalleled merit. Her status within the group had quietly shifted from a mere navigator, easily dispensable, to a rather competent chef. On this particular day, the trio arrived at a planet where civilization had been utterly obliterated. As far as the eye could see, there lay only ruins. The colossal remnants of a once great city resembling a graveyard for steel behemoths, silent beneath the pallid glow of the distant star. Fat Bu languidly sprawled on a fallen monumental statue, idly poking at the ground. The prolonged absence of worthy adversaries and delectable cuisine left him feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Zanjia discovered a structure amid the debris that resembled a restaurant, its kitchen surprisingly well preserved. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, dispelling the desolation of the ruins. Here it comes. Zanjia's voice, tinged with excitement, echoed through the air as she emerged from behind the rubble, bearing a massive stone platter. Upon it lay an entire rack of ribs from an unknown giant beast, freshly roasted and glistening with golden oil. The rich scent of meat mingling with an exotic spice that boldly invaded the nostrils. Wow! Fat Bu sprang to his feet in a single motion, his eyes sparkling and his mouth watering. Shalu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, straightened his posture. Zanjia carefully placed the enormous stone platter on a flat stone slab, their makeshift dining table. However, just as they were savoring their meal, a voice silently intruded upon Shala's consciousness. Mr. Shalu, trouble is brewing on Earth. It has become a chaotic mess. Shalu's hand, which had been fervently devouring food, abruptly halted. Chapter 83. The Interweaving of Life and Death. It was the Supreme Kai. The tone, tinged with urgency and panic, was instantly recognizable to Shalu. With Goku and his band of warriors on Earth, what calamity could possibly arise? Shalu's thoughts raced. Could it be that the god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened prematurely? How much time has truly passed? Goku and his companions possessed immense power, yet the voice in his mind resonated with bitterness and helplessness. However, The sheer number of adversaries this time is overwhelming, comprising both their former rivals and notorious marauders who gained infamy millennia ago. Former rivals? Cell echoed those words. His consumption of barbecued meat abruptly halted. Have they all been resurrected? The Dragon Balls lack the capacity to revive beings from such an ancient epoch. Thus, only one possibility remains. A subtle smirk crept on his Cell's lips. Intriguing. In an instant, the fabric of space contorted slightly, and two figures materialized atop the desolate ruins. It was none other than East Kaioshin and his attendant Kibito. Mr. Cell. East Kaioshin's face was etched with anxiety, devoid of the composure typically associated with deities. Kibito, on the other hand, regarded Cell and the rotund pink figure adorned in armor beside him with palpable vigilance. Majin tilted his head, curiously scrutinizing the unexpected visitors. Zanya was so startled that she slipped off the stone slab. For the specifics, let us convene in the realm of the new Kaioshin. It is too intricate to explain here. East Kaioshin urged with urgency. Cell made no objections. He merely rose, brushing off the grease from his hands. Reluctantly, Kibito stepped forward, placing his hand upon Cell's shoulder. East Kaioshin then rested his hand upon Majin and Zanya. In a flash of light, their figures vanished from the barren planet. The new Kaioshin realm was more expansive than it had been during its previous destruction, imbued with a sacred and serene atmosphere. Yet at that moment, the ambience was laden with an oppressive gravity. An elderly figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, a furrowed brow fixated upon a colossal crystal sphere. It was the ancient Kaioshin, liberated from the Z-Sword. Ancestor, what is the situation? East Kaioshin inquired hastily upon landing. It is dire. The ancient Kaioshin, upon noticing the arrival of Cell and the others, immediately pointed towards the crystal sphere, explaining, a catastrophic upheaval has erupted in the underworld. King Imma has just sent word. The soul-cleansing machine has malfunctioned, detonated by an unknown force. The scene within the crystal sphere depicted what should have been an orderly underworld, now plunged into chaos. Countless grotesque souls surged forth from the shattered machine, a dark malevolence ascending to the heavens, tearing open a vast rift connecting the realm of the departed to the world of the living. Eons of accumulated malevolence surged through the breach. Those wicked souls, destined to have their memories erased and reincarnated, now emerged in their former forms upon the earth. The ancient Kaioshin's voice trembled with apprehension. The image in the crystal sphere shifted. Earth, cities blazed with ferocious flames, and the skies swarmed with countless villains and monsters that had once been relegated to legend. The screams of the innocent, the collapse of structures, and the thunderous echoes of explosions melded into a symphony of apocalypse. What about Goku and the others? East Kaioshin inquired urgently. Amidst the chaos, each warrior fights valiantly, yet the adversaries are overwhelming in number. Countless malevolent beings have emerged from the underworld, including some who once instilled fear throughout the cosmos. The scene shifts dramatically. Vegeta is engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal one-eyed giant, while Piccolo finds himself besieged by three bizarre demon warriors, perilously close to defeat. This spectacle leaves Jebbit utterly astounded. It is nothing short of a global conflict. Cell observes the turmoil with an unsettling calm, noting, indeed, the narrative of the theatrical release unfolds, yet the malevolent wave has yet to manifest. With an abundance of dark energy present, the ominous, I should soon reveal itself. Lord Kaioshin, please convey to our warriors that the malevolent I will soon emerge. After it attacks the nape thrice, I shall have use for its essence. Bu, with a nonchalant demeanor, interjects. Understood. Fat Bu springs into action, his face alight with anticipation. Go to Earth and eliminate those who vex you. Hooray! It's time for a grand uproar. Fat Bu exclaims joyfully. Shin observes this exchange, his mouth agape, yet ultimately refrains from speaking. In a sudden ripple of spatial energy, the two vanish from the Kaioshin realm, leaving Zanja bewildered in their wake. In West City, once a bustling hub of commerce, desolation reigns. A blinding flash of white light sweeps across the landscape, obliterating buildings and the unfortunate souls unable to flee, reducing them to mere dust in an instant. Amidst the swirling debris, two figures begin to ascend. Halt! A commanding voice resounds. Gohan descends from the heavens, placing himself defiantly before the two. He surveys the ravaged city, the remnants of life lingering in the air, and a surge of rage courses through him. Among the ruins, a towering figure clad in antiquated battle attire slowly turns, revealing a bald man. Upon seeing Gohan, He momentarily falters, then sneers derisively. You are. Gohan freezes as recognition dawns. The visage, the bald head, and the long-haired man beside him awaken buried memories of dread and hatred. Nappa and Raditz. The muscular Nappa grins widely, displaying his gleaming white teeth as he appraises Gohan with interest. I can hardly believe how much you've grown. Raditz, arms crossed, regards Gohan with a scrutinizing gaze. Still the same whimpering child, I see. Nappa scoffs. I remember all too well the coward who cowered in fear before me. Since fate has brought us together, I might as well send you to join your pathetic father. Before the words fully escape his lips, Nappa vanishes in an instant. With a ferocious intensity, he charged directly at Gohan, his colossal fist aimed squarely at Gohan's head. Yet in the face of this brutal assault, Gohan merely raised his hand calmly. With a gentle motion, so subtle that no one could discern his action, he struck. Bam! Nappa's unstoppable charge suddenly faltered, as if he had collided with an invisible wall. The sinister grin on his face had yet to fade when his body stiffened and fell backward, plummeting from the sky into the debris below, silent and still. One strike, just a single blow. This unexpected scene left Raditz beside him utterly stunned. The arrogance and disdain on his face froze instantly, replaced by an overwhelming terror. Wait. As Gohan's gaze shifted towards him, Raditz quickly adopted a different demeanor, waving his hands frantically. No, don't strike. We are family. He pointed to himself, then to Gohan. Your father, Kakarot, is my younger brother. By blood, I am your uncle. Gohan watched him in silence, and Raditz, believing his words had taken effect, forced a smile. Dear nephew, look, we are both Saiyans bound by blood. Gohan's eyes slowly drifted away from Raditz's duplicitous face, sweeping across the desolate ruins beneath him, where innocent lives had perished in the explosions. He raised his gaze once more to meet Raditz's hopeful stare. You are unworthy. Chapter 84. The Unexpected Resurrection of F. Raditz's words hung unfinished in the air as Gohan instantaneously appeared before this so-called uncle. With no extraneous movements and lacking any energy fluctuations, he delivered a merciless knee strike. Bam! The sycophantic smile on Raditz's face abruptly froze as he was launched backward like a projectile, crashing through several dilapidated structures, ultimately buried beneath the rubble. Devoid of any breath, the entire encounter transpired in mere seconds. Whoosh! At that moment, a malevolent purple beam silently surged from behind Gohan, aimed at his back. Clap! Without even turning, Gohan instinctively swung his hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack capable of piercing mountains. Oh, ho, how surprising that you would turn against your own uncle. Truly a lowly and uncouth monkey, came a sarcastic yet eerily familiar voice echoing above the ruins. Gohan slowly turned around, and upon recognizing the newcomer, a jolt surged through him. The pale, diminutive figure, the long tail, swaying leisurely behind, and the perpetually polite yet malicious grin etched on his face. Frieza, the most profound nightmare of childhood, that cosmic overlord who once brought him endless despair, has unexpectedly risen from the depths of hell. Who could have imagined that the infernal realm would suddenly erupt in chaos, thereby facilitating my resurrection? Ha. Frieza elegantly treads upon the shards of stone, wisps of vapor still curling from his fingertips, remnants of dissipated energy. For countless epochs, I have awaited this day, longing to crush you detestable monkeys with my own hands. His tone remains gentlemanly, yet the malice and murderous intent woven within his words freeze the very air around him. In that immobilized realm, I did not remain idle. My spirit has been honed to perfection through endless torment. With that declaration, a terrifying, unimaginable aura erupted from Frieza's diminutive form. The intensity of this power far exceeded his peak state on Namek, even surpassing the initial form of perfect Cell. I shall make you, along with Goku and Vegeta, pay the most excruciating price for your transgressions. Frieza's smile persisted, eagerly anticipating the sight of his opponents paralyzed by his astonishing combat prowess. A golden blaze soared into the heavens. Gohan's black hair instantly stood on end, transforming into a brilliant gold, while his once gentle gaze was replaced by a piercing emerald intensity. Super Saiyan. This aura, this visage, struck Frieza with a profound sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the figure that had utterly vanquished him on Namek, bringing him eternal disgrace. You filthy monkey! In a fit of rage, Frieza could no longer maintain the composure of an emperor. In the next moment, the stones beneath his feet shattered into fragments. A white specter, accompanied by a deafening shriek that tore through the atmosphere, surged toward Gohan at breakneck speed. Boom! A cataclysmic punch landed with tremendous force, dispersing the dust and debris within a 100-meter radius. However, Frisia's fist abruptly halted its relentless advance. The anticipated scene of carnage failed to materialize. His punch was effortlessly intercepted by a single hand. Nanny? The grimace on Frisia's face instantly froze. He felt as if his proud attack had struck an immovable cosmic adamantine. An irresistible force emanated from his opponent's palm, firmly gripping his fist. Frisia exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet he remained unable to withdraw his hand, even a fraction. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure, forming a vast web-like depression. Cursed be it! Frisia, both astonished and furious, raised his other hand, aiming a point-blank annihilation energy blast at Gohan's chest. Boom! The explosion engulfed Gohan entirely. Yet, as the brilliance faded, Frisia's pupils dilated in shock. Gohan remained steadfast in his position, utterly unmoved. The explosion, which was alarmingly close, merely scorched his GI, revealing the ironclad muscles beneath. Cease this, Frisia, he stated calmly, brushing the dust from his chest. I must commend you. Your mastery of mental meditation has elevated you to such formidable heights. It is difficult to fathom the extent of your power had you trained normally over the years. However, the chasm between us remains insurmountably vast. This declaration, rather than a mere compliment, served as an unyielding verdict. Arrogant wretch, Frisia's pride had been trampled upon like never before. He violently wrenched himself from Gohan's grasp, his form soaring hundreds of meters into the air. I will annihilate you. I shall eliminate every last one of you. He descended into madness, raising his hands high. A sphere of energy, swirling with hues of black and purple, began to coalesce rapidly in his palms, expanding ominously. The malevolent energy fluctuations sent tremors through the very atmosphere of the Earth. And this planet, everything you hold dear, let all vanish. Frisia howled in a fit of hysteria. Just as the cataclysmic energy sphere was on the verge of completion, a chillingly familiar voice unexpectedly resonated from behind Frisia. You are so naive, Frisia. His concentration faltered abruptly as he turned incredulously. There, hovering behind him, was a figure strikingly similar in appearance, draped in purple, exuding a far more frigid aura, arms crossed in quiet contemplation. Brother? Frisia blurted out. How could you be here? Have you too been resurrected from the depths of hell? On the ground, Gohan, who had been tense with anticipation, felt a slight relief upon seeing the purple figure. Guldo, he waved toward the figure in the air. To his astonishment, the man known as Guldo responded with a subtle nod, acknowledging Gohan. This scene shattered Frisia's understanding. He stared in disbelief at his brother, then glanced at the Saiyan below. Do they know each other? Guldo acknowledged that monkey. Frisia's mind raced with confusion. What is this? Is this all a nightmare? Am I still trapped in that wretched place, dreaming? The energy sphere in his hands gradually dissipated as he stood frozen in shock, his mind blank and adrift. Chapter 85. The Convergence of Villainous Titans. Shaking his head vigorously, Frisia forcibly roused himself from the depths of his astonishment. What unfolded before his eyes was indeed no illusion. He readjusted his posture, restoring the regal demeanor befitting an emperor, scrutinizing his brother, who perpetually presented himself with an air of superiority. What is the meaning of this? Frisia's tone bore a hint of suppressed inquiry. Brother, why are you here? And how do you know this foul monkey? Gula merely cast a cold glance in his direction, showing no signs of emotional disturbance in response to the question. Slowly, with a tone of factual narration, he began to elucidate everything to Frisia. From his own defeat at the hands of Super Saiyan, to the brink of death yet miraculously surviving, merging with a mechanical core and constructing countless regenerative metallic bodies. Then came the arrival of an existence so powerful it was beyond his comprehension. Cell, following his subsequent defeat and capture in pursuit of greater strength. He chose to temporarily ally with the warriors of Earth, training together to confront an even more terrifying foe, the legendary Majin. Each of Gula's utterances detonated like a heavy bomb within Frisia's mind. Defeated by Super Saiyan, merged with a planet, encountered a formidable being, triumphed over Majin. Each term pointed towards an immensely intriguing yet chillingly powerful entity. Cell? This name seemed to weave together all the astonishing events. If I could recruit such an individual into the Frisia force, would it not mean I could select any planet in the universe at will? Frisia's mind suddenly sparked with enthusiasm. So that is how it is. His previously courteous facade returned to his face. He cast anew, scrutinizing gaze towards Gohan, assessing him anew. However, brother, your ability to coexist with the Saiyan monkey truly astonishes me. Enough. Frieza, Gohan interjected sharply, having endured the incessant monkey remarks for far too long. Even if you refer to him as a monkey, what does that make you? A worthless being who cannot even defeat a monkey? You. A vein pulsed faintly on Frieza's forehead, yet this time, he remarkably refrained from erupting. Gula continued, well, compared to all this, you must be eager to meet Cell now. After sharing so much, you should understand that I have watched you grow. For true talent, your desire to recruit them at any cost surpasses that of anyone else. Ha 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 indeed. Frieza let out his signature laughter, fully embracing the absurd reality before him. At that moment, Gohan, now regaining his composure, spoke up. Mr. Gula, I must attend to other matters elsewhere. I leave this to you. With that, Gohan soared into the sky, transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Amidst the ruins, only Frieza and the brother Gula remained. Are you serious, brother? Frieza retracted his smile, and that venomous yet familiar tone resurfaced. Have you truly relinquished your quest for vengeance? Our race of frost demons has never existed as mere vassals. Oh, Frieza, dear Frieza, Gula turned, regarding him with a look laced with pity. How naive you are. Did you truly believe that my earlier words merely served to illustrate the might of that creature? Cell? Gula's voice dropped to a low, almost hypnotic murmur. This individual is unfathomable. Even a deity as formidable as the Supreme, Kai, cannot penetrate his depths. Moreover, Gula paused, seemingly weighing his words. Moreover, that madman even dares to provoke the god of destruction, Beerus. What? This declaration shattered Frieza's composure. The god of destruction, Beerus, a being synonymous with annihilation, revered and feared throughout the cosmos for eons. Even their father, King Cold, had solemnly warned them never to provoke this forbidden entity. That wretch, named Cell, aspired to challenge a god of destruction. Was he not mad? Observing Frieza's incredulity, Gula continued, through all that has transpired, I have come to realize that one's own strength is paramount, and that Cell possesses countless avenues through which one can grow stronger. Temporarily submitting to him is hardly a concession. Once we attain sufficient power, we may seek our retribution. Furthermore, with his arrogant disposition, he is destined to meet his demise at the hands of Beerus. The sun's rays reflected off Gula's visage, imbuing it with a chilling aura. In that eventuality, both shall be weakened. Perhaps even Beerus himself will fall to us. Gula's words trailed off. Yet the glint of gold in his eyes conveyed everything. A perfect script where the clam and the sanderling struggle, allowing the fisherman to reap the benefits. Frieza comprehended instantly. His breath quickened, stirred by the grandeur and madness of the scheme. Oh, what an exquisite plan, brother! Frieza exclaimed earnestly. Truly a flawless design. An unfamiliar voice, laced with a sense of languor and mischief, abruptly echoed from behind them. What? Gula's body froze, a bone-chilling dread coursing through him. The voice, brother. Why are you eavesdropping on them? A comically exasperated voice followed. I was about to burst. Gula and Frieza turned rigidly to see two figures emerging from the shadow of a nearby, collapsed building. One of them was none other than the terrifying entity they had just spoken of as a pawn, Cell. Beside him, the portly figure clad in a diminutive version of the demon armor, characterized by its pink hue, scratched his head while curiously observing them. Sharu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gula's eternally proud visage underwent an instantaneous transformation. He stammered, Why you have arrived? Why did you not inform me? However, Sharu paid him no heed. His gaze transcended Gula, landing directly upon the relatively diminutive figure, exuding an aura of malevolence and arrogance. The cosmic sovereign. Ding. A new high-intensity life form detected. The Frieza of the Frozen Demon Clan. After mental fortitude training, combat power has significantly surged. Possesses immense potential, classified as an exceedingly rare mutation. This must be the highly esteemed Frieza, renowned across the Dragon Ball universe. A barely perceptible smile graced Sharu's countenance. Surely, this is the illustrious King Frieza, the sovereign who commands the cosmos. He smiled warmly and gestured amicably. Frieza momentarily stood in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this legendary powerhouse would greet him with such courtesy. Yet, being Frieza, he quickly regained his composure, and his trademark insincere smile re-emerged. Ha ha ha, you must be Mr. Sharu. Truly, it is a pleasure to meet you in person.